Chapter 1351. A brutal 6 rounds. With 6 rounds left in Season 10, the battle between the top 8 suddenly became harsher. Originally, everyone had thought that 301 strength had allowed them to replace Howl for good, and the top 8 would be set like that. But out of nowhere, Howl had suddenly resorted to the harsh method of fighting person to person, and they sang boldly and loudly as they marched through their team battles. After defeating Blue Rain in round 26, Howl consecutively defeated 301, Misty Rain, Void, and 100 Blossoms. Weaklings? It looked like that designation was no longer accurate. But this new strategy of Howl's had only appeared in the past few rounds. As to whether they could actually maintain this, everyone still held doubt. At the end of round 32, the commentator and honored guest expressed sympathy toward the match schedule that 100 Blossoms was about to face. But when everyone thought about it, they realized that Howl's upcoming match schedule wasn't easy either. Howl's opponents in the final 6 rounds were Thunderclap, Royal Style, Heavenly Swords, Parade, Happy, and Tiny Herb. Among the 6 teams, 3 were in the top 8. Those wouldn't be easy fights. But the most demonic match schedule still had to be 301's. Their final 6 opponents were Miracle, Samsara, Tiny Herb, Blue Rain, Seaside, and Happy. This match schedule was enough to make one suffocate. Howl only had to fight 3 of the top 8, but 301. They were basically fighting the top 4. And between these 2 match schedules, there were 2 teams in common, Tiny Herb and Happy. Tiny Herb was currently in 4th place with 224 points, a 20-point difference from Howl and 301. Their lead was relatively stable. But the situation wasn't as relaxed for Happy. They currently had 212 points, only 8 points ahead of those 2 teams. If they slipped up during their confrontations with these 2, then they could be dragged right down. Behind that, 100 Blossoms was still eyeing the top spots, and if they performed well, one good counterattack could directly kick Happy out of the top 8. Happy's opponents in the last 6 rounds, aside from their direct competitors Howl and 301, included Void, Lightly, Bright Green, and Thunderclap. These opponents weren't weak either, especially Thunderclap, another team currently trapped in the mud hole. Currently, Thunderclap had slightly fewer points than Happy, only 211, and in the final 6 rounds they would be facing Howl, Misty Rain, Happy, 100 Blossoms, Samsara, Miracle. Another brutal match schedule. After analyzing the match schedules of the last 6 rounds, everyone was dumbfounded. Of the 5 teams currently embroiled in a battle for a spot in the playoffs, Happy, Thunderclap, Howl, 301, and 100 Blossoms, not a single one had an easy schedule, and there were multiple matches where they would be going head-to-head. Among the 5 teams, no one dared to predict right now which team would be kicked out of the top 8. After round 32, Happy's boss Chen found herself so anxious that she couldn't fall asleep. Originally, she'd thought that Happy already had a safe spot in the playoffs, but now at the end things had become so difficult and intense. Happy had actually played quite well in the past few rounds. After they'd begun to send up Luo Ji and Wei Chen, they might lose 1 or 2 points here and there, but wins of 8 and 9 points were still very pretty. Their one loss was their away game against Misty Rain, who'd beaten them 9-1. In an instant, the teams behind them had closed the distance. Perhaps it was true that the other team's recent performances had simply been too excellent, too strong. In round 33, Happy played their away game against Void. Void was currently 28 points behind the top 8. Normally, they probably would have given up on the playoffs just like Misty Rain. But as of now, the current struggle for the top 8 was a mudhole. Maybe there'd be a few teams that completely collapsed. Void didn't want to give up. But their upcoming match schedule was also worthy of tears. For the final 6 rounds of the season, they still had to play Happy, 100 Blossoms, Radiant, Royal Style, Blue Rain, and Tyranny. But Void's dedicated fans had drafted an especially beautiful blueprint. According to the fans' plan, Void would use their home field advantage to take care of their direct competitors Happy and 100 Blossoms. Then, they would get the points they could off of Radiant and Royal Style. By then, 4 rounds would be over and the leaderboard situation would be clearer. Even though Void would have to face Blue Rain and Tyranny, these two teams had stable spots in the playoffs, and they might even be resting up in preparation for the playoffs. Void might have an easier time getting points off of these two teams. This so-called Void's plan of counterattack post instantly became very popular. Some mocked it, but others voiced their support. After all, the analysis in the post wasn't without basis. Void's match schedule looked demonic, but the latter 4 matches might not be too bad to play. The same was true in general. If a team met one of the top 4 teams at the end of the season, it might not be a brutal match. It wasn't that the top 4 teams were going easy necessarily, it was simply logical to let their main players get a chance to rest after a full season of difficult matches and then use their full potential in the playoffs. So, rounds 33 and 34 became crucial. Void's dedicated fans had already pointed out the path for them. They couldn't fall here, could they? The team players were also chanting their slogans. These next 2 home games, they had to win, in order to see the dawn of entering the playoffs. The discussion, commentary, and analysis from all sides worried Chen Guo, especially after she saw that Happy's training plans didn't undergo any special adjustment. She almost wanted to say, at such a crucial time, shouldn't they let Wei Chen and Luo Ji take a break? After all, entering the playoffs in the first place should be the priority. But judging from the rhythm of recent practices, Yu Xiao wasn't planning on changing the original arrangement. Should she say something to him? Chen Guo hesitated, because to express this at this point of time would be expressing her lack of faith toward those two. It was the reality that this old player and this new player were weaker in strength, but to prepare them for this crucial moment and then not use them, wouldn't that upset them? Did Yu Xiao anticipate this, and that was why he couldn't say anything? If those two could take the initiative to bring this up, that would be ideal. Chen Guo had no hope for someone as shameless as Wei Chen, but Luo Ji wasn't Wei Chen. Luo Ji understood his own level very clearly, as well as the current situation. In the meeting before round 33, when Yu Xiao scheduled him to go unstage as normal, Luo Ji actually brought up this point, wondering if it would be more suitable to make an adjustment. What understanding! Chen Guo was moved. For the sake of the team, he didn't care about his individual gains or losses. What a good kid. Compared to him, Wei Chen was really an infuriating guy. But to Chen Guo's surprise, Yu Xiao rejected Luo Ji's suggestion altogether. The current situation is critical, but the playoffs will only be even more so. If you hide from this now, then what will you do in the playoffs, said Yu Xiao. Chen Guo wanted to say we should at least ensure that we make playoffs first, but after opening her mouth, she restrained herself in the end. All this time, she had only listened from the side during these strategy meetings. Sometimes she would ask a question if something was unclear, but she never voiced an idea or suggestion. She knew exactly what level she was at, and she didn't want to become an idiotic backseat driver. This time, Chen Guo felt that this had nothing to do with strategy, it was just an attitude, and she had the right to say something. But just when the words were on her lips, she didn't know why, perhaps from habit or something else, she automatically swallowed them back. But it seemed like Yu Xiao knew what she wanted to say. He turned his head to glance at her, and said, "Our goal is to win the championships. We need the courage to face any situation. You too, Luo Ji. This kind of match is training for you. After this round, be ready to play in the team battle. This is just a small stage. Relax, relax," Wei Chen said, with the confident air of a veteran. Chen Guo was speechless. But at least now she knew that Wei Chen wasn't truly shameless at this crucial time. He understood what choices Happy should make at this point. His and Luo Ji's going unstage now wasn't the typical training that teams would arrange for their rookies. This was also that they could be useful in the playoffs. That was why Happy hadn't sent them up from the very start for matches that would only waste their time. Happy sent them up now so they could have value on the field. Because they were about to face the playoffs, they needed the courage and belief to take responsibility. I understand. Luo Ji was as anxious as ever, but he understood the rationale. Anxiety? Nervousness? Pressure? It was alright that he felt all this, because sending him unstage now was so that he could get used to this sort of anxiety, nervousness, and pressure. There were still 6 rounds left. He should value these chances. How could he retreat? Send me unstage. Luo Ji mustered his determination, but his voice still trembled. He was truly terrified that he would lose 1 or 2 or even more points, and ultimately prevent Happy from entering the top 8. But he already demonstrated the determination to face difficulties head-on. He would overcome all of this. Good, Yi Xiao nodded. Then the plan is as it was before. Work hard, strive for this victory. Let's end Void's plan of counterattack right here. Laughter in the meeting room. Evidently, they all had seen that recently trending post. The team that theoretically had the least chance of entering the top 8 actually became the most attention-grabbing. It had to be said that people were miracle chasers. They wanted to see the seemingly impossible become reality, that is, miracles. After the meeting ended, everyone split up to gather their belongings. In the afternoon, they would be flying to City X. Yi Xiao watched everyone leave one by one, but he himself headed toward Happy's R&D department. Guan Rongfei, along with the other R&D workers Happy had found, were all working frantically. Pseudo-silver equipment. This was what Yi Xiao and the others ultimately decided to call their planned level 80 orange equipment. After all, any equipment that came out of the equipment editor would have its name in silver. But because its stats were purposely weaker and closer to those of orange equipment of the same level, everyone decided to call them pseudo-silver. Happy didn't have enough resources to create more level 75 silver equipment. Now, they were prepared to bolster their strength with pseudo-silver equipment. But pseudo-silver couldn't just be created on a whim either. The direct jump from level 70 to level 80 was possible in Guan Rongfei's research through accumulating materials. The myriad manifestations umbrella itself required a large amount of materials, but other equipment didn't. So, right now, they had to figure out how to change the blueprint so they could add more materials without ruining the stats of the equipment and ultimately push them to level 80. This was one of the hardest parts in investigating pseudo-silver equipment. It was proven that this was possible, so Happy was currently working on creating as many pseudo-silver equipment as they could. Chapter 1352. A map suited to phantom demons. The pseudo-silver equipment might have cost huge expenses in materials, but since they weren't trying to achieve the best possible stats, the requirements for the materials weren't quite as high. For orange equipment stats, even rare materials were rarely needed. This solved a huge problem. After all, no matter high level or not, rare materials were limited in number and held great value. Yet now, with low requirements for rare materials, most of the other materials were easily obtainable from their guilds. Anything else they lacked weren't something they couldn't buy with a little money. 16 pieces. That was the answer Yi Xiao obtained when he came asking about it. They had already produced 16 pieces of pseudo-silver equipment. From nothing to this was impressive, terrifying even, progress. Thus, Happy decided to forego switching their new equipment in for now. May 1st, round 33 of the Pro League began. Though Void had drawn attention with their plan of counterattack, however, this analysis made by attentive and hopeful fans was more anticipation than anything. In the round 33, it was clear that the match between Thunderclap and Wind Howl was the hottest topic, and it naturally became the match to be live broadcasted. However, none of the fans that came to the stadium cared about that. Banners, signs, they practically flooded Void's home stadium. For Void, this was like an early finals. If they lost, this season would end here for them. If they won, then they might still have a chance. Amidst the cheering, the players entered the stage, their accounts projected one after the other in the center of the stage. To Happy, Void's fans weren't all that friendly. For one, the match was crucial, and second, Happy had beaten Void 10-0 last time. Though a 10-0 and a 9-1 only had 1 point of difference, but they held two completely different meanings. A 10-0 was a flawless victory, a true sweep. It was equal to getting a perfect in a PK. The victorious side would be showered in glory and the losing side would be humiliated. No team's fans would be as naive as to not hate someone after such a humiliation. Team Happy's members settled in their seats amidst the ear-piercing jeers of the fans. However, they had already experienced over 30 matches, with over 10 of them away games. Happy's players wouldn't be scared by this. No matter how scary it was, it couldn't compare to Tyranny. They had already experienced Tyranny's home stadium. The pre-match preparations came to an end and soon the time for the match arrived. For Team Happy, Yishio was sent out, as expected. As for Team Void? All the fans were curious as to who their team would send out to beat Yishio and his 31 consecutive victories. But Li Xian. When the name appeared on the big screen, the entire stadium went into uproar. What was going on? Was it becoming fashionable for captains to challenge Yishio recently? Wind Howl's Tang Hao, Royal Styles Tien Sen, they had both done it, and now, their captain, the #1 Phantom Demon, Li Xian, had stepped up to the challenge, too. Good luck, Captain! The stadium had erupted into cheering. Fielding their captain was a display of Void's courage and confidence. However, if he lost, then that was sure to be a huge blow to their morale. Li Xian's Crying Devil was a Phantom Demon, too, a class that was more on the supporting side. Yet, he had stepped up in this moment. The two entered their booths and their characters were loaded into the map. The match soon began. A Phantom Demon's map choice naturally wouldn't tilt the scales in Yishio's favor. This map was a town with many alleyways, perfect for a Phantom Demon's ghost boundaries, AoE effects and damage. Seeing the map, Yishio naturally understood Li Xian's intentions. Lord Grimm very uncharacteristically didn't head straight for the center of the map, instead choosing to move strategically. The two characters, one took the left path, the other took the right. Once they were at the center, they looked out and neither of them saw the other. Ooh? How come you've switched playstyles today? Li Xian asked in the public chat. In one-on-one matches, Yishio had maintained a simple and brutal style, charging right into the center, hunting down his target and beating them into a pulp. Your map choice is too much. If you left even a slight opening, you think I'd have to resort to this? Yishio replied. Li Xian paused for a moment and then realized that Yishio wasn't just trash talking. For this map of choice, even the area at the center of the map was just the right size for Crying Devil to cover as a Phantom Demon. He really didn't leave any room for his opponent. Under these circumstances, his opponent definitely wouldn't be able to fight in such a straightforward manner anymore. Playing dirty was pretty much his only choice. Ha ha ha, next time, next time. Even as Li Xian wasted his breath with Yishio, he began to pay more attention to what was behind him. He had chosen this map and was naturally very familiar with it. It took but a moment for him to analyze the routes his opponent could take to get behind him. It was a one-on-one map, after all, so it wouldn't be very large, its complexity was therefore also limited. Where would his opponent be? Just as Li Xian was considering this, he heard the sound of cannon fire. Looking up, he saw a character fly into the air. Apart from Lord Grimm, who else could it be? The other wouldn't just stay in the alleyways and wait for death, so he jumped right onto the roof. This playstyle wasn't unexpected to Li Xian. The alleyways were narrow. In comparison, the rooftops were much more wide and open. Lord Grimm turned this view on the rooftop. Li Xian didn't make his presence known. In a direct confrontation, there was little chance his Phantom Demon would be able to take on the powerful unspecialized. Thus, this match would rely on tactics. He had to find a chance and CC Lord Grimm for good. He couldn't let him escape, he had to take him down in one go. Thus, the first strike was critical. This strike may very well decide the entire battle. Li Xian wouldn't act without 100% certainty. However, if he kept waiting like this, it wasn't like opportunity would just come to him. Li Xian considered his options for a moment before letting Crying Devil stick his head up into Lord Grimm's field of vision for a moment. I see you. The message jumped out and light flashed. Lord Grimm was already launching attacks over at him. Anti-tank missiles, the 3 artillery shells shot over. it wasn't anything that could threaten him. Li Xian easily had Crying Devil charge and dodge the attack, heading towards Lord Grim. Yi Xiao, naturally, wasn't afraid of close combat. Seeing his opponent approach him, it was exactly what he wanted. Lord Grim didn't enter the alleyways, remaining on the rooftops as he approached. Bang, bang, bang. Currently, Lord Grim was the only one who could attack. He shot normal attacks at Crying Devil as he leaped across the rooftops. These attacks were nothing significant, and it didn't matter even if Crying Devil didn't dodge. The two characters, after sneaking to the center, suddenly decided to show themselves one after the other and charge right at one another. Considering this, their earlier action seemed completely wasteful. Finally, the two characters were mid-range from each other, and Lord Grim gained more usable attack methods. As for Crying Devil, his ghost boundaries were finally in range. However, face-to-face, there was no point in trying to unleash ghost boundaries. Ghost boundaries required casting. If they didn't control their distance and used them in a head-on confrontation, then it'd definitely be interrupted. Currently, Crying Devil and Lord Grim were a little closer, and it didn't seem like the former had any chance to summon a ghost boundary. But that was when Crying Devil suddenly swerved and entered Lord Grim's blind spot. However, Yi Xiao was very experienced. Even just from this view, he could guess what the terrain was like in his blind spot. Standing above, his mind rapidly constructed the possible route Crying Devil had used the blind spot to take. However, he couldn't grasp the other's movement speed. Not being able to grasp the other's movement speed meant that he couldn't estimate his opponent's position. Even if he could calculate the routes his opponent might take, Yi Xiao couldn't make a precise judgment. He really wasn't that familiar with this map, otherwise he'd be able to figure out where the other might attack from through sheer experience. Right now, Yi Xiao could only use what was in front of him to make a vague judgment. There? Yi Xiao glanced at a spot and immediately had Lord Grim charge over. He still didn't come down, remaining on the rooftops. He would jump over what gaps he could and those he couldn't, he'd jump down then right back up. As he advanced, he continued to turn his view, looking out for any hint of Crying Devil. A figure suddenly flashed in his periphery. Yi Xiao immediately had Lord Grim come to a stop. That position, that direction, it was off from Yi Xiao's prediction. Where was his opponent trying to go? He had yet to come to a conclusion when another figure suddenly flickered into view. How come he's come to this side now? Yi Xiao turned around, observing the two places Crying Devil appeared, unable to figure out his opponent's intentions. Was he just taking a longer route to hide his actual goal? Yi Xiao didn't think it was so simple. This seemed more like a trap, baiting him into investigating further. Thus, after Yi Xiao had Lord Grim carefully take a good look at the surrounding terrain, he stopped moving. Li Xian had Crying Devil run and run, popping out here and there. All this trouble, only to find that his opponent had stopped moving. Crying Devil once again walked out of Lord Grim's blind spot, giving the other a clear view. However, he only saw the other turn to look, not move. That's enough of that. You can stop. I'm not going over, Yi Xiao said in the chat. If you don't come over, how are we going to fight? Li Xian saw that his opponent was far too experienced and cunning. He was running around, but the other just watched him like some sort of circus monkey, not bothering to move. Thus, Li Xian also gave up. You come over, Yi Xiao suggested. No way, I can't fight you while you're over there like that, Li Xian replied. Then give me a place you can fight in. We'll go over, Yi Xiao replied. I like where I am now. Then perished the thought. What about we roll die? We'll take the numbers we roll as coordinates and go over, Li Xian suggested. Sure, you go first. Yi Xiao said. Okay, Li Xian agreed and then really did roll in the chat. 34. Li Xian's number had been rolled. Your turn, he messaged. And so this time it was Lord Grim rolling dice in the chat. 41. 34, 41. There, Li Xian said. I was already moving when 34 was rolled. Haven't you realized I've disappeared? Yi Xiao replied. I've realized for a while now, Li Xian said. Because I already knew you'd roll a 34, Yi Xiu said. I knew that you would know, Li Xian said. Really? Then guess where I am now, Yi Xiu said. Li Xian didn't reply, because he had to keep his attention on his surroundings and not the chat. He knew that Lord Grimm had already approached Crying Devil. Chapter 1353. A Battle of Awareness. Cast. Without a trace of hesitation, Crying Devil's blade flickered. One shouldn't be fooled by the idle chatting and banter in the public channel. In reality, the two of them were carefully controlling their characters while relying on their wealth of experiences to determine the other's actions. In the instant that Li Xian had stopped chatting, he already knew that Lord Grimm was nearby, and without the slightest hesitation, Crying Devil called forth a ghost boundary. But halfway through the cast, Lord Grimm's figure suddenly flashed in front of him. So fast! Li Xian was startled. This speed was a fair bit faster than what he'd predicted. With the cast halfway done, could he complete it? Bang! Lord Grimm opened fire, sending bullets precisely towards him. He couldn't complete it. Li Xian made an accurate judgment in a split second, cancelling his previous ghost boundary cast. Crying Devil jumped to the side to avoid the gunfire as the silver weapon, for Heavenly Wheel spun one round next to him, casting a Shadow Image. Shadow Image was a Ghostblade's protective skill. Within 1 minute, the player could activate it any number of times to offset the damage that they took. In a head-on fight, especially against a veteran like Yi Xiu, Li Xian didn't make Crying Devil summon a ghost boundary, instead casting Shadow Image before immediately retreating. Lord Grimm had appeared at a speed which exceeded his expectations, but if one were to say that moment had decided the difference between victory and defeat, it really wasn't so simple. Crying Devil retreated, and in just a few steps, he had already turned another corner. Without hesitation, he began to cast his ghost boundary once again. Crying Devil's cast speed was very fast. Li Xian was confident that Lord Grimm had no way of once again appearing before him so quickly that he couldn't finish his cast. But this time, an explosion rang out. The wall in front of Crying Devil had been blown up by Lord Grimm's cannon fire, immediately sending fragments flying inches away from Crying Devil, who was now worried that he wouldn't be able to get out unscathed. Interrupt! Before even being able to see Crying Devil's situation, Lord Grimm used such a method to indirectly interrupt his ghost boundary cast. The two of them were carefully analyzing each other. The back-and-forth combat so far had been completely reliant on their snap decisions and conjectures made from their awareness. Apart from the time when Lord Grimm had interrupted the cast with his gun, the two people hadn't seen each other's movements directly at all. This was purely a battle of awareness and experience. Retreat! Li Xian, who once again had his cast interrupted, had no choice but to retreat. Crying Devil continued to retreat frantically. On this map that Li Xian chose, he didn't even need to look to know what the next street would look like. But before he could even retreat 2 steps, Li Xian heard another gunshot before hearing the sound of rotor wing being used. Chasing from above. Li Xian quickly raised his camera angle and adjusted Crying Devil's movement accordingly. In the end, what the audience saw instead was Lord Grimm using aerial fire, with the rotor wings only being used for hovering at a low elevation. Yi Xiu was too crafty. The crowd was awed. Yi Xiu had made use of the sound effect of the two skills, managing to cloud Li Xian's judgment. In reality, he controlled Lord Grimm chase on level ground at first before suddenly popping out from a corner and charging straight towards his opponent. As he had to defend from aerial attacks, Li Xian had chosen to turn a different street corner. But at this time, he was suddenly face to face with Lord Grimm, who had charged straight over, creating an extremely awkward situation. Run! Upon seeing the distance between the two of them, Li Xian knew that he had no time to cast his skills, and could only run away again to find a better position. But this time, it wasn't so easy for him to escape. Lord Grimm's various movement skills were put on full display, and in that instant, his explosive speed wasn't something that a ghost blade could compare to at all. His once faraway opponent had very quickly begun to latch onto him. Li Xian immediately realized that Lord Grimm's earlier burst of speed that had exceeded his expectations could really end up being the factor that decided victory and defeat. Because of that one moment, he had been passive at every step, and Yishio had never given him the chance to summon his ghost boundaries again. And now, Yishio had already succeeded in latching onto him. In this battle, as the number 1 Phantom Demon, Crying Devil had surprisingly not laid down even a single ghost boundary. Wasn't this just too laughable? Earthquake Sword. Crying Devil suddenly turned his body, sending an earthquake sword towards Lord Grimm, who was chasing him from behind. Lord Grimm jumped lightly, dodging the attack. Moonlight Slash, Full Moonlight Slash. The two skills slashed out in succession. Stop struggling. While controlling Lord Grimm to dodge, Yishio still had time to send this message in the global channel. Evidently, this attack really didn't pose much of a threat towards him. But at this time, Crying Devil unexpectedly started casting. Surprisingly, he was trying to forcefully summon a ghost boundary. In the end, Yishio completely ignored it, and Lord Grimm charged forth. The ghost boundary was summoned. Crying Devil had unexpectedly managed to summon a ghost boundary, but Sword Boundary. It raised the strength and intelligence of characters, but it didn't have any direct effect that restrained an opponent. At the same time as the sword boundary was completed, Lord Grimm's sword had already reached Crying Devil's head. You're too obsessive. Yishio sighed. Yeah, if I couldn't even lay down one ghost boundary, that would just be too outrageous, Li Xian replied. The sword boundary that he laid down was the only ghost boundary he'd managed to cast the entire match, but it didn't have any real influence on the battle. Afterwards, Lord Grimm latched onto Crying Devil like glue, not giving him another opportunity until he finally fell. It looked as if Yishio had taken the first victory effortlessly, and it seemed as if the so-called first Phantom Demon didn't pose any real threat to him. Yet, real experts wouldn't have that kind of opinion. In this round, it had really been one move that decided victory or defeat. Now, because Lord Grimm had managed to latch onto Crying Devil, it looked as if he had effortlessly obtained victory. But if at the very first step, Crying Devil had managed to use ghost boundaries to restrain Lord Grimm, it could very well be that everyone would be watching Crying Devil effortlessly dispatch Lord Grimm. And the real factor that decided that one moment were the countless actions that the two sides had taken before that. The essence of the match was the decisions that the two had made without seeing their opponent at all, instead relying purely on their awareness and experience to make all kinds of judgments. But to most of the audience, a match like this, with no real head-to-head combat, wasn't worth watching at all. Void supporters in the stadium were evidently somewhat dissatisfied with Li Xian's performance. But this was their captain, their core player, so everyone still gave him a bit more face. When Li Xian stepped down from the stage, sparse clapping could still be heard from the crowd. But Void's so-called plan of counterattack really wasn't off to a good start. The very first point had already been lost. In a matter of minutes, Void's home stadium, which had originally been a flurry of excitement and energy, now had a slightly depressed mood to it. At this stage, every single point was extremely valuable. Quite a few spectators were listening to the outcomes of other matches while watching the competition unfold in front of them. For Void to enter the playoffs, it was no longer purely dependent on their own effort. They also needed to rely on the misfortune of other teams in order to snatch a place for themselves. As their first individual round finished, there was some news about the other matches going on at the same time. Team Wind Howl was already up 1-0 against Thunderclap, 100 Blossoms was up 1-0 against Misty Rain, and 301 was up 1-0 against Miracle. Everyone else was winning, only Void had lost this 1 point. Was there no hope left? Everyone silently watched the players go unstage for the second round of the individual competition, and rigid applause filled the air. To the fans of Team Void, losing this 1 point was as bitter and painful as losing 10 points. Even if they saw that they had a better chance of winning in the second individual round, they still weren't able to drum up much enthusiasm. In the second round of the individual competition, Happis Luo Ji was against Void's Ji Saijia. Their ages weren't too far apart, and they could both be considered young in the glory circle. But where Luo Ji had only just begun to temper himself in real competitions, Ji Saijie had already displayed the air of a general in the last season, cementing himself as an important member of Team Void. Ji Saijie very calmly entered the player booths, but what about Luo Ji? His facade of calmness was only to cover up the nervousness he felt in his heart. It really could be said that he had to summon all his courage to take up the responsibility of competing in this round. He had already begun feeling some anxiety in his heart from yesterday, and until now, it hadn't subsided at all. He didn't know when he would be able to get rid of these feelings of nervousness. All he knew was that upon understanding that Happy's situation was somewhat dire, his heart began jumping even more fiercely. It was a pity that the referee didn't care for such things. Upon seeing the two players enter the player booths and the characters loading in, the second round of the individual competition quickly began. The moment his character loaded in, Luo Ji promptly examined the map. Hamlet was a map with nice scenery, with red clouds floating in the horizon. In the middle of the map, there was a main street, and at the end of the street, he could see Ji Saijie's blue exorcist already walking over steadily, at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. Luo Ji immediately controlled concealed light to take a roundabout route, hiding behind a straw house. He still didn't have any confidence when it came to taking on a professional player in a head-on fight, so he persisted with using tactics in every round. If he was playing a home game, with the ability to choose his map, things were a lot smoother, but in an away game, where he was faced with a map that he wasn't familiar with, it only made him more flustered. Unfortunately, this map happened to be one that Luo Ji wasn't familiar with. After temporarily having concealed light hide, Luo Ji momentarily had no clue as to what to do next. He controlled concealed light to sneakily stick out his head, taking a look at the main road, only to realize that Blue Exorcist had already disappeared. At this moment, Luo Ji had even less of a clue as to what to do next. Go out? Stay at his position and wait? Opponents that could fight directly and tactically created a lot of difficulties for Luo Ji. His calculation skills were not bad to begin with, but when his opponent had adopted a pace that was neither fast nor slow from the start, he had no way of determining how quickly his opponent would arrive. Now that his opponent had clearly opted to take a tactical approach, Luo Ji also had no way of figuring out which corner of the hamlet his opponent had hidden in. It seemed as if he could only rely on careful observation and thorough preparations now. Luo Ji started to line up his summons. He definitely wasn't a player that didn't use his brain. Seeing as he wasn't familiar with the entire map, then he would have to understand it one part at a time, and then use those parts to establish his battlefield, making full use of the map's features. Luo Ji controlled concealed light, quickly and carefully observing this corner of the map. His spirit cat was the first to be sent out, moving and hiding in an underbrush in front of him. Afterwards, the Devil World flowers were planted behind a tree. From the direction that Blue Exorcist was coming from, it probably wouldn't be within his field of view. Afterwards, his young wyvern and thunder eagle split up and flew to the roofs of the straw houses to his left and right. Afterwards, concealed light himself holed up in the straw house on the left. The house didn't have a window, and Luo Ji's actions were as if he wanted to dig a hole for concealed light to hide in. The entire audience was stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be a fighting game? Why was it being played this way? Chapter 1354. Decided by details. Seeing Luo Ji's careful arrangement, the Void fans were on the verge of collapse. What kind of people were these happy players? What the hell was all this? This was an official match, you know? What were you taking it as, carrot fantasy or plants versus zombies or something? Seeing the summoned creatures scattered across the map, it didn't seem like glory anymore, but some sort of tower defense game. However, Luo Ji didn't seem to notice at all. Concealed light poked a hole in the wall of the straw hut and looked out through the hole. The Void fans in the stadium were restless. They had an omniscient view, so they were even more clear on Blue Exorcist's movements than Luo Ji. Blue Exorcist really was approaching in this direction. Seeing his progress, it wouldn't be long before he entered the formation Luo Ji had set. Though everyone looked upon this tower defense-like setup with contempt, but it also seemed very powerful. Ji Saijie wouldn't lose to this rookie, would he? The Void fans began to worry. After Li Xian had lost the first match, they were disappointed, like they had just lost 10 points. Their focus had subconsciously shifted as the match began, and they began to worry that Ji Saijie might walk into a trap. He's close. On the big screen, it was showing concealed light's view from where he was looking through the hole. Ji Saijie's blue exorcist strolled right into view, looking completely unsuspecting. The audience felt their heart in knots, many of them yelling, but none of it could be heard by the players in the booths. However, Ji Saijie seemed to realize that it wasn't logical that he still hadn't seen hide nor hair of concealed light from this position. Blue Exorcist slowed his movement speed slightly. Step by step, carefully now. However, Luo Ji was very patient. Although his heart was already jumping into his throat, he held himself still. He believed that this was his only chance for victory. He had to grasp it. His fingers were a little stiff from nerves, but his mechanics couldn't go wrong. From Luo Ji's view, everyone had realized what he was doing. Under the default settings, summon creatures would attack anyone who came within their aggro range. However, a summoner could command their summons to defend. That way, they would only attack those that came within attack range or those that attacked them first. They wouldn't initiate combat or pursue targets. However, that wasn't all that Luo Ji was doing with his summons. He was suppressing even the attacks that would be released when a target came within attack range. There was no setting for this, so if one wished to accomplish it, they could only continuously order their summons to defend. This was, of course, to make sure that his target was as deeply positioned within the formation as possible before attacking. However, if you wanted to suppress these attacks, you had to repeat actions at a certain rhythm. This sort of thing, for pro players, wasn't anything hard, but Luo Ji was nervous. His fingers were stiff, and he wasn't all that practiced at this sort of repetitive mechanics. It didn't feel like his fingers were actually his. By this time, Blue Exorcist had already gotten rather deep into range and the audience was cursing up a storm, but Luo Ji didn't think it was enough. His opponent hadn't gotten to prime position yet. However, he really couldn't continue with this repetitive actions that pro players shouldn't find very hard. His stiff fingers broke rhythm. Swoosh! The ones to attack first was the Devil World Flower, hiding behind a tree. A vine creaked out of the ground and curled towards Blue Exorcist's leg. Luo Ji, seeing this, knew that he was at his limit and couldn't help but be overwhelmed by disappointment. But at a time like this, he might as well hurry and attack. With Devil World Flower launching the assault, Young Wyvern and Thunder Eagle on the rooftops to the left and right also flew into the sky automatically. One spat a fireball down and the other spat a thunderbolt. Spirit Cat was a melee summon creature, so after telling it to defend, it wouldn't move. Luo Ji immediately cancelled his defend order and then had Concealed Light begin casting to summon Frost Wolf. Ice Wolf was relatively large in size and didn't have an appropriate hiding place in this area, so Luo Ji had Concealed Light summon directly. Outside of the straw hut, Devil World Flower's attack had come far too suddenly, and by the time Ji Saijie noticed, hurriedly having his aqua jump to dodge, it was too late. The vine whipped up, grabbing the limb it had caught and sending Blue Exorcist crashing back to the ground. He couldn't move. That was the side effect that the vine attack came with. Devil World Flower was extremely annoying because it had such an effect. Boom boom. A fireball from one side and a thunderbolt from the other crashed down. Blue Exorcist, unable to move, could only twist his body to dodge. However, he couldn't dodge them completely like this, and immediately, flames and electricity scorched his body. Whirlwind. Ji Saijie was very decisive as well, knowing that it wasn't the time to save up his skills. Blue Exorcist brandished his battle scythe, whirling it around and around. The vines of Devil World Flowers were like individual characters, having their own HP gauge. Once you used attacks to deplete its health, it would immediately break. Blue Exorcist ate another fireball and thunderbolt, but regained his movement, immediately lunging into a charge. He had already figured out the position of Devil World Flower. This summons had the strongest CC. Ji Saijie could tell that Blue Exorcist was too deep in his opponent's formation. Trying to escape Devil World Flowers wasn't the best choice at a time like this, killing it first would be the best option. Swoosh! Another spike stabbed up from the ground. Devil World Flowers attacks were considered very troublesome precisely because of how concealed they were. However, Ji Saijia's Blue Exorcist was already leaping up to dodge it. He was extremely calm, and even when surrounded like this, he could still make clear judgments on when Devil World Flower would attack. The airborne Blue Exorcist already had a third of the Devil World Flower in view, his scythe raised and about to strike when suddenly, with a howl and a breath of cold, Frost Wolf lunged from the side and tackling him to the ground. Concealed Light had also followed Frost Wolf out of the straw hut. Even though it was safer to hide inside the straw hut, his vision was limited and therefore would be limited in his control over his summoned creatures. For example, if Concealed Light had been in the straw hut for Frost Wolf's lunge, then he could only depend on the system-automated attacks and it probably wouldn't have been timed so well. Summons on auto were rather dumb, knowing only to attack and attack and attack. They wouldn't synchronize their actions and work with allies, and definitely wouldn't time their attacks. Thus, Concealed Light showed himself, and Luo Ji would use this field of vision to carefully control his summons and make sure Blue Exorcist didn't get another chance to escape. Blue Exorcist, tackled to the ground and torn at by Frost Wolf, had been slowed. With two explosions, the airborne Young Wyvern and Thunder Eagle once again spat out their Fireball and Thunderbolt. Spirit Cat had already arrived as well. It was only by Luo Ji's orders that it had yet to attack, leaving the tackle to Frost Wolf. Now, with the situation under control, Spirit Cat was free to come up and make its DPS contributions. Blue Exorcist rolled on the ground, dodging the attacks from the four beasts, occasionally jumping up to avoid Devil World Flower's sneak attacks from below. However, under the control of its summoner, Devil World Flower wouldn't necessarily attack according its set rhythm any longer. Considering Luo Ji's IQ, there was no way he'd let Ji Saijia use the set rhythm to his advantage and Devil World Flower began choosing the worst moments to attack. Blue Exorcist jumped to dodge 5 times and failed 4 times, beaten. Good job! Chen Guo was so excited. If Luo Ji could win, then that was already very impressive, let alone being able to control the situation so fully. With Blue Exorcist surrounded by summons like this, there probably wouldn't be any chances to turn the tables, right? Luo Ji's confidence was steadily growing as well. His tactics were very successful, managing to trap even Ji Saijia, a young and composed player. This was definitely a boost to his morale. Luo Ji had his summons attack relentlessly, relaxing more and more. He slowly regained feeling in his stiff fingers and Luo Ji suddenly thought, this actually wasn't so hard. Who would have thought that at that exact moment, Blue Exorcist managed to grasp an opening, his scythe twirling around and blue light shining on the ground. Not good. Rising Emblem. Luo Ji was startled. Blue Exorcist's successful attack was naturally because an opening had appeared amongst the 4 beasts around him. Luo Ji hurriedly had Devil World Flower attack, but as he did so, he was stunned by a sudden realization. Blue Exorcist was no longer within Devil World Flower's range. Though it seemed like Blue Exorcist was being crushed by the encirclement of the 4 beasts and Devil World Flower, he had been carefully moving out of Devil World Flower's range. It was just that Ji Saijia had been carefully concealing this movement amongst the 4 beasts' attacks and Luo Ji, in the end, didn't have enough experience, allowing this movement to go unnoticed until Blue Exorcist had moved out of range and grasped an opportunity to counterattack. Whoosh! Blue light rose from the ground, shooting towards the sky. Luo Ji desperately had his for-summoned beasts dodge out of range, but he was too late for all of them. No matter if it was Spirit Cat and Frost Wolf on the ground, or Young Wyvern and Thunder Eagle in the sky, they were all within range of Rising Emblem. In that moment, they were all thrown upwards. Blue Exorcist ignored them, lunging for Concealed Light, yet the scythe in his hand was thrown out with spiritual guidance, heading for Devil World Flower. Boom! The scythe also had an explosive talisman stuck to it, and Devil World Flower was instantly enveloped in a ball of flame. Fire element attacks dealt a huge amount of bonus damage to Devil World Flower, too. Just this one attack had Devil World Flower charred and blackened, unable to continue. Blue Exorcist continued to approach Concealed Light, empty-handed. He brandished his right hand through the air and formed another talisman while his left hand stretched out, catching the scythe returning from spiritual guidance. It's over? Seeing Ji Tsaijia's smooth attack combo, Luo Ji sighed in acceptance. Concealed Light summon creatures had all been left behind. Right now, what else could he do? He wouldn't have the chance to cast and summon again. As for the four beasts, their time was coming to an end and they would soon disappear. His opponent had considered all the details and currently, Luo Ji really had no way of turning this around. Pay attention to the details. When Concealed Light finally fell, Luo Ji was feeling rather depressed. This had originally been his forte, but this time, it was where he had lost. Chapter 1355. Battle of Nightwalkers. Ji Tsaijia's counterattack succeeded, and he won the battle. Void's fans in the audience were jumping and cheering in joy. Walking off stage in this sort of atmosphere only made Luo Ji feel even more upset. The huge digital display kept replaying the moment where Blue Exorcist leapt out of range of the Devil World flowers and then used a rising emblem to counterattack, successfully killing Concealed Light. It was Void's home stadium, after all. Of course they would replay their own players' soul-stirring moments for everyone to enjoy. Another wave of applause rose within the stadium. I was so close. Watching these images, Luo Ji's heart felt a wholly different emotion. He actually hadn't noticed at all when Blue Rain jumped out of Devil World Flowers range. Pay attention to the details, pay attention to all of the details. This was supposed to be his specialty, his greatest strength, but just then he had overlooked such a key point, something so important that it couldn't even be called a detail. Luo Ji truly couldn't forgive himself, especially for such an important match. He had held the advantage, but because of such a big mistake, he ruined his victory. When Luo Ji arrived back at the player area, he couldn't even bear to lift his head. It's nothing, said Yi Xiao. It's just a mistake, everyone makes them. When Old Wei was your age, his mistakes were much worse than yours. Oh, fuck off. When I was his age, glory probably didn't even exist yet, did it? Wei Chen said to Yi Xiao angrily. Oh? Really? Want to calculate it, said Yi Xiao. I don't want to look into this question, Wei Chen said with a wave of his hand. Standing to the side, Luo Ji knew that these two seniors' light-hearted bickering was all to comfort him. He felt moved, but he couldn't just brush this off like it didn't matter. It won't happen again. Luo Ji solemnly expressed his determination. No, but Yi Xiao shook his head. I'm serious, don't let this weigh you down. No matter how much you pay attention, mistakes can never be avoided completely. In fact, you can easily become too tense and do even worse. Relax. As long as you focus, pursue victory, work your hardest to do the best you can, maintain this kind of conviction, that's enough. Don't worry too much about the little details like mistakes. Again, he was supposed to stop worrying about the little details? Still, Luo Ji understood what Yi Xiao was trying to say. Focus? Maybe this was where his problem lay in this match. In the instant when Blue Exorcist had fallen into the encirclement and been knocked over by Frost Wolf, Luo Ji had also fallen into an encirclement, one of happiness. In that situation, it seemed like all of his focus had gone to feeling happy, hence how he had overlooked something so important. I really haven't seen enough of the world. Luo Ji mocked himself, knowing that this was because his match experience was still lacking. What kind of player would get so happy after just one successful attack? Luo Ji continued to think quietly as he returned to his seat. But as soon as he sat down, a hand came down hard upon his shoulder. You played pretty well. Steamed Bun praised him loudly, wearing a proud expression, as though it were the result of his own work. Luo Ji had no idea what to say in response to Steamed Bun's words. That defending radishes playstyle of yours seems really strong, Steamed Bun continued. Defending radishes. What did that even mean? Luo Ji was so agitated that he actually stood back up again, but seeing Steamed Bun's serious face, he quickly felt discouraged. When did steamed bun ever make sense? Whatever he said, just accept it. But defending radishes. Luo Ji still felt rather baffled. It was now the third match of the individual competition. Happy sent up Wei Chen, while Void sent their assassin player, Li Zun. Li Zun was originally the most famed user of life-risking strike, but ever since Yang Tsung changed his strategy, he gradually became more overlooked. Yang Tsung used life-risking strike more frequently, and his success rate left Li Zun in the dust, especially when he used it in the team competition. Even though Yang Tsung was gradually stepping down from his position, he remained a main attacker for 301. Even if 301 wanted to use life-risking strike, their strategy would still revolve around him. But Li Zun in Void didn't have such privilege. Void's core was the Ghost duo, and all strategies revolved around those two players. Li Zun's life-risking strike was his own decision in individual battle, but in the team battles, unlike Yang Tsung, he didn't have a whole team serving his needs. I never knew that life-risking strike could be used to this level. Li Zun, who especially loved this skill, felt all sorts of longing in his heart when he saw 301's play style. But he knew that Void wouldn't give him that kind of environment very often. Only in the individual competition could he run freely. But Li Zun already didn't pass up any opportunity to use it there. What he really wanted was to use it in the team competition. That feeling of taking out the opponent's core or important character with one attack, trading his tragic death for the team's victory, Li Zun felt a thrill just thinking about it. It's just too bad. Li Zun sighed. He could probably only continue to seize his chances in individual battle. The third match of the individual competition began. Since Li Zun was this kind of assassin, of course he chose a more complicated map. This was another street map. Void was generally good at such maps, which wasn't unrelated to the fact that their core was a phantom demon. This kind of map was good for phantom demons, so Void often chose such maps during team competition. After a long time, they would begin to like such maps for individual battles as well. The characters loaded in and the match began. A warlock on one side and an assassin on the other, both Nightwalkers. They both started moving strategically from the very start, ducking into alleys and slowly moving forward. Wei Chen, Windward formation. Before the match, Li Zun hadn't expected that he would meet this player from Happy, so he hadn't really prepared for this. For such a critical match, Happy was still brave enough to use a player that hadn't really gone unstage much this season. This was a rather unexpected move. Wei Chen had basically been overlooked in Void's preparations for this match. But even if they had paid attention to him, they didn't have much to work off of. There was only so much information to be found about a player who had appeared so infrequently. It wasn't like they could dig up old Blue Rain matches from seasons 1 and 2 a decade ago, could they? The Glory competitive scene was tied to the game itself. Skills and tactics were constantly updating, becoming stronger and more extravagant. 10 years ago, levels were capped at 50, 55, there were fewer skills, and current playstyles had evolved so much since then. And with the level 75 update, with the addition of level 75 equipment and skills, even data from just a few years ago had to be scrutinized with care. Some playstyles had grown extinct because of new equipment or skills. About Wei Chen and Windward formation, there were only two phrases in Li Zun's mind. Dirty playing. Cast range. Yes, dirty playing. This warlock was truly very dirty. This sort of match attitude couldn't be erased by new strategies or skills. It was like how Fang Rui was still dirty even after changing classes to Chi Master. It was really hard to imagine. The old Swaksar was actually a dirty-playing warlock? Li Zun tried to compare Wei Chen and the current user of Swaksar, Yu Wenju, and instantly shuddered. The difference was too great. Li Zun thought. In general, when teams searched for someone to inherit such an important character, they would try and choose someone with a similar style. That way, the team's overall style wouldn't have to change much, and the transition would be smoother. But Blue Rain, this? Li Zun honestly had no idea how they transitioned. Wasn't there another person between Wei Chen and Yu Wenju at the time? Was that person both dirty playing and hand-crippled? To Lee Zun, Season 3 was a long time ago, and he wasn't a Blue Rain fan, so he didn't really know much about this extra Swaxar user hidden in Blue Rain's history. Even Wei Chen, if he hadn't jumped back into the spotlight by joining Happy, how many young players would know about this old senior from Blue Rain? Against dirty playing guy, he couldn't become overconfident. Especially since this guy had that massive cast range. Lee Zun couldn't let himself die without even managing to touch him. Lee Zun's assassin Ghost Lantern walked along the streets, quickly arriving at his planned destination. And then Ghost Lantern jumped up, displaying the assassin's special passive skill air jump. Jumping with his left and then right foot, he easily hopped atop this small two-story building. The roof was spacious. Although it wasn't very high up, the angle and field of view from this position were really quite good. From here, many regions on this map could be examined. As soon as Ghost Lantern jumped on here, Lee Zun found where Windward Formation was. He's taking the middle road. Lee Zun silently watched for a while, judging what Wei Chen's plans were. Windward Formation was using the most standard method of strategic movement, heading toward the map center in a roundabout way, finding the target so a sneak attack could be launched from the side or back. But too bad, I'm over here. Lee Zun's Ghost Lantern crouched on the rooftop, and he continued to silently study Windward Formation as the character appeared and disappeared. Finally, Lee Zun made his judgment and Ghost Lantern gently jumped from the roof, directly landing upon another two-story rooftop across the street, and then directly headed toward where Windward Formation was. HM? How come I don't see anyone? The little guy's hiding. At this time, a message from Wei Chen arrived in the chat. Dirty playing, as expected. Dirty playing guys always liked saying a few words in the chat to rile up the opponent. Speaking of this style, Blue Rain had really succeeded in carrying it on. But Huang Xiaoqian's method was entirely different from the dirty playing style of riling up. His method was just straight up bombing the opponent to exhaustion. What in the world had happened in Blue Rain? How had the seniors' talents been passed on like this? No more dirty plays, but the trash talking became so frenzied. As Lee Zun controlled Ghost Lantern forward, he actually grew quite curious about Blue Rain's past. He even made the decision, next time he met Blue Rain, he had to ask about their story. As for whatever Wei Chen said after that, apologies, but he didn't look. It was just trash talk. Who wanted to see it? Lee Zun chose to ignore it, and his gaze didn't even wander toward the chat window. Ghost Lantern continued to move, and finally, Windward Formation's sneaker-looking posture clearly appeared in front of him. Ghost Lantern rolled onto the ground. From now on, his movements needed to be even more careful. How should he go about this? If he directly went up and used a life-risking strike, could that take care of him? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Lee Zun instantly became fired up. Chapter 1356. A casual poke. Closing in, step by step. Right now, the entire stadium's feelings were bound to Ghost Lantern's movement. On screen, everyone saw from Lee Zun's point of view. Windward Formation's outline became larger and clearer. Closer and closer. Life-risking strike. Almost everyone had this thought, since they were familiar with Lee Zun's style. This was a player who would always pursue a kill with life-risking strike. But could he do it this time? This really needed to be considered. Just judging from their life totals, Ghost Lantern was capable of assassinating Windward Formation with a life-risking strike. However, would Windward Formation's equipment affect the outcome? Armor values weren't useful. Life-risking strike traded hit point for hit point, it removed health directly and ignored armor. However, what if Windward Formation's armor had damage absorption effects? Damage absorption would be able to reduce incoming health removal from life-risking strike. If the absorption percentage was high enough, then this skill wouldn't be able to directly kill Windward Formation. Unfortunately, Void had no such information on the silver equipment on Windward Formation, since their team lacked information and research on both Wei Chen and Windward Formation. Lee Zun could only rely on his own judgment. When directly comparing health values, Ghost Lantern was 12% higher than Windward Formation. The Assassin's HP stat growth was below average. Ghost Lantern's equipment had some additional HP boosts. It was necessary for someone who loved life-risking strike, where the damage output scaled with HP. The difference was that the HP was not stacked as high as possible like normal players would do. With disregard to anything else, Void did not want him to just focus on life-risking strike and needed him to contribute in other ways too. Right now, his health points were 12% higher than Windward Formation's. This meant that if Windward Formation's equipment carried more than 12% damage absorption, he could survive Ghost Lantern's life-risking strike. If not, then life-risking strike would be a one-hit kill. Maybe attack a few times and do a calculation first? It's possible an opportunity like this would not arise again. The opponent had a dirty play style, and all pro players knew how hard it was to successfully ambush a dirty player. Lee Sun really just didn't want to give up this huge opportunity that presented itself before him. Take a shot at it? Lee Sun pondered. 12% damage absorption was not high. However, Warlocks wore cloth armor and had subpar defensive attributes. This meant not just basic defense values, but also other defensive attributes, such as armor values and damage absorption values. Cloth armors were the worst in this aspect, amongst all other armor types. A lowly 12%. However, for it to appear on cloth armor, quite a chunk of other useful attributes might have been traded off for it. Would a Warlock sacrifice these useful attributes for some extra survivability? This was really hard to say. After all, survivability was useful for any class and couldn't be considered a waste. So did Windward Formation have it? Ghost Lantern's movement grinded to a halt. Lee Sun could not reach a conclusion and did not advance any further. If he kept going, he would have to act. Equipment chosen by someone who loved playing dirty. Would he prioritize attributes like damage absorption? Lee Sun was trying to answer the question from perspective of the opponent's play style. However, before he could reach any conclusion, Lee Sun suddenly remembered something else. Cast range. Windward Formation's biggest distinctive feature was his absurdly long cast range. A long cast range meant a big attack area, which also meant a larger protective zone. A Warlock that had an advantage in that aspect, would he need more protective measures? Would he? He shouldn't need it. Lee Sun's mind was made. It wasn't from the opponent's play style, but rather from his character's specialty. Then, let's go. Ghost Lantern once again began his advance. He leapt down from a rooftop and landed in a half-crouch soundlessly, then patiently stalked forward. Patient bastard, I'm behind you. Lee Sun couldn't resist complaining to himself after seeing that Wei Chen seemed to be patiently and cluelessly waiting for his target to appear. Ghost Lantern approached, step by step. Finally, he ran out of cover and could only approach directly from behind. There were only a few steps left, but the closer he got, the more nervous Lee Sun got. If the opponent suddenly turned around now, then it would all have been for naught. Approach with a shining cut or continue slowly moving. The two options crossed Lee Sun's mind, and he made his decision in a split second. At this time, Lee Sun decided it was better to be fast about it. He didn't want to risk all his work being wasted after coming this far. Shining cut. Immediately, a cold light flashed out, along with the fluttering of cloth in the wind. Ghost Lantern had already abruptly flashed behind Windward Formation. Life-risking strike. Life-risking strike as expected. Lee Sun boldly used this skill to directly decide the match. Windward Formation hastily turned around after hearing the sound behind him, but Ghost Lantern's dagger had already arrived. Fueled by his own life, a one-hit kill assassination skill from Ghost Lantern. Fierce, powerful. Windward Formation's reaction was meaningless. Turning around only presented his chest to be stabbed by Ghost Lantern's dagger. Schluck! A hair-raising sound was produced as the dagger buried itself deep into Windward Formation's chest. However, an ominous feeling arose in Lee Sun's mind. Something's off, something's really off. Something had to be off. The attack hit, and Windward Formation's health bar slid down quickly. However, Li Zun felt something went terribly wrong. His intuition told him that he shouldn't stay here and pose, he needed to turn tail and run. But Windward Formation's arm was already raised. Death's hand casually poked at a random spot on Ghost Lantern's body. He fell? Ghost Lantern fell. Life-risking strike left the user with 1 hit point. That meant that even a normal melee attack from a Warlock staff was enough to kill him. For Windward Formation to be able to carry out that attack, however, it only meant one thing: life-risking strike did not one-shot him. Miscalculation. Li Zun only had regret in his mind, but it was all too late. Ghost Lantern's 1 hit point was not enough to handle anything, and a poke from his opponent's staff dispatched him. How ludicrous. No skills were used, and a regular poke ended the match. He really handed himself to his opponent. Yes, he did. Handed himself on a silver platter. Everything suddenly became clear to Li Zun. The opponent planned his whole strategy around his playstyle and gave him an opportunity to use life-risking strike. Li Zun knew something was wrong, but now he knew exactly what. It was his opponent's reaction. This was the Pro League. They were all pro players with unmatched experience. Even for someone who had not played for a long time, being part of the Pro League meant his glory experience was richer than a regular player. Just then, when Ghost Lantern charged forth with Shining Cut, what was the opponent's reaction when he heard it? He turned around. He actually turned around. This was way too much of a rookie's reaction. Any glory player who had some PK experience would know to dodge instead of turn around if they felt something was off behind themselves. Roll, jump, strafe, rush forward, or use a skill. Anything was fine, but there was no reason to turn around. What would that do? If they saw your poor face, would they suddenly feel a rush of sympathy and stop their attack? As it turned out, Windward Formation's reaction was to turn around. Even though he barely made an appearance this season, wasn't it laughable for this antique of a player with more than 10 years' experience in glory to turn around in this situation? Not realizing immediately was absolutely moronic. Turning around at that time meant Wei Chen was prepared way ahead of time. Wei Chen already had a plan in mind, so when the attack came, he did not dodge or retreat but turned around. When life-risking strike hit, he just casually poked away. I got fucking poked to death. Li Zun clutched his head and wished he could stuff his whole head into his monitor. I got played, completely played. If he realized a split second earlier, there was still time to cancel the attack, but he didn't, he completely missed it. At the time, he was already immersed in the elation of winning the match with 1 strike. Turns out, the match really did end, not with his 1 strike, but the opponent's 1 poke. A Warlock raised his staff and poked. Thinking of this, Li Zun once again felt the urge to stuff his head into his monitor. Thus, the 3rd match of the individual competition was concluded. It hadn't sunk in for the whole stadium yet. It hadn't even sunk in for the referee. Wei Chen appeared from his player booth, grinning ear to ear, and waved at everyone watching. This isn't Happy's home stadium. The audience didn't even have time to feel bad about him winning. Who the hell would appreciate him showing off? Wei Chen was purely trying to stir shit up. He waved his hands, the stadium filled with boos. He then left the stage happily amongst the booing. Boo away to your heart's content. Wei Chen looked at this stadium full of people. So what if there were boos? Summoning boos was a special ability for playing an away game. I came, I won. Booing was the proof of that. Wei Chen returned to Happy's bench. He glanced at Li Zun on Void's side, who looked distracted and lost after leaving the stage, and laughed scornfully. He raised his right pinky finger and said, I can take care of this kind of small fry with my pinky. I hope you can give me more of a challenge next time. Everyone laughed, and this time, even Yishio didn't go burst his bubble. Taken care of with a pinky? This really was a joke. Wei Chen put a lot of effort into preparing for the match against Void. Li Zun was someone who would definitely play in the individual competition, since his playstyle was not suitable for the group arena. So for Wei Chen, there was a solid 1 in 3 chance that Li Zun was his opponent, and thus researched him a lot. Fortunately, he did run into Li Zun in the individual competition, and everything indeed went according to his plan. This was the reason why he could topple Li Zun with just his pinky. Small tricks. This was a specially targeted trick, and most likely wouldn't work again. The problem was, an old player like Wei Chen had more than 10 years of experience, and who knew how many more tricks he had up his sleeve. You would be underestimating him if you expected him to repeat the same trick twice. Chapter 1357. Void Send-Off. The Void fans in the audience booed Wei Chen for a very long time. But when they looked at the screen displaying the current score, they felt another wave of despondence. 1-2, they'd already lost 2 points. Void was already far away from the top 8, and after losing these 2 points, their future was becoming increasingly bleak. Next was the group arena. Happy sent Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Fang Rui, while Void sent Ji Jiaolan, Yang Haoxuan, and Wu Yus. There were still fans who refused to give up now, and they persevered in cheering Void on. But Tang Ru's performance when she came on was extraordinarily strong, nearly a 1v2. After Steamed Bun came 1, he used 17% of his health to take care of Void's second player, Yang Haoxuan, who'd already been beaten bloody by Tang Ru. Wu Yus came out, facing a near 1v2 situation. The crowd was quiet, they couldn't bear to cheer. It looked like Void's season was ending here just like this. There was no need to increase the pressure on any one person at this time. A season's failure wasn't any one person's fault. Even the audience members were pessimistic, but Wu Yus hadn't given up. He was a pro player, someone who understood the difficulty of matches better than ordinary people did. But at this time, even more so than the audience, he anticipated a miracle. He believed he could create a miracle. Wu Yus came on stage, and Carved Ghost cleanly took care of Steamed Bun invasion. Fang Rui came on stage, facing a Carved Ghost at half health. The map was another street map that Void was used to. For the dirty playing Fang Rui, he could also take to this map like a fish to water. This time, I won't lose to you again, Fang Rui said after entering the match. During the previous Happy vs Void, Fang Rui had indeed lost to Wu Yus, but back then he had already fought one person earlier. For the group arena, the fact that he had still managed to knock away half of Carved Ghost's health was already considered a success. And this time, his Boundless Sea had the health lead, and his Chi Master style had undergone a season's worth of testing and was now solidified. Give it a try. Wu Yus generally wasn't inclined to chat, but he actually said this tough sentence in the chat. He knew Fang Rui's strength, especially since they were from the same season. Compared to everyone else, he had gotten to know Fang Rui's dirty Chi Master style earlier than everyone else. Last time after fighting Happy, Fang Rui had called him to spar for many matches. In the end, it was unclear who had gotten more wins, but Wu Yus knew for sure Fang Rui's new unique playstyle was definitely viable. The reality confirmed this point. Fang Rui indeed walked a new path with his Chi Master, even though traditional Chi Master players all looked down upon his style. But with Zhao Yang's retirement, there was no longer one leading Chi Master. This season's All-Stars, there had been no Chi Master, but what about next year? Next year, given Happy's strong results and Fang Rui's performance, this guy could actually enter the All-Stars with the identity of a Chi Master. That would really show everyone who looked down upon this dirty Chi Master style. You look down upon my play style, but I am the #1 Chi Master. When he thought about this, Wu Yus felt that it was really quite interesting, and he very much wanted to see this happen. However, even so, he did not want to become Fang Rui's stepping stone. For the sake of Void's victory, he would not hesitate to block Fang Rui's way. I will not lose. Void's season is not yet over? With a roar, with the Phantom God's power flashing around him, Wu Yus fought even more fiercely than he had last round. Heat 1? In the instant that the results came out, even the live audience couldn't believe their eyes. Wu Yus' Carved Ghost remained standing at the very end, with 4% health remaining. Fang Rui left this final message in the chat. Dirty players like him could really be helpless against an opponent like this. This kind of guy, bold and decisive, wouldn't play those psychological games with you dirty players. He would simply use his sword light to slash through everything. Void won the group arena. Those Void fans who had already given up suddenly all awakened once more. The crowd exploded like a volcano that had slept dormant for many years, releasing all of their enthusiasm in one instant, powerful enough to burn through everything. When Happy's 3 players returned to their player area, they could only shout to communicate with each other. The noise of the stadium was simply too loud. 3-2, now Void was in the lead. If they won the team round, a final result of 8-2, maybe there was still hope. Wu Yu's strong performance didn't just win 2 points, it ignited everyone's hopes for Void. But it ends here. Wu Yu sighed as he rotated his camera view, seeing his fallen comrades around him. Blue Exorcist, Soul Defender, Ghost Lantern, Translucent. It's just the 2 of us left. Wu Yu was never one for melancholy, but this time, their season, Void season, was ending here. Yeah, said Li Xian. Standing behind Carved Ghost, back-to-back, was his Crying Devil. Void's Ghost duo. On Void's side, only these 2 remained. Even though they were an experienced partnership, expecting them to pull off a 2v5 was simply too much. Happy had already surrounded them completely, but they weren't rushing to attack. Crying Devil didn't have much mana left, so he couldn't maintain the defense of Ghost boundaries. They just had to wait until the Ghost boundaries ran out, and then they could calmly attack them. Last one, Li Xian said. Crying Devil's blade surged with the power of the Phantom God as he casted a final Ghost boundary. Boom! But at this moment, Dancing Rain opened fire. Li Xian was forced to interrupt the cast as he moved to dodge. TSK, our last one's gone too, Li Xian said. Crying Devil's mana was used up for good. So it ends like this. Yeah, it's over. The Ghost boundaries faded, leaving openings, and Happy's characters charged forward. Long range, short range, they all began their attacks, and Void's Ghost duo finally fell upon the ground they had so tightly defended with their Ghost boundaries for so long. In the end, Happy won their round 33 match with a score of 7-3. Void, having only achieved 3 points, could consider themselves finished for the season. Even if their competitors had abysmal performances in the upcoming rounds, with only 5 rounds left to close such a large point gap, there was no point in imagining what was theoretically possible. Only those who were especially stubborn in refusing to give up would still hope for that extremely unlikely possibility, hope that those competitors wouldn't earn a single point in the next rounds and that Void would surpass them. But would that happen? The moment that the Void vs Happy match ended, there were already people frantically checking for news from the other matches this round. 100 Blossoms, 9-1, a huge home victory against Misty Rain. The gap between them and Void was pulled from 23 to 29 points. 301, a 10-0 perfect victory against Miracle, which pulled their gap with Void from 28 to 35 points. There was still one match in progress. It was the match that had received the most attention this round, Thunderclap against Wind Howl. After Thunderclap lagged behind in the individual matches, 1-4, the 2 teams were now engaged in a fierce team battle. Wind Howl's recent team performance was quite fierce. Their strategy of tearing apart and playing one-on-one had shaken a number of strong teams. Maybe they would win again in this match? If they won 9-1, Thunderclap would have only won 1 point, and maybe they would just continue to lose, and Void would win, and eventually surpass them. The stubborn Void fans who refused to despair carried these sort of dreams as they studied the details of this match. But in the end, even they had to let go of their last strands of hope. Thunderclap had taken teamwork to the peak. Individually, their players weren't all that strong. But they were all team players. They understood strategy well and their cooperative awareness was strong. Once they were together, their strength didn't lose to that of any team. And Wind Howl? Their new playstyle was the antithesis of Thunderclap's. Their cooperation was to not cooperate. Their method was to turn the team battle into individual battles. By this point, they had already chopped apart many strong teams, but they finally met their match in Thunderclap. The most cooperative, cohesive team in the entire alliance wouldn't be broken apart so easily. Howl messed up, and with their play style, one mess up meant defeat. They had played their best to last this long, but unfortunately for them, Thunderclap still won in the end. 6-4. With the conclusion of this battle, the results of all the teams who were currently fighting for a spot in the playoffs were known. Void was out for good, but 100 Blossoms had caught up once again. They were tied with Howl in terms of points, 208, but because they lost to Howl in terms of their head-to-head point scores, they were in 9th place for now. All of the current rankings were only temporary. The points differences between the teams was worth more attention. Smaller differences could be flipped in the course of one round. After the end of this round, the 5th place Team Happy had 219 points, while the 8th and 9th place Howl and 100 Blossoms had 208 points. This was a difference of only 11 points from 5th to 9th. Happy was directly going against 3 of these direct competitors in upcoming battles, so this current 11-point lead really wasn't much. This round was only one hurdle they'd had to make it through. Void had dropped out, but no team had made it to safety. The upcoming round 34 was, for a Happy, a good chance to grab points. Their opponent was likely a weaker team that had no more prospects for this season. Chengguo wanted to directly add these 10 points to Happy's total. But Happy's roster for this round once again gave Chengguo something to worry about. "You're not going in the team competition?" Chengguo looked at Yishio in shock. In the team rounds roster, Yishio and Lord Grimm's names were absent. "Yes. For these upcoming rounds, I will try to rest as much as possible," said Yishio. Chengguo hesitated. She had worried time and time again about Yishio's professional life expectancy. She had worried about whether he was working himself too hard. From in-game to the pro league, from management to strategy, from training to equipment, Yishio was involved in it all. Was he really not tired? Chengguo had had these doubts before. And now, Yishio, using this method, was telling her clearly he, too, was tired. He, too, needed to rest. Chapter 1358. Mistake. Yishio could tire too. Perhaps sometimes, perseverance would be enough to overcome fatigue, but Chengguo knew that Yishio did not lack perseverance. He needed to rest for the same reason that he insisted Wei Chen and Luo Ji play matches. He needed to prepare for the playoffs as well. He needed 100% of his energy to face the playoffs. And now, even though they were stuck in the struggle for top 8, Happy did have the most points out of all their direct competitors. Chengguo tried to think optimistically, and when they trained for the team round this week, they practiced without Yishio and Lord Grimm. Soon, May 8th arrived, and round 34 began. Happy and the other teams vying for the playoffs underwent their desperate struggle, while the powerhouses at the top were already preparing for the playoffs. Team Blue Rain was rotating their team battle roster non-stop. Team Tiny Herb was working hard at strategies that didn't rely too much on Wang Jieshi. Team Tyranny's 3 old generals ended rotation after that one round where they all appeared. Now, they all played both the individual and team battles. And this round, Tyranny played a home game against Heavenly Swords. There weren't many interactions between these two teams. Tyranny's fans cheered for their own team, just like normal. But when the names for the first individual battle were announced, the entire stadium froze. Tyranny, Zhong Jiala. Heavenly Swords, Sun Jiping. Team 100 Blossoms, Blood and Blossoms, one of the most quintessential partnerships of the Alliance. These former partners suddenly met in this match. Reunited at last, but in a confrontation that had never occurred before. Neither Tyranny nor Heavenly Swords would care about this one point very much, but the significance these two carried. Tyranny's home fans and Heavenly Swords visiting fans wouldn't have the same deep ties to these two that 100 Blossoms fans would have. But who hadn't heard of the madness that these two brought, back in the day? Blood and Blossoms had made its lasting mark in Glory's history. Even though they ultimately hadn't managed to win the championship, but in competition, heroes weren't determined solely by success or failure. That former prosperity had ended on that summer 5 long years ago. Since then, the two had never reunited on the battlefield, and there was no more blood and blossoms, only victory and defeat. But the outcome of this one battle truly didn't matter too much, and when the audience saw this pair of opponents, they didn't care too much who won or lost. They were more curious about what this duo, who had left behind countless regrets, would say to each other when they had this sort of meeting on the battlefield. And so, no one watched the match. Everyone was staring at the chat displayed on the large screen. Nothing. Nothing at all. The two had no conversation, no exchange. The characters simply charged forward and met at the center of the map. Flowers blossomed, concealing dazzling 100 blossoms. But the berserkers' slashes were no longer creating a scene of blood, and even if they were, it would be the blood of dazzling 100 blossoms. Charge! Sun Japing's berserker Another Summer of Sleep once again charged forward. Would anyone understand Zhong Jiala's playstyle than he? This playstyle relied on the light and shadows created by skills, and those on the same team weren't immune to these effects. It could impede teammates just as easily as opponents. Sun Japing, as the partner who had once stood the closest to him amidst this light and shadow, of course understood how to maintain his bearings and search for targets to attack. But this time, he was searching for the owner of this expanse of light and shadow. Wild Blood Strike! The blood-red silhouette of the greatsword instantly carved through the dazzle, and Another Summer of Sleep advanced forward as though there were nothing in his way. Oh, the whole stadium made noises of understanding. From Sun Japing's camera view, they could see how the light and shadow didn't give him any confusion at all. His field of vision was just as clear as always. As expected. Everyone thought. As expected of former partners. They understood each other too well. But just in this moment, when Another Summer of Sleep continued to advance, taking one step closer to dazzling 100 blossoms, the light and shadow suddenly closed in, enveloping Another Summer of Sleep in their midst. Is that so? Sun Japing rotated his camera view, looking around him in a circle. This time, he couldn't very much see through it. So the 100 Blossoms playstyle had also changed a lot. These years, he'd purposely not paid much attention to it, and now, he was truly beginning to feel that he couldn't keep up. But this shouldn't be enough to cause him any difficulty, right? He would never forget the logic of this playstyle. It wasn't too late to learn now. Another Summer of Sleep looked left and right, as though searching for directions. The audience watched silently, and Zhong Jiala, controlling the blossoming display, gradually revealed a shocked expression. This was no longer the 100 Blossoms style he had used during his time with Sun Japing. After all, after so many years, the levels, equipment, and skills had all changed so much. But just over the course of this battle, Sun Japing's Another Summer of Sleep caught up. Slowly, step by step, he had already entered the rhythm of the new 100 Blossoms style. Sun Japing, knowing the 100 Blossoms style so thoroughly, only needed the span of one match. As expected of old partners. Just like this, Zhong Jiala watched as Another Summer of Sleep finally charged in front of his dazzling 100 Blossoms. The greatsword came down without a moment of hesitation, dazzling 100 Blossoms leapt aside and counterattacked. Another Summer of Sleep fell. Charging through the cover of the 100 Blossoms style was already his limit. Good luck. When he fell, Sun Japing simply said this. Yeah, Zhong Jiala answered. The only words exchanged in the whole battle. At the same time, Yi Xiao helped Happy win a first point in the individual competition. Although he was not playing in the team competition this time, he was still first in the individual competition as always. And then Luo Ji and Wei Chen were up. This time, Luo Ji won, but Wei Chen made a mistake and lost the point. Winning and losing matches was an ordinary thing, but Luo Ji and Wei Chen were in a very delicate position. If they lost points, there would always be people jumping forward to question Happy's plan, as though if it weren't for the two of them, if other people fought instead, Happy would be guaranteed to win points. But nothing was ever guaranteed on a battlefield. And so even though Wei Chen lost a point, they were open and forgiving. Then, in the group arena, Happy won a clean victory, entering the team round with a score of 4-1. When the team competition lineup came out, without Yishio's name, the crowd burst into whispers. Beginning to let the main force rest? The team was really confident. Everyone thought this way, but no one was too worried, as Lightly wasn't a very strong team and didn't have much fighting spirit. But in the end, in their home game, Happy lost the team competition. 4-6, the digital scoreboard recorded this all. In this crucial time before the playoffs, Happy lost a team competition. The reason? Yishio hadn't played. No matter what, this point could not be avoided. Core players were simply like this. Even if they weren't on stage, they had to carry the responsibility of their team's mistakes. You weren't on stage. This was your biggest mistake. Happy paid the price for their arrogance. This was how multiple media reported it, especially those who liked to hate on Happy. They liked this angle. After the match, all was quiet in the prep room. Everyone could see Yishio's hard work. No matter what, none of Happy's members would object to Yishio's choice to rest, even during this crucial time where every point mattered. They were all upset, all blaming themselves, that as soon as Yishio was gone, they lost points. No one said anything. In the prep room, everyone silently watched the television, which was currently broadcasting the match between Samsara and 301. To face Samsara during this crucial point-earning period, 301 seemed fairly unlucky. But a number of people felt that perhaps 301 was lucky. Because no team's position was more stable than Samsara's right now. After 33 rounds, they had 282 points, over 42 points above the current second place. Samsara didn't need any more points in the regular season. They could casually let their main players rest, train rookies, practice strategies. They faced no pressure. Perhaps these conditions would give their opponents a precious opportunity. Perhaps a match against Samsara would actually be easier to fight. 301 won 2 battles in the individual competition. Samsara had sent up their rookies, and everyone believed their hypothesis was correct. Then, in the group arena, Samsara sent up their strongest lineup as always, and won. For the team round, they also used their strongest lineup this season. At that moment, although the match had yet to end, 301's loss was set. Even with 2 championships under their belt, Samsara was still hungry for more. They didn't relax, they didn't let their team enter a trash or a performative period. They still faced battles with all they had. They continued to strive for victory above all else, they didn't want to slack off while still sprinting forward. Let the main players rest? They might not even need it. Samsara's players were all in their prime. For them, 1 match a week was no great burden. Just like that, Samsara still won in the end, 8-2. Samsara did not give 301 a so-called break. After 34 rounds, Samsara had 290 points, and by now, Blue Rain's match against Parade had ended, with Blue Rain winning 9-1. But even so, this only shrunk their difference with Samsara from 42 to 41 points. With 4 rounds remaining, Samsara led second place by 41 points. The moment that Samsara won the match, their home stadium burst into cheers and applause louder than any other during this season. Samsara had earned first place in the regular season 4 rounds early. Even though there was no trophy associated with this was still a result to be proud of. It seemed that Samsara's home stadium had anticipated this possibility, and so they'd prepared a small celebration ceremony beforehand. Of course, it was just a small ceremony. After all, the season still hadn't ended, and having a large celebration now would be inconsiderate to the other teams. Samsara, 4 rounds early, celebrated a beautiful end to their regular season. Happy, meanwhile, because of their failure this round, continued to struggle in the mud. This round, their fellow competitors' results: Howl defeated Royal Style 8-2, Thunderclap defeated Misty Rain 9-1, 100 Blossoms defeated Void 9-1. And so Thunderclap, with 226 points, surpassed Happy by 3 points, charging into 5th place and pushing Happy down to 6th. 100 Blossoms beat Wind Howl by 1 point, rising to 7th. Wind Howl and 301 were once again tied with points, and based on their head-to-head score, Wind Howl was 8th, and 301 was pushed to 9th. The situation became more of a deadlock. Happy was only 7 points away from 9th place. And in round 35, Happy was playing their away game against a strong opponent, the team that had just surpassed them by 3 points, Thunderclap. Chapter 1359. Tide and Shubin. In round 35, Thunderclap would be playing Happy in their home game. These two teams would be fighting for the number 5 spot between themselves, so being direct competitors was not key. What was more important were the teams hot on their tails. The loser of this round might fall several spots and be a step closer to the danger zone. For this round, of the 3 teams in pursuit, Wind Howl would play Heavenly Swords in an away match, 100 Blossoms would play Royal Style in an away match, and 301 again faced a powerhouse as they did last round. They would be playing against Tiny Herb. 301 was perched precariously on the edge of the playoff zone. They were currently out of the standings for the playoffs, and the schedule gave them an even larger obstacle. After this round, they had to face Blue Rain and finally Happy. The television broadcast for round 35 faced yet another dilemma. Should they show Thunderclap versus Happy or 301 versus Tiny Herb? Finally, the broadcasting team decided on 301 versus Tiny Herb. Even though Thunderclap vs Happy was a key match, the two teams had already met and was broadcast once in round 16. Also, Happy still had plenty of key matches coming, both their round 37 clash against Wind Howl and round 38 against 301 were candidates for broadcast. The broadcasters could only choose one match, but the media focused equally on both. 301 became the primary team to stir things up following the winter transfer window and into the second half of the season. If it weren't for their sudden surge up the leaderboard, the top 8 would have been pretty much set in stone, after seeing the performances of teams just out of reach such as Void or Misty Rain. Since 301 could stir things up, they became well received by the many enthusiastic Glory fans. Because of this, they managed to attract many otherwise neutral fans. Their current style that used life-risking strike liberally was very interesting to watch. The Glory Alliance's round 35 commenced on May 15. 301 welcomed Tiny Herb to their home stadium. 301 stadium is jam-packed today, Panlin exclaimed in the broadcast. Well, of course. For 301 to have reached this stage, their fans should also come out and do their best to support their team, Leobor said. No one would have expected 301 to create such a hectic scene before us at the start of this season. Actually no, even after the halfway mark of the season, no one expected it, Panlin said. Who would have guessed that 301 would go to Europe and come back with an expert suitable for their night character? Leobor replied with a smile. If 301 manages to slaughter their way into the playoffs, I reckon their winter transfer will go down as one of the most brilliant moves in Glory history, Panlin said. I think the other teams would also broaden their horizons for next year's summer transfer window. Glory's player exchange market might gradually globalize from here on out, Leobor said. But the rules and formats being different around the world is a showstopper, Panlin exclaimed. The formats are indeed different, but not vastly so. In the end, the different game versions are the biggest barriers to establishing a conversation. But the Glory Game Company has taken strong steps towards unifying game versions over the past 2 years. The large-scale Level 75 patch last season has finally mostly synchronized the game on a global scale, Leobor said. The rumor going around right now is that the game company is planning far ahead. Their sole intention of leaving the Level 70 patch for so long was to synchronize the game globally. The game company had long been scheming for players from across the world to be able to play together, Panlin said. I don't think this is a complete rumor, Leobor nodded. The game company's actions must indeed be taking this into account. Looks like Glory's competitive scene will have an even richer future. Having said all that, let's first focus on how our own Glory League's current season will play out. The first round of the individual competition is starting soon. The big screen hasn't shown the players yet, but we can already see the players on both sides rising from their respective benches. It looks like they're getting ready to get on stage. On 301 side, we've got a game changer for 301 season, the former English Glory League pro, Bai Shu. How about Tiny Herb's side? This is, it's Shu Bin. It seems the first player to go up for Tiny Herb is Shu Bin. Oh my, what a coincidence, Pan Lin became more animated. Shu Bin happened to be a former player of 301. He had been the previous owner of the Night character, Tide. When Bai Shu arrived, he was given the Night Tide, whom 301 was previously unable to find a replacement for when Shu Bin left. Two players who controlled Tide, old and new, who would come out on top? This really was an engaging match to watch. The audience didn't seem to have noticed the little movements at the player benches. However, the clamoring immediately grew in the stadium when the big screen confirmed that it would be Bai Shu playing against Shu Bin. Shu Bin was traded for Tiny Herb's all-star grappler Li Yihui. However, after Li Yihui's arrival at 301, the title of all-star grappler was very quickly snatched away by Samsara's Lu Buiyuan. Li Yihui didn't seem to have as much value to 301 as Shu Bin used to. When 301 failed to reach the playoffs last season, the exchange was viewed as a loss in the eyes of the fans. The character Tide was benched because no player was found for him. It really was incomprehensible for them. But now, 301 has acquired Bai Shu. Even though they were perched on the edge of the playoff zone, Bai Shu only became a member of 301 in the second half of their journey this season. Compared to the first half, Bai Shu had really improved their performance by leaps and bounds. The fans couldn't not support Bai Shu. Additionally, this successor has accelerated the weakening of their reminiscent feelings towards Shu Bin. In the minds of 301's fans, the so-called Grind King Shu Bin would always be tangled up with an opponent, trying to wear them down slowly. Bai Shu was not like this. His individual fights were straightforward and he would balance attacking and defending in team fights. He was good at both providing protection and sudden aggression. This Night player from the European Alliance had a different playstyle to those who were brought up in the Chinese pro circle. He almost seemed to be more in touch with the Night character. The so-called Night spirit was not just a class awakening skill for him. His awareness, his playstyle, his habits, they all seemed to carry the true spirit of a Night. Under his control, the class seemed to symbolize some kind of glory. This was a difference in playstyle influenced by a difference in culture. There have already been articles focused on Bai Shu that try to explain how his Night style is different from those who grew up in the Chinese glory circle from a cultural perspective. Then, was this visitor from afar the real deal, or was the Night of this land the better warrior? No one would have guessed that the Bai Shu's first match with Tiny Herb as a member of 301 would lead to the confrontation between these two top Night players. Enter the stage. Load the characters. Bai Shu's chosen map, Training Field, was reasonably simple. It was an unbiased, symmetric, and small map. The two opponents could see each other as soon as the match begun. Bai Shu did not hesitate to have Tide move forward. Shu Bin seemed to hesitate for a moment before he controlled Angelica to go forth and meet his opponent. The two knights faced each other and walked faster and faster, eventually breaking into a sprint. Both characters raised their swords and shields into place, and locked their gaze on their opponent's every move, but neither launched an attack. 10 units away. 8 units. 6 units. 4 units. When there was just one step left before they could wipe each other's faces with their shields. Charge! Shu Bin's Angelica acted first and unexpectedly unleashed the knight's charge skill at 4 units distance. Angelica's left hand gripped his shield, and the sword in his right was thrust forth. The 4 units gap vanished in an instant. Dong! A resounding gong instantly rang out. Bai Shu actually managed to accurately block Angelica's sudden charge. Angelica's charge ended up colliding with Tide's shield. Silver of Life. This is the silver shield held by Tide. Shu Bin has used it for 3 entire years and knew its attributes like the back of his hand. Even though it was raised to level 75 by 301 since and he didn't know if there were any adjustments, Shubin was confident that the health regeneration attribute on Silver of Life would not be abandoned by 301. Not counting Silver of Life, if Tide's other equipment hasn't changed too much, they all held health regeneration attribute. Fighting Tide in a long match would be very unfavorable. This was Shubin's judgment. But he was called the Grind King, famous for slowing the pace down. And Tide's equipment was painstakingly created to suit this play style. A character specialized in drawn-out battles and a Grind King who slowed the pace of battle down. There wasn't a better combination of player and character. But now, Tide is Shubin's enemy. He found himself having to overcome his previously most valued attribute. In addition, he had to change his play style. If the Grind King could not grind, then what would he do? After Angelica's charge was blocked, he immediately began to attack. A ferociously fast and violent attack. The whole stadium was stunned. They were familiar with Shubin. That guy up on stage initiating attacks with an unmatched pace and ferocity, was that really Shubin? Did he change that much after going to Tiny Herb? No one has seen otherwise so far. In the live broadcast, Pan Lin also froze. He stared for a full 3 seconds before saying, Shubin is proactively attacking. As soon as he spoke, he felt he said something super awkward. Shubin proactively attacking? This is a sentence with a syntax or semantic error, right? The individual words didn't string together properly to form a sentence, right? Haha, looks like Shubin is pretty clear on Tide's attributes. He knows that grinding away at Tide would only be walking away from victory. So he had to force himself to change his style. Liebor said. This change, isn't it a bit too much? Pan Lin exclaimed. It doesn't suit him. His play looks uncomfortable. Baishu is defending well, Shubin's attack doesn't pose much of a threat. Liebor said. Then this match. Liebor stayed silent. As it was, he wouldn't be as bold as to predict the outcome. But once again he regretted not doing so. The match played out exactly as he had analyzed. Shubin really wasn't suited for this playstyle, and the playstyle he was comfortable with could not deal with Tide. Finally, he was miserably dealt with by Baishu. How do I say this? Baishu really did slow down his pace for this match. He was also well aware of the implication of Tide's attributes and took advantage of it. This game, it feels like 301 Shubin defeated Tiny Herb Shubin, Liebor said. Nomiami, the chapter numbers have been finally fixed. Hooray! Chapter 1360. Happy, Unmoved. 301 Shubin would beat Tiny Herb Shubin. Pan Lin repeated Liebor's words. Of course, I'm not saying that the past Shubin is better than the present one. I'm just saying that what's inhibiting his playstyle the most is his familiarity with the night character Tide, Liebor explained. Understood. Pan Lin nodded his head. 301 started strong and took the initial lead. The stadium had erupted with cheers, but soon afterwards, in the second and third rounds of the individual competition as well as the following group arena, Tiny Herb took a string of victories. By the end of the individual rounds, Team 301 had lagged behind 1-4. How could the audience still be smiling? With their rise and fall, all that was left were sighs. At this moment, news arrived for a different match. Wind Howl vs Heavenly Swords ended the individual rounds 3-2. On the other hand, 100 Blossoms entered the team competition against Royal Style 4-1. The other closely watched match was Happy's away game against Thunderclap, ending with an incisive 5-0. Happy didn't let Thunderclap win a single point in the individual rounds. Pan Lin and Liebor were using the mid-match break to analyze the current situation. Team 301 had been behind in the rankings in the first place. Their current predicament was naturally grim. Even though Thunderclap was farther behind in terms of this current round than 301, they were farther ahead in the rankings, so their situation was just slightly better than 301's. The team competition between 301 and Tiny Herb had yet to start, but the other matches had already started, so Pan Lin and Leibor naturally took the opportunity to discuss those. Happy and Thunderclap was undoubtedly the biggest spotlight. After the two saw the lineups for the team competition, the two were greatly surprised. Ishio isn't coming up again. Pan Lin gasped in astonishment. No way. Leibor replied subconsciously and immediately checked the info in front of him. Ishio hadn't appeared last round in the team competition. People could still understand that. After all, their opponents, Team Lightly, weren't that formidable. Letting a core player like Ishio take a break was necessary. Team Tyranny's old generals had rotated the entire season, but their age was practically the same as Ishio's. After seeing Team Tyranny's intentional rotations, everyone began realizing that the reason why Ishio didn't play in the group arena might just be to lessen the burden on him. After all, in the group arena, he might not only have to play against a single opponent. In addition, after finishing the group arena, he would have to start in the team competition. The break he got couldn't compare to if he started resting from the first individual competition. Since playoffs were coming up, Ishio resting was something everyone could understand. Unfortunately, without Ishio, Happy had lost in their team competition against Lightly. Those 5 points were truly a bit of a pity. As a result, their round 35 against Thunderclap became even more crucial. Everyone thought Ishio would be going up this time, but Ishio ended up choosing not to. After the individual competition, he just sat there firmly at Happy's bench and never got up after that. Happy's lineup for the team competition was Fang Rui, Tang Ru, Su Muqing, Qiao Yifan, and Wenyi, and Wei Chen. Leave it to us. Everyone in Happy said these words to Ishio while preparing for this round. Ishio indeed had been planning on coming out for the team competition, but the rest of Happy had unanimously agreed to stop him. Oh? You don't need me. Ishio smiled. You're not that important, Wei Chen replied. All right then. Ishio nodded his head, and the matter was done just like that. Happy's arrangements had been completed easily, but the amount shock brought by it was not small at all. Pan Lin and Leibor were shouting on the broadcast. Thunderclap's home crowd were also hollering after learning that Ishio would not be going up. Thunderclap's fans were feeling a bit complicated. Ishio not appearing should be good news, but Ishio not appearing for such an important match felt like disdain towards their Thunderclap. To think there was still a team that dared to underestimate their Thunderclap? Thunderclap's Xiao Shiqin saw Happy's lineup and was also stunned. When they greeted each other before the match, he even spoke to Ishio about having another good match, to which Ishio laughed it off nonchalantly. He had thought that Ishio had been acting nonchalant as a psychological attack, but Ishio had truly been indifferent at the time. He wouldn't even be playing, so why wouldn't he be? Show them some color. Thunderclap's Daiyanchi was clearly a part of the group that felt like Happy was looking down on them. She was currently going beyond her position and urging the players who would be going on stage. Calm down. Xiao Shiqin regained his composure and hastily went over to advise against everyone going into the match with this mentality. Their individual strengths weren't that outstanding. What they had was team cooperation. Every individual was an important part of the system. If any one of them broke away from the team's rhythm due to a peculiar mindset, the negative effects on Thunderclap would be multiplicative. Captain, they're looking down on us. Daiyanchi seemed to be complaining to Xiao Shiqin. Don't treat this so simply, Xiao Shiqin said seriously. His gaze shifted towards Happy's bench. Happy's players were gathered together for a pre-match huddle, and although Ishio wouldn't be going onto the stage, he was also standing among them, talking to the team seriously. Ishio not coming out for the team competition definitely had a reason behind it. Xiao Shiqin thought about it. Is he pretending to look down on us to shake up our mentality? This sort of psychological attack was certainly one reason, but apart from that. Xiao Shiqin looked at Happy's lineup. Ishio wasn't there, and Tang Ru took his place. Wei Chen was their sixth player. The only player who rarely appeared this season was Wei Chen. They probably have a counter-strategy planned. Xiao Shiqin thought. Ishio not going up was a surprising arrangement that had thoroughly messed up Thunderclap's pre-match plans. They could not be careless facing this Happy lineup. He needed to quickly come up with a new strategy. Xiao Shiqin was constantly thinking, but Thunderclap's players were waiting for what was coming after. Don't treat this so simply, but all they got was silence and a few glances towards Happy. The captain was thinking. Thunderclap's player knew. Yishio not appearing in the team competition required them to make adjustments to their plans. Xiao Shiqin was most likely thinking about this issue. At this time, Happy's sixth player had started walking towards the stage. Xiao Shiqin snapped back to the present and called out to his teammates, "Let's go." Seeing how Xiao Shiqin's expression was extremely serious, the other Thunderclap players didn't dare be negligent. They readjusted themselves to the correct mentality and followed Xiao Shiqin to the stage. The match began. Team Happy rushed forward eagerly. As for Thunderclap, as soon as they loaded into the map, Xiao Shiqin's orders immediately started appearing in the chat. A screen of words quickly scrolled down. Quite a few of them were team agreed upon words. If one did not do specialized research on Thunderclap, it would be difficult to understand. Thunderclap's players had collected their thoughts of taking revenge on Happy for looking down on them. They were following Xiao Shiqin's arrangements precisely. Xiao Shiqin's brain was constantly turning. The initial strategy was formulated, but what followed afterwards, the opponent's reactions and what changes needed to be made to their strategy were all things he needed to think about. He wouldn't neglect any of Happy's possible class compositions. Thunderclap's team capabilities were truly exceptional. Immediate corrections and commands were accurately implemented. Their ability to carry out orders wasn't mechanical either. Everyone in Thunderclap understood Xiao Shiqin's tactical intentions. They weren't Xiao Shiqin's wooden puppets. All of their thoughts combined together to form a whole. The less Xiao Shiqin talked in chat, the stronger the team. Soon, the two sides met. Their confrontation wasn't direct. Both sides had players sent out to move strategically. From the direct confrontations to the wandering players, the two side setups began to slowly reveal themselves. It was too much for the eyes. Without Yishio, they thought Happy would instantly collapse, but that didn't happen. A Happy without Yishio still had the strength to compete with Thunderclap. Thunderclap could not be careless. Xiao Shiqin felt glad as well. He was glad that he was able to control his teammates' emotions at the start of the match. If their mentality had truly been disturbed as a result, they would have certainly paid the price. The battle spread throughout the map. Every player was brilliantly displaying their abilities, but in the end, the scales gradually tilted towards Thunderclap. They had the home game advantage, after all. For a very tactics-oriented team, being able to choose the map was an incredible advantage. Thunderclap won. But it hadn't been an easy one. They were on the edge until the very end. When Happy's final player fell, Thunderclap only had 2 players remaining as well. Up until the last moment, they couldn't be careless. 2v1? With everyone at such low health, if they made a slight mistake, the opponent could turn things around. The healers on both sides had died early on. 5-5. The final score on the big screen made Thunderclap's players and the audience members let out a sigh of relief. In the end, they were able to win. Happy hadn't shaven them bald. Even though they had been leading 8th and 9th place by 10 points, if they didn't win a single point here, their days ahead wouldn't be great. Their next opponents were 100 Blossoms and Samsara. 100 Blossoms was their direct competitor. Samsara had already established themselves firmly as the number 1, and Samsara was still maintaining their thirst for victory. Happy and Thunderclap's intense match ended rather quickly. The results quickly spread to the other stadiums. From many people's perspectives, Yishio not appearing for the team competition meant a certain loss for Happy. 5-5 seemed to be a predetermined result. No one was surprised in the slightest. As for the highlight broadcasted match, it had also finally ended. 301 had won a bitter battle against Tiny Herb, earning those 5 precious points. Chapter 1361. Excellent Era's Return. Round 35 had ended, but strangely, the rankings hadn't changed in the slightest. 100 Blossoms, Wind Howl, and 301 had all won, while the leaders Happy and Thunderclap had tied 5-5. There were only 3 rounds remaining, but none of these teams held a firm spot for playoffs. The leader among these 5 teams was Team Thunderclap in 5th place, but the difference between Team Thunderclap and the 9th place Team 301 was only 9 points. If Team Thunderclap performed too poorly in the following 3 rounds, they might not make it into playoffs. The fight for top 8 had reached such an extent. Everyone wanted to analyze this battle between the 5 teams. Those who published print issues all felt like there wasn't enough space to write what they wanted. And even at such an urgent moment, they had no choice but to give a few pages to cover another competition. The Challenger League. The Season 10 Challenger League. This time's Challenger League finals had a certain level of hype to it. Team Excellent Era was back. Even though they were no longer powerhouses and they no longer had the Battle God One Autumn Leaf, the name Excellent Era could not be buried. The team had charged their way through to the final step in the Challenger League. Just one more step, and this name would once again return to the Glory Alliance. What was Excellent Era like now? Now that Excellent Era had reached the final stage, the Esports Weekly was finally willing to give a few pages to give an introduction. This new Excellent Era was still centered around a battle mage, Qiu Fei, and his combat form. Those who watched last season's Challenger League matches should still have an impression of this youth. When Excellent Era crumbled and their players went separate ways, he had been regarded by numerous teams as a talented youth and had received numerous invites. In the end, this youth chose to stay. He chose to stay in a team that had fallen and looked to be at death's door. Excellent Era still had a number of fans, but the media had practically abandoned it up until this moment. Now that they looked to have hopes of returning to the Alliance, a few introductions and reports started coming in. As it turned out, the surviving Excellent Era wasn't as bad as people had initially imagined. Qiu Fei's talent had already been recognized. This year, he seemed to have improved remarkably. Combat form had been a part of Excellent Era's main roster in last season's Challenger League. As a team with vast amounts of experience with a battle mage, they had been able to create impressive equipment for him, and this year, his equipment had been upgraded to level 75. The other main roster players were found to be members of Excellent Era's training camp that year. New Excellent Era no longer had the capacity to continue operating the training camp. Instead, the exceptional trainees from there were directly kept as official members. During the disbandment, while Excellent Era's players, characters, and precious materials were being sold wantonly to other clubs, Excellent Era's successor Xie Zhongqian made his move at the last moment and secured 2 items. First was Qiu Fei as new Excellent Era's core and soul. Second was Guild Excellent Dynasty. Xie Zhongqian had accurately grasped the fact that competitive glory relied on the game. Having a firm control over the in-game guild was an important foundation for a club and a team. New Excellent Era had set foot onto another season of the Challenger League and had once again reached the finals. Friday would decide their final fate. Excellent Era's opponent was Mysterious Fantasy, the other team that had been relegated alongside Excellent Era in Season 8. But in Season 9, the one to have the last laugh was Happy. Both teams had been eliminated by them. After another bitter struggle, the two sides stood against each other in the finals. The Excellent Era now was not the Excellent Era then, but the Mysterious Fantasy now was still the same Mysterious Fantasy. Their coach Zhong Yiwei had stayed last season, and Mysterious Fantasy's players had stayed as well. On their way through to the finals, Mysterious Fantasy had eliminated the 2 Season 9 relegated teams, which had boosted their confidence greatly. As for their opponents in the finals, the new Excellent Era did not scare them. Mysterious Fantasy were extremely confident from top to bottom in wait for the finals to come. Friday was the day before the Pro League matches. Teams usually wouldn't arrange for any practice on this day. As a result, Yi Xiu was walking in circles out of boredom in Happy's Forest Park residence. "Are you going to watch?" Cheng Guo asked. "Watch?" Yi Xiu asked back. He didn't ask what she was referring to. Everyone knew. The TV was turned on and switched to the esports channel. Six Pine Stadium, the place Happy had battled at 1 year ago. Both sides had entered the venue and were just waiting for the match to officially begin. Pan Lin and Liebor, the Golden Duo, once again commentated for the Challenger League, though they didn't seem too spirited at the moment. The story for this year's Challenger League finals didn't even come close to last year's. A mere river was nothing after having crossed the vast sea. Okay, the first players for the individual competition are about to go up, Pan Lin remarked dully. Ahum, Liebor coughed. Pan Lin glanced at Liebor in confusion. The TV director's angry roar quickly made him realize his mistake. Oh, it's not the individual competition. It's the group arena. I'm sorry, friends, a slip of the tongue, Pan Lin hastily apologized. The Challenger League finals was based on the playoffs competitive format. A 5v5 group arena and a team competition with the points calculated based on the results. Pan Lin had been thinking it was an ordinary regular season game and failed to react in time. Excellent Era's first player will be. Pan Lin did a clear pause before the introduction. He didn't recognize this person, so he could only take a look at the lineups and match the name to the position. Wen Li. Pan Lin announced the player's name and then dully read the information on him. That was all of his understanding of this player. He clearly had no personal opinion on him. As for Mysterious Fantasy, their first player is. After introducing one side, he moved to the next. He knew a bit more about Mysterious Fantasy though. Even if it had been 2 years since the player had competed in the Alliance, he still had a rough impression of him. Okay, the match is starting now, Pan Lin recited. But soon afterwards, Pan Lin was sucked into the contents of the match and gradually grew spirited. After all, the Challenger League finals was an important match for these two teams. Their entire year's worth of efforts would be put to the test in this 1 hour. There was no retreat. It was either you die, or I die. Although the level of their fight might not be able to compare with the fights for top 8 in the Pro League, their thirst for victory was no less, and it could clearly be seen through their playing on stage. This sort of competition would always be able to move the spectators. When the fourth player for Team Mysterious Fantasy went up, Team Excellent Era was already at their fifth and last player. Pan Lin was starting to worry for Excellent Era. Excellent Era has been making a bit too many mistakes. They originally should have had a good chance at the group arena. What are your thoughts, Coach Lee? Pan Lin said. Yes, Liebor nodded. Just from a technical skill perspective, Excellent Era's players are no worse than Mysterious Fantasies. However, in terms of real match experience, the current Excellent Era is lacking. Mysterious Fantasies players have at least experienced the Pro League before. On the other hand, Excellent Era's current members have never participated in a real professional match before. Their match experience is still somewhat deficient, especially in this sort of life and death match. All of them look nervous, and that nervousness is certainly one reason for their mistakes. If they don't deal with this issue, Excellent Era might not perform well in the team competition either, Pan Lin said. It's up to Excellent Era's final player. Right now, the team needs something to boost their resolve, Liebor said. Excellent Era's final player for the group arena has gone onto the stage. His Excellent Era's current team captain, Qiu Fei. He's very young actually. The information I have on hand is telling me he's only 19, Pan Lin said. But he is truly a very talented player. I heard that last year, Tiny Herb tried to recruit him, but he rejected them, Liebor said. It looks like he still holds a lot of feelings for Excellent Era. But feelings alone isn't enough. We all know that what matters in the end is strength, Pan Lin said. Qiu Fei, 1v2. Let's see how far he can go. Liebor said. The two teams' characters set out and started fighting in the middle of the map. Beautiful. After a few blows, Pan Lin shouted a word of praise. Qiu Fei's combat form had taken the initiative and was attacking ferociously. Very solid foundations. Liebor sighed. His opponent doesn't seem to be able to defend, Pan Lin said. This Qiu Fei. I remember in last year's Challenger League finals, he produced a combo that even Yishio was helpless against, Liebor said. If even Yishio was helpless, that's truly the peak of what can theoretically be accomplished, Pan Lin said. It's looking pretty hopeless for this mysterious fantasy player, Liebor gave a fairly bold prediction. He could see the difference in skill between the two sides. His prediction was correct. Qiu Fei won. Combat form still has 68% health left. That was an impressive fight. Qiu Fei truly lived up to his name, Pan Lin said. But next up is Mysterious Fantasy's captain, Tang Xin. He's quite skilled too, Liebor said. If Qiu Fei can really pull off a 1v2, it'll be a huge blow to Mysterious Fantasy's morale. Let's see how Tang Xin does. Pan Lin said. In the end, he won. Qiu Fei won again. The last laugh belongs to Excellent Era, and they now have a 1-point lead. That wasn't easy at all. Excellent Era sure has a capable captain, even though he's only 19 years old right now, Pan Lin yelled. Yes, even if it's only a 1-point lead, it's a huge swing for Excellent Era. The blow to Mysterious Fantasy's morale must be huge. I hope they don't get discouraged and can bring their spirits back up for the team competition, Liebor sighed. Neither side will let the other win easily. But there's only one champion. Challenger League, final victor, Excellent Era. We're back. In the post-match press conference, Team Excellent Era's new generation captain, Qiu Fei, faced the cameras and gave a solemn declaration. Chapter 1362. Only 2 rounds remaining. Excellent Era is back. Even though it was not what it had been before, everyone knew that this Excellent Era was the direct successor of that old powerhouse. It was just that the luxury goods of this house had been sold off, so it seemed somewhat run down. But for many loyal fans, as long as this team was still here, that was enough. The instant that Excellent Era won, Chengguo clearly heard a racket coming from outside, and even the sound of people setting fireworks. They were celebrating Excellent Era's victory, Excellent Era's return. Excellent Era belonged to this city, in the past, and in the present still. True, Happy was here as well and had even taken over Excellent Era's former home stadium, earning pretty good attendance at their matches. But it was clear that compared to Excellent Era, who had been rooted here for 10 years, Happy couldn't compare. Respect was won through results in competition, but feelings and passion couldn't be transferred so quickly. What do you think? Chengui asked Yishio. The match was pretty good. Mysterious Fantasy clearly had the advantage in terms of experience, but Excellent Era's young players had more drive, and they seized more opportunities in the end, said Yishio. Who cares about that? Chengui huffed. I'm asking you about your feelings on Excellent Era's return. Yishio felt out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath and nodded. Pretty good. Next season, they'll become our opponents, said Chengguo. Yishio smiled faintly. We've beaten them, what's there to worry about? What are you pretending for? Chengguo was speechless. She knew that Yishio was someone who would never look down on any opponent. Yishio continued to smile, but he didn't say anything. He watched the television quietly, watched that new generation battle mage, who announced to the world, "We're back." Yes. They were back. To be able to return after leaving, that feeling was wonderful, wasn't it? Yishio thought of that year and a half he'd spent in retirement and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Excellent Era's return. The next day, this made headlines everywhere. And this new Excellent Era wasn't a powerhouse, only the remnants of a powerhouse, but they still stood resolutely, they still charged through the Challenger League. This earned much praise for the young army of new Excellent Era, and the media began to report in detail on the players and characters of this new army. The excitement was comparable to how everyone had felt last year when Happy knocked down the powerhouse Excellent Era. In this year, Excellent Era had experienced both roles. With the strength of a powerhouse, they'd lost the most critical battle, attracting all sorts of anger and criticism. At a weakened level, they'd conquered the final obstacle, winning all sorts of praise and support. Everyone was already indulging discussion on Excellent Era's future. But they only had half a day of time, because at 8 p.m. that night, round 36 of the regular season began. Here, the competition would only be fiercer. This round, Happy was playing their home game, welcoming the second-to-last Bright Green, who was already set to be relegated. In everyone's eyes, this was basically a gift of points for Happy. And Howl was facing Parade this round. Meanwhile, 100 Blossoms and Thunderclap faced off, becoming the match that was chosen for broadcast. 301 continued their difficult match schedule, this round playing their away game against Blue Rain. They had reached a critical point in the season, so even though Happy's opponent was weak, there were still many fans who came to watch. And this time, they finally watched their fill, without any disappointment. Happy earned a perfect 10-0 victory against Bright Green, giving their team a valuable point buffer during this fierce point in the competition. Even more valuable, Yishio still didn't appear in the team competition this match, but Happy's team was still able to cleanly defeat their enemies. Those reporters who had been ready to tear into Happy could only grit their teeth. Howl also won their match, 9-1 against Parade. The death match between 100 Blossoms and Thunderclap entered the typical rhythm for Thunderclap matches. After the individual rounds, 100 Blossoms had the lead 4-1, but Thunderclap won the team competition, ultimately surpassing 100 Blossoms 6-4. And 301 defeated Blue Rain 7-3. Step by step, they were breaking through their difficult match schedule. After their 3 matches against Samsara, Tiny Herb, and Blue Rain, they won 15 points in total. Even though they were still in 9th place for now, they hadn't dropped in the rankings. They were only 1 point behind the 8th place 100 Blossoms, so a reversal within one round was completely possible. And round 37 looked to be a perfect opportunity for this. Round 37, 301 was fighting their home game against the current last place team, Seaside. And 100 Blossoms was facing Tyranny. In round 36, Tyranny had won 10-0 against Seaside, while Blue Rain had lost to 301, so the two teams switched on the leaderboard. Tyranny once again rose to 2nd place, forcing Blue Rain down to 3rd. 2nd and 3rd place both had the small home field advantage in the playoffs, the only difference was the amount of prize winnings for final placement on the leaderboard. But these two powerhouse teams clearly didn't need to worry about this small amount of prize money, and of course Tyranny wouldn't overexert themselves during this time. They of course wouldn't throw their match with 301, but it was natural that they wouldn't play this match with the same perseverance and energy that they would for the finals. The modern competition format was simply this prolonged, and it didn't make sense to require the full effort of all players at all times. With all of these factors tangling together, the future situation only grew more complex and confusing. Just 2 rounds left. This is what all the teams were telling themselves. After 2 rounds, the line between heaven and hell would be determined. May 29th, round 37 of the regular season began. Happy's away game against Howl became the broadcasted match for this round. Howl's home stadium was completely filled, without an empty seat in sight. Ever since Howl switched to their one-on-one team play style and began winning again and again, everyone from players to fans became energized, and even their chant of winning the championship was brought out once more. And this round, their opponent was the team that had previously swept them 10-0, Team Happy. The stadium was filled with hostility, and as soon as Happy's players entered the field, they were surrounded by booing. Yishio was once again first up in the individual competition. 35 consecutive wins, the media no longer had the strength to emphasize this incredible feat. This season's King of Dueling award would undoubtedly go to him, as his individual record this season was so far ahead of everyone else's. As for who had the second best score, everyone was too lazy to care, since there wasn't any meaning in comparing them anyway. Right now, everyone was waiting to see whether Yishio could ultimately complete the feat of 37 consecutive wins, and some were beginning to sigh about how Yishio hadn't played in the individual round in round 1. Otherwise, he'd have 38 rounds, that wouldn't be called consecutive wins anymore, he would have won all of them, every single one. This score could never be surpassed, only tied, unless the alliance once again expanded and added more teams. Yishio is already on the field. This is his 36th individual battle, and up to now he was already won 35 consecutive. Will his record end here? Who will Howl send up to meet him? Will their captain Tang Hao himself face him? After Yishio came out, Pan Lin began to shift the audience's attention toward Howl's player. In the end, Wind Howl's first player for the individual round, Liu Hao. Liu Hao, it's Liu Hao. Wind Howl's vice-captain Liu Hao, former vice-captain of Excellent Era. To send him against Yi Xiu, is it because he understands him? Does he have some grasp of this match? Will Yi Xiu's consecutive win record end by the hand of his former lieutenant Liu Hao? As soon as Pan Lin saw this player coming forward, he grew excited. This was something to talk about. The media loved this kind of battle, where there was a lot to talk about. It's no secret that Yi Xiu goes first in the individual competition. So most teams would address this in one of two ways. They could try the Tianji horse race strategy, and just let Yi Xiu win the first match, or they could send a strong player who actually has a chance of taking him out. No matter what, Liu Hao isn't a throwaway player for Wind Howl. His appearance now means they have some sort of plan against Yi Xiu, said Li Yibo. Has Liu Hao discovered the way to defeat the unspecialized Lord Grimm? Pan Lin exclaimed. Let us wait and see. Li Yibo hurriedly said, fearing that Pan Lin would want him to make an analytic prediction. This was Yi Xiu's match. Predict the outcome? Don't joke around. Soon, the first individual match officially began. It's not a direct confrontation, Li Yibo immediately concluded, after looking at the map selected. This map is pretty typically suited for a Spellblade. The distance between obstacles matches very well the attack range of a Spellblade. As expected, Liu Hao came prepared. Pan Lin exclaimed. Come on. Let me see how much you've grown these past 2 years. As soon as the match began, Yi Xiu spoke in the chat. Ha ha, I welcome the teachings of my old captain, Liu Hao replied, polite and modest, in an extremely composed demeanor. In reality, he was about to explode. I'm not a student in Excellent Era's training camp anymore. I'm not Excellent Era's benchwarmer substitute anymore, or Excellent Era's player at all. I'm not under your authority anymore, Yi Xiu. I'm Team Wind Howl's vice-captain, an all-star player this season. But you, on what basis are you still acting so high and mighty? You want to see how much I've grown? Do I need your comments anymore? My growth? I'll show you how much I've grown. Liu Hao's Spellblade Absent Sun decisively advanced, without retreat, along the center road. Stone Forest. This was the name of this 1v1 map. Stone pillars, each as thick as a person, were distributed quite densely along this map. No clash could avoid hitting them, places for cover were everywhere. Absent Sun quickly arrived at the center road, but when he looked around, he didn't see any sign of Lord Grimm. Old Captain, how come you're not here? This isn't your normal style. Liu Hao immediately said in the chat. Of course not, my style adapts to local conditions. Yi Xiu quickly responded. Where is he? Liu Hao purposefully acted relaxed in chat, but in reality he was very nervous. Dealing with sneak attacks on this map would be a headache. Liu Hao didn't let Absent Sun just stand around waiting, and so he also prepared to sneak attack the opponent, and began to move carefully alongside a stone pillar. Whoosh! About 20 body lengths away, a silhouette flashed through the stone pillars, instantly going from behind one to behind another. Liu Hao immediately adjusted his camera view, capturing this rare clue. Liu Hao stared at that one stone pillar. Lord Grimm was right behind it. Absent Sun began to carefully move in that direction. On this map, Liu Hao was unafraid of a direct confrontation. Chapter 1363. It's always like this. Nomiami. Nomiami. Step by step, Liu Hao carefully approached. Absent Sun moved steadily, his eyes unwavering, with no openings in sight. The viewers yawned. Lord Grimm wasn't in the direction Absent Sun was moving in. After Lord Grimm hid behind that stone pillar, he backed up in a straight line until he reached a different stone pillar and then switched to it as a new hiding spot. Having an omniscient view sometimes made things quite boring. The viewers all felt bored. They regretfully could not experience Liu Hao's nervousness and could not sympathize with Liu Hao's extreme caution. Earthquake Sword. Absent Sun threw out a fierce attack, and a wave of earth surged forth. The whirling earth crashed into that stone pillar and sliced it in half. The earthquake sword had split into two paths and then converged towards the center of the stone pillar. Liu Hao had been waiting for this moment. Absent Sun slid to the side to get a better line of sight and sent out an ice wave sword. Ha! The audience once again yawned. There was no one behind that stone pillar. What was the point of making so much noise? Yishio's Lord Grim was quite a distance away and wasn't within the attack's range. A fight wasn't going to break out. Everyone could see that clearly. It was only Liu Hao alone, with his spirit trembling with excitement, who couldn't see it. His two skills ended up hitting nothing but air. He's not there. Liu Hao was shocked to discover that Lord Grim wasn't behind the stone pillar. However, with his experience and his familiarity with the map, he immediately determined how Lord Grim had disappeared from right under his eyes. Absent Sun moved precisely along the route Lord Grim had chosen. The audience noticed Liu Hao's precise judgment and shook excitedly. Applause suddenly poured down. This time, he was truly closing in. However, this time, Liu Hao wasn't certain of Lord Grim's exact location. The audience didn't know that though. All they saw was Liu Hao chasing after Lord Grim with extraordinary precision. They thought he had completely ascertained Lord Grim's position. How could they know Liu Hao only had a rough idea? He was still picking from A, B, or C as his final answer. Seeing Absent Sun getting closer and closer to Lord Grim, the crowd became increasingly more excited. All sorts of cheers and excited shouts exploded. Then, they watched as Absent Sun sweep out an earthquake sword towards a stone pillar with no one there. Fuck! What a letdown. Everyone's hopes were instantly crushed. The crowd immediately went silent. Liu Hao did the same two-attack maneuver as before and once again saw that there was no one behind that stone pillar. Okay, so A's been eliminated. There's only B and C left. He should be behind those two stone pillars, right? Liu Hao was suddenly unsure again. He had been confident in his pursuit. Even though he hadn't seen any signs of Lord Grim, he was certain Yishio was dancing in the palm of his hands. If there were any strange movements, he would definitely notice them. But there were none. That meant Lord Grim should be in front of him. He just couldn't confirm whether A, B, or C was correct. Liu Hao believed choice A was the last likely. He still chose it in the end though. It was actually bait. When he attacked A, his attention was more focused on B and C. He thought Yishio would act as soon as he guessed wrong, so he wanted to beat him at his own game. But Yishio did not act. As a result, he safely eliminated A as the correct choice and now began pondering over the other two choices. The audience suddenly became quite lively. Lord Grim's over there. If your first guess wasn't right, try again. Why'd you stop? Absent Sun raised his short sword and suddenly started casting a wave formation. With just one move, he could cover both options. At this moment, Lord Grim casually stepped out from Pillar B. Liu Hao was greatly alarmed and hastily cancelled his wave formation. Shining cut! Lord Grim cut across and appeared right in front of Liu Hao. You haven't changed. Your playstyle is always so fake, Yishio said as Lord Grim let out two slashes in the shape of a cross. At this distance, a vertical and horizontal slash was truly difficult to dodge. Liu Hao reacted quite fast though. Absent Sun shielded his head with his short sword, using the Blade Master skill guard to block Lord Grim's attack. Borrowing the momentum from Lord Grim's attack, he slid back. You clearly know where I was hiding. Why not directly attack me? Why did you insist on running in circles? Yishio didn't have Lord Grim urgently rush over and followed up on the conversation. You call that fake? Liu Hao sneered. Are you saying you've never done this? I have, but no one is so fake through and through, Yishio replied. Do you really think words like those would shake me up? Liu Hao said. If you really did get shaken up, that would be great, Yishio said. Shut up. Liu Hao was finally unable to hold back. After all, letting it accumulate was quite tiring as well. "All right," Yishio responded. Lord Grim moved again. Liu Hao sneered. In his eyes, Yishio had made a mistake. Lord Grim, suddenly leaping out, while his absent son was casting a spell, came out of nowhere. Lord Grim instantly closed in on him too. It had been such a perfect ambush opportunity. But instead of continuing his assault, he just chattered. Liu Hao was truly laughing from head to toe. He had truly been panicking whether or not he could block Lord Grim's direct attacks. That distance wasn't a Spellblade's ideal distance. Instead, Yishio stopped, giving him a chance to breathe. This was simply letting a tiger return to the mountains. Liu Hao had adjusted himself. If another attack came, he wouldn't be afraid. He had originally planned on directly fighting with Yishio. Why else would he have charged directly to the center of the map at the start of the match? "You'll pay the price for trying to preach to me," Liu Hao shouted inwardly. Absent Sun raised his sword. A frenzy of fire surged towards Lord Grim. Fire wave sword. Bang! The raging flames left Lord Grim nowhere to dodge. The fire blaze turning Lord Grim into smoke. "Humph!" Liu Hao laughed coldly. Shadow clone technique. Yishio had used this old trick who knew how many times by now. Absent Sun had already leapt up. At practically the same time as the fire wave sword, he twisted his body in the air and released an earthquake sword. The land quaked and violent sword intent flew forward, but all that it hit was a thread of Lord Grim's clothing. Absent Sun had missed. Lord Grim hadn't been standing directly behind him, but rather to the side a sliver. The earthquake sword grudgingly whistled by him. "Who told you I always went behind my opponents?" Yishio asked as Lord Grim unsheathed his sword. "Sword draw." The sword light swept over. The airborne Absent Sun had no way of dodging it. He had just guarded previously, its cooldown wasn't up yet. All he could do was swing his sword as a normal attack to parry it. However, a normal attack had lower priority than sword draw. It couldn't completely block it. The sword draw pushed Absent Sun's short sword back towards him. Absent Sun crashed to the ground, the flames from his previous fire wave sword had yet to extinguish. Even though he wasn't able to completely block it, it still had some effect. Absent Sun didn't go into a tumble as a result. Liu Hao adjusted his character so he would land on his feet. Clack! The instant he fell, a clack came from beneath his feet. Liu Hao lowered his head and saw spikes through his character's feet. Thief skill spike trap rooted the target. Liu Hao's face suddenly paled. He hadn't noticed when Lord Grim had placed the trap down. From its location, could it have been the instant he sent out the fire wave sword? Could he have used the light from the flames as a cover? In any case, Liu Hao had been hit by the trap, and his Absent Sun couldn't move an inch for the duration of spike trap. And this time, Yishio had no plans of chatting with him. Grenade, sand toss, disperse powder. Lord Grim rushed over and threw a bunch of things. Unable to move, the only thing Liu Hao could do was look away to avoid sand toss blind effect. Every other projectile had hit. Then, Lord Grim's sword glowed dark purple as a Go Soul flashed out. A boundary had appeared on the ground, Sword Soul, or Sword Boundary. All allies within the boundary would have their strength and intelligence greatly buffed. The real offensive had only just begun, unspecialized blitz. With Spike Trap in effect, Absent Sun could only stand there and get beaten. When Spike Trap's root effect dissipated, Absent Sun could still only get beaten up. Liu Hao wanted to cry. He had been waiting to use this map for a long time. He had been waiting for the key moment to use it to improve his popularity. This crucial match against Yishio and his 35-round win streak were once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to win huge amounts of fame. Liu Hao had sacrificed his treasure and released his treasure's full might. He had utilized his familiarity with the map to give a precise chase and received the audience's applause. But there was nothing after that. He received no more chances to utilize this map. Yishio had used a spike trap to seal his movements. Then, after making a few setups, Yishio didn't give him a single opportunity to counterattack or use the map as cover. Am I going to lose? Lose like this? I was so meticulous and precise with my preparations, yet I'm going to lose like this without any chance of retaliation. Impossible. It doesn't make sense. I worked hard and put in the effort. Victory? Why can't I see any shred of victory? Will I truly never be able to beat him? Liu Hao felt fear. He had exhausted everything at his disposal in this match. He thought that he had a huge advantage, but he hadn't even been able to hold the upper hand for even a minute. It was like he's still a trainee at the Excellent Era training camp. That battle god from up above strolled into the training camp, picked a random map, and just casually crushed him. He thought that he had grown strong, but in the end, he could see no difference from the past. He was easily and casually defeated. Why? Why did it turn out like this? When Absent Sun fell, Liu Hao collapsed in his seat and roared furiously. But no one could hear him. Chapter 1364. 100 Blossoms on the Cliff. Happy vs Wind Howl, 1-0. The scoreboard in the stadium clearly displayed the two teams' points after the first battle. Yishio's win streak continued. In the live broadcast, Pan Lin and Li Yibor only mentioned this once, almost with an air of resignation. It was simply too repetitive. And with this battle in particular, Li Yibor felt that he had been face-slapped once again. He hadn't even dared to make any thorough analysis at the start of the match. He'd only said that this map was suitable for Spellblades, and that Liu Hao had chosen it carefully. He felt that he couldn't go wrong with such an obvious observation. But in the end, had this map actually been suitable for the Spellblade? If only looking at the actual performance, and not the map, then Li Yibor could only be given a regretful ha-ha. Just from the unstage performance, it was impossible to see that Liu Hao's Absent Sun had used any special characteristics of the map. But would Coach Li be beaten that easily? Yishio played very well. Li Yibor said. From the very start, he could tell that the map put him at a disadvantage, so step by step, he drew the opponent into his plan, took control, and ended the match. Yes, what did Liu Hao want to do with this map? We didn't even get the chance to see. Pan Lin followed Li Yibor's thought process. This match between old teammates didn't ignite the fireworks we'd expected. Yishio easily obtained victory, said Li Yibor. Yes, Yishio won easily, and now Happy is 1-0 in the lead. The Wind Howl audience seemed somewhat disappointed. Pan Lin said. This outcome probably caught them off guard as well. The first player in a match is usually chosen to be someone with a tougher style. This kind of player can carry the atmosphere, and even if they lose, they won't disappoint people too much. Liu Hao is more of a calculating player, but if he miscalculates, then his loss is a bit more ugly, said Li Yibor. Yeah, this match, he seemed a bit off, Pan Lin said. While the two of them discussed, the two players had already begun to come off stage. Liu Hao's face was ugly as he walked along, and he heard a few boos directed at him. Clearly, a number of Wind Howl fans were unsatisfied with his performance. But overall, the Wind Howl audience was still relatively tolerant. Let's get ready to enjoy the second battle, Pan Lin said. The camera switched back to show the digital display in the stadium, and very soon, the names of the players participating in the second battle of the individual round appeared. Happy, Mo Fan, Deception. Wind Howl, Gui Yang, Chi Breaker. Another former Excellent Era player, Li Yibor said. Happy sent out Mo Fan, unlike their recent pattern of sending Luo Ji or Wei Chen. It looks like the situation's getting more tense, so Happy doesn't dare to continue to let Luo Ji and Wei Chen find their condition, said Pan Lin. Ha, if they lose points now, they won't have any more chances to win them back, said Li Yibor. Indeed, these were the last two rounds. Every single point was precious. It was very possible that the final standings would be determined by this single point. Wind Howl had lost 1 point, but they were still in 7th place, and had a points advantage over 8th and 9th. Meanwhile, 100 Blossoms, currently in 8th place, was in a greater need of points, but they also lost the first point of the individual round. Song Chi-ying, the young general of Tyranny, went first, and ultimately defeated 100 Blossoms' old general Zhong Wei to win a first point for Tyranny. The second Tyranny player instantly provoked boos from all corners of the 100 Blossoms stadium. Zhong Jiala, it could only be Zhong Jiala. Every time he returned to this stadium, he was met with this kind of welcome. It had already been 3 years since he retired from 100 Blossoms. It had already been 2 years since he joined Tyranny. Yet 100 Blossoms' resentment toward him seemed not to have lessened in the slightest. Even if there were many 100 Blossoms fans that understood him, their voices would never be loud enough. Those who passionately despised Zhong Jiala had a stronger presence. This season, 100 Blossoms fans had organized a poll amongst themselves, a contest in which they ranked the various players in 100 Blossoms history in different categories. The player toward whom they were most grateful, and the player they hated the most, the number one for both categories was Zhong Jiala. Zhong Jiala, to 100 Blossoms, was an angel and a demon combined. Some remembered his many years of contributions, while others hated his final abandonment. Love and hate tangled together like this, in a never-ending debate. Now that he came on stage, there was some applause, but there was more booing. In the end, 100 Blossoms desperately needed victory at this time, and Zhong Jiala had become an obstacle standing in their way. Evidently, this would ignite more hatred than gratitude. And on 100 Blossoms' side, when their player name was announced, the crowd instantly hushed. Zhu Yuan, Bright Blossoms. By coincidence, 100 Blossoms' old and new Spitfires stood opposite each other on the battlefield. The very air seemed thick with tension. But Zhong Jiala was very calm. Having walked to this point today, he would have no other emotion. All of those feelings and conflicts of the past were now buried deep in his heart. He would reminisce, but not at this moment. Perhaps the points didn't matter to Tyranny right now anymore, but Zhong Jiala absolutely would not throw the match for 100 Blossoms. He still hoped he could earn the understanding and support of the 100 Blossoms fans, but he would not do so through such a method. He would play this match seriously. It wasn't a victory that Tyranny needed, but to himself, and to 100 Blossoms, this was the greatest respect he could offer. Gunshots. The two Spitfires were already fighting. These were perhaps the two best Spitfires in glory right now, both from Team 100 Blossoms, both controlling Spitfire characters with the word Blossoms in their names. Who was weaker? Who was stronger? This was not a question that could be answered with one match. In one match, there was only victory and defeat. Zhu Yuan's playstyle had inherited many characteristics from Zhong Jiala's, but later on, he had integrated many of his own traits as well. The two styles seemed to be similar, but they weren't the same. This had nothing to do with which was superior. They simply each used their own abilities to the limit. Amidst roars, explosions bloomed like flowers. In this instant, everyone forgot all debate, as they were captivated by the sights on stage. Victory and defeat, that was all there was. No matter what player, what class, what style, what debate, once on the battlefield, only victory and defeat were displayed in the end. The loser would fall, the winner would remain standing. Aside from this, there would be no other outcome. And when this moment arrived, glory. The display flashed with this large word. The holographic projection, showing the details of the battle, played the final moments in slow motion. Amidst the fireworks exploding like blooming flowers, bright blossoms fell. In the end, Zhu Yuan could not defeat his senior. As for Zhong Jiala, he knew very well that this match was just icing on the cake for Tyranny, while it could be fatal for 100 Blossoms. But he didn't hesitate, didn't retreat, as he resolutely controlled dazzling 100 Blossoms to fire the final shot. As for what consequences this would have for 100 Blossoms, it was no longer his business. 100 Blossoms core player, ace character, this was all in the past. 2-0. In Tyranny's away game against 100 Blossoms, when Tyranny no longer needed to care too much about victory, they still obtained the first point, pushing 100 Blossoms to the cliff's edge. The news from the other ongoing matches only gave 100 Blossoms even more of a panic. 301, who had only been behind them by 1 point, was facing the last-place Seaside this round. By now, they'd already won all 3 of their individual battles, squeezing 100 Blossoms out of the top 8. Thunderclap was playing their home game against Samsara and had already finished 2 individual matches. Even though Thunderclap was generally weaker individually, they had actually taken the lead 2-0 against Samsara. In Wind Howl against Happy, they'd finished 2 battles and were tied 1-1. When 2 direct competitors were gaining points at an equal rate like this, it was the worst for the other competitors. It would be better for 100 Blossoms if one team dropped a lot of points, because then there'd be space to pass them. Not a single piece of good news. Team 100 Blossoms, at 9th place right now, had no road of retreat. Victory, they needed victory. If they weren't able to earn points this round, then their season would come to an end right here. 100 Blossoms was facing an away game at Samsara next round. It was truly too difficult to push any hopes onto that match. You have to win. Carrying all of 100 Blossoms' hopes as he walked unstage was their summoner Zhu Xiaoping. The one he was about to face was the player who quietly demonstrated his strength through positioning and movement, Qin Muyan. Zhu Xiaoping knew how critical this battle was, but it was a difficult task. His summoned creatures had no way of completing an encirclement around Qin Muyan's -9 degrees. Qin Muyan's precise movement allowed him to thread his way through the army of summons, while his bullets were sent wave after wave towards Zhu Xiaoping's wind carving. The summons he'd sent to surround the opponent weren't enough, but Zhu Xiaoping didn't have anything left to summon creatures to protect himself. Both attack and defense were too difficult, and in the end, he unfortunately lost this crucial third match. 0-3. 100 Blossoms was now lagging 0-3. Just when they thought the situation couldn't get any worse, Tyranny dealt them another blow. When he came off stage, Zhu Xiaoping's expression was anguished. He hadn't been able to manifest the hopes that the entire team, the entire audience, had placed upon him. He knew what this loss implied. The stadium was deathly silent. No matter how dissatisfied they were by 100 Blossoms' performance, the audience was in no mood to boo or jeer. We have to win. In everyone's hearts, there was only this one sound: win. We can't lose any more points. We have to win every single one of the next 7 points. This is the most crucial moment of our entire season. Everyone, focus. Win, we must win. Erase every other thought from your minds. Don't hope that Tyranny will let up, because they won't, that team never will. We can only bring out everything we have and wager it all on this stage. This is our opportunity, and we can only rely on ourselves to seize it. Win. Win all the way until the end. In the short break after the individual round ended, Euphone was desperately trying to boost the team's morale. Let's go, he roared. Don't let the opponents look down upon us, don't let down our fans. Let's get them. Chapter 1365. An extremely stressful team competition. At the brink of disaster, without anywhere else to retreat to, Team 100 Blossoms finally showed astonishing fighting strength during the group arena. Amongst them, the most praiseworthy performance came from their assassin player, Zhu Guangyi. He had played exceptionally well, narrowly completing a 1v2. After such a beautiful opening, the following 2 players didn't waste the opportunity, finally securing a valuable 2 points for Team 100 Blossoms in the group arena, somewhat stabilizing the cliff that they were on. But the news that arrived from other matches made 100 Blossoms' situation as dire as before. 301 was entering the team competition with an absolute lead of 5-0, already putting themselves ahead of 100 Blossoms by 2 points. It looked like they wouldn't have too much trouble securing victory in the team competition, meaning that 301 had secured a full 10 points in this round. Thunderclap, after seizing 2 points in the individual competition, now suffered against Samsara's strong retaliation, with the score already changing to 2-3 in favor of Samsara. Still, Thunderclap was ahead of 100 Blossoms by 7 points. Even if they were to lose the upcoming team competition, 100 Blossoms couldn't rely solely on beating Tyranny in the team competition to surpass them. The other match was the one that 100 Blossoms had pinned the most of their hopes on. Team Wind Howl was only ahead of them by 3 points, so of course, 100 Blossoms was hoping that the gap wouldn't increase, or even for them to simply overtake Wind Howl in one move. In the end, after their initial victory in the first individual round, the retaliation that Happy received was even more dramatic than the one against Thunderclap. Team Wind Howl won round after round, with the score after the group arena tallying up to be 1-4. Happy with 1 point, and Wind Howl with 4. If Happy was ahead of 100 Blossoms by 7 points, and Thunderclap was ahead by 5 points, no matter what the end result of the round was, 100 Blossoms had no way of surpassing either of these two teams. Unexpectedly, their end result in this round had already been decided halfway through the competition. 9th place, it could only be 9th place, with no chance whatsoever of entering the top 8. The last round would be their final chance to make it into the top 8, but it was an away game against Samsara, the most difficult opportunity of them all. And in order to have a chance of seizing this opportunity, they had to first defeat Tyranny in the team competition of this round. They had easily taken back 2 points in a brilliant performance in the group arena, but after hearing such bad news from other matches, the morale of the members of 100 Blossoms began to wane. That makes things easier. Unexpectedly, their captain, Yufeng, had become more relaxed. We only have one road to take, without any other choices. Let's put in all our effort and try to make it. No matter what, we won't have any regrets. No matter what, we won't have any regrets. As the members of 100 Blossoms thought about it, their gazes gradually became more resolute. They needed to win this round, so they would fight with no fear. Who cared who their opponents were? 100 Blossoms' current situation isn't good. No matter how the match plays out, they're definitely going to be in 9th place. Pan Lin and Liebor took advantage of the break in the match to comment about the circumstances for Team 100 Blossoms. That's true, but in the last round, 100 Blossoms will still have a chance. However, they have to win the upcoming team competition first, Liebor said. If 100 Blossoms wins the team competition, they'll have 237 points. Pan Lin looked at the team rankings and calculated, if Thunderclap loses the team competition to Samsara, they'll only have 239 points, and they'll be ahead of 100 Blossoms by 2 points. If Team 301 wins the team competition against Seaside and takes 10 points, they'll also be at 239 points, ahead of 100 Blossoms by 2 points. As for the match we're currently broadcasting, if Wind Howl wins in the team competition, Happy will only be ahead of 100 Blossoms by 2 points, and if Happy wins, then Wind Howl will have the same number of points as 100 Blossoms. 100 Blossoms still has an obvious opportunity to make it into the top 8. No matter who wins or loses in the current match between Wind Howl and Happy, one team will be left behind, becoming the target for 100 Blossoms to surpass, Liebor said. I'm sure that they've already heard the news from the other matches during this break, so they should be very clear of the circumstances that they're facing, Pan Lin said. In this round, both teams are shouldering a lot of pressure. But if they lose this round, they'll face even more pressure in the next round. Wind Howl will face Tiny Herb in the last round, and Happy will face 301. Neither match will be easy for them to deal with, Liebor said. Looking at it, Wind Howl has taken 4 consecutive points in the individual rounds, so their morale should be very high, and they have the benefit of being the home team. On the other hand, after their initial victory, Happy has lost 4 points in a row, so they need to collect themselves quickly. Pan Lin said. Yes, that's right. While these two teams are evidently in a much better state than 100 Blossoms, they are still not too far from the edge of the cliff. Whoever loses will move a few steps closer to that cliff, where 100 Blossoms is desperately trying to claw their way back in. It could very well be that 100 Blossoms comes back, while one of these teams makes an exit, Liebor said, putting his fists on the edge of the table to illustrate what he meant. Let's wait and see which team can better stabilize their state of mind at this crucial time. Pan Lin said. The team competition is about to begin, Liebor replied. Let's return to the current match, Pan Lin said, as the camera moved away from the commentator's booth and back to the arena. At the same time, a bird's-eye shot overlooked the player benches for each team, where the players were huddled in a circle, obviously making crucial preparations for the match ahead. In the arena, the referee walked to the side of the stage, stretching his hand out to indicate that the competitors from the two teams should prepare to go on stage. One by one, the names of the players from each side who would be appearing in the team competition flashed on the large screen in the stadium. "Fuck!" Pan Lin suddenly cried out, before immediately covering his mouth, but it was already too late. During this whole season, he had been walking on the blade's edge with the issue of repeatedly swearing, and Pan Lin had put in a great amount of effort to control his repeated urges to curse out loud. Unfortunately, in the second-to-last round, his willpower finally cracked, and he was unable to refrain from swearing. In an instant, his cursing was transmitted to the ears of every single viewer. He could practically already see his bonus for that month flying out of his pocket. Happy is really too bold. Lee Ibor was really quite considerate, knowing that Pan Lin's sudden swearing wasn't very appropriate, so he hurriedly spoke up, doing his best to cover it up a bit. Yeah, Pan Lin was still somewhat unable to calm himself after his mistake. In a match as crucial as this, Yi Xiu still isn't going up in the team competition. Lee Ibor continued to stare in surprise at the names of the players who were competing in the team competition. Team Happy, Fang Rui, Su Muqing, Tang Ru, Luo Ji, and Wenny, Mo Fan. Not only was Yi Xiu not going up, Luo Ji, a rookie who had only played in a few rounds, was unexpectedly appearing in the team competition roster during such an important match. What on earth is Happy thinking? Pan Lin exploded. Could it be that Yi Xiu has really run into some kind of problem? This time, Lee Ibor really couldn't stop himself from making a conjecture. Even though Yi Xiu had continued his unblemished record in the individual competition, he'd already rested for 4 whole rounds when it came to the team competition. Normally, if a player didn't appear for 4 rounds, most people wouldn't think that they were rotating their roster, they would think that the player had been cut from the main roster entirely. But how could Happy possibly cut Yi Xiu? Could he have suffered an injury that prevents him from playing for a long period of time? Like Sun Raping? Pan Lin wondered. Until today, Sun Japing had only played in the individual competition for Team Heavenly Swords. It was no secret that he couldn't take on a greater burden due to his hand injury. Yi Xiu only appearing in the individual competition for 4 rounds in a row really did have a few similarities to Sun Japing's situation. No matter whether he was resting, or if it was some kind of deliberate feint, Yi Xiu not appearing in such a crucial competition really didn't conform to common sense. But no matter how surprised everyone was, Happy could only have these 6 players who were taking the field. At this time, they were lined up in the middle of the stage next to Wind Howl's 6 players, taking in the look of astonishment on their faces. Evidently, Yi Xiu not appearing in this round was something that no one had expected, not even Team Wind Howl. After shaking hands and exchanging greetings, the 2 sides made their way to the player booths. As they walked away, some of Wind Howl's players turned their heads in suspicion, as if Yi Xiu was mixed into that group of 6, waiting to catch them off guard. Don't bother thinking about what the other side is doing, it's irrelevant to us. We'll mark their players, the same thing as usual, their captain, Tang Hao, said to the rest of his team. Understood. Wind Howl's players nodded their heads, but at this time, their vice-captain, Liu Hao, was staring at Happy's player bench, away from the stage. He was staring at Yi Xiu. Having been easily beaten into submission during the individual competition, Liu Hao was on the verge of collapse, but he was really too good at hiding his true feelings. After he came out of the player booths, he wore a look of defeat without despair, apologizing to his teammates, encouraging the next player, leaving no room for anyone to say anything much to him. Only he knew that deep inside, he wasn't as calm and collected as he looked. He was about to go insane. He simply couldn't accept the reality that he had been so easily dispatched by Yi Xiu. He wanted revenge. He needed revenge. The opportunity was right in front of him, the team competition. In the team competition, they would face each other again. And in the team competition, where Wind Howl wanted each person to mark an opposing player, Liu Hao's mark was indeed Yi Xiu. Liu Hao had clenched his teeth, waiting for this moment the entire time. But in the end, Yi Xiu didn't appear. In such a crucial, important match, Yi Xiu actually decided not to play in the team competition. The energy that Liu Hao had been building up for the whole of the first half of the competition immediately turned to sullenness. He desperately wanted to take down Yi Xiao, but from the very start, Yi Xiao paid no mind to him. When he should take the stage, he went up, and when he wanted to rest, he would rest. Just because Liu Hao was on the other team, would he have to go up in the team competition to take the reins? Regrettably, Liu Hao never had this sort of worthiness, and Yi Xiao never had such intentions. Yi Xiao didn't appear, so Liu Hao's mark changed. His new mark, Luo Ji. This was the natural substitute, since Yi Xiao hadn't appeared in the match. Wind Howl had no intention of rearranging each person's mark once again. But Liu Hao wasn't in a good mood, immediately becoming furious with the player that he had to target during the match. It was actually that noob? Liu Hao felt as if he was being scorned. Deep down inside, he knew that there was no such thing, it was just a natural result of Happy's players being swapped. But even then, he couldn't get rid of the feeling that they were looking down on him. "Let's beat them!" Tang Hao roared. "Yes!" The players shouted back. The competition began. Chapter 1366. The Underestimated Rookie. The match had officially begun, but the audience hadn't gotten ready for it yet. No one had recovered from the news that Yi Xiao wasn't playing. But the first thing each team did when the match began had the entire audience snapping their attention back to the match. Team Wind Howl, player and account substitution, healer player Ron Yongbin, cleric soul healer switched out, 6th player Gui Yang, Chi master Chi breaker switched in. Team Happy, player and account substitution, healer player and Wenny, cleric little cold hand switched out, 6th player Mo Fan, deception switched in. The entire stadium exploded into uproar. Everyone had gotten used to Wind Howl's new playstyle by now, and some even questioned why they even bothered having a healer at all. Of course, this was just sarcasm. Having a healer in their starting lineup added a layer of uncertainty for their opponents. Even though they knew that Wind Howl favored the tactic of switching their 6th player in for a 5 DPS formation, they would be forced to wonder if the other would really use it. In addition, a man-on-man offense was very tiring to keep up. Oftentimes, they still needed a healer behind them to help stabilize the situation, so that was why a lot of people thought Misty Rain too extreme with their 6 DPS lineup. In this match, Wind Howl was using their usual play style, but no one had expected that Happy would copy them, throwing their healer out for a DPS the moment the match started. "Happy is really too brave," Pan Lin exclaimed. Team Wind Howl had rolled through the competition with their play style and, until now, no other team had been so resolute, arranging a full DPS formation to counter. This was another huge shock after the first, where everyone realized Yi Xiao wasn't playing. But, speaking of, it isn't like Happy hasn't used this play style before. Of course, back then their goal wasn't a man-on-man offense like Wind Howl, Liebor brought up. Pan Lin thought back. It seemed that they really had switched out their healer for their 6th player to maximize DPS before. Happy had utilized this ages ago. Then what are they aiming to do this time? Pan Lin wondered aloud. Let's wait and see, Liebor said. Pan Lin rolled his eyes. At a time like this, shouldn't he do some analysis? Liebor was just getting worse and worse, pretending that he had nothing to do at times like this. The two teams charged out. Team Wind Howl split into 3 groups, 2 people heading to the left and right flanks. This flank attack was their usual strategy. On their home turf this round, the familiarity of the map had them moving even faster and more decisively. On the other hand, Happy's 5 were in a tight group. Never mind scattering, their current position was almost too closely spaced. What's Happy trying to do? Pan Lin's curious and anxious attitude wasn't an act to rouse excitement, he really did want to know. They switched out their healer for a DPS, but considering this formation, it doesn't seem like they intend to fight man-to-man. They probably don't, Liebor agreed. If they really were planning on a man-on-man, then Happy would most likely be at a disadvantage. Team Wind Howl's players are very strong individually, which is what has allowed them to perform so well at this man-to-man offensive. It's probably not the best idea to face this head-on for Happy. Just as they spoke, the two teams met. For Team Wind Howl, it was Tang Hao, Lin Feng, and Zhao Yuzhe. As for Happy, all their members were present. Team Happy's movement speed suddenly fell, while Wind Howl continued to charge forward. Suddenly, there was a puff from Happy and then purple smoke rapidly spread out, immediately enveloping Happy's characters. Smoke bomb! It's Happy's deception smoke bomb! Pan Lin yelled. No wonder Happy's formation was so closely spaced. Were they wanting to use the cover of smoke bomb to make their opponents incapable of figuring out the situation? Pan Lin yelled out excitedly, as if he had discovered a new continent. However, Li Yibor frowned, deciding against making any hasty judgments. Did they want to break up Wind Howl's man-to-man with just a smoke bomb? That was underestimating their opponents a little too much, wasn't it? That's what Li Yibor thought. Childish! On the field, Wind Howl's captain, Tang Hao, looked at Happy's strategy with disdain. Wind Howl had honed their man-to-man over and over. It wasn't so easy to break. Smoke bomb could conceal characters, but it was best for a single character. With 5 characters, it was a little too much. It was okay if they didn't move, but once they started moving, the smoke would move, too, and then it was a matter of observing the thickness of the smoke to find out where each character was. Or, they could just ignore the smoke and wait. It wasn't like the smoke from smoke bombs would move with the characters. If Happy's 5 just sat there, by the time the smoke dispersed, they'd still have to fight. In conclusion, there were too many ways to counter this. If Happy thought that a smoke bomb was some sort of amazing counter-strategy, then they were far too naive. A single smoke bomb can't cover for all of them. Destroy them! Tang Hao ordered, matching their aggressive style perfectly. In addition, he hadn't even bothered to switch to the team chat, sending the message directly into the public chat. Happy's strategy was honestly embarrassing. Sending the order directly into the public chat would teach them a lesson, and might have them wavering. Tang Hao didn't rely purely on passion when fighting. As a captain, he knew what he should do. Wind Howl's team followed his orders, charging forward. By then, Liu Hao's Spellblade, Absent Sun, and Guiyang's Qi Master, Qi Breaker, had arrived as well, and they acted in perfect sync with the other 3. Wind Howl's playstyle was very mature now. I'll get rid of their smoke! Liu Hao yelled into the chat. He was relatively more cautious. Being unable to see Happy's current situation unsettled him a little. Together! Guiyang, on the left, understood his worries as a teammate back from excellent era, and coordinated with him. The 2 mid-range attackers both had AoE attacks, making pincer attacks very satisfying. Thus, Absent Sun began casting a wave sword while Qi Breaker casted to gather Qi energy. Yet that was when a missile shot out of the smoke, trailing flame behind it. Dancing Rain's missile headed straight for Absent Sun, interrupting his cast. On the other flank, the air seemed to have been pierced through by something, leaving behind a chain of transparent ripples. Qi Blade! How could Guiyang not recognize this skill as a Qi Master player? This was Fang Rui's attack, interrupting his. The 2 attacks from the flanks had been interrupted, but Tang Hao's Demon Subduer was already charging in from the front, while Lin Feng's Doubtful Demon had activated stealth, creeping closer. Zhao Yuzhe's Elementalist, seeing the 2 casts interrupted, didn't bother starting to cast a powerful spell. He jabbed his staff forward and a raging flames exploded up amidst Happy's formation. The flames, rising like a volcanic eruption, shot up several meters, but no characters were blasted up by it. Tang Hao's Demon Subduer had finally gotten within attack range and Lin Feng's Doubtful Demon had closed in successfully with self. Happy's smoke cover now looked like it was boiling over with those attacks, starting to thin. Attack! With Tang Hao's cry, Team Wind Howl began their most practiced divide and conquer. Ice Wave Sword! Liu Hao's Absent Sun swept his blade out, frost swept across the ground, tearing into the smoke. The glittering light blue crystals left a clear mark in the purple smoke. Hit! Update by. Liu Hao saw the crystals hit a target. He didn't know who it was, exactly, but this target would have their speed slowed. Happy's rhythm was, with this, destroyed. His blade rose once more, this time surrounded by wisps of flame. Fire Wave Sword, the wave sword with the strongest attack power, was prepared, but that was when Liu Hao felt something strange with the ground under Absent Sun's feet. He hurriedly stepped away and looked down, yet found that he was unable to take this step. A vine had wrapped itself around Absent Sun's foot. Devil World Flower! Liu Hao was stunned for a moment, immediately remembering that one player in Happy's lineup that had replaced Yishio's position. That rookie-like guy called Luo Ji or something, wasn't his class a summoner? Summoner! Summoner! Liu Hao shuddered, suddenly realizing something. Tyrannical Chain Punch! Tang Hao's Demon Subduer had lunged into the fray by then. He didn't care who he'd catch. Divide, their goal was to divide up Happy's 5 characters and isolate them from one another. Hit! Demon Subduer crushed his target against the ground with one hand, his other hand crashing forth. The only thing was that it wasn't as satisfying as he thought it would be. This target seemed so tiny. Spirit Cat. It was a measly Spirit Cat. Summoner. Summoner. Tang Hao finally realized what was going on, but soon enough, 2 sets of sharp claws had caught Demon Subduer's shoulders. Frost Wolf was biting down on Demon Subduer with a mouthful of chilling energy. Zhao Yuxia's Elementalist Beautiful Light began to cast a high-level spell after Wind Howl had fully opened up their offensive. Absolute Zero! He wanted to use this powerful control skill to throw one of Happy's members out of their formation. However, in the middle of his casting, an eagle's cry sounded from amidst the purple smoke. A thunder eagle shot out from the smoke like a bolt of lightning, arriving in the air above Beautiful Light seemingly in the blink of an eye. It opened its mouth, spitting out a thunderbolt, and Zhao Yuxia was forced to dodge, cancelling his cast. Not good. Zhao Yuxia had realized, too. This wasn't good at all. The true goal of the smoke bomb wasn't to cover for Happy's 5 characters, but to cover for Happy's summoner's summoning. Wind Howl wanted to fight man-to-man, but with a summoner, how could they manage? A summoner meant that there would always be more characters. A mistake! They had made a huge mistake. No one had expected that Happy's rookie would be the key character in their team competition. Summoner! This class was a rather obvious counter to Wind Howl's man-to-man style, but Wind Howl had neglected to consider him and forgotten to deal with him. This was only because he was replacing Yishio. Everyone was shocked, but had forgotten to consider what sort of value the person who had been substituted in might have in this team competition. Forgetting a rookie could be fatal too. Chapter 1367. The Limits of Happy's Summoner. Wind Howl with their man-to-man offense had neglected to consider the summoner amongst Happy's ranks. This was a humiliatingly rookie mistake. Team Happy's courage and their confidence in their players had reached an absurd level. For other teams, how many of them would be willing to bet everything on a rookie, even when knowing that summoners were a counter to Wind Howl's play style? A rookie that hadn't played many rounds since his debut at that? That's what Happy had done. As for the humiliating mistake Wind Howl had made, barely anyone had the heart to criticize them for it, because most people had neglected to consider this as well, just like Wind Howl. Just as everyone was obsessing over how Yishio wasn't playing, now many people had stopped to think how Happy would face this match without Yishio. From their perspective, Happy was just messing around with Yishio not playing. Unfortunately, with a smoke bomb and a summoner, Happy had used 2 rookies of theirs that rarely played in official matches to dismantle Wind Howl's man-to-man offense. The smoke had more or less dispersed and Happy's impressive formation was revealed. Concealed light summons made Team Wind Howl's man-to-man seem ever so idiotic. Liu Hao's Absent Sun was caught by the Devil World Flower's vines. Tang Hao's Demon Subduer had managed to pin a Spirit Cat, but his own head was in the jaws of a Frost Wolf, a rather terrifying sight. Zhao Yuxia's Beautiful Light had been locked onto by a Thunder Eagle. Though there was no way a single summon could be much of a threat to a pro player, he'd have to ask the Thunder Eagle before he could attack Happy. Was Guiyang's Chi Breaker and Lin Feng's Doubtful Demon in the clear then? Of course not. Happy was a team, and Luo Ji wasn't the only one in it. Concealed Light summons had occupied 3 of Wind Howl's players, and the other members of Happy had plenty of freedom to act as they wished. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain engaged Chi Breaker with her artillery. However, the most unfortunate one was Lin Feng. He was a battle thief and had sneaked over with Doubtful Demon under stealth, planning to tear a character out of Happy's formation. However, the smoke dispersed, his stealth wore off, and then he got surrounded. Tang Ru, Fang Rui, Mo Fan's 3 characters had surrounded Doubtful Demon. Dismantling an opponent's strategy didn't count as a victory. A true victory was dealing a critical blow to the opponent. Strategies could be switched and adjusted. Wind Howl wouldn't have the rookie mistake of forgetting the summoner in their opponent's ranks again. Thus, Happy would naturally want to use this chance and deal a critical blow to Team Wind Howl first. Otherwise, they would have merely tanked past their opponent's first wave of attacks, without a counterattack. What use was that? Lin Feng was currently deeply lodged in Happy's counterattack. Being ganged up on by 3 people had him incapable of fighting back. Doubtful Demon's health plummeted, however, there wasn't nearly enough time to erase Doubtful Demon from the field in one go. Just a Thunder Eagle wasn't nearly enough to completely control Zhao Yuzha. It might have looked scary with Frost Wolf's jaws clamped around Demon Subduer's head, but this was just a game. The damage didn't increase just because of how scary the scene was. However, the frosty breath of Frost Wolf would give Demon Subduer a slow that could prove annoying for Tang Hao. Liu Hao's absent son was only caught by the vine, which only limited his movements. He could still attack from there. The attack range of wave swords could still reach Happy. In the end, the only one who was pinned rather badly was Chi Breaker under Dancing Rain's assault. Summons, in the end, wasn't as good as a pro player, not nearly good enough. In the current situation, Happy has the advantage, but we can't determine the victors just from that. We'll still have to see how well they perform. Liebor could tell that the battle was far from over and commented with this in the live broadcast. Indeed. Liu Hao's absent son might be rooted in place by Devil World Flower, but Happy is still within his attack range. He can definitely still provide Lin Feng with support. Pan Lin exclaimed. Earthquake Sword. Liu Hao, as Pan Lin said, soon had absent son provide support for Doubtful Demon. However, Devil World Flower had become a shield then. Doubtful Demon was dragged behind Devil World Flower and beaten down. Absent Son's wave sword attacks couldn't go around Devil World Flower no matter what. Earthquake Sword was all for naught. But Liu Hao did see a missile rocket over, bouncing on the ground twice before landing in front of him after the dust kicked up by Earthquake Sword dispersed. That bitch! Liu Hao only had the time to curse in anger before the heat-seeking missile descended, spewing fire. Absent Son, trapped by the vine, couldn't dodge. Boom! A mushroom cloud engulfed Absent Sunday Su Muqing, who was primarily dealing with Chi Breaker, managed to divide some of her precious time and focus to send Liu Hao a gift. Tang Hao's Demon Subduer managed to finally escape by then. Fling! The Frost Wolf was grabbed by Demon Subduer. Though his speed had been reduced due to the slow, the power of his attack wasn't reduced at all. The Frost Wolf was thrown right at Tang Ru and co. Dragon breaks the ranks. But that was when Tang Ru, attacking even as she defended against his assault, charged out with a Dragon breaks the ranks, knocking the Frost Wolf away and stabbing right towards Demon Subduer. Tang Hao's reaction speed and mechanics were perfect, but he couldn't do anything about Demon Subduer's slow. With Tang Ru's abrupt and resolute change in targets, his character couldn't keep up with his attempt to dodge. With a clink, Demon Subduer was sent flying by soft mist. However, Tang Ru didn't bother pursuing him. Soft Mist turned right back, continuing her assault on Doubtful Demon. Happy is doing very well. Their play is methodical, very well paced. Liebor exclaimed in awe. But like this, hasn't Demon Subduer escaped his pin? Tang Hao will be free to join the fray. Pan Lin said. Really? Liebor smiled. On the field, Concealed Light's casting and orders continued relentlessly. The 4 summoned beasts were what he mained, and this number was also one he was good at controlling. However, right now, Luo Ji didn't conserve anything. He summoned all and any summons that were available to Concealed Light. Some low-leveled summon creatures had very limited attack power, but Luo Ji wasn't counting on these summons to finish the battle. All these summons had one job, to stall and pin their opponents. They were like line after line of defense, preventing Wind Howl from engaging with Happy. To achieve this goal, Luo Ji summoned relentlessly. Luo Ji's mana was the one thing that was being exhausted the fastest on the field. Normally, summoners definitely wouldn't fight like this. Otherwise, they'd use up their mana before they managed to defeat their opponents. However, the task of defeating their opponents had been given to the others in Happy, and Luo Ji's task was simply to use his summons to continuously harass his opponents. This was a trade, Concealed Light's mana for the opponent's HP. Right now, Lin Feng's Doubtful Demon's health was being depleted just like Luo Ji's mana. Under the combined efforts of 3 of Happy's members, he couldn't retaliate at all. He could only stall as much as possible, waiting for his teammates to save him, and what Luo Ji was doing was preventing this sort of support. Concealed Light summons and Dancing Rain's long-ranged firepower had become the biggest hindrance to Team Wind Howl. A measly rookie summoner had managed to stall their entire team? This reality was driving Wind Howl crazy. But what could they do? Luo Ji's crazed summoning had creature after creature appear in front of them. He was also giving the summons orders the best he could, not just sending them up to die. With Luo Ji's mechanics, he wouldn't be able to do it perfectly. However, the choice in what details to focus on and which to neglect was something he was accomplishing very well this time. He couldn't perfect his mechanics, but he would act when needed at the crucial moments. Those who looked down on Luo Ji, but had some understanding of glory, snapped their mouths shut. Anyone could tell how important Luo Ji was to this match. Though he wasn't the main DPS, he was an indispensable part of Happy's strategy. He was like a healer, barely providing any DPS, but who would say that a healer had no value on the field? As for those who were a little more skilled, they were shocked by Luo Ji's performance. It was true that he wasn't top-notch with mechanics, but he had managed to do what he could, the best he could. Precise calculations, a carefully executed rhythm. Happy seemed to have produced another interesting player. Although his natural talent was limited, he could perform at his limit. For example, if this were an exam, some had the ability to achieve a 100%, but because they would make mistakes out of carelessness, they only achieved 90%. As for Luo Ji, he was someone who could only achieve a maximum 90%, but in the end that was what he achieved. With that, his actual performance was no different from those who could achieve 100 but only got 90. Wind Howl needs to find a way to turn things around. This mess won't be good for them if it continues, Liebor commented. Then, Advisor Lee, what do you think Wind Howl needs to do to solve this dilemma? Pan Lin asked. Cooperate, Liebor replied. Wind Howl needs to work as a team. Only by cooperating and advancing as a team can they successfully deal with Concealed Light's stream of summons. Right now, they're each doing their own thing. It's far too low efficiency. This is the root of why Luo Ji has managed to stall them all by himself. As a team, Pan Lin wasn't too sure what to say anymore. Everyone knew that Wind Howl had ended up with this man-to-man style because they performed too terribly as a team. With that, they could brute force a battle of cooperation and teamwork into one-on-one duels. Yet now, Wind Howl had to work as a team to solve their current crisis. That's probably a little hard for them now, no? Pan Lin lamented. He couldn't lean too much to one side right now, after all. Chapter 1368. Wind Howl that needs teamwork. To have Wind Howl play as a team. Everyone who heard Liebor's evaluation went silent. If Wind Howl could play beautifully as one, would they have needed to resort to their current method? In the end, a man-to-man full offensive play style was on the extreme end. When employing such an imbalanced play style, a slight fault in execution could result in the opponents grasping a huge opportunity. This time, because Wind Howl had neglected Happy's summoner, they had fallen into such a crisis. Lose like this? No. No one in Wind Howl was willing to give up. Who was that? Luo Ji? A name they had never even heard of, an unknown noob, was about to be their downfall? How could they live with that? Stand firm! Tang Hao roared in the chat. Who knew if he wanted Lin Feng to persist, or if he wanted the whole team to continue with their current playstyle and look for an opportunity to break through? After he yelled out this order, the Frost Wolf summoned by Concealed Light once again pounced towards him relentlessly. Frost Wolf was one of Concealed Light's four main summons. Its battle power couldn't compare to the miscellaneous summons he only added a few points in. In addition to its naturally high defense and health, it wasn't something that could be dealt with in just a few blows, not even by Tang Hao. Back throw! Tang Hao could use a high-priority move to have Demon Subduer throw the Frost Wolf behind him. However, in the blink of an eye, the Frost Wolf had climbed back up and pounced again. As Wind Howl's core, a lot of importance had been attached to Demon Subduer, but the enemy summon seemed to be endless. No matter what he did, he could never get rid of them all. No, it's not like this. Tang Hao was still a top-tier god. He obviously knew that although a summoner had a lot of summons, they didn't have an endless amount of them. The enemy summoner had an extremely strong grasp of rhythm, linking attack after attack. His calculations were immaculate. This guy? Tang Hao realized that Hapis Luo Ji wasn't a player that could casually be ignored. If it was a 1v1, Luo Ji's annoying tactics were nothing to be afraid of. If one came, he would kill one. If two came, he would kill two. He could just keep on killing summon after summon until Luo Ji ran out of mana. However, in the amount of time it took for him to kill one summon, who knew how much damage Lin Feng's doubtful demon would take? If he didn't hurry and rescue him, Wind Howl would immediately have one less player the enemy side. Such a wide disparity could not be casually erased. Restrict Concealed Light summons. Tang Hao finally gave the order. When Chengguo saw this scene, she felt a wave of joy. Luo Ji seemed to be Hapis' weakest member. He hadn't been used until the very end of the season, but in this match, the arrogant team Wind Howl and the overbearing captain Tang Hao had unexpectedly targeted him. They weren't focusing on Luo Ji because he was the weakest member, or because he was the easiest to bully, but rather because he was the one putting a halt to Wind Howl's plans. He had not only received the acknowledgement of his teammates, but the acknowledgement of an extremely proud opponent. Even if it was just in this team competition, Luo Ji had firmly cemented his place. Chengguo believed that no matter what ended up happening, Tang Hao would certainly remember the name Luo Ji, this noob who had brought so much trouble to them. Well done! You have to win! Chengguo celebrated quietly. But Wind Howl had already started acting. Under Tang Hao's clear orders, they began targeting Concealed Light. And this would be a group effort. In the end, Wind Howl had been forced to change their recently successful playstyle to deal with the situation. Zhao Yuja's beautiful light suddenly teleported, abandoning his original position. Wind Howl's formation had reason behind it. Every player's position efficiently split apart each opponent. But because they were switching up their tactics, Zhao Yuja immediately threw his position aside. There was also Liu Hao. His absent son was no longer being restricted by vines. After receiving the order, he immediately moved horizontally, his movements matching Zhao Yuja's. Team Wind Howl's team play was indeed lacking, but they had built up synergy in certain places. After all, each player was individually talented. If they truly couldn't work together at all, they wouldn't be qualified to be pro players. Absent Sun and Beautiful Light had joined together despite the blockade of summons. Beautiful Light's teleport had contributed greatly towards it. No matter how fast a Thunder Eagle may be, it could not achieve instant movement. After the two characters met up, Absent Sun moved to the front, while Beautiful Light moved to the back, forming a shield. The charging summons were dealt with by Liu Hao's Absent Sun, while Zhao Yuja's Beautiful Light began casting in safety. Then, a satellite beam crashed to the ground, sweeping towards them. The two immediately dodged. This girl again. Liu Hao's irritation had reached a peak, and Su Muqing had kept it there. Dancing Rain's firepower suddenly shifted towards them, unleashing a fierce assault. Absent Sun dodged with difficulty, and without protection, beautiful light could not continue casting. Everyone in the audience shook their heads. This was exactly why Howl could not play well together. They had a certain level of synergy, but it stopped there. Their teamwork was easily broken apart. Not only that, the two had just gotten together but were separated by a satellite beam. The two were now getting farther and farther apart. They had initially intended on coordinating with each other, but in the blink of an eye, their plan was destroyed without a sliver of it remaining. Howl may have realized that their top priority is to stop Luo Ji from summoning freely. However, Howl still hasn't found a good solution to it yet. Liu Hao and Zhao Yuzhe tried to convene, but Su Muqing easily broke them apart. Pan Lin said, "Their teamwork still isn't good enough. In team battles, Howl's foresight is rather lacking." Liu Hao's and Zhao Yuzhe's coordination was somewhat hurried. They failed to consider the issue of timing. Li Yibo had the courage to talk about Howl's teamwork because it was rather weak. Weak meant superficial. Li Yibo could see through them without much effort. "Then, Coach Li, what do you think they should do?" Pan Lin asked. They could have Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe act as bait from one end, while Liu Hao and Guiyang work from the other end. The two were old teammates in excellent era. Their synergy together should be quite high. Li Yibo was more than bold enough to talk about Howl's plans. "Indeed, that would be better." Liu Hao is. Pan Lin suddenly noticed something. "Who?" This is. Li Yibo also noticed it. He's pretending to retreat, but in reality, he's looking to coordinate with Guiyang. Pan Lin yelled. "Guiyang's Chi Breaker has made a move." Dancing rain shifting targets gave him an opening, and he grasped that opening well. Pan Lin shouted. Su Muqing's attacks were a bit excessive. She should have been able to promptly shift back. "This opening shouldn't have existed," Li Yibo remarked. It was already too late though. Guiyang's Chi Break was able to complete a cast during this opening. "Cloud Grasping Fist!" Pan Lin shouted. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. Could Chi Breaker's move turn the tables for Howl? The camera zoomed in on concealed light. But dancing rain. Pan Lin was astonished. Guiyang's Chi Breaker was just barely able to find an opening to disrupt Happy's momentum, but he targeted dancing rain instead of concealed light? How calm! Li Yibo praised. Grabbing concealed light from his position was rather difficult. One slight slip-up, or if the summons got in his way, he might just end up grabbing a summon instead. That's why grabbing Dancing Rain is actually an excellent choice. Dancing Rain has been cloud-grasped and is out of the picture. Wait, she hasn't stopped attacking. Pan Lin was unable to keep his thoughts to himself and ended with a cry of surprise. Dancing Rain had been forcefully separated from her team with cloud-grasping fist, but she continued to bombard Liu Hao's absent son with attacks. Despite the forced movements, her attacks were still as precise as ever. Hit, 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 hit after hit. Liu Hao's absent son was blown up, as if there really was no sun. Could it be? Liu Hao isn't actually intentionally giving away openings, but rather Su Muqing's attacks are truly so fierce that he's being forced into so many openings. Li Yibo was astonished. So you're saying, Guiyang's opening came out of blind luck? Pan Lin said. It's hard to say, Li Yibo said. It really was hard to say, but seeing how Dancing Rain had been pulled away, yet refused to let up her attacks, those really were his thoughts. Dancing Rain bombarded Absent Sun as she moved towards Chi Breaker. Her speed actually increased because of the recoil from her attacks. Her character continued to grow larger and larger in front of Guiyang's eyes. Why does this feel familiar? Guiyang suddenly had a strange feeling rise up. He didn't have time to think carefully about it. Dancing Rain had already arrived in front of him. Behind. Guiyang saw a warning from the team chat. Behind? How could there be anyone behind him? Happy's players were all in front of him. Wait, no. Isn't there someone missing? Soft mist? Guiyang suddenly realized where that feeling of déjà vu came from. Launching spear. This was a tactic that Yi Qiu and Su Muqing had once used. What they meant by behind wasn't behind Chi Breaker, but rather behind Dancing Rain. Behind her was Soft Mist. Dancing fire flowing flame swept by as the air itself seemed to boil. Guiyang had the opportunity to strike Dancing Rain, but then the following battle mage attacks could not be dodged. What to do? This was a question that countless excellent era opponents got headaches from, but this time, it was Guiyang's turn. Guiyang didn't run away because his memory told him that when this tactic came, dodging would turn out worse than standing firm. Qigong Blast. Chi Breaker's palm slammed towards Dancing Rain as dancing fire flowing flame swept towards him. Chapter 1369. Both sides stalling 1-on-2. Boom! The Qigong Blast crashed through Dancing Rain's body, Chi buffeting her long hair. Chi Breaker was unable to avoid Soft Mist's attack either, but Guiyang's attention was mostly focused on Dancing Rain. Launching Spear. This was a rare method of attack of Yi Qiu and Su Muqing's where the launcher was the main attacker. The battle mage sneak attack from behind the launcher was just to set up the foundations of the assault. Next, the launcher would engulf the target in a barrage of close-ranged artillery fire. Guiyang was an ex-player of excellent eras, after all, so he had seen this technique plenty of times in matches and was taught about it in training as well. Be on guard against Su Muqing. That was what experience told him. However, this time, all Dancing Rain did was turn her back on him. Guiyang anxiously waited for her to turn around, yet she didn't, instead slowly moving away from him. She left? Up.dated B.Y. Guiyang was shocked. What the hell was this? This wasn't how the launching spear went. He hesitated, but Tang Ru didn't. Soft Mist's dancing fire flowing flame burned through the air towards him. Dancing Rain was already behind her. Although Dancing Rain didn't seem to have any intentions of turning around, her attacks hadn't stopped at all, still bombarding Liu Hao's total darkness relentlessly. What was this? Guiyang was completely baffled. From start to finish, Su Muqing didn't even glance over. Was this really the launching spear? Resisting the urge to beg for attention, Guiyang focused on dealing with Tang Ru. After the first strike, Soft Mist's attacks were raining down on him rapidly. Guiyang realized that even though it was just this one person, he wouldn't be able to deal with her offensive that easily. Thus, looking back on the process, the cooperative aspect of the launching spear seemed completely non-existent. Tang Ru merely used this method to help Su Muqing escape the cloud-grasping fist. And then? Then Tang Ru attacked Guiyang while Su Muqing never stopped her assault on Liu Hao. Even when she was dragged away by cloud-grasping fist, she didn't even give Guiyang's Chi Breaker a single glance. What were they trying to do? Commentator Pan Lin was confused and looked at Liebor for an answer. This is probably because she doesn't want to stop her offensive. Su Muqing has been very successful in suppressing Liu Hao, after all. Liebor was also filled with confusion, but as a VIP guest commentator, he was here to explain uncertainties and not ask questions, so he had no choice but to answer Pan Lin. She seems to be very focused on dealing with Liu Hao, Pan Lin noted. Probably because she has a better understanding of him, since he's an ex-teammate. Liebor guessed. But so is Guiyang. In the end, Liebor still ended up lost as to how to answer. However, thinking carefully, Su Muqing's performance in this round really was rather strange. No matter if it was back at Excellent Era or currently at Happy, she generally performed a supporting role in their tactical system. It wasn't like there weren't times where she'd open up an offensive, but for her to lock onto a single person and bombard them relentlessly like this, that was extremely rare. Su Muqing seemed like she was determined to act on Wind Howl's strategy, trying to tear Liu Hao's total darkness out of Wind Howl's team. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The broadcast also gave Su Muqing a lot of focus. Steadily, everyone began realizing that this was rather uncharacteristic. Su Muqing seemed to have left Happy's tactical system and went to 1v1 Liu Hao. Was this girl crazy? Liu Hao frantically had total darkness dodge, feeling rather surprised. He was pretty sure he wasn't a key figure in Wind Howl's strategy, no? It wasn't like he was Happy's Luo Ji. Why was Su Muqing so focused on him? Had she gotten something wrong? Roll, jump, run. Liu Hao's total darkness acted like he was here to attend a sports competition, only able to execute these technical actions. Counterattack? His spellblade didn't have the range of a launcher. If he wanted to counterattack, he had to be able to actually reach her first. Generally speaking, the further the distance, the weaker the control on the target. However, Dancing Rain's attacks were so well spaced that Liu Hao couldn't see any of the openings that distance should have given him. He slowly began to panic. He had known and fought beside Su Muqing for years, and never once had he noticed how aggressive she was. What was with this feeling? It was like he was prey with a predator staring down his neck. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. All those who knew Su Muqing well enough were all shocked at her uncharacteristic actions. Did she have a grudge or something? That was what many people were thinking by then. Su Muqing's playstyle wasn't at all like a tactic that Happy had planned for, but more like cathartic venting. Su Muqing's burst of strength had the match twisting in another direction. Currently, Tang Ru and Guiyang were fighting 1v1, Fang Rui and Mo Fan were ganging up on Lin Feng, while Luo Ji was stalling both Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe at once. As for Su Muqing and Liu Hao, the former was completely suppressing the latter. From this perspective, the match didn't seem much different from a man-to-man. It was just that this situation had a 1v2 and a 1-2v1, and it was all with Happy at an advantage. Lin Feng's doubtful demon, after being bullied by 3 people for so long, was still helpless against the 2 that remained. Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe, the 2 that were viewed as the cause of their team now, were being stalled by a single rookie summoner. However, they hadn't lost much health, and instead, Concealed Light had expended a huge amount of mana. Yet anyone could see what Concealed Light was trading this mana for. Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe were both very confident in themselves. Currently, being stalled by Luo Ji 2v1 for so long, the mental blow that this dealt to them was more significant. As for Luo Ji, originally, he had to have his summoned creatures stall several targets, and now, suddenly, that number had fallen to 2. His mechanics became more focused and active. This 90-point student was performing exceptionally this time, reaching a score of 95. However, the one who had been in the worst situation this entire battle was still Lin Feng. From the very beginning, he had been encircled and beaten. He had no choice but to watch and wait for help. He waited and waited, yet Wind Howl's actions were like thunder without the rain or lightning. They had fought up till now, and although his opponents had fallen to just 2, he still couldn't hold up against them. On some level, Lin Feng, at first, could be considered to be holding off 1v3, and now 1v2, but his teammates had to deal with the problem at hand while he held them off. Unfortunately, Wind Howl couldn't deal with the problem at hand, and Lin Feng was slowly being dealt with by their opponents. It seems like Wind Howl still hasn't found a solution. Pan Lin had said this who knows how many times already. However, they've at least managed to increase Concealed Light's mana expenditure. This way, if Concealed Light's mana runs out when Doubtful Demon is defeated, then they'll still be able to fight this match. A summoner without mana is more or less equal to a dead character, Liebor analyzed. Could this be the solution Wind Howl has decided to go with? Pan Lin asked. Perhaps. How brutal! Pan Lin exclaimed. Ha ha ha, Liebor laughed weakly. Brutal? More like helpless. Did Wind Howl really plan this or get into this situation by chance? Who knew? Either way, Wind Howl wasn't in a good position. Would Doubtful Demon's health be depleted first, or Concealed Light's mana? The live broadcast displayed the two's health and mana side by side, reminding the audience of the crucial point to this battle. The playing on the field seemed to have realized this as well. Lin Feng hadn't given up, still stubbornly struggling against the 2-person pincer. As a battle thief, he'd occasionally use some dirty tactics. After all, playing dirty was better for survival than tanking through. As for Luo Ji, he really didn't have any further ideas. Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe were putting even more pressure on him. He could only face them head-on, he couldn't let his guard down at all. If only his mechanics were a little better. Luo Ji, even doing his absolute best, still didn't feel like this was enough. However, this was already the ceiling of his ability. He was already performing past his limit, and no one doubted his skill any longer. However, Lu Ji wasn't satisfied with himself. If he could do even better, then Happy wouldn't have fallen into this situation in the first place. It was because he wasn't good enough that he had to deplete his mana and throw his summons out like cannon fodder in order to stall the opponents. Their current situation wasn't so good. Just in terms of calculation, Luo Ji's ability was cream of the crop. Even when everyone else only had a vague judgment, he had already managed to calculate the rate at which the two gauges were going down. Not good at all. If this continued, his mana would be depleted first. Then, if he was unable to stop those two, Doubtful Demon might even be saved, and everything would have been for nothing. They needed support. Luo Ji was desperate. He wanted to notify his teammates, but Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe were on him too hard. He didn't have any time to type. No voice, what a shitty rule. Luo Ji was even cursing the alliance match rules now. Hurry, we gotta hurry. Fang Rui, by then, had also realized that he and Mo Fan might not be efficient enough. However, he had the time to spare to send a message. On one hand, this was to tell Mo Fan to hurry. On the other, it was also telling the two 1v1 fighters that they might need some support, and to provide it if they could. Tang Ru understood what Fang Rui was trying to say, and had the intentions of pulling her battle over. However, the experienced Gui Yang was clear on the situation of the battle and knew that Lin Feng definitely couldn't take more damage. He immediately clung to Soft Mist with everything he had. Just a little bit more. A little bit longer. Everyone was staring at the two's HP and MP. As the two numbers fell, the situation became clearer and clearer. It wasn't looking good for Happy. Summoners were mana-hungry classes in the first place, and with this playstyle, the player was doing all he could to the best he could. There was no reason to criticize this sort of performance. Was Happy's spectacular arrangement and performance going to be brute-forced through by Wind Howl like that? Apart from Wind Howl fans, everyone felt that this was quite a shame for Happy. We need some artillery support. Fang Rui finally yelled for help directly. He wasn't Tang Hao or Zhao Yuzhe. When it was time to call for reinforcements, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Boom! An explosion immediately enveloped Doubtful Demon, which surprised even Fang Rui, who was right nearby. Support came right when he asked for it. Did he have some sort of superpower? Sorry, I'm late, Su Muqing sent into the chat. That was when everyone suddenly remembered that there was another set of players on the field. Su Muqing had returned, and what about Liu Hao? Liu Hao had already been defeated. Spellblade Total Darkness was the first to be wiped off the field. Defeated by Su Muqing, Dancing Rain, alone. Nomiamishi definitely has a grudge. Chapter 1370. Who's the MVP? Liu Hao was killed? Once everyone realized that this was true, they were all stunned. That was absurd. Lin Feng was still holding on after being ganged up on for so long, but Liu Hao's absent son had been crushed by Su Muqing on her own. No one had expected that the 1v1 duels would be the first to end, so in this time, no matter if it was the live broadcast or the audience's attention, they were all focused on Lin Feng and Luo Ji's 1v2s. Lin Feng was forced into a 1v2, while Luo Ji had the initiative for his 1v2. This indirect face-off between the two seemed to be coming to an end with Concealed Light's mana running out, but no one had ever expected that the 1v1 on the other side would see a result first. How did Su Muqing destroy Liu Hao so quickly? The battle was tense and the live broadcast couldn't possibly replay that section. Everyone could only watch dumbly as the battle raged on. With Su Muqing's Dancing Rain back, she helped Fang Rui and Mo Fan turn their battle into a 3v1 even as she sent some firepower support towards Luo Ji's side of things. The situation immediately turned, and soon enough, the face-off ended with Doubtful Demon's death. Instantly, the 5v5 situation became a 5v3, and Wind Howl's cleric hadn't even managed to rush over yet. It was over. That was what everyone was thinking. Wind Howl had lost 2 people at once, so man-to-man wasn't an option anymore. Fight as a team? Could Wind Howl beat Happy with a number disadvantage? Even if Happy didn't have Yishio, they had proven their strength as a team in the 3 consecutive rounds of Yishio-less team competitions. A team that could fight Thunderclaps to the bitter end, who dared underestimate them? They were going to lose. A lifeless silence engulfed Wind Howl's home stadium. This loss was a crisis for Wind Howl. With this result, they might fall to the same number of points as 100 Blossoms, meaning that they'd both have to fight for that extra boost in points in the last round. With the tiebreaker in their favor, Wind Howl wasn't afraid of tying in points, but if they had even a 1-point disadvantage, then they'll be kicked out of the playoffs. How is 100 Blossoms doing against Tyranny? Liebor asked after this problem for all those who were curious. Oh, it's still ongoing. Pan Lin looked over the information sent over from the other stadium. Ah! Pan Lin suddenly cried out after looking more closely at the contents. They're in the lead. Team 100 Blossoms is currently in the lead in terms of numbers. They managed to get the advantage in numbers in their home game. An advantage in numbers was generally how team competitions were judged while ongoing. If the other side couldn't mitigate this imbalance in time, then the final result would be exactly what they didn't want to see. If 100 Blossoms wins, then they'll be tied with Wind Howl in the final round, Liebor noted. The match between 301 Degrees and Seaside is about to end. 301 Degrees should be able to win without much trouble, Pan Lin continued. Then 301 Degrees will be 2 points ahead of 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl, Liebor concluded. And the other matches? Thunderclap currently has the advantage in numbers as well, Pan Lin replied. It seems like they really do have a chance to beat Samsara. Liebor's tone was filled with admiration. If so, then Happy and Thunderclap will both have a 7-point advantage in the last round, Pan Lin said. But they still shouldn't let down their guard. Especially Happy, their opponent for the last round is 301 Degrees. 301 Degrees only has a 2-point lead. They definitely go all out in the last round. If Happy really does slip up and lose by a little too much, and if 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl manage to win big, they might be left behind. Liebor said. The chances of that are a little too low, Pan Lin said. It's true that there are a lot of requirements to meet, but Happy really can't let down their guard. In contrast, Thunderclap's last opponent is Miracle. I think they're completely in the safe zone now, Liebor said. The two's discussion was already on the next round, not giving any attention to the ongoing match. In their eyes, Wind Howl, down 2 people, had no way of turning the tides. The match was already at its end. However, Wind Howl clearly didn't want to give up. After a moment of silence, the in-venue audience exploded with cheers and shouts of encouragement. On the field, Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe weren't the kind of people who gave up when they fell behind. They were still giving it their all, trying to use their skill to overturn the match. However, Happy had become cautious, their entire team drawing back, heading towards the support zones and clearly aiming to switch in their healer. With Wind Howl's disadvantage in numbers, they couldn't stop Happy's retreat even with their cleric's arrival. Yet, once they arrived at the support zones, Happy didn't directly switch their players, they first set a trap. When Wind Howl arrived in their relentless pursuit, they were struck full force by Concealed Light's final Elemental Beast King formation. The requirements for activating the Elemental Beast King formation was to have all 4 summoned beasts on the field and standing in the required positions. After activation, the 4 summoned beasts' combative ability would dramatically increase. Thunder Eagle and Young Wyvern's thunderbolts and fireballs shot out like bullets from a machine gun. The chill that spread when Frost Wolf opened its maws and howled spread a layer of frost across the field. Spirit Cat, originally very agile, had its speed raised another level, its form darting from one place to the next leaving broken after images behind. Being able to control such powerful summons was a delight for any summoner, but this delight wouldn't continue on forever. The powered-up for summon beast still had health and could be killed, and their active time would be calculated according to the active time of the elemental beast king formation. When the skill ended, the 4 summon beasts would all disappear. In addition, during the time the elemental beast king formation was active, the summoning of the 4 summon beasts were deactivated. They couldn't be resummoned. Luo Ji, an underestimated rookie summoner, had become the star of this show. It was only after the elemental beast king formation ended that Wenyi and Little Cold Hands were switched in. Happy then fought steadily while Wind Howl's Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe, unwilling to give up, continued to struggle. But their struggles were futile. Alright, now Wind Howl's last character, Tang Hao's Demon Subduer, has fallen. In the end, Wind Howl still lost this team competition, commentator Pan Lin announced. With that, the results of this match are 4-6, Happy with a total of 244 points, while Wind Howl had 237. The 2 teams will enter the last round of the regular season with a 7-point difference, Liebor said. Coach Li, what do you think about this match? Pan Lin asked. The match had finished and the results were out, meaning that Liebor was much freer to comment as he wished. Well, although Yishio didn't fight, they clearly made ample preparations for this battle. Their strategy was executed very well, and a great counter to Wind Howl's play style. They managed to grasp the initiative from the very start. Indeed. Team Happy's Luo Ji was the greatest surprise and delight of the match. It was truly unexpected, but also a very reasonable coincidence, Pan Lin agreed. That's right. On the other hand, for Wind Howl, neglecting to consider Luo Ji was a fatal mistake they made at the very beginning. No matter what kind of player the opponent is, just the fact that there was a summoner meant that Wind Howl should utilize the appropriate countermeasures. Though Wind Howl only knew of Happy's player switch when the match was about to begin, they should have adjusted accordingly, but they didn't. They didn't even think to counter Luo Ji's summoner until halfway through, and afterwards, they didn't execute that counter well either, Liebor analyzed. Despite that, Wind Howl actually still had a chance, right? Pan Lin asked. Yes. Even if Luo Ji's summoner dismantled their man-to-man play style, this dismantling came at a huge cost to Luo Ji. Using their willpower and individual abilities, they might not have been able to break through Luo Ji's summon creature wall, but they could deplete Concealed Light's mana. Unfortunately, that's when a major problem appeared. I believe everyone noticed this, Liebor said. Liu Hao, right? Pan Lin questioned. Yes. Just as Wind Howl's entire team was holding on, waiting for Concealed Light's mana to be completely depleted, Liu Hao fell to Su Muqing. This is another immense surprise in this match. In reality, Wind Howl's eventual loss was because of this one event. If it wasn't for this, then even with Happy's arrangements, Wind Howl would still have a chance. However, Liu Hao's defeat pretty much killed all of Wind Howl's hopes, Liebor explained. Ahoo. We still have some time left, so, next, let's look back at what really happened and how Liu Hao was killed so quickly by Su Muqing. As Pan Lin talked, the shot in the broadcast switched to Dancing Rain's barrage against Absent Sun. As the battle raged, Pan Lin and Liebor waited to comment, and the blasts of the launcher's cannon resounded in the audience's ears. Su Muqing's style is very resolute this time. What do you think, Coach Li? Pan Lin finally spoke up. Yes, we've never seen such resolution from her. Su Muqing accurately grasped the match point. Look, she had completely stopped the wide-range support she'd usually provide in matches, focusing all her attention on Liu Hao's Absent Sunday. Her performance is impeccable and Liu Hao was completely suppressed. He was completely helpless, and she crushed him, otherwise how else would he have died so fast? Over there, Lin Feng's thief fighting 1v3, then 1v2, had managed to hold on for longer. Liebor commented. Liu Hao's performance definitely wasn't the best this time. Pan Lin exclaimed. Indeed. Being steamrolled like that in a team competition, never mind in a match like this, in any match, it would definitely break the balance of the situation, Liebor said. Su Muqing's performance was truly exceptional, Pan Lin sighed in admiration. I agree. She's given this match a dilemma, and I'm curious about it as well. Will the MVP of the match be given to Luo Ji or Su Muqing? Li Yibor wondered aloud. I think it'll probably go to Su Muqing. After all, it was her exceptional performance that allowed them to grasp the match point and ascertain Happy's victory. Otherwise, with just Luo Ji's play style, the way the match would go would still be uncertain. Pan Lin explained. However, Luo Ji played a crucial role in breaking the balance on the field as well. In addition, he's a rookie that hasn't played many matches. I think the alliance will take that into account, too, so I think it'll be Luo Ji, Li Yibor countered. Then, Coach Li, let's make a bet. Whoever loses has to treat the other to a midnight snack, yeah. Pan Lin joked. This clearly wasn't anything harmful. All right then. The statistical data should be announced soon. Li Yibor played along. Let's use this time to take a look at the other matches, Pan Lin suggested. Chapter 1371. You played pretty well. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. By this time, the players from Wind, Howl and Happy had emerged from their competitor booths. The large screen in the stadium displayed the final score as the players came on stage. They followed the typical post-match protocol, acknowledging the crowd and greeting their opponents. Each and every one of the Wind Howl players looked numb, robotically shaking hands with Happy's players. The typical niceties like "you played pretty well," "keep working hard," "congrats," and so on, were left out this time. These were all just for politeness, so no one really cared too much whether they were actually said or not. Their players were still lined up in an orderly fashion, though, with Captain Tang Hao at the head, and the rest arranged in order. Lined up second was Vice Captain Liu Hao, who quickly arrived in front of Su Muqing with a resentful expression on his face. But Su Muqing seemed to be in quite a good mood, as she looked at him with a bright smile. Liu Hao gave a cold humph and didn't pay attention to it. He just stuck out his hand automatically, wanting to get this over with. Su Muqing, however, didn't extend her hand. You played pretty well, Su Muqing said, smiling. Liu Hao was enraged. In this match, everyone else could be praised as playing pretty well. Tang Hao, Zhao Yuzhe, even Lin Feng, they had all worked hard in the match, and even though they'd lost, they displayed their skill level. Only Liu Hao hadn't. He'd been completely wiped out by Su Muqing, which had destroyed Wind Howl's chance of success. He was absolutely the one person on the field that had disappointed the most. If there were an award for least valuable player, Liu Hao would have earned it with no contest. Su Muqing's "you played pretty well" to him was a statement filled with mocking irony. Liu Hao felt powerless to argue and just wanted this all to end quickly. But Su Muqing still did not shake his hand. I'm not like a certain person who can't bear to waste time caring about all of the despicable things that you've done. Unlike him, I object greatly. Su Muqing was still smiling, but after dropping those words, she completely ignored Liu Hao's outstretched hand and walked right past him. Liu Hao stood there, stunned. What, grasping the key point of the match, resolutely attacking, going all out on the offensive, beautiful performance. It was none of that. She just wanted revenge. She searched for an opportunity on the battlefield and ferociously opened fire upon him. That fucker. Liu Hao clenched his left hand into a fist. His right hand had been ignored by Su Muqing, and now it seemed like even he had forgotten about it as it remained stiffly extended. After Su Muqing, the next happy member to walk by was Mo Fan. He didn't pay attention to Liu Hao's state at all, and, seeing the extended hand, he simply took it and casually shook. You played pretty well, he said. What? This sentence struck Liu Hao awake like a bolt of lightning. You're here to humiliate me too? Liu Hao was furious, but Mo Fan didn't pause. After speaking, he was already swiftly walking past. You played pretty well. You played pretty well. You played pretty well. Mo Fan mechanically shook hands with all of the Wind Howl players, giving all of them this same sentence. This was what he had learned was necessary to do after a match. Without any change, he delivered this message to every opponent. But for Liu Hao, after what Su Muqing had just said, this was just rubbing salt in the wound. Liu Hao felt faint. "You played pretty well." The sound of these mocking words seemed to reverberate around the whole stadium. It was as though all of the audience members, and his Wind Howl teammates, and all of the media reporters and commentators, were all gently smiling as they looked at him, and said, "You played pretty well." The world spun. Liu Hao suddenly crashed to the ground. Immediately, the stadium was in an uproar, and the players still on stage were in even more of a panic as to what to do. The stadium workers rushed on stage to carry Liu Hao away, and they swiftly looked for someone to treat him. Just like this, the post-match greetings came to a hasty close. But the post-match press conference would go on as usual. Liu Hao instantly became the center of discussion, but it wasn't just because he'd fainted after the match. As the single largest contributor to Wind Howl's loss, this press conference would have been very difficult for him. Some reporters even questioned whether he'd pretended to pass out just to avoid this. Of course, such doubts couldn't be directly voiced, as it would be somewhat heartless. What if he really had fainted? And so the press conference opened with everyone expressing false concern. After hearing that Liu Hao was not in any serious condition, the question, "What are your thoughts on Liu Hao's performance this match?" was naturally pulled out. In the individual competition, Liu Hao had been defeated by Yi Xiao. In the team competition, he was wiped out by Su Muqing, which directly orchestrated Wind Howl's defeat. He had been the biggest reason why Wind Howl had lost 6 points. Most teams, in a situation like this, would try to protect their players who had performed poorly, even if it was just for appearances. But Wind Howl's captain Tang Hao wasn't that kind of person. He very bluntly used disaster to describe Liu Hao's performance today. What a shame. This is what everyone was thinking, but they weren't pitying Liu Hao's disappointing performance today. No, they were thinking that it was a shame that Tang Hao had given such a blunt answer, breaking from what most other teams would do, but Liu Hao wasn't here to hear it. Otherwise, what sort of fireworks would have resulted? This sort of merciless criticism was extremely rare to see. The reporters were all excitedly wondering how they should write their articles. At this time, the results of the other matches this round had already been released. 301's match had ended the earliest. To no one's surprise, they took down Seaside in an easy 10-0 victory. They now had 239 points, 2 points ahead of Wind Howl and 5 points behind Happy. Team 100 Blossoms, at this critical moment, withstood the pressure. After lagging behind Tyranny 0-3, they furiously chased their points, and managed to win both the group arena and the team round, resulting in a final score of 7-3. With 237 points, they were now tied with Wind Howl. However, because they lost to Wind Howl in terms of their head-to-head score, they were still in 9th place for now. Still, they were able to carry their hopes into the final round. 100 Blossoms fans were beyond excited. Their team's strong fighting spirit and refusal to give in gave them strong feelings of loyalty and pride. They held faith that this kind of team could definitely fight until the last moment and achieve results that would make everyone happy. Aside from this, Thunderclap had also managed to obtain victory in the team round against Samsara, ending the match 7-3. Right now, Thunderclap was tied with Happy at 244 points, but because they lost to Happy in terms of their head-to-head score, they were at 6th place for now. But in the final round, Thunderclap was facing Miracle. In terms of opponent, their final round was pretty relaxed, so everyone figured that Thunderclap had secured their spot in the playoffs. The celebrations in Thunderclap's home stadium were much more relaxed than those at 100 Blossoms Stadium. After seeing the results of all the other matches, Pan Lin and Liebo were still eagerly waiting for the final statistics of the match between Wind Howl and Happy. Finally, the statistics were announced, and the MVP award for this match went to Luo Ji. The official analysis affirmed his outstanding performance and important role in this match. As expected of Coach Lee. Having lost the bet, Pan Lin had to express his regret. "Ha ha, time for you to pay," said Liebo. "I know this one place that serves good to Panji. 1. Let's go later." Pan Lin was quickly back to his energetic self. "Even though it's this late," said Liebo, Let's go, let's go. Pan Lin prompted him. The match broadcast announced its conclusion in the middle of the off-topic conversation of these two. By this time, all matches of round 37 of Season 10 of the Pro League had ended. Aside from these 5 teams who were fiercely competing for playoff spots, the other teams dutifully played their matches well. The biggest change on the leaderboard was that 301, after sweeping Seaside, finally returned to the top 8, while 100 Blossoms was squeezed to 9th place. Which 8 teams would make it to the playoffs? This would only be decided with the final round. Aside from this, Blue Rain won 8-2 against Void, allowing them to once again surpass Tyranny to sit at 2nd place. This competition of rankings would impact the playoff matchups, and so there were a number of people paying attention to this. In Wind Howl's post-match press conference, Liu Hao earned the public criticism his captain made to the media. Meanwhile, in Happy's press conference, Luo Ji appeared for the first time. He was bombarded with questions from the reporters, enough to make his head spin. He pitifully looked to his seniors to save him, but no one was paying attention to him. Yishio and Su Muqing were calmly chatting over to the side. "You beat Liu Hao so hard that he actually fainted," said Yishio. "So ferocious of you." "As soon as I see him, I can't help but explode," said Su Muqing. "You have to stay calm. We won't see him again." "That's not for sure, there's still 1 round left," said Yishio. "Godyi, could you talk about why the team chose to make such bold arrangements against Wind Howl this round?" At this time, Su Muqing had actually taken out a handful of sunflower seeds and was munching on them right there on the press conference stage, and a reporter, feeling that this was just too much, finally interrupted the two's conversation to ask this question. "Oh? Was it bold?" Yishio immediately adjusted his attitude to respond to the question. "I don't think so. Wind Howl's extreme tactics could be used for a while, but not forever. To get such excellent results in so many rounds, their luck is quite good. But if they really wanted to rely on such tactics to defeat every opponent under the sky, then they're truly underestimating everyone far too much." "That's to say, you don't think Wind Howl's prospects are good?" the reporter asked. "Who's Wind Howl's opponent in the final round?" Yishio asked. "It's Tiny Herb," the reporter answered. "Oh. If Wang Jieshi is killed by strategy like this, I think that he should just give up and retire," said Yishio. At this, the reporter felt awkward and had no idea how to continue. "Didn't you just say that nothing was for sure with the final round?" said Su Muqing. "The rankings aren't for sure, but that doesn't mean Wind Howl can win," Yishio said to her. "Can you talk about Su Muqing's performance today?" the reporter asked. She astutely grasped the key points of the match and decisively attacked. "A beautiful performance," Yishio said. "Then what do you think about Luo Ji's performance?" the reporter continued to ask. "We were able to achieve victory largely thanks to the foundation he laid down," Yishio said. "Then will Luo Ji participate in the playoffs?" the reporter asked. "That's a secret we can't announce beforehand," said Yishio. "Then, can we ask, which team does Happy hope to encounter first in the playoffs?" asked the reporter. "The season hasn't ended yet, and Happy hasn't entered the playoffs for sure. Answering that question now would be too improper," Yishio said, serious. The reporters were speechless. Fuck, who was the person who'd announced, fresh out of beating the Challenger League, that they would be the Season 10 champions? It was you, wasn't it? Chapter 1372. Endgame Preparation. With round 37's match, Luo Ji had truly become a protagonist. "How about it? Feels pretty good, doesn't it, kid?" After returning from the press conference, Wei Chen came up to Luo Ji and tousled his hair. It's great," Luo Ji said excitedly. "MVP?" Just a few rounds ago, he'd been worried about not dragging down the rest of the team, but now, he'd actually become the match MVP, the crucial piece in the team's victory. Luo Ji was truly thrilled, and even though the reporters had hounded him like wolves, he didn't really mind. All that mattered was that he could be useful to the team. "Keep it up, your future is filled with light," Wei Chen said. "Yes, Boss Wei." Luo Ji happily answered. Soon after, the other young players like Qiao Yifan and Wenyi surrounded him with congratulations, and Steamed Bun took on the role of a boss as he gruffly warned Luo Ji against becoming too arrogant. How good it is to be young! Watching Happy's vibrant young members, Wei Chen was filled with emotion. In Wei Chen's eyes, Luo Ji's skill truly wasn't all that much. The professional circle was overflowing with talent. But Luo Ji had what Wei Chen admired and envied the most, his youth. If only I could be 10 years younger. Even if I lost all the technique and experience I have now, and started over from zero, that would be fine. Technique could be trained, experience could be raised. Only youth, once lost, could never be regained. Luo Ji still had the future. He had chance after chance to be useful in Happy's matches. But what about Wei Chen himself? Wei Chen lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. For him, there was perhaps only this handful of battles remaining. One match left of the regular season. If they made it to the finals, if every round of the playoffs became 3 matches long, that meant 9 matches. 10 matches total. 10 matches. Even if he went on in every single match, his professional career would have no more than 10 matches left. Next season? Wei Chen didn't dare think anymore. If he stubbornly clung on, then he would only become dead weight for the team. Back then, why had he retired? Wei Chen suddenly felt regret swelling in his heart. If his 30-year-old self could still hold on now, then back then, why couldn't he have held on in the first place? Even if he had simply joined some random team, he always could have found a position. 6 years? Why in the world had he wasted those 6 years? As the young members talked and laughed, Wei Chen let out a sigh. They felt joy at making it to the playoffs in their debut year, while Wei Chen felt melancholy as he thought of his rapidly dwindling professional lifespan. Look at these young ones, how nice. Yishio suddenly appeared out of nowhere, slapping a hand on Wei Chen's shoulder. Fuck! Wei Chen hadn't been holding his cigarette securely, so when he was startled, it almost flipped into his eye, giving him a second scare. Just 10 rounds left, Yishio said. What? The fact that Wei Chen only had 10 professional matches left was, for a pro player, an extremely tragic and cruel thing. No matter how shameless Yishio was, he wouldn't deliver this kind of jab, would he? For him to say this? Were these the last 10 rounds for himself, as well? Was this guy also planning to retire? Don't regret it. Wei Chen finally said. Ha ha. Yishio only chuckled. All sorts of discussion emerged after round 37. The 5 teams struggling for a spot in the top 8 were the hot topic, of course. 100 Blossoms dropping 3 points to Tyranny before successfully counter-attacking, Thunderclap winning 7 points from Samsara, 301 earning a perfect victory against Seaside, all earned praise. And the final score of Happy against Wind Howl was 6-4, relatively close, so they couldn't say one side was particularly disastrous. In the individual rounds, Wind Howl fell behind 1 point and then earned 4 in succession, which was quite a strong performance. As for the team competition, Su Muqing and Luo Ji of course earned much praise, and Liu Hao became the only player in the crucial round 37 who performed terribly, and thus the sole target of critics. And even Tang Hao had expressed dissatisfaction over his performance in the post-match press conference by calling him a disaster. This only further supported the point. A few less professional media directly took this out of context. Tang Hao had clearly just been speaking fact, that Liu Hao's performance in this one match had been too subpar, like a disaster. But these reporters took this to mean that Wind Howl overall had met disaster, and described Liu Hao as cancer for Wind Howl. Clearly, Liu Hao's performance in Wind Howl this season had been fairly strong. The team trusted him, the fans liked him. Otherwise, how could he have become vice-captain and an all-star? But in this round, no matter how upright the media, couldn't find anything good to say about Liu Hao. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but negative reviews. Liu Hao felt that all he had endeavored to build up over this entire season was collapsing because of this one disastrous performance. Next round, I have to redeem myself. Liu Hao grit his teeth. June 5th, Season 10 of the Glory Professional League finally arrived at the final match. For half of the teams, this was the end of a season, but 10 teams would step onto a new journey after this. Some would go on to fight for the highest glory, while others would now fight for salvation. There were 3 matches in this final round that were attracting the most attention: Happy playing their home game against 301, Samsara home game against 100 Blossoms, and Tiny Herb home game against Wind Howl. 3 matches would determine which 3 teams would enter the top 8 and earn the right to compete in the playoffs. 301, 100 Blossoms, and Wind Howl couldn't slack off one bit. Every point might determine their ultimate fate. And because of these teams, Happy had to continue to fight as hard as they could. They, too, couldn't afford to grow careless. Let me go on. As Team Happy prepared, someone was begging to play in the match. But others all told him, "Rest, rest. Leave it to us, it's no problem," everyone said. "Don't. I haven't played in the team competition in a whole month. Please, I'm begging you, give me the chance to keep my hands warm." Yishio struggled to obtain a chance to go on stage. Actually, for both round 35 and round 37, Yishio had originally intended to play. But everyone in Happy had very firmly shoved him back down onto the bench. "With all your experience, do you still need to train your hands?" Tang Ru said. Right, if it's boss, he doesn't need it at all," said Steen Bun. "Rest, rest," everyone continued to say. "I still need this. Hurry and let me go on stage," Yishio shouted. Chen Guo was at a loss. With all of the commotion, she also couldn't tell whether Yishio really needed to play a match to keep his hands warm, or if he was just lonely. "Do you really need it?" Chen Gui asked Yishio. Yishio was about to cry. "How could I not need this? I haven't played in a month." Chen Guo looked at Su Muqing and Fang Rui for confirmation from those who had professional experience. "Let's follow his plan." Su Muqing laughed. At last, Yishio began planning out the next round. He began by confirming that he would have a starting position in the team competition, which was instantly met by a room full of boos. "This is an abuse of power." Yishio heard someone say this, and he began to question whether these guys genuinely wanted him to rest, or if they were trying to squeeze him out of his position. After that, they progressed with the planning. Everyone finally put away their joking attitudes and listened to Yishio's match arrangement seriously. 3 points. That will guarantee our entry into the playoffs. But we can't set our goal that low. Fight for victory with everything you have. Don't worry about 301 survival, said Yishio. Understood, everyone answered. Let's start practice. Yishio waved his hand, and everyone began their tense training for the next round's match. The R&D department was also making the final sprint to the playoffs. Everyone hoped that they could complete equipment upgrades before the playoffs began. In the playoffs, one mistake could lead to a complete loss, and to suddenly switch to unfamiliar equipment in the middle of the playoffs wasn't a wise decision. The differences brought by changed equipment could lead to miscalculations or misjudgments in the middle of a match. To some extent, the playoffs were a competition of which side could make fewer mistakes. 36 pieces of pseudo-silver equipment, and the Myriad Manifestations umbrella has been completed. Do you want to upgrade now? Seeing Yishio come over, the R&D workers asked him excitedly. They were also looking forward to see their own handiwork equipped on characters to give the entire alliance a shock. Although the stats of the silver equipment wouldn't be displayed, the equipment level would be shown. The sight of Happy's characters clad in level 80 equipment, what kind of shock would that bring to the glory circle? Just thinking about it was enough to cause excitement. We'll upgrade after this match, Yishio said. Can there be more? For now, it'll probably just be this much, the R&D worker answered. Most equipment can't manifest this kind of complex, redundant structure. The R&D called the structure used by the level 80 pseudo-silver redundant edition. If they were simply making the equipment, they wouldn't need nearly this many materials. But to raise it to level 80, they had to forcefully add on more materials, while ensuring that these materials didn't change the original properties of the equipment. Many equipment couldn't take this additive modification, and these were the failed products that had no way of reaching level 80. The recent research of Happis R&D had been focused on determining which equipment could be upgraded and which couldn't, and this process had used up a large amount of materials. Fortunately, because they were only aiming to make orange-level silver equipment, they didn't need as many rare materials. And there was always a surplus of dungeon materials, so they could almost always get them from the in-game marketplace. The rarer ones would be the drops from the highest-level dungeons, but on the guild side of things, Wu Chen had coordinated teams to increase their acquisitions, and they were able to meet the demands of the R&D. Even as they continued their development of pseudo-silver, they didn't forget about their research of real silver, either. After all, they only needed pseudo-silver for now. This batch was directly jumping to level 80, but when the overall level cap was updated to 80, it was unknown whether they could still use the method of redundant addition to upgrade to level 85. Only real silver equipment would be the true path to sustainable development. Happy could expend effort on pseudo-silver largely because there wasn't much conflict with the materials required for real silver. Because the two goals didn't interfere with each other, Happy could grab both. Chapter 1373. Playing too honestly. Round 38 of the Alliance was rapidly approaching. Given that it was the final round, it was inevitable that there would be a of publicity surrounding it. After this round, voting for the awards of the current season would begin. The awards would be based on the performances of the regular season, with the playoffs having their own set of awards afterwards. Amongst the various awards, the one that caught the most attention was naturally the MVP award. There were many players who had been raised as possible MVPs, to the point that even Bai Shu, who had only joined 301 in the winter transfer window, was also part of the list. Other than that, there were Samsara's Zhu Zikai, Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoqian, Tiny Herb's Wang Jieshi, Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie, and other all-star players were frequently raised as possible candidates. Apart from these players, there was the player with the strongest return to the Alliance, Happis Yi Xiao. Team Happis' performance may not have been as outstanding as Samsara or the other powerhouse teams, but as a new team, achieving such results was already entirely unprecedented, and within the team, the role that Yi Xiao played was something that anyone with eyes could see. If the Alliance were to take into account Happis' difficulty in achieving such results, Yi Xiao's inclusion in the list of MVP candidates was indisputable. If there was anything that was disadvantageous to Yi Xiao, it was his continued ceasefire for the last 4 rounds. Missing out such crucial competitions would have a negative impact on his assessment for the MVP award. The MVP award was something that had various different considerations and factors. In comparison, some of the other awards that only looked at results or numbers were more easily decided upon. The King of Dueling title was based on the results of the individual competition. The award would definitely go to Yi Xiao without much suspense, given his 36 consecutive victories in the individual competition. Looking at the statistics, 1 hit 1 kill, the award based on the number of killing blows accomplished within the team competitions, was already in Zhu Zikai's hands 1 round early. Then there was the Arena Star, the award based on how much damage a player had dealt throughout the course of the group arena competitions. Similarly, the holder of this title had been convincingly decided 1 round early, Team Samsara's Sun Shuang. Other than that, awards like Best Partners, Best Rookie, or Best 6th Player were also like the MVP award, and wouldn't be decided purely by numbers or statistics, instead needing careful consideration of the various players' performances after the end of the 38th round. Everything was waiting for this final round. On the evening of the 5th of June, the 20 teams in the Alliance gathered in 10 different team stadiums, marking the beginning of the 38th round of competition. In the end, the broadcasters decided to show the match between Samsara and 100 Blossoms. 100 Blossoms was temporarily in 9th place, and if they wanted to enter the top 8, they could either win 1 more point than Wind Howl or 3 more points than 301 in this round. In the previous round, after falling behind by 3 points against Tyranny, they had valiantly snatched back 7 points, lighting the expectations for them to produce a breathtaking performance in their away game against Samsara. The Glory community hadn't forgotten that Team Samsara's crazy streak of wins in the first half of the season had ultimately been put to a stop by Team 100 Blossoms. This final match would be Team 100 Blossom's most important match of the whole season. In this final round, every stadium was packed to the brim, including the stadium for Seaside and Bright Green, the two teams in the relegation zone. Next season, they wouldn't be able to compete in this stadium anymore, so the heartbroken fans had come to accompany their teams in battle till the very last moment, even though it was already too late to change anything. At 8:30 in the evening, the final round of the competition punctually began in all 10 stadiums. In Happis Stadium, Yi Xiu appeared in the individual competition for the 37th time, taking another shot at breaking his own record. This time, the player attempting to snipe his streak was someone who had garnered a lot of attention in the second half of the season, Team 301 Degrees a Night player Bai Shu, hailing from Europe. The competition quickly began. Until the very last round, Yi Xiu had persisted in choosing the same style of maps, clean and minimalistic maps meant for a head-on battle. The two characters loaded in, appearing at two opposite ends of the map. Bai Shu's night character, Tide, was clad from head to toe in silver equipment. In this small map where sunlight was shining brilliantly, the reflections off Tide's metal armor was dazzling, and his shield, Silver of Life, had practically become a mirror. This map choice is a little unfortunate, Fang Rui said, sitting on Happis' player bench. Wait, why? Cheng Guo asked frantically. It's too bright, it dazzles the eyes, Fang Rui said. Are you talking about the reflections from Tide's equipment? Cheng Guo asked. That's right. In the context of glory, things like this will all become disturbances to the opposing player, Fang Rui replied. Cheng Guo immediately felt a sense of apprehension. Losing 1 point was nothing to fear, but she really didn't want to see Yi Xiu's streak of consecutive victories come to an end. In fact, she was still brooding over the fact that Yi Xiu didn't play in the first round. That meant that he could at most have 37 wins in a row, not a complete sweep of all 38 rounds. The tiny bit of imperfection was extremely regrettable. As they spoke, the two characters on stage had already started to charge towards the center of the map. Boom boom boom. Yi Xiu used Lord Grimm's long-range superiority to open fire first, sending 3 anti-tank missiles flying out. Charge! Bai Shu surprisingly didn't dodge, instead choosing to have Tide press the assault. His shield was raised in front of him, and all 3 anti-tank missiles exploded on it in succession. In a moment, Tide had left the cloud of smoke and the sound of explosions behind him, the gap between the two shortening in the blink of an eye. Tide's shield, Silver of Life, was shining brightly. On the large screen in the stadium, everyone could see from Yi Xiu's player perspective, and all they saw was a field of dazzling radiance, similar to the effect from a Spitfire's flash bullet. Look! Fang Rui had long been watching Yi Xiu's player perspective, and at this moment, he immediately pointed at the screen for everyone to see. Heroic leap! Tide leapt into the air, but the only thing that Yi Xiu could see in his vision was a flash of brilliant light, and then nothing. Shining cut! Yi Xiu used the skill to dash out. This was an instinctual reaction that he made based on his experience. When the opponent disappeared, no matter where he went, eventually he would want to continue his assault. At this time, the best thing to do was to keep moving, and figure out where the opponent was afterwards. Tide descended from the air, and Lord Grimm fled from his original position. The two of them had more or less completed a swap of positions. After Shining Cut, Lord Grimm immediately twisted his body in mid-air, and the moment he saw Tide in his field of view, the myriad manifestation umbrella changed back into gun form, and Lord Grimm opened fire. Bang! A single bullet flew out. But this time, Bai Shu didn't have Tide use his shield to block the attack. This single bullet was the Spitfire's burning bullet, which would create a fiery blaze as it fell to the ground, something that the shield couldn't prevent. Tide jumped out of the way, dodging the burning bullet. As a sea of fire immediately began to spread on the ground, he had already stepped out of the range of the attack. Gatling gun! Lord Grimm used yet another skill, sending a torrent of bullets towards Tide. This time, Tide raised his shield, forcefully advancing under the rain of bullets. Tide's Silver of Life wasn't as large as the myriad manifestation umbrella's shield form, so it couldn't possibly shield his whole body. As such, Yi Xiu adjusted the angle of the Gatling gun, attempting to send the bullets to the gaps that weren't being protected by the shield. Despite that, all the bullets were blocked by Tide, as Silver of Life's position was adjusted non-stop, unexpectedly blocking the Gatling gun bullets that were coming from continually shifting angles. "This guy!" Fang Rui exclaimed in surprise. Team Wind Howl's original lineup also had a knight, so he had a fairly impressive understanding of the class. Being able to use his shield in such a way to completely block Yi Xiu's gunfire meant that his fundamentals were far more solid than normal. At this moment, in Yi Xiu's field of vision, Silver of Life became dazzling once more. Evidently, they had once again entered an angle in which the shield could reflect sunlight. Eh? This time, Fang Rui was bewildered. "What is it?" Chen Guo frantically asked again. His timing of the sunlight was a bit subpar, Fang Rui expressed. On stage, Yi Xiu slightly adjusted Lord Grimm's position, easily avoiding the reflection of the sunlight this time around, before continuing to assault Tide from a distance. He isn't doing it on purpose. At this time, Wei Chen spoke up. "Who are you referring to?" Chen Guo asked. "Bai Shu." He didn't think of using his equipment to reflect the sunlight, it was actually all accidental, Wei Chen replied. "Really?" Chen Guo looked at Fang Rui, but he was deep in contemplation, so he didn't respond. This player from abroad seems to disdain these kinds of dirty tricks. Wei Chen said. "Do you think he's like all of you?" Chen Guo snorted at Wei Chen, and then shifted her gaze to Fang Rui. These two played in an especially wretched way, with an innumerable number of dirty tricks up their sleeves. "I'm looking down on him, can't you tell from my tone?" Wei Chen replied. "In order to win, I would be as unscrupulous as I need to be. These kinds of players who pretend to be upright and not use the tricks they have access to are the kind I hate the most," Wei Chen said. Chen Guo didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This wasn't about pretending to be upright. Couldn't a person just prefer not using these kinds of methods to fight? "Lose, he's definitely going to lose." Wei Chen cursed. "That I can agree with," Chen Guo nodded. At this moment, Tide had already drawn closer to Lord Grimm by quite a bit, raising his hand and gesturing towards him, "Provoke." Lord Grimm promptly charged towards Tide without hesitation, and sent out a collapsing mountain. Yi Xiu straightforwardly used this skill, and Lord Grimm jumped up, sending his blade chopping downwards. Clang! An ear-piercing noise rang out. Surprisingly, Bai Shu had let Tide raise his shield to block the powerful berserker skill, collapsing mountain, before using his other hand to brandish his sword for a counterattack. "I have no words left," Wei Chen said. "What is it now?" Chen Guo asked. Couldn't he just have avoided this attack? Wei Chen said. "Is using the shield to block not good enough?" Chen Guo asked. "Using the shield to block still costs HP. If he's able to avoid losing HP altogether, does he still need to be so unyielding?" Wei Chen replied. "He can counterattack a bit faster." Chen Guo's answer sounded quite professional, her standard was improving. If he can't take the initiative from the counterattack, what's the point of counterattacking at all? Wei Chen continued to look down on him. After blocking collapsing mountain, Tide's counterattack indeed wasn't able to help seize the initiative, and the two of them continued to trade hits, countering each other's every move. That taunt usage was also baffling. This is a 1v1, and the opponent doesn't want to run away. What's the point of taunting him? Taunting him only results in close-range combat, but that's what Lord Grimm's good at, Wei Chen continued. Chen Guo was puzzled. According to Wei Chen's analysis, this Bai Shu was really full of problems. But looking at the match, he didn't show any signs of faltering when fighting against Yi Xiu. In this match, she couldn't see any sign of who was going to win or lose. "You'd best ignore him." Su Muqing saw Chen Guo's bewilderment and laughed. They have completely different styles, so of course they can't stand the sight of each other. Is he playing too honestly? Chen Guo consulted Su Muqing, and ended up being viciously stared at by Wei Chen, causing her to momentarily not dare to say anything more. In this confrontation, it's exactly this kind of upright and frank play that's needed to determine victory or defeat. Su Muqing replied. It's boring as hell, Wei Chen and Fang Rui said in unison. I believe that Yishio won't give him that kind of opportunity, Wei Chen said sincerely. That guy has no limit to his shamelessness. Chapter 1374. Peak Skill. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Fight justly and fairly? Cheng Guo trusted Su Muqing's words more than Wei Chen's. Then again, she really couldn't tell the difference between fair and shameless in a match. Crusader's Trial. At this moment, Bai Shu suddenly cast a powerful high-level skill at an extremely close distance. Tide crashed forward with a charge, his sword and shield brandished. Shining Cut. Lord Grim flashed by with a cold light. The direction of Crusader's Trial could be controlled though. The moment Lord Grim flitted to the right, Bai Shu had Tide cut across from the left. Charge and Crusader's Trial moved at the same speed, which didn't lose to Shining Cut. Even though the first stage missed, the second stage of the skill smashed towards Lord Grim. Charge! Yishio used another movement skill. Lord Grim switched directions, dodging the second stage. Colliding Stab. Shadow Clone Technique. Slide Kick. Yishio used multiple movement skills in a row in an attempt to escape from Tide, but in the end, he failed. Bai Shu's controls were extremely fast and precise. He immediately adjusted his Crusader's Trial with every escape attempt from Lord Grim. The viewers were dumbstruck as they watched these two characters shuffle around a small area in a blur. Yishio was clearly using a variety of skills from different classes, but by chaining them together in a single breath, it was hard to believe that there were multiple skills being used. It looked like one smooth yet messy movement. On the other hand, Bai Shu was using just a single skill, so his movements were naturally smooth. However, he was the one reacting to Yishio's actions. Being able to stick so tightly to Yishio despite these circumstances was truly a terrifying display of technique. Multiple movement skills had been linked together in an instant. Sometimes, a skill wouldn't even complete before the next skill began. But after the slide kick, the attentive viewers noticed Lord Grim's skill bar. The first skill he had used, Shining Cut, was still on cooldown. Players had already figured out which low-level movement skills Lord Grim possessed. He had the Assassin's Shining Cut, the Kink's Charge, the Berserker's Colliding Stab, the Sharpshooter's Slide Kick, and the Ninja's Shadow Clone Technique. 5 skills on rotation was usually more than enough. But today, Yishio had been forced by Bai Shu to use all 5 skills consecutively, yet he still couldn't escape. The level 75 Crusader's Trial had a maximum of 9 stages. Tide had only used 5 stages so far and still had 4 more stages to call upon. This time, what high-level skill had Yishio added onto his myriad manifestations umbrella? Perhaps a teleport? People began thinking of the possibilities. However, those who had noticed Lord Grim's skill bar suddenly realized that apart from these 5 movement skills, Lord Grim also had Spike Trap on cooldown. If it was on cooldown, it meant it had been used. But when? No one had any time to ponder over this question. The pace of the battle was extremely fast. Tide had chased Lord Grim to the 6th stage of Crusader's Trial, when a sudden K sounded. Tide could still swing his weapon, but his feet wouldn't budge an inch. Spike Trap was triggered just like this. Everyone was dumbfounded. Besides those who had been paying attention to Lord Grim's skill bar, everyone else had been caught off guard. Judging from the position of the Spike Trap, Lord Grim must have placed it while slide kicking. Spike Trap only restricted movement. It did not interrupt skills. Tide could continue his Crusader's Trial, but he could only do it in place. Lord Grim jumped back nimbly, and Tide's attack could no longer reach him. Yishio was just about to counterattack, when Tide's sword suddenly flew out towards Lord Grim. Spirit Guidance. The Exorcist's Spirit Guidance gave the ability to throw your weapon. Exorcists and Knights were both priest classes and could learn each other's low-level skills. This attack had been quite sudden. Happy's home crowd cried out in alarm. Lord Grim promptly rolled though, and evaded the attack. Grenade, Shuriken, Mechanical Seeker. As Lord Grim rolled, he threw a bunch of things at Tide, who had no way of dodging due to the spike trap. However, he still had his shield. Tide immediately crouched down and raised his shield, Silver Life. The grenade and Mechanical Seeker exploded on his shield, while the shuriken was deflected. "See, dirty!" Wei Chen shouted excitedly. He wasn't talking about Tide and his shield, or Lord Grim's chain of attacks. These were far from being qualified. Wei Chen was talking about how Yi Xiu was having his Lord Grim approach while sticking close to the ground. When Bai Shu used his shield, he made sure to give himself an open line of sight. But with Lord Grim crouching down, the line of sight that the shield allowed him to have wasn't quite enough. He couldn't see the target, so he subconsciously lowered his shield a bit. Right after he did so, he heard a gunshot. Bai Shu reacted extremely fast and hastily lifted up his Silver Life again. However, he then heard a hit. Bai Shu looked down in disbelief and saw a bullet wound at his feet. This opening hadn't been there originally. When he raised his shield instinctively to protect his head, a small crack had appeared in his defense. To think his opponent could grasp that tiny opening. No, it wasn't his opponent grasping an opening. Bai Shu had clearly heard the gunshot before lifting his shield. In other words, the other side had shot at his feet, predicting that he wouldn't be able to see the attack and would lift his shield thinking it would be a headshot. To think there was someone who could calculate this many steps ahead. Bai Shu was amazed. He had only started playing Glory after going abroad. He had played in the European servers and then joined England's Pro League. As a pro player, he could be considered a locally born and bred European player. However, his homeland was still China, so he paid some attention to the Glory scene there as well. But because of China's mediocrity at popular sports like football and basketball, he didn't think very highly of the skill level of China's competitive Glory scene. As a result, he mainly followed the scene out of curiosity and didn't take it seriously. When Team 301 sent out a formal invitation to him, he had been both surprised and proud. To think I could receive attention from a competitive league on a completely different continent, it looks like my skill and fame is quite high. Along with a feeling of intimacy for his homeland, in the end, Bai Shu was moved by Team 301's detailed plans for him, especially after knowing that Team 301's situation wasn't too great. Instead of disappointment, he was rather excited to be the savior for a team. As a result, he returned to his home country and joined Team 301. He began adapting to China's competitive league and helped Team 301 form a new tactical system. Much of this came from the strategies and techniques that Bai Shu had learned from his career in Europe. After combining these with Team 301, the team's win record improved drastically. Win after win, the spotlight shone on him. Bai Shu felt great. Sure enough, Europe was the superior region. After joining the alliance, Team 301 became like a fish in the water. They had originally been dozens of points away from top 8, but they quickly squeezed their way in a huge reversal. However, near the end of the season, Team 301 had been caught into an intense struggle for playoffs, a bit far from Bai Shu's goal of sweeping through the league. Bai Shu wasn't discouraged though. After all, he had only been a part of 301 for half a season. Both sides needed more time to synergize to reach their peak condition. Team 301 had made a huge comeback within this half a season. To be able to do that was more than enough for Bai Shu. After his arrival, 301 had only lost to 2 opponents. One was Howl and their sudden improvement. 301 hadn't been prepared and lost. The other one was the Alliance's current number 1, Samsara. Bai Shu very much recognized their strength. It would truly be quite challenging for Team 301 to win over them. Apart from those two though, the powerhouses in the Alliance such as Tyranny, Blue Rain, and Tiny Herb had all fallen to 301. From Bai Shu's perspective, those teams were on par with each other. Neither team was better than the other by much. Their teams were like so, the individuals were like so. Bai Shu hadn't noticed anyone who could make him feel fear. The so-called number 1 knight, Shu Bin, had apparently come from 301. But in their 1v1 match, Bai Shu won quite easily. He was nothing impressive. Finally, in this last round, Team 301 would meet Team Happy. Yi Xiu had won 36 individual rounds in a row. Just this win record alone made it so Bai Shu could not underestimate him. After doing some research on him, he learned about his legendary history. But isn't he a bit old? Whether it was in China or Europe or anywhere else, the pro players were all around the same age. Yi Xiu's 27 years of age was a genuine old general in any competitive scene. To let such an old general keep winning in the individual competition? When Bai Shu first came over and heard about his win streak, he had a hard time understanding. Then, he heard about the unspecialized playstyle as well as his strange weapon, which made him quite curious. At that time, he had made a decision. This Yi Xiu needed to be taught a lesson. However, Team 301 and Team Happy would only be meeting each other again in round 38, at the end of the regular season. It would only be then would Bai Shu be able to realize his long-cherished wish. During this half a season, he had personally watched quite a few of Yi Xiu's and Lord Grimm's matches, and made ample preparation. That ultra-fast speed made many people's heads hurt, but wasn't he keeping up with it just fine? But in the process, he had fallen for a trap that had been placed who knew when. Then, he was hit by a bullet that had completely seen through his thoughts. So this is someone who won 36 individual rounds in a row. China's peak skill? Chapter 1375. 37 consecutive wins. A shot that Yi Xiu had so precisely calculated and fired of course wouldn't just be an ordinary attack. This was a Spitfire skill, stun bullet. The instant it hit, Lord Grimm was already pulling back and circling around. Then, he began his offensive. Unspecialized blitz. This was a term that had circulated for a while now. Bai Shu had heard of it before, and he had studied it. He had felt that he wouldn't give Yi Xiu that kind of opportunity during the match. But now, he understood, it wasn't that he would give an opportunity, it was that the opponent would create the opportunity himself. After being hit by the stun bullet, Tide could no longer move, and so when Lord Grimm charged over, circled around to his back, and began attacking, what could he do? The paralysis status wore off fairly quickly, but Lord Grimm's offensive was far from over. Bai Shu tried to control Tide to block with his shield, because he just needed to block one attack to rebalance the situation. But Yi Xiu had clearly considered this point from early on. Tide was a knight, which was a class that had a shield that gave them a natural advantage in interrupting the opponent's attack. This was why Yi Xiu had begun his attack from behind, preventing Bai Shu from controlling Tide to pull out his shield to block. Just like that, the famous Silver of Life became mere ornamentation. 37. The fans in Happy's home stadium were already cheering. A win streak lasting 37 rounds. How incredible of a record was that? It had never been done before, and it would likely never be repeated again. Right here, right now, this miraculous record was about to be born. Countless fans in the audience were rising from their seats, and Happy's diehard fans had already made preparations beforehand. They were just waiting for the instant that Lord Grimm killed Tide for good, and then they would begin their celebration ceremony for this record. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. There wasn't much remaining of Tide's health. From some corner of the stadium, this countdown suddenly began, gradually spreading through the audience. By the time they reached 6, aside from a few depressed 301 fans, the entire stadium was chanting along. 5. Everyone stared at Tide's dwindling health bar. 4. Everyone watched Lord Grimm attack. 3. Everyone calculated the damage that was dealt by this attack. 2. Everyone once again checked Tide's remaining health. 1. Another attack from Lord Grimm arrived, and everyone prayed, "Fall, you bastard!" They didn't have any particular enmity toward Bai Shu, but in this moment, they cursed him with all their heart. 0. The cheers reached their peak, Lord Grimm's sword draw flashed out, and the blade scattered blood as it swung to the sky. And finally, Tide's health reached 0. 37. After 0, another number surged forward, but no one was surprised. This was what they had been waiting for. Bang 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 bang. The stadium erupted with fireworks, colorful confetti bursting forth to surround the whole stage. This was all clearly something that happy fans had planned in advance. The fans who had the fireworks had arranged themselves in a ring all around the stadium, to allow the celebration to spread to all corners. Even in the middle of the away team's fan section, a spy had somehow infiltrated their midst and set off a firework, although it was only round. Probably that fan was soon forcibly stopped by the surrounding 301 fans. 37. In the midst of the confetti, the fans cheered with all their might, and Chengguo felt the tears beginning to stream down her cheeks. That guy, he had actually done it. He had started as an overnight manager at Happy Internet Cafe and established this team from scratch. He personally defeated Excellent Era, the team he had spent 7 years fighting for. He returned to this stage, and then he established this shocking record that perhaps no one would ever surpass, permanently carving his true name onto this homeland of glory. Too incredible! Chengguo exclaimed, wiping at her tears. It is. The shameless Wei Chen, for once, didn't have any words of mockery, and his voice was sincere and heavy as he answered Chengguo. Yes, it was really too incredible. How was this bastard so strong? Was he even stronger than he was 10 years ago? I can't believe him. Fang Rui yelled. What about all the players in the future? This record is so ridiculous, it's disgusting. To surpass it, you'd need 38 consecutive wins. Tang Ru still saw that tiny thread of hope. Boss is powerful, boss is dominating, said Steamed Bun. As expected of senior, said Xiao Yifan. It's amazing, I could never do that, Luo Ji said. This is really our captain, and when he was originally a Tyranny fan, and Yishio had always been the person he could never like too much, but now, he had essentially been converted into his fan. Mo Fan didn't say anything, but his eyes, like those of the others, were filled with marvel. Su Muqing didn't say anything, either. She knew the hardships Yishio had endured these past 2 years, and she knew that this insane win streak wasn't just for himself, but for another legacy. That character, Lord Grimm, should have been controlled by another person to shine unstage with power unstoppable. But unfortunately, that could never become reality. Now, Yishio had completed this season for him. He used the character Lord Grimm to leave behind a record that could never be erased. Perhaps no one would ever learn that other person's name, but Lord Grimm, this character he created, would forever remain in glory's history. It was amazing. Su Muqing stood and clapped. She didn't cry, because she had always believed in Yishio. He said he would return, and so he returned. He said he would establish a win streak, and so he won 37 in a row. He said they would aim for the championship this season, and Su Muqing believed that this championship would undoubtedly belong to Happy. The door to the competitor booth was opened. Yishio walked onto the stage, and the cheers of the crowd instantly grew even louder. Bang bang bang, another ring of fireworks was set off. The fans had planned to do another round at this moment, although the fireworks from the away team's seating came a fraction later. Still, even when surrounded by the strict monitoring of the 301 fans after the last round of fireworks, this brave man still managed to suddenly break through and fire again. He could be called the hero of the fans. 37. Everyone continued to holler. Yishio waved to the audience, expressing his thanks, before walking off stage. What an incredible record! At this moment, although the live broadcast was set to show 100 Blossom's match against Samsara, they suddenly took advantage of the break between battles to show the scene at Happy's Stadium. This, too, was something the broadcasters had arranged beforehand. They didn't choose to show this Happy vs 301 match, but they didn't want to miss the moment that this powerful record was born. They had to record this in video. Fortunately, when Yishio defeated Bai Shu, Samsara and 100 Blossoms had also just finished their first battle. The broadcast didn't care too much about how difficult it must have been for 100 Blossoms, as the away team, to earn a point against Samsara. As soon as they saw how perfectly the timing was, they didn't hesitate to switch the cameras over to Happy. The commentators Pan Lin and Lee Ibor also couldn't be bothered to compliment the old General Zhong Wei or acknowledge how difficult it must have been for him to defeat Samsara's all-star Lu Buiyuan. The two swiftly began to sing their praises for this terrifying win record that Yishio had established. An incredible record, an incredible record. Pan Lin repeated this phrase 3 times, because he truly couldn't find any other words to describe it. 37 consecutive wins, Yishio is really, Lee Ibor also couldn't find the words. Amazing! Pan Lin found it. Lee Ibor nodded, but he didn't echo it too much. Because of his tyranny background, it was already somewhat difficult for him to give impartial commentary on Yishio. To extol him now, to proclaim him the greatest, Lee Ibor suddenly felt somewhat uncomfortable. Happy's fans are very excited. These are all fireworks that they've set at the stadium to celebrate this birth of this extraordinary record. Pan Lin described the scene at the stadium. Right now, Yishio is walking off stage. The audience is giving him a standing ovation, and the players of the two teams as well. 301 is very dignified, even though this record was ultimately built from their defeat. Even the judge is coming over, standing at the side of the stage and applauding. This record is truly too moving. To be able to experience this moment in person is also a very fortunate thing. Pan Lin continued. The judge has finished clapping, it looks like he's saying something. He's insisting that the match continue? This judge is a bit strict. At such a historic moment, what's the harm in letting everyone be happy a little longer, said Pan Lin. This is the final, most critical match, after all. Lee Ibor said. The display screen is already showing the players for the next battle, Happy's Luo Ji, the MVP of last round, the rookie who's earned the respect and notice of us all. What about 301? Oh, it's the Blade Master Jiao Jie. Let's return to Samsara vs 100 Blossoms. Pan Lin wiped at his forehead. He had almost begun to start commentating the match of Happy against 301. At Samsara's home stadium, the match had progressed to the second battle of the individual competition. 100 Blossoms had won the first battle, earning a first point, so this match was off to a good start for them. And 301 had lost a point first, which was good news for 100 Blossoms. But their primary competitor right now was still Wind Howl, and news from Tiny Herb's home stadium said that Wind Howl had also won their first battle. Having won 1 point, they continued to suppress 100 Blossoms by their superior head-to-head score. Don't worry about everyone else. We'll only have the right to seize our chance if we play our own matches well. 100 Blossoms captain Yu Feng encouraged his teammates. In the second battle of the individual round, they would be sending Zhu Guangyi against Samsara's vice-captain, Jiang Butao. Another win! A few minutes later, 100 Blossoms once again received good news. Zhu Guangyi defeated Jiang Butao, helping 100 Blossoms earn another point. 100 Blossoms is in excellent condition today. Pan Lin and Lee Ibor both exclaimed. In these 2 consecutive matches, the 100 Blossoms players had performed exceptionally. And after the end of each match, everyone would immediately worry about the points of their direct competitors. 301 won the second individual battle against Happy, Pan Lin said, checking updates from the other matches. In Tiny Herb vs Wind Howl also won the second battle, Lee Ibor added, looking in on that match. Well, it looks like 100 Blossoms is still behind. Pan Lin sighed. Even though they'd managed to win 2 points from the powerful Samsara, they still hadn't been able to change the situation. This could be quite a blow to morale. Hopefully 100 Blossoms won't be disrupted. They need to adjust their mentality and play their next battles well. This is only the beginning, said Lee Ibor. Nomiami bad news folks, updates are going to slow down to maybe 1 chapter every 2 days for the next 2-ish weeks. I will be going on vacation to Japan from 12/12/25. Our other 2 main translators, Sinkagan and Juisance, are also very busy around that time and cannot translate either. Chapter 1376. Seeking victory. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Reality was cruel. 100 Blossoms had taken 2 points from Samsara with great difficulty, yet they were still in a predicament. It was a huge blow to their morale. Although their captain Yufeng was constantly trying to encourage them, every player had a different personality. Not everyone was so tenacious. Team 100 Blossoms' third player in the individual competition, their summoner Zhu Xiaoping, was downcast. Knowing that 100 Blossoms could not afford to lose a single point, the pressure bearing down on him was enormous. In the end, he performed poorly and lost to Samsara's assassin, Wu Qi. At the same time, news from 2 other matches came, which only added hail to snow for 100 Blossoms. Team 301 had won against Happy, taking a 2-1 lead with the individual competition. Howl had swept the individual competition against Tiny Herb, taking all 3 points. If 100 Blossoms wanted to surpass Howl, they would now need to win 2 more points over them instead of 1. After Zhu Xiaoping, who had just gone down from the stage, heard this news, the color on his face became even paler. He wanted to apologize to his teammates, but he didn't know what to say. He just stood there like a statue, unable to even find his own seat. We're going to need to win 2 more points than Howl, or win 3 more points than 301. What are your thoughts, everyone? Captain Yufeng said. Everyone was dead silent. Or to be more precise, it should be what are your thoughts, and what are your thoughts? Yufeng looked over 2 players. Zhu Yuan and Zhang Xinran. They would be the players going up in the group arena. Yufeng ignored the rest of the team and only picked out the 2 players who would be fighting for the points. I won't give up. Zhu Yuan spoke firmly. Yufeng nodded his head and felt gratified. In fact, Zhu Yuan held more seniority than him in 100 Blossoms. He was the successor of 100 Blossoms Spitfire, the core of the team for many years. But after his arrival, Zhu Yuan was perfectly happy to give him full authority in the team. This sort of trust and acceptance made Yufeng even more confident that he had made the right choice. Right now, with their backs to the walls, Yufeng trusted that Zhu Yuan would not let him down, and he would put in his utmost as well. Yufeng and Zhu Yuan both turned to Zhang Xinran. Fight! What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Xinran responded. In his very first match on the professional stage, he had been so nervous that his entire body had froze. To Zhang Xinran, that was his most shameful moment. From then on, he carried the attitude that it was impossible to ever do worse than that time. In fact, he became braver and braver on stage until he gradually rose to his position in 100 Blossoms, a position high enough such that in this crucial match, the team had sent him up for the group arena. Seeing the determination of his 2 seniors, Zhang Xinran found no reason to retreat and boldly stood together with the 2 of them. Good! Yufeng said in a voice loud enough for the entire team to hear. What's there to be afraid of? If we win the group arena and Howl loses theirs, we'll take the lead, Yufeng said. Watch us! Zhu Yuan was 100 Blossoms vice-captain. In this crucial moment, he would bear the burden together with Yufeng. Let's go! Yufeng said. Yes, Captain! Zhang Xinran replied loudly. At age 17, he strode forward at the very front. This was Samsara's home stadium. They would receive no encouragement or support, but their hearts were firm. They knew that in City K countless 100 Blossom fans were waiting for them to grab the ticket to playoffs, and there was only way to get that ticket, win. The other matches were taking place at roughly the same pace. When the group arena between 100 Blossoms and Samsara began, Howl's 3 players, their fighting spirits burning, were continuing their charge towards Tiny Herb. Zhao Yuzhe started the group arena, facing Tiny Herb's Jiaoyingjie. The 2 were rookies of the same generation. Jiaoyingjie joined the champion team Tiny Herb as soon he began and received countless attention. It seemed as if it had already been predetermined that he would be best rookie that season. However, in Season 8, the best rookie title was given to Zhao Yuzhe. Why not Jiaoyingjie? It was because he had played in too few matches and didn't qualify for the best rookie contention. The title had been awarded to Zhao Yuzhe, but in response, many people simply sighed. It was a pity that Jiao Yingjie hadn't been given enough chances to play this season. Zhao Yuzhe was very unhappy, extremely unhappy. If he wasn't given enough chances to go on stage, then it meant he wasn't ready yet. However, everyone seemed to think that if Jiao Yingjie had played in enough matches, the title of Best Rookie wouldn't have been given to that Zhao guy. Zhao Yuzhe didn't believe it. He didn't believe that this so-called genius was anything incredible. But in Season 9, Jiao Yingjie, who had failed to qualify for Best Rookie, had directly been chosen into All-Stars. And Zhao Yuzhe? He still carried the title Rookie and was still maturing in Wind Howl. Even more infuriating was that season, a little demon had popped out of Blue Rain, taking the title Best Rookie and voted into All-Stars. In the Glory Alliance, the title Best Rookie had first been awarded in Season 3 to Wang Jieshi, Zhong Xinjie in Season 4, Zhu Zikai in Season 5, Yu Feng in Season 6, Sun Xiong in Season 7, him in Season 8, Lu Hanwen in Season 9. Every player who had been awarded the title Best Rookie became All-Stars or even gods. In comparison, the name Zhao Yuzhe seemed pitifully pathetic among them. He was often nicknamed the worst Best Rookie by some. And definitely not trash. Zhao Yuzhe really wanted to prove himself, and Jiao Yingjie, the same generation rookie who many believe should have received the title of Best Rookie, was an eyesore to him. "I'll definitely give you a good beating." Zhao Yuzhe made a firm decision. "Come. Genius." After the match began, Zhao Yuzhe called out into the chat. He was going to tell everyone that a genius was nothing special. Jiao Yingjie didn't reply. He simply had his kind tree quickly move forward. The group arena map was neither complicated nor simple, a balanced map. Jiao Yingjie flew directly towards the center of the map. Zhao Yuzhe didn't want to show fear either. His elementalist, Beautiful Light, also moved swiftly. Not long afterwards, the two sides met. Piercing lightning. Zhao Yuzhe wanted to make a show of his strength to Jiao Yingjie. As soon as Kind Tree entered Beautiful Light's range, he immediately acted. Lightning flashed, but at such a distance, no matter how fast the attack, it wouldn't be able to threaten Jiao Yingjie. He easily shifted to the side, dodging the piercing lightning. Forward. Kind Tree moved like the wind towards his opponent. Team Tiny Herb was currently in 4th place, but it would be difficult for them to move up or down from 4th, unlike Wind Howl and 100 Blossoms who were placing their entire season's hopes onto this single match. However, Tiny Herb definitely wasn't a team that would just simply give away a free win. The first day Jiao Yingjie came to Tiny Herb, the first word he heard was champions. They were a champion team. They existed to be the champions, and champions were always built upon victories. They would never give up on the pursuit for victory. A team that aspired to be the champion should never let up. Boom! The spells by the two mags collided into brilliant lights. Jiao Yingjie did not have Kind Tree stop though. These were the steps to victory, the steps to become champions. Zhao Yuzhe was astonished. He could clearly feel Jiao Yingjie's determination in a match that didn't even matter to Tiny Herb. Was it because he felt it was embarrassing for Tiny Herb to lose all 3 matches in the individual competition? Zhao Yuzhe always thought about things from this perspective. He looked at himself and the team in this way. He also wanted to win, but his reason for winning was to show off his skill, to let everyone know his might. Even at the bottom of his heart, winning the championships was simply a way to show off. This was glory, not flaunting. Zhao Yuzhe clearly didn't think so, so he couldn't understand Tiny Herb, he couldn't understand Jiao Yingjie's pursuit for the championships, nor his heartfelt pursuit for glory. "I won't let your arrogance run rampant." That was all Zhao Yuzhe could think about. In terms of spirit, he had already lost. What about skill? Jiao Yingjie was called a genius, and that wasn't a title just anyone could have. Boom! The witch's spells gradually suppressed the elementalists. Kind Tree finally made his way to Beautiful Light, and elementalists could not match witches in close combat capabilities. Shit! Zhao Yuzhe hastily tried to teleport. Beautiful light shifted away, creating distance between them. But who didn't know how to use teleport? Complementary was a mage subclass. He had added the teleport skill to his weapon, Morning Dew. With a flicker, Complementary pulled her closer to beautiful light. His teleport was only level 1 though, so his teleport distance wasn't as far as beautiful light's. But with just a sweep of his broom, Morning Dew, he instantly closed that remaining distance. How annoying! Zhao Yuzhe refused to admit defeat. As he shouted, Complementary's Morning Dew swung downwards. Beautiful light hastily dodged, but that swing had been exceptionally fast. Gravity accelerated sweep. Magic was used to increase the gravity and thus the speed of the swing to strengthen the strike. Bang! Morning Dew didn't hit beautiful light, but rather the ground. With a loud bang, the force from the gravity-accelerated swing produced a shockwave. Beautiful light had just jumped away to dodge the swing, was hit by the shockwave and shot up even higher. Kind Heart leapt onto his broom and flew towards the airborne beautiful light. Pa pa pa. Morning Dew struck beautiful light again and again. These simple attacks didn't contain any other meaning. Jiaoyingjia and Complementary would always only have a single goal, victory. Glory. The word glory flashed onto the big screen. Any pro player, any glory player would see this single word who knew how many times every day. For some, it was a word that was rooted deeply in their hearts. For others, it was simply a symbol of victory. Glory only belonged to those who truly cared. Chapter 1377. So-called talent. In the Tiny Herb vs. Wind Howl, Tiny Herb has taken the first round of the group arena. As the match between Samsara and 100 Blossoms continued in the live broadcast, Pan Lin also stayed alert for updates from other matches. If the other matches had developments, the people there would also prioritize sending the information to the live broadcast. Oh, this is good news for 100 Blossoms. Although 100 Blossoms themselves, leave or cut off mid-sentence. On this side, the first round of the group arena had not yet finished, but 100 Blossoms' situation didn't look too good. Zhang Xingran entered the stage with a fearless attitude and played quite courageously. However, Sun Slong, who was first up for Samsara, was not merciful in the slightest. In a head-to-head, Zhang Xingran still fell short in terms of technical skill. Zhang Xingran really didn't have many options open to him in this situation, since he did not have the experience to compensate. He desperately fought with nothing but his stubborn refusal to accept defeat. Zhang Xingran was at his limits and did all he could, but unfortunately, he still ultimately lost to Sun Strong. Can 100 Blossoms not seize this opportunity when it's finally a new era for them? Pan Lin said. All the 100 Blossoms fans sitting in front of the TV wiped the sweat from their brows. It was one thing if they claimed a big victory, but were still knocked out of top 8 because their competitors also won hard. However, if their competitors' match was already falling apart and 100 Blossoms didn't seize this opportunity, the regret would probably be harder to endure. Fight on! Every 100 Blossoms fan cheered for their team wholeheartedly. They still had 2 players, and they happened to be 100 Blossoms' core players. The fans believed that they wouldn't lose so easily. Fight to the last breath. Zhu Yuan entered the stage with such conviction. He wasn't some prodigy. His current core position was already a fluke. 100 Blossoms had been looking toward the future when they hyped up his talent with the public, but Zhu Yuan knew, deep down, that it was simply a public relations move to appease the fans. He was pushed into the core position by 100 Blossoms because they really had no other choice. Talent? Zhu Yuan didn't know what talent he possessed back then. He was confident that 100 Blossoms didn't know either. But he was very grateful. He was grateful that 100 Blossoms used this kind of helpless and senseless method to promote him. He was grateful that the team actually kept their faith in him patiently. He did not perform well in Season 7 and 8. In Season 9, instead of abandoning him, 100 Blossoms instead measured him up and tailored a character to his style. In the pro circle, there was a joke that the previous Spitfire of 100 Blossoms, Zhong Jala, possessed upstanding moral qualities. Thus, his successor possessed outstanding fortune. This was a joke, but Zhu Yuan had to admit that he really was fortunate. He wasn't some eye-catching prodigy. He could not forge a path to a core position himself. He was just an ordinary player who somehow became a core player of a team as soon as he entered the professional circle. He actually came across this kind of dumb luck. Zhu Yuan had felt hesitant, perplexed, and overly pressured. But when he realized that he was like the child of a rich parent. He was given something that others would chase for a lifetime and still not obtain, without doing anything himself. At this point, how could he still yell out, "This isn't what I wanted"? He would probably be beat up by a group consisting of the whole alliance's regular players, rotating players, substitutes, and even those who wanted to get into the alliance but who couldn't. If you didn't even want this, then what the hell did you want? As a result, Zhu Yuan started working hard. Because he knew this was a rare opportunity. He didn't have a gift and also didn't know what his so-called talent was. He could only double down and train hard. He would forge his talent by grinding. In Season 9, 100 Blossoms acquired Yu Feng. The additional core took a lot of pressure off Zhu Yuan. And this season, he had made great progress. Now in Season 10, he managed to get himself into All-Stars with his own skills. However, up until now, Zhu Yuan still didn't know what his so-called talent was. He just knew to display his hard-earned skill on the battlefield, to find more paths towards victory. Every player probably did this. While honing their own skills, they would slowly develop their own talent. Zhu Yuan always thought of it that way. Now, 100 Blossoms faced a do-or-die match. He needed to use his yet-to-be-awakened talent to battle someone who was dubbed a genius in the alliance. But Zhu Yuan did not feel fear. He was no longer that newbie who struggled to shoulder a character like dazzling 100 Blossoms. He snatched up his outlandish luck, he possessed his own tailored character, and he nurtured his own confidence. Charge! Bright Blossoms rushed forward. Bullets, explosives. He created a dazzling scene of his own. He was the successor to Zhong Jala, but had a different style to him. Zhu Yuan controlled Bright Blossoms to tangle with the renowned One Autumn Leaf in combat from the get-go. I don't know what talent I have, but I can defeat any opponent. Beautiful play. 100 Blossoms Zhu Yuan seems to be unfazed by the current situation. He's proactively launched an offensive and currently has Sun Slong firmly suppressed. Commentator Pan Lin yelled excitedly. He's playing resolutely but also clear-headedly. His attacks are strong, and he's defending well too. The group arena isn't just defeating the opponent in front of you, there are still two opponents after Sun Slong, Liabor said. Especially when one of them is currently the number one in the alliance, Juzakai, Pan Lin added. Even though 100 Blossoms won against Samsara last time 7-3, I recall that they didn't win the group arena, Liabor said. Yes, last time 100 Blossoms got 2 points in the individual competition, Pan Lin agreed. Well, what about this time? Liabor said. This time, after sending off Sun Slong, Zhu Yuan welcomed his second opponent, Samsara's Blademaster Duming. 2 more. Zhu Yuan counted in his head calmly and continued to charge forth. Zhu Yuan is in fantastic condition right now. Pan Lin yelled. Zhu Yuan again proactively launched an offensive this battle, and quickly gained the initiative. It really is fantastic, Li Ibor also exclaimed. It must be good, there's no reason for it not to be. I had this kind of luck and hit the ground running. If I don't cherish this opportunity, what kind of future would I still have? What future would be even more brilliant than that I already had when I first started? Having an iron grasp on my fluke, fighting tooth and nail to not let the opportunity slip away. That is probably my so-called talent. The talent of not letting go of an opportunity that presented itself. Because I'm the pro player who was given the best opportunity in Glory history. Boom boom boom. As the bright flashes on the battlefield died down and the smoke cleared away, Du Ming's Blademaster was already on the ground. He won again. Pan Lin was astonished. Even though he felt Zhu Yuan was in great condition, he didn't expect Zhu Yuan to go that far. He managed to defeat Sun Strong and Du Ming, while still having 41% health left on Bright Blossoms. Is this guy preparing for a 1v3? Pan Lin yelled. Li Yibo was silent. His gut tells him that this would be impossible. 1v3 was hard enough, and their current opponent was Samsara. However, Li Yibo could also see that Zhu Yuan was insanely fired up. A Bright Blossoms with 41% health remaining, under the control of the currently unleashed Zhu Yuan, might just be able to beat the current Glory #1 Juzakai. How's it going on Wind Howl's side? Li Yibo suddenly asked for information from the other matches. He wanted to calm himself a bit. Zhu Yuan's sudden unleashing defeating two opponents in a row had the commentators very tense. Tiny Herb is leading, 2-1. Wind Howl only has Tang Hao remaining, Pan Lin said very excitedly, even though he was a commentator and should not be biased. This was because he saw the amazing opening by 100 Blossoms falter, followed by their hush and hesitancy after the loss of a point, and now their struggle to claw back 2 points. Humans had emotion, how would Pan Lin not be moved after seeing this struggle? He was really unwilling to see 100 Blossoms' season come to an end by losing this match, even after they gave it their all. That would be too cruel. Even though this kind of feeling would be unfair to Wind Howl, Pan Lin's heart was with 100 Blossoms right now. Li Yibo also had to take a deep breath. Why shouldn't he feel like this? Why shouldn't 100 Blossoms deserve an outcome they worked so hard for? What about Happy versus 301? Li Yibo asked again. On that side, 301 is in the lead, Pan Lin said. If 301 wins the group arena, then they would be up 4-1 against Happy, Li Yibo said. Indeed, Pan Lin nodded. In that case, if Happy lost the team competition as well, they would only get 1 point this round, Li Yibo said. Pan Lin started. Happy only getting 1 point. This possibility was analyzed way before the matches started. Under these circumstances, Pan Lin hurriedly counted the points using the current results in 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl's 2 matches. Happy initially led 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl by 7 points. If they only got 1 point, they would be ahead by 8. If 100 Blossoms won this group arena and went on to win the team competition, they would have 9 points and overtake Happy. Wind Howl already has 3 points from the individual competition. The group arena looks bad for them, so let's say they lose these 2 points and go on to win the team competition, they would get 8 points and have the same points as Happy. Happy has a chance to be pushed out of the top 8. Pan Lin said with great alarm and hastily checked the previous results. If they had the same points? Oh, no they wouldn't. Happy would have the advantage if they had the same points as Wind Howl. Happy has already secured their spot in the top 8. If this happened, Wind Howl would be pushed to 9th because they lost to Happy twice, Pan Lin said. If Happy won instead, 301 would get 4 points added to the 2-point lead they had. With only 6 points, they would be pushed out of the top 8 if 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl both managed to win their respective team competitions, Li Yibo said. Ah, so it's like this huh? Pan Lin nodded. So in conclusion, the team competition is crucial. Whoever loses the team competition out of these 3 teams could then potentially lose their spot in the playoffs, Li Yibo said. Chapter 1378. Grasp the initiative. Pan Lin and Li Yibo calmed their frayed nerves with an analysis of the current situation. On the field, Juzakai's Cloud Pisser had already loaded into the map. Zhu Yuan once again charged forth heroically. Even against Glory's #1, he showed no fear and no intention of backing down at all. The sound of gunshots didn't stop. Gunfire flashed from the 2 muzzles, bullets flying, carving trails into the air. Zhu Yuan had initiative, but Juzakai was no slouch either. After seeing 2 rounds of Zhu Yuan's performance, Juzakai had figured out how to deal with him. Be faster. Be more precise. Zhu Yuan's 100 Blossoms style required the successive use of skills to overwhelm his opponent. His previous two opponents, one a battle mage and the other a blade master, were both melee fighters and gave the mid to long-ranged Spitfire plenty of openings to use these skills. They had to charge head-on into Zhu Yuan's 100 Blossoms style. But it was different for Juzakai. His sharpshooter had an attack range that didn't lose to and could even overwhelm a Spitfires. From the moment they engaged, Juzakai had Cloud Pisser maximize his firepower, not giving Zhu Yuan a chance to build up his 100 Blossoms style. Though the two characters were ranged fighters, they looked like two melee characters, entangled in a brawl. The bullets were a chain between them, the trails they carved through the air, connecting the two characters intimately. Neither of them could back down even the slightest, attacking relentlessly, bullets flying, trying to see whose predictions were more precise, whose mechanics were more flawless. Flowers of blood bloomed on Bright Blossom's body, signs of bullets disturbing his flesh. Cloud Pisser would sway and stumble every now and then, knocked about by the effects of the grenades Bright Blossoms threw. Both of them were doing their best to overcome this through their mechanics. At a time like this, whoever stepped back, whoever hesitated, would fall behind. The gunshots didn't stop until one of the two characters fell. Cloud Pisser. In the end, it was Cloud Pisser that stayed standing on the field. Juzakai, in the end, was the one to claim victory, and prevented Zhu Yuan from achieving a 1v3. However, this victory had cost him. Cloud Pisser still had 59% of his health remaining, having spent 41% of his health. As for Bright Blossoms, the amount of health he had at the start was also 41%. The two characters had managed to tie in the amount health they had spent. Zhu Yuan had really done the best he could. Against Samsara's group arena, he was probably the one who had done the best in everyone that had tried this regular season. We can't waste the chance Zhu Yuan has fought to give us. Yufeng stepped onto the stage with this resolve. That guy who had done all he could had given up the position of core to him. Since he had accepted this responsibility, he couldn't lose to that guy on the field. Otherwise, what right did he have to call himself their core? Come on! Yufeng yelled into the chat. After years of being sealed away, blossoming chaos, the once #1 berserker had finally returned to his throne with Yufeng's arrival at 100 Blossoms and now charged fiercely up towards Glory's current #1. If he couldn't even take out 59% health, then how could he face his fellow teammates? Greatsword Blossom's burial slashed forth. Slashing forth, determined, through Cloud Pisser's rain of bullets. Would they win? All the 100 Blossoms fans were anxious, hoping like never before. Even if the one blocking their way was Juzakai, a person who'd make people think there's no way we can win reflexively when on the field. Win! They had to win. They absolutely must win. Practically no one paid the details of their battle any mind, everyone's focus was on the health of the two characters. This was the most alluring aspect of competition. Victory, it was victory, everything was to win. When victory and defeat were a hair's breadth away, no one had the mind to care about what spectacular techniques were being used. Health, that was the clearest indicator of the line between victory and defeat, so everyone focused on the character's health. The changes in these two bars, representing the life force of each character, were the clearest, most intense footnotes of the battle. Whose health bar was depleting faster? Whose health bar was depleting slower? Cloud Pisser? Blossoming Chaos? The audience's gazes flashed between the two, and occasionally, when the shot cut to one without the health bars, the audience practically had the mood to jump up and curse. The live broadcast knew that this was a moment of tension as well, and made sure that the health bars were clearly displayed, no matter what shot it was. They'd win, right? They wouldn't lose again, right? On the health bars, Cloud Pisser had only 5% of his health left, while Blossoming Chaos had 32%. A very large advantage, but there was no relaxing until the very last minute. Hurry and die already! That was the only voice in the hearts of the 100 Blossoms fans. Finally, Greatsword Blossom's burial struck down like a whirlwind, dealing the final blow in this battle. We won! Samsara's home stadium erupted in cheers. Of course, this wasn't that even the Samsara fans had been moved, it was just that the long-suppressed in-venue 100 Blossoms fans exploded with emotion just as blossoming chaos finally killed Cloud Pisser. Ooh! In that moment, the 100 Blossom players on the player bench all jumped up like they were going crazy, as if they had already won the championship. They had won. Under these trying circumstances, they had managed to win the group arena at Samsara's home stadium. How are things going over there? Immediately, someone asked after Wind Howl. Once this question was out in the open, the atmosphere tensed once more. If Wind Howl also won their group arena, then 100 Blossoms would still be behind. Wind Howl, someone started looking up the match status, and then burst out in excitement, they lost. Wind Howl lost to Tiny Herb in the group arena. That means, right now, we have a 1-point lead. Yes. The 100 Blossoms players and the fans that came with them now all knew Wind Howl's current status. Wind Howl had lost the group arena, so they currently only had 3 points. Meanwhile, 100 Blossoms had won 2 individual matches and then the group arena, gaining 4 points and finally overtaking Wind Howl. Though the match hadn't completely finished yet, 100 Blossoms had finally grasped the initiative. They didn't need to act and plan around others anymore. So long as they did their best, so long as they won the following round as well, then they'll have a 100% chance of entering the playoffs. That unsteady feeling of knowing that even if they did everything they could to win they still might be knocked out by an opponent who was doing the same finally disappeared. 100 Blossoms could finally put all their focus and hard work on the playoffs without caring about other teams. 100 Blossoms' dedication has finally allowed them to hold on to the initiative. Now, their fate is completely up to their own efforts. On the other hand, after being defeated by Tiny Herb in the group arena, Wind Howl's survival will depend on how well their opponents do. Even if they manage to defeat Tiny Herb in the last round, their rival will have to lose to give them a chance, Pan Lin said. Indeed. The last round, whoever loses the team competition will end their summer here, Liabor agreed. Just one step away. That's a very cruel result for anyone. But there's nothing to it. Today, one team must taste such a bitter end. Who will it be? 301 Degrees? 100 Blossoms? Or Wind Howl? Pan Lin's words were no longer just commentating on this one match, but on 3 matches at once. 100 Blossoms and Wind Howl's results had reached Happy and 301 Degrees as well. Chenghua did a quick calculation with her fingers and delight appeared on her face. We're in the playoffs for sure now. Chenghua was excited, because now, their place in the playoffs was 100% certain. Happy would enter the playoffs and set out on the road to the championship. So it won't matter even if we lose all our remaining battles. Wei Chen asked. Yup. Chenghua nodded, but then added, but everyone still has to do their best. Of course. Who wants to walk into the playoffs with defeating hanging off of them? Yishio retorted. You don't want to, but 301 Degrees wants to even less. Wei Chen exclaimed. 301 Degrees had to win to ensure their place in the playoffs. Though they had won 2 individual matches and the group arena, they still had the danger of being knocked out of the playoffs if they lost their team competition. They had to do their absolute best in this last round of the regular season. Who cares about them? Yishio said, they dared to win a consecutive 4 points off of us. We've got to teach them a lesson, right, little Tang? Definitely. Tang Ru was still angrily waiting to venting her loss in the group arena. All right then, let's go. Let's end the last round of the regular season with a bang, Yishio said. Best if they get eliminated because of it. That way we'll be in their nightmares the entire summer, ha 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 ha, Wei Chen laughed. Okay, let's go and give them a nightmare. Yishio waved his hand, and Happy's team competition lineup stood. Yishio, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, Qiao Yifan, and Wenny and 6th player Tang Ru. This was the most common lineup of Happy's this regular season, and they would pull the curtain on Happy's regular season this match. As for 301 Degrees, their players also stood after their captain, Yang Tsong, gave them all a pep talk. Yang Tsong, Bai Shu, Jiao Jie, Li Yihui, Sun Mingjing, and then 6th player Qian Wenju was also their core lineup for the latter half of the regular season, after Bai Shu's addition. It was with this formation that 301 Degrees managed to turn their situation around and become a powerhouse that charged towards the playoffs. In the latter half of the regular season, they had used this formation to defeat Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, and Tyranny. It was only because they lagged behind in the first half of the season that they were pulled into such an intense and anxious chase for the positions in the playoffs. The people had all the reason to believe that if 301 Degrees could enter the playoffs, then they might get even further. They had already proven that they had the strength to compete with powerhouses in the regular season. Let's win this. 301 Degrees players cheered as the 6 core members entered the stage. After getting 4 points consecutively in the one-on-one matches, their morale was at an all-time high. Chapter 1379. Playoffs Experience. The team competition of the very last round of Season 10 of the Glory Pro League began one after the other in the home stadiums of 10 teams. 20 teams, 6 players per team, a total 120 players. 60 of them would end their season here with this last battle. 48 of them would step from here to a more intense journey called the playoffs. And the last 12 would be bidding this stage a farewell after this match. Happy's home stadium, 2 teams. One had already confirmed that they would be continuing their journey. The other was still working hard to reach that point. They had to win. 301 Degrees had no other choice. Only by winning could they make sure that their efforts this year weren't wasted. As for Happy, it's the last round of the regular season. Let everyone see how much you've all grown this year, Yishio exclaimed. All the players gazed back in silent determination. Especially you, Fang Rui, Yishio called Fang Rui out. Fuck off. Fang Rui bristled. As an all-star player, hearing a word such as growth used on him pissed him off. Even though he was still transitioning between classes, Fang Rui felt that integrate was a much more appropriate word than growth. Let's crush them. This is a rare chance to warm up for the playoffs. 301 Degrees definitely has the determination and lust for victory as a playoffs team. Take this chance to familiarize yourself with this rhythm, Yishio said. This wasn't just a pep talk. Playoffs experience, finals experience, these things were a whole new level in and of themselves. The playoffs were engulfed in a far more tense pace and atmosphere, and this tension would peak at the finals. Under these situations, a player's mental fortitude would be tested. Some inexperienced players might get too nervous or too cautious, resulting in careless mistakes. Those with experience knew how to face the playoffs, and even the finals, allowing them to adjust their mood and mental state. They would be cautious when required, and strike without mercy when necessary. Many players might not be noticed much during the regular season, but they would shine during the playoffs. These were clutch players who had laudable mental fortitude. The more stressful and critical the situation, the better they performed. Amongst Blue Rain's current players, Chi Master Song Xiao was a renowned tough-hearted player. From his performance and the statistical data gathered in the regular season, he was nowhere near god level, but during the playoffs, his combative ability would rise dramatically. Having debuted during the 5th season, he became a core member of Blue Rain after his debuting season, helping Blue Rain achieve the championship in the 6th season and earning himself the title of Mr. Clutch. Team Blue Rain's lineup had gone through many changes these years, but Song Xiao had retained his position throughout all of that. He was usually in rotation during the regular season, but during the playoffs, his match time would greatly increase. It was clear that Team Blue Rain knew where his value lay. Song Xiao was a player that had natural talent in this area. Most clutch players were born through accumulating playoffs experience. These experienced, composed veterans might not play much in the regular season, but they shone bright in the playoffs, and that was where the value in playoffs experience lay. Team Happy's rookies naturally didn't have such experience. Though, from Yishio's observations, it was clear that Happy's rookies had shockingly powerful mental fortitude, there was no saying if they would be able to last through the playoffs. This match was a rare opportunity. 301 Degrees would definitely be playing with the same energy that they would in the playoffs, so Ishio hoped that his teammates wouldn't let themselves relax. They should find the appropriate attitude to face the intense atmosphere of a battle to the death. Though the previous few rounds were very intense, it was nowhere close to a match like this that would decide a team's survival. After all, they couldn't compare to the intensity of the playoffs matches. Understood. Once Happy's unstage players replied, they each went into their own player booths. On the other side, 301 Degrees had finished preparations as well. The map loaded in, and the two sides soon began the match. Happy's map choice, Paulonia Tower. A map with a high point, clearly considering 301 Degrees' current preferred strategy. So long as there was a high point, then Happy could use it to observe 301 Degrees' movements and prevent their life-risking strike from hitting. Thus, their strategy became clear and straightforward: fight for the high ground. 301 Degrees naturally wouldn't be clueless about this map, and they didn't take any long routes, all of them charging out as soon as the battle began. As such an important strategic point, Paulonia Tower naturally wouldn't be closer to one spawn point or the other. Whoever arrived first would depend entirely on movement speed. 301 Degrees had charged out as a team, but soon enough, the characters pulled away from one another. Scene Killer. 301 Degrees captain, Yang Tsung's Scene Killer charged at the head, having no intentions to move with the team. He sped up ahead of the rest and charged out towards Paulonia Tower first. Team Happy's silver equipment was relatively few in number, making their stats more transparent. It was already round 38, and Happy had garnered enough attention for their characters to be researched thoroughly. Movement speed-wise, Yang Tsung had confidence that he wouldn't lose to any of Happy's ordinary characters. Unfortunately, Happy had a very much extraordinary character: Lord Grim. If this unspecialized character used movement skills, then his movement speed would probably top Scene Killer's. However, Yang Tsung predicted that Happy wouldn't have Lord Grim stand guard over the high ground. In Happy's core lineup, Lord Grim was a core melee DPS. The one to stay on the high ground would naturally be Su Muqing's Dancing Rain. However, Dancing Rain couldn't outpace Scene Killer in speed. This, Yang Tsung was certain, that Happy knew as well. Thus, having Lord Grim temporarily stand guard here before switching with Dancing Rain when she arrived was their most stable plan of action. Yang Tsung's thoughts were clear and thorough. Although 301 Degrees had never gotten a particularly good result in the playoffs before, they had participated enough times. As a player who debuted in the third season, Yang Tsung had plenty of playoffs experience and knew all too well the suffocating atmospheres that surrounded these battles to the death. He didn't lack playoffs experience, and so he was able to analyze the situation calmly and carefully. Heading out alone with Scene Killer wasn't just to fight for the high grounds, but also to do reconnaissance. Happy's Lord Grim was slightly faster than he was. It wasn't a good idea to engage while he had the initiative. The playoffs rhythm was to work towards a position of absolute advantage, so Yang Tsung currently had no intentions of engaging. He was just here to observe Happy's arrangements and see what Happy was planning. If he had a chance, he'd strike. If not, then he'd wait. In any case, before his hand was forced, then he'd only come out when he had a solid grasp on the situation. Paulonia Tower soon appeared in Yang Tsung's view. He took a look at the terrain around it and then had seen Killer begin to circle closer. From his understanding of Lord Grim's speed, if the other went all out, he'd have arrived by now. It didn't appear that anyone was on the top of the Paulonia Tower. Where would Lord Grim be hiding? Under the tower? Inside the tower? Or somewhere close by? Was he planning to ambush Yang Tsung? Even as Yang Tsung calculated his opponent's movement speed, he trusted that his opponent also had a clear understanding. Though his Scene Killer was donned entirely in silver equipment with his stats hidden, after fighting in this circle for all these years, Scene Killer's stats had probably been figured out ages ago even if there was no exact data. Happy had a few veterans amongst their midst, so they had an idea. He was circling to make certain that Lord Grim wasn't hiding around. However, after making a complete circle, he didn't see anyone. Yang Tsung took a look at all the hiding spots around Paulonia Tower. Lord Grim wasn't anywhere to be seen. If Lord Grim had arrived, then there was only one possibility: he was hiding inside Paulonia Tower. Paulonia Tower's interior comprised of a spiral staircase going all the way to the top. There were no open windows in the tower, so if Lord Grim wanted to hide inside, then Yishio wouldn't have any way of figuring out if 301 degrees people had arrived or not. He could sit there and wait. Yang Tsung didn't bother with further confirmations. After circling around, he had a new plan. He had found a good hiding spot next to the Paulonia Tower, so Scene Killer moved over and prepared to ambush. He didn't dare bet on if Lord Grim had arrived or not. However, was certain that Dancing Rain had yet to arrive, and if she wanted to gain that high spot, then she'd soon come. As for the place Scene Killer was currently in, it was perfect for ambushing and killing Dancing Rain. If he managed to stall Dancing Rain, then he would have dismantled Happy's plans. Yang Tsung's assassin wouldn't be at a disadvantage at all in a melee fight against a launcher. If he made it so that the rest of Happy was forced to come and assist, then he would have managed to cause their formation to break up entirely. Yang Tsung's plans were detailed and precise. This was exactly what an experienced veteran should be like. Thus, Scene Killer hid there. This position was perfect. It was good for ambushing anyone that arrived in the direction of Happy's spawn point, and it was also out of range of an ambush from the top of or under the Paulonia Tower. This was a blind spot from any direction. Yang Tsung had only just hid Scene Killer away when he heard the sound of cannon fire. "She's coming!" Yang Tsung knew it. This was Dancing Rain, heading over with aerial cannon. The sound approached steadily and Yang Tsung was already counting down in his head, aiming to attack at the optimal time. Boom! 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 Yang Tsung could practically see Dancing Rain jumping and firing to glide over. Boom! She's here! With another boom, Yang Tsung had this clear idea in his head. This was the result of years of experience. He didn't need to calculate. He could feel it. Scene Killer jumped up, Dancing Rain's figure immediately flashing by. Shining Cut! Scene Killer charged out. Chapter 1380. No other choice. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. A chilling light flashed out. The shining cut of the number one assassin, Scene Killer, was clearly much fiercer, much swifter than one executed by an unspecialized like Lord Grim. In addition, Scene Killer was wielding dual swords. Though the attack speed couldn't compare to a dagger, its attack power and range was much stronger. Different weapons also executed Shining Cut differently. For daggers, there would only be a single flash of chilling light. Scene Killer held dual swords, so the chilling flashes of light crossed into an X shape before slashing down to either side. Two streams of blood trailed after the cross of chilling light, but at the same time, with three thunderous booms, explosions erupted between the two characters. Su Muqing's reaction speed wasn't slow. She had noticed movement from the corner of her eyes and knew that a character in the middle of aerial cannon couldn't dodge, so she could only hurriedly turn her cannon around and blast back. Although Shining Cut had hit Dancing Rain, it couldn't stop anti-tank missiles from activating. The explosion threw Scene Killer to the side and the powerful recoil changed the pathing of Su Muqing's aerial cannon. Scene Killer had managed to close in with one skill, but he was soon left in the dust. Yang Tsung wouldn't let this chance escape and quickly readjusted his position and view. Just as Scene Killer landed, he lunged towards Dancing Rain. Dancing Rain blasted the other with her cannon. Although it was all normal attacks, she comboed them with backward jumps, allowing her to attack Scene Killer even as she pulled away. However, Yang Tsung was prepared for this. After all, Su Muqing was a skilled and experienced top player. It was hardly surprising that he wasn't able to close in with just that. Yang Tsung had left other tricks up his sleeve. Swift movements. This skill didn't have a short cooldown, so Yang Tsung had saved it for this moment. It was clear that he had gotten to the point of thinking 3 steps ahead for every step he took for this match. Swift movements and then sprinting, that was the fastest your movement speed could get in Glory. Scene Killer's form was so fast, he was practically a blur. He dashed past Dancing Rain's missiles, and those who couldn't see as well almost missed his dodge. Heart-piercing stab. Scene killer caught up to Dancing Rain in the blink of an eye. His dual sword swept out with 2 more flashes of chilling light. Boom! Yang Tsung really hadn't expected that Su Muqing would play the same trick twice. After that normal attack she had sent, she had time to attack again to try and hinder him, but she purposefully didn't, letting her hand cannon droop like she was printing backwards. In reality, she was hiding the muzzle to secretly load a cannonball. Scene Killer's approach was swift, and with that, he didn't have the time to notice such an insignificant detail. By the time his dual sword's dancing shadows stabbed out, Dancing Rain's hand cannon devouring sun was set against Scene Killer's chest like a knife. A normal attack? Of course not. For gunners, their normal attacks were gunshots, so whacking someone around the head was actually a skill. For example, a launcher's knock-up skill, swung their cannon and knocked their opponent into the air. However, that clearly wasn't what Dancing Rain was doing. The muzzle seemed to retract into the barrel, causing the hand cannon to shorten. In that moment, Yang Tsung knew that this was a charged cannonball, and by then it was far too late to dodge. Devouring Sun's muzzle bounced back out and flung forth a cannonball, which then rather unrealistically exploded between them upon hitting its extremely close-range target. The recoil and blast power of the charged cannonball was stronger than all 3 anti-tank missiles added together, throwing Scene Killer far back while allowing Dancing Rain to retreat even further. He had once again failed to stick close to Dancing Rain, but Yang Tsung was relatively satisfied with the current situation. He had, at least, managed to stall Su Muqing. If Happy couldn't get the high ground, then their strategy. "We've met the enemy." That was when a sudden message jumped out in the 301 Degrees chat. It came from Paladin player, Sun Mingjing. Yang Tsung felt his heart jump. He had the gist of this map down in his head. If 301 Degrees had met the enemy before they even got to the Paulonia Tower, then there was only possibility their opponent's goal was never the Paulonia Tower. Instead, they had predicted 301 Degrees actions and took a shortcut over to catch them off guard. So, if Happy never wanted to get the high ground, then that meant his stalling of Dancing Rain was meaningless. However, Dancing Rain still appeared here as if she wanted to take the high ground. This was... How many? Yang Tsung hurriedly asked in the chat. For the reply was just a single number, with no coordinates or punctuation. Clearly, they were already in an intense battle. Luring the tiger from its mountain. The name of that stratagem filled Yang Tsung's mind. He had tried to block Su Muqing's Dancing Rain in order to destroy Happy's plan of taking the high ground. However, what was the point of Happy getting the high ground in the first place? Clearly, it was to better observe 301 Degrees' movements as a whole and prevent them from successfully executing their favored life-risking strike. Thus, now, Yang Tsung had successfully blocked Dancing Rain, but at the same time, where was their favored strategy? Without his assassin, how would they manage to use life-risking strike to kill their opponent's key character? Turning their trick against them. Glory textbook, Master Tactician Yi Xiu's most practiced play style. This wasn't the first time third season debuter Yang Tsung had seen it, or experienced it personally. But even now, no matter how on guard you were, you couldn't defend against it. It was as if, from the very first day Yi Xiu joined the alliance, he had skills better than everyone else's, a more comprehensive understanding, deeper and more meticulous strategies. He was like a time traveler from the future, able to stand at the front of everyone else no matter what. He had created countless play styles, designed countless strategies, proposed countless theories. Who could possibly be better at turning others' strategies against them than this forerunner of glory? It was like he had an absolute grasp over everyone's thoughts and schemes and would easily stay one step ahead, always in the lead. By the time you noticed and realized, when you looked back, everything seemed so simple. But in reality? You had no way of thinking so deeply before, and you couldn't predict the convoluted path he had chosen to walk. 301 Degrees had to cover for him to help him successfully execute life-risking strike. So Happy had to break this life-risking strike strategy. So Happy had to get the high ground. So 301 Degrees, in order to protect their strategy, couldn't let Happy get the high ground. So 301 degrees, the fastest character scene killer, came here. And the one most suited to standing guard at the high ground, Dancing Rain, also arrived. Scene Killer had successfully blocked Dancing Rain, but at the same time, without Scene Killer, how was 301 degrees supposed to get a life-risking strike off? If 301 degrees couldn't use life-risking strike, then was the high ground even important anymore? After this whole convoluted mess, it was 301 degrees at a disadvantage. They couldn't use the strategy they had gotten used to, the strategy they had managed to defeat all those teams with. Yet, Happy's counter was built on such a simple idea. If the person who could use life-risking strike was no longer there, then they naturally couldn't use life-risking strike. This was so simple, a young child could easily figure it out, yet that was exactly where 301 degrees had fallen into the trap. Yang Tsung had charged right into it. Scene Killer wanted to turn and flee, but this time, the one stalling became Dancing Rain. A melee class being chased down by a ranged class was a very painful process. This was because you could only run like hell, dodge, flee, until you escaped the opponent's attack range. You had no way of counterattacking. If you wanted to counterattack, then you had to close in, and closing in and fleeing were clearly opposites. All these years, Yang Tsung's assassin maintained the image of a heroic warrior that charged at the front lines. This year, he had switched to kamikaze warrior. The art of escape really wasn't Yang Tsung's forte. No matter what style he chose, he relied on passion. Dirty play, something that Nightwalkers usually relied on, wasn't something that he really used. Gunfire pursued Scene Killer, hindering Yang Tsung's escape. He had already given up on throwing Dancing Rain off. He just ran and ran, hoping to regroup with his team as soon as possible and execute their favored strategy. Under the relentless attacks, Scene Killer's movement speed plummeted. Eventually, the battle appeared in his view. His brothers at 301 degrees and Happy, their opponents. Almost there. Comfort filled Yang Tsung's heart, but soon enough, seeing the large swaths of shadows in his view, he wasn't able to keep up his smile. Yang Tsung raised his view, looking up behind him. This was the shadow of Paulonia Tower, lying on the ground. Not long in front of it was the battlefield. He could have seen Killer dash over and regroup with his teammates, but then he knew that Su Muqing, who had been pursuing him all this time, would let him go, because then she'd have Dancing Rain ascend the Paulonia Tower and observe 301 degrees tactical system from up high. He had ran like hell all the way back, yet he was faced with such an awkward situation. Had their opponents planned to this point, too? So, from the start, ever since he had the idea to block Su Muqing, he only had one option. Get rid of Su Muqing. Only then could they resolve the dilemma they were in, allowing him to regroup with his teammates and execute their favored strategy. Apart from that, there was no other choice. Yang Tsung had settled on this, yet Scene Killer still ran towards the battlefield, as if he hadn't realized their plot. As expected, Su Muqing soon let him go and went into the Paulonia Tower. Yang Tsung purposefully slowed down, calculating the speed at which Dancing Rain could climb the tower before resolutely turning back and charging over. He wanted to trap Dancing Rain inside the tower. Otherwise, if he just turned around and pursued his target directly, who knows where Dancing Rain would kite him to. Yet, just as Scene Killer was about to arrive at the bottom of the Paulonia Tower, Yang Tsung suddenly paused. He realized that he had made a mistake that he really shouldn't have. If he caught up, then could he manage to trap Dancing Rain inside the tower? Once she got to the top, she could just jump down. He had really been led in circles. Chapter 1381. Repeat Effect. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. He couldn't pursue, but he couldn't not pursue either. This wasn't the first time Yang Tsung had been met with an awkward situation like this in a match where no matter what he chose, it wouldn't help. Was there a third option? Yang Tsung didn't know. Perhaps there was, but he couldn't see it, so he could only pick one of two actions. Even if neither option was optimal, he had to make a choice. For every moment he hesitated, the worse the situation became. After her. In the end, Yang Tsung decided to pursue Dancing Rain. Letting Happy take hold of the high ground would throw them into even worse straits. This was why when they saw the map, 301 degrees players all felt their hearts stutter, and they ended up sending Yang Song forth to perform reconnaissance. Yang Song noticed that their mistake started from here, from letting their minds focus on the high ground of this map. As for him realizing that he wouldn't be able to trap Sumuching, this was a very minor mistake. Even if he didn't make this mistake, he'd had turned back to try and close in on Dancing Rain anyways, and then Sumuching would have Dancing Rain kite him, which might lead him in circles using the tower anyways. They hadn't been prepared enough from the beginning and hadn't considered that Happy could use this high ground to trick them and counter-trap them. What would they do if they were met with such a situation again? This thought flashed through Yang Song's head, but was soon pushed to the side. This wasn't the time for think about that. First, he had to focus on dealing with the current situation. If they managed to get into the playoffs, then it wouldn't be too late to resolve this issue then. Scene Killer ran like the hounds of hell were at his feet, charging right up the tower. He could clearly hear the sounds of cannon fire, who knew how much range support Dancing Rain had been able to provide already. In addition, the entrance to the tower was clear in her view. Sumuching immediately saw Scene Killer when the other charged up. Then, despite there being no voice, Yang Song felt like he could hear Sumuching giggling. Despite characters having no expression, he felt like he saw Dancing Rain flash him a smile. Without any hesitation, Dancing Rain jumped off the tower roof. Yang Song didn't hesitate. He had been expecting this. He too jumped off the roof without hesitation. Diving arrow. Anti-tank missiles. Scene Killer stomped on Dancing Rain in mid-air, but, at the same time, he was struck close range by Dancing Rain's cannon fire. Light and fire exploded in the sky. Below, Happy and 301 degrees Tate were deep in battle and didn't have the time to pay any attention to it. They knew what was happening over there. In comparison, 301 degrees was naturally under more pressure. Without Yang Song, their strategy lacked the most important aspect. They didn't have to use life-risking strike, but after demonstrating their success in using it these few times, Yang Song's Scene Killer's presence in and of itself became a huge hindrance to their opponents. So long as he was here, then their opponents would have to keep a careful eye on his movements, on what he was planning to do. Team 301 degrees would expand on this to claim victory. The ultimate goal of the match was victory. Using life-risking strike was just a means to an end, but not the only means. It was just that this means had too large of an impact, making the opponents wary and making 301 degrees opening successful. However, this time, Yang Song's Scene Killer wasn't even there, so Team 301 degrees couldn't use the strategy they had been using for the latter half of the season. The remaining four weren't performing so well against Happy right now. However, Baishu's performance in the team competition was more striking than his performance in 1v1s. Protecting his teammates, synchronizing with them, even charging at the forefront, no matter what, he performed excellently. It was clear that he had already become an integral part of this team. Unfortunately, a 301 degrees with only him had still lost its sharpest sword. They could stall and stand up against Happy, but they couldn't find a way to win. As for Happy's four? Under the mix of offensive and defensive maneuvers performed by Yishio's Lord Grim and Fang Rui's Boundless Sea, Qiao Yifun's 1-inch set ghost boundary after ghost boundary. Ghost boundaries were inanimate, and players had life. A noob would probably think that ghost boundaries were easy to deal with, but I'll just stay far, far away from it, then my opponent won't have any way to get to me. It wasn't that this was incorrect, but when a pro-level Phantom Demon started setting ghost boundaries, they were also weaving a tight web. If they wanted to struggle out of it, if they wanted to get through it, then just staying far away wouldn't be nearly enough, especially in a team competition. Ghost boundaries were inanimate, players had life, but these living players included a Phantom Demon's teammates. In a team competition, if you wanted to retreat, then you had to make sure that everyone on your side could retreat successfully. This clearly wasn't as simple as escaping on your own in a 1v1. In a team competition, Phantom Demons would cooperate with their teammates to capitalize on this. There was no need to trap everyone on the other side. Just trapping one person was equal to trapping everyone. After all, they couldn't just leave one of their teammates here to die. Not good. Seeing the ghost boundaries appear one after the other around them, 301 degrees players knew that things weren't looking up for them. They desperately needed Yang Tsung's support, but Yang Tsung couldn't come over. What should they do? Here a single word suddenly popped out in the chat. It was Bai Shu. Here? What's here? 301 degrees team members knew that it wasn't the time to ask, and all turned their gazes towards Bai Shu's tide. Night Spirit. Bai Shu's tide activated the Knight's Awakening skill and then bellowed, waving his sword and shield in the air. Sacrificial Roar. Bai Shu had finally gotten a chance where he'd be able to take control of all four of Happy's characters at once. He swiftly grasped this chance and then released this sacrificial roar, which just so happened to reach all four of Happy's members. He had waited a long time for such a chance. From the beginning, he had realized that Happy was on guard of his taunt skills, and the occasional chants that appeared were all traps. As expected of Yi Xiao. Bai Shu's opinion of Yi Xiao had gone through a huge metamorphosis by now. Not only did the other have skill that not even he could rival, his team worked together like a well-oiled machine. However, Bai Shu believed that there would be an opportunity. No one could work flawlessly like a robot, so he waited patiently, endured patiently, observing the situation and preparing to grasp this opportunity. It had come. Under the effects of sacrificial roar, Happy's for all forcibly turned to attack him. However, roar and provoke were different. Provoke inflicted a taunt that had a time limit on a single target. Roar would affected everyone within range, but only lasted until the taunter was attacked once. For ranged fighters, it was easy to get rid of roar's effect. All they had to do was attack the target once. It was more troublesome for melee fighters. If they were far away, then they would have to close in first, and the skills unleashed while not closed in would be judged by the system to see if they counted as attacking the taunter. Currently, it seemed that the system wasn't so easy to trick. It would make a judgment using the range of the attack to see if it posed a threat to the knight or not. Yi Xiao and Fang Rui both had ranged attacks, so within a second after sacrificial roar, Lord Grim and Boundless Sea immediately sent attacks at Tide and resolved the effect. Yet, even so, their original offensive was interrupted for a moment, allowing 301 degrees other three members to do as they pleased without hindrance for a moment. For Happy, the one most affected was Qiao Yifan. Ghost Blades could use the power of the Phantom Ghost to execute attacks of a longer range than Blade Masters and other swordsmen. However, right now, he wasn't close enough to reach Tide with his attacks, so Qiao Yifan had no choice but to have 1-inch rush after Tide. Unfortunately, Bai Shu's main target was this Ghost Blade of his. He wanted to pull away, making it so that 1-inch couldn't strike, and thus destroying his ghost chaining technique. From this point of view, Roar's effect really was rather disgusting. If the opponent couldn't execute an effective attack, then the taunt would remain forever. However, it wouldn't be that easy to maintain this effect because Happy had two characters that could cleanse it. The Chi Masters Calm and Composed. The Cleric's Focus. These were both skills that could remove the taunt status, and Happy just so happened to have both classes. By now, if 301 degrees players didn't think to support Bai Shu, then they might as well retire. Triple Slash. The moment sacrificial roar was executed, Jiao Jie immediately understood what Bai Shu was trying to do. Stellar Sword swung his white lightsaber, carving a brilliantly white sword light into the air and dashed towards Fang Rui's Boundless Sea, not giving him a chance to use Calm and Composed. Bai Shu, on the other hand, used Night Spirit to charge at Wenyi's little cold hands with a heroic charge. Li Yihui's Grappler, Moving Mountains, charged towards Yi Xiao's Lord Grim. Normally, an unspecialized wouldn't have any skills that could remove taunt, but Lord Grim's Myriad Manifestations Umbrella could have a skill equipped to each form, so they had to be wary of the possibility. As expected. Seeing Lord Grim's movements, 301 degrees began to panic. His Myriad Manifestations Umbrella had been folded into two parts, a tonfa in each hand, his palms held towards each other, chi flowing. It was the Chi Master's Calm and Composed. Don't even think about it. Li Yihue was desperate. His grappler's attack range was absolutely appalling, and he most likely wouldn't make it in time. However, an ex-All-Star level grappler player wouldn't give up so easily. Circle sweep kick. Li Yihui's moving mountains leaped into the air, shooting forwards. He seemed to grab for an opponent in midair with his legs, but there was no target within range. However, with this leap forward, he managed to catch up with 1-inch Ash's movement, blocking Lord Grimm's target for calm and composed and making him unable to target 1-inch Ash. This was a small trick, but it was effective. Lord Grimm's calm and composed failed, in the end, and he used it on himself in order to not waste it. Li Yihui sighed in relief, yet that was when he saw Lord Grimm's Tunfas reconnect and then, with a click, it turned into a scythe. A priest weapon! Li Yihui paled again. There were too many taunt removers for priest skills. The cleric's focus, the knight's immovable mountain, the exorcist's calming talisman, the paladin's purify. All 4 classes had a skill of this kind, and apart from the knight's, which could only be used on oneself, the other 3 could all be used on other targets. After setting a calm and composed on his myriad manifestations umbrella, Hajishio then added a skill with a repeat effect. Chapter 1382. So it ends here. It wasn't just Li Yihui, Bai Shu's expression turned heavy too. Adding on a skill with the same effect? It sounded wasteful, but to 301, it was their biggest bane. 301 strategies had been brought back by Bai Shu. He knew better than anyone else how it should be played, as well as all the tricks and techniques involved. In these strategies, the knight was undoubtedly crucial. Provoke and Roar, the 2 taunt skills, were essential for letting the assassin complete a life-risking strike and were incredibly valuable for other tactics too. It could be said that these were the 2 most important skills for their strategies. These strategies weren't used in China's competitive scene. Bai Shu had confirmed it. And after 301 started using them, they became a force to be reckoned with. Their execution wasn't perfect yet, but 301 had already achieved great results. A major reason for their success was the Alliance's unfamiliarity with these foreign tactics. However, Hapis Yishio had attached 2 skills with the same effect onto his weapon, most likely to target Tide's Provoke and Roar. It was enough to say that he had grasped the key points of this set of strategies. Luring away Yang Tsung and his scene killer was only a part of Hapis' setup. The other part was restricting the enemy knight's 2 taunt skills. With a Chi Master, a cleric, and who knew how many skills Lord Grimm had added onto his umbrella, Happy had numerous ways to achieve this goal. What a guy! He's even better than I imagined. Bai Shu was shocked. Yishio had seen through his techniques, his thoughts, and even the strategies he had brought back from outside of the scene. The Glory textbook. Bai Shu had heard of this nickname. Now, he was convinced, truly convinced. Was there anything this guy didn't excel at? He was top tier at every aspect of Glory? And that weapon his character possessed, Bai Shu had never even heard of it before. The European scene obviously had self-made equipment, but to create one that could transform, wasn't that cheating? Wasn't that changing how the game was supposed to be played? Bai Shu had questioned it at one point. But now, he had nothing to say. For such a freakish weapon to appear in such a freakish player's hands, there was nothing he could say. Lord Grimm flickered, avoiding the flying circle sweep kick from Moving Mountain. The scythe form myriad manifestations umbrella arced in the air, drawing out a rising emblem, suspending Moving Mountain in the air. Instead of falling down, Moving Mountain shot into the air. Lord Grimm rushed forward, holding a talisman in his other hand, the Exorcist's meditation talisman, which could dispel taunt effects. No one could be faster than Lord Grimm, and no one could block him. Team 301's current team comp had a very obvious weakness: no ranged. Before 301's 6th player Qian Wenju came onto the stage, 301 starting team comp consisted of an assassin, a knight, a blade master, a grappler, and a paladin, all melee. An all-melee team was a viable team comp though, unlike all ranged team comps. Even though they would have some trouble against ranged attacks, all melee teams had the numbers advantage in melee brawls. This was the goal of all melee teams. Defense first, and then once an opportunity appeared to fight the opponent melee characters, jump at it and never let go. However, oftentimes, without a long-ranged class, they could meet situations where there was nothing they could do. For example, trying to interrupt a skill was exceptionally difficult. Lord Grimm was getting ready to attack, but without long-ranged firepower, they had no suitable ways of stopping him. Lord Grimm's meditation talisman was stuck onto 1-inch ash. The raw effect was finally dispelled. Xiao Yifan immediately had 1-inch ash place down a ghost boundary. The timing of the dispel was immaculate. The ghost boundary could continue to remain. At this moment, Bai Shu turned around and lifted his hands. Yishuo's Lord Grimm made his way over to him in a single step. Bai Shu was shocked. With just one press of his finger, Tide would have let out a glorious provocation, but Lord Grimm stood in his way. This was the method that Li Yihui had used to block Lord Grimm's calm and composed. Lord Grimm moved towards Tide, but was Yishuo afraid? Tide had reached little cold hands. Even if Bai Shu hadn't provoked him, Yishuo would have went over anyways to rescue their healer. Now, with a provoke, he didn't even need to press any buttons to move. He could focus solely on using skills as he rushed over. Bai Shu was helpless. Provoke and Roar had been used, and under Night Spirit, their might had even been buffed. However, the opponent had blocked them. Could he still escape? No tricks would work. His only choice was to brute force his way out. If it was just himself, he could have ran long ago, but the goal was to get the rest of the team to retreat too. 1-inch ash ghost boundary needed to be put under control. 301's objective hadn't changed. Just heroic leap. Tai jumped over Lord Grimm's head and smashed towards 1-inch ash. Lord Grimm was still under Provoke's effects though. The system forced him to follow, so his reactions were perfect. Tide had quickly leaped over his head, but Lord Grimm instantly turned around. Yishuo followed in his steps and also jumped. His myriad manifestations umbrella transformed into a spear, circle swing. Pu! Tide was stabbed in mid-air. Bai Shu turned his head in disbelief. To be able to attack in this situation, what were his limits? Bang! Tide had been thrown to the ground by circle swing. The weight of a fully plated knight wasn't light. He formed a crater in the ground as the earth trembled. Bai Shu immediately had Tide get up, but his skills were locked. Happy's cleric had probably thrown down sacred fire when Lord Grimm threw him, sealing his skills. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yifan completed a chain of ghost boundaries. He didn't need to trap all of 301, just a single character was enough. Unless their opponents were crippled, how could they not go rescue their ally? Jiao Jia was unfortunately the one to be captured. He was wildly attacking to stop Fang Rui, but he didn't realize that it was actually him being locked down by Fang Rui. 1-inch ash ghost boundary chain linked together with him in the center of it. Jiao Jia was dumbfounded. Then, he watched as the rest of Happy rushed over, each of them with sinister expressions. Not good. Team 301 could do nothing. They couldn't help but look towards the other side. Their team captain, Yang Tsong, and his scene killer should be back by now. But, no. Yang Tsong was currently fighting with Su Muqing, who was patiently kiting him. In short, she was doing one thing, stalling. Yang Tsong completely understood Su Muqing's intentions, but he had no way of resolving the issue. In fact, he was hoping Bai Shu and the others could find a way to come over and group back up. If everyone locked Su Muqing outside of Paulonia Tower, their tactics would be able to open up. How could he know that Happy had locked up the other four, stopping them from leaving? Both sides were hoping for one another to save them, but right now, neither side could help the other. In the end, the trapped Jiao Jia was unable to be rescued. When Yang Tsong saw Stellar Sword's name suddenly turn grey, his heart sunk. He knew that the other side had lost, and in the end, he wasn't able to get rid of Su Muqing and rush back to help. Despite knowing the other side's intentions, he could do nothing but be led around by the nose into a losing situation. Jiao Jia had fallen. Who was next? Yang Song clearly knew that the death of an ally was the most dangerous moment. The remaining players would instantly feel the pressure multiplied. Before their sixth player arrived, everyone would need to put in even greater effort to hold on in order to last while their side had a numbers disadvantage. If any teammate was unable to persist, the opponents would utilize their numbers advantage to quickly sweep everyone. I need to group back together with them. Yang Song made his decision. Scene Killer tossed Dancing Rain aside to return. Su Muqing continued to give chase with her Dancing Rain, but this time, Yang Song's retreat was more decisive. When Dancing Rain entered Paulownia Tower, he didn't even look back. In this live-or-die moment, tactics could only be thrown aside for now. To group up, even if they had Su Muqing above breaking their tactics, it could be considered as a method of intimidation. Afterwards, they could go on the offensive. Either way, it was still better than letting Happy lead them around by the nose. Scene Killer finally grouped together with everyone, and 301 sixth player had quickly arrived as well. But it was too late. When Yang Song got closer, he saw that Bai Shu's Tide no longer had much health left. At a numbers disadvantage, he had relied on his sturdy plate armor and his own body to protect the other two members. As a result, he took huge amounts of damage. Their healer, Sun Ming's Paladin 007, had been focused by the other side as well and could not provide any assistance. Yang Song was only an assassin. He wasn't a healer. His return could help relieve some of Bai Shu's burden, but at this point, Happy was trading health for health. At this rate, Tide would certainly be killed. The Night Tide was perhaps had the most health out of any knight in all of Glory, but in order to protect his team, he fell as well. Boom boom boom. Dancing Rain had climbed up the Paulownia Tower and was providing help. Yang Song lifted his head and saw the dazzling yet harsh gunfire. We lost. Yang Song knew that the fight was over. But was it the end of this match, or the end of their summer? How bitter. No matter what, losing would always make one feel bitter. I don't have many two chances left. Reality was cruel. With this team competition, Happy beat 301, the final score 6-4. Team 301 would have to wait for the results of the two other matches before they could know their final fate. As for Happy? To think they didn't even let me play, or could it be a mark of how much we've improved? Tang Ru wrinkled her brow in complaint. Chapter 1383. It's all over. Nomiami. Nomiami. Happy and 301 degrees match has come to an end. Happy won. In the live broadcast of Samsara and 100 Blossoms match, Pan Lin immediately announced the results of the other match once he received them. Happy won. Who? Liebor sighed, his tone filled with sorrow. Pan Lin didn't respond, and let out a sigh of relief as well, before focusing on the match again. Happy had won. Originally, this was great news for 100 Blossoms, but unfortunately, they hadn't managed to grasp their chance this time. In the team competition against Samsara, 100 Blossoms was clearly at a disadvantage. Currently, it was 5 against 4 on the field, with 100 Blossoms down one person. It looked like they weren't going to be able to defeat Samsara twice in the regular season after all. Would they have a chance to turn the tables? Pan Lin and Liebor both silently watched on. If there wasn't any miraculous save, then there was little need for them to commentate. How is Howl's match going? Liebor suddenly asked. It's not over yet. Pan Lin was also, in fact, checking up on the other match every now and then. However, the only information he had gotten so far was that the match wasn't over yet, but no details. The match continued. With the fall of each 100 Blossoms character, the hope for a miracle dimmed a little more. Pan Lin sighed again. 100 Blossoms had done everything they could. Even in front of a powerhouse like Samsara, they maintained hope. Finally, they were able to gain 2 points in the group arena and overtake Howl, grasping the initiative. But fate had once again played a cruel trick on them. They had gotten the initiative, but it had slipped out of their grasp again. Right now, all they could do was wait for the results of the Tiny Herb and Howl match. But by the time Samsara and 100 Blossoms match ended, the result still hadn't come out. 6-4 to Samsara. This wasn't any spectacular victory, but the venue had exploded into a sea of cheers. The 38 rounds had finally came to an end. Samsara had obtained a total of 319 points. They had started in the lead and had never once been overtaken. Their entry into the playoffs had been guaranteed for rounds ago. However, out of respect, they didn't celebrate too much. But now, with all 38 rounds over, there was no need to hold back any longer, and this was Samsara's home stadium as well. They had long since prepared a celebration ceremony, and some hadn't even managed to wait until the end of the match to start. Team 100 Blossoms shook hands with Samsara's members amidst this joyful cacophony. Samsara's members were courteous enough to wait until after these procedures were over to wave their fists in celebration with the Samsara fans in venue, a celebration of 38 rounds of victory. "We are the champions." This classic by Queens blared through the stadium speakers. The fans in the stadium all roared along with this line. This was a truth in the regular season and a beautiful blessing for their playoffs journey. Team 100 Blossoms left the stage disappointed, surrounded by this sort of atmosphere. No one would care much about the losers, and it wasn't the first time 100 Blossoms had been filled with disappointment in a celebratory situation. Their seniors had walked off the stage of the grand finals in disappointment like this thrice. Has it ended? The players that had just finished playing in the match didn't know the results of the other match. After asking, they found out that Tiny Herb and Wind Howl's match was still ongoing. Is there any hope left? Everyone held hope, but this feeling, how they couldn't grasp this hope with their own two hands, was terrible. They felt like a grounded fish. They could do nothing but wait. What would it be? Their eyes held hope and anxiety, and a mess of similar emotions. All until the news came. "We're in," the person who obtained the news said. "Is that so?" Euphone gave a long sigh and sat down on the player bench. The tension in him finally drained out. "We're in?" Some others still needed confirmation. "Yes, we're in. We're in." Wind Howl lost to Tiny Herb. "We're 1 point in the lead, we're in for the playoffs." The person who had got the news burst out in excitement. 100 Blossoms members looked at each other. Excitement? Delight? They didn't seem to be feeling any of that. After all that had occurred, all they felt was a sense of relief, like they had managed to escape death. In the yet unfinished live broadcast, Pan Lin and Liebor had naturally also received the news. "I didn't think there would be such a dramatic ending to all this," Pan Lin commented. "Yeah, in the last team competition, the 3 teams that needed to win didn't manage to win any of them. Thus, the points remain unchanged," Liebor said. "We can't really say it's completely unchanged," Pan Lin laughed. 1 round ago, Wind Howl sat at 8th and 100 Blossoms was at 9th. However, 100 Blossoms gained 4 points this round, overtaking Wind Howl and squeezing into the top 8. Unfortunately, Team Wind Howl wasn't able to enter the playoffs, Liebor lamented. "But they're still young. They can try again next year," Pan Lin said. Thus, the regular season ended just like that. Tiny Herb Stadium wasn't as lively as Samsara's. After all, for Tiny Herb, they had merely finished a match that had little to no effect whatsoever on their points. There was no need to celebrate getting into the playoffs either. They acted like this was all a very normal match, with an applause given to the 2 teams. However, under the applause stood the most disappointed team of the round. They lost. It was over. In the moment the match ended, Wind Howl knew that this would be the result. They were the ones who needed to win this round. The team that wouldn't have any chance whatsoever if they didn't win. However, in the end, they lost. Especially knowing that 301 Degrees and 100 Blossoms had both lost, Wind Howl were even more frustrated. A chance had appeared, but unfortunately they weren't able to make use of it. With round 38 of the regular season, Team Wind Howl's journey FPR Season 10 had come to an end. They weren't able to get into the playoffs and, for a team that had set its goal as the championships, this was a complete failure. They had never expected that their summer would end so soon. They didn't know what they would do next. Everyone felt lost and silently left the stadium just like that. A season of hard work, a season of their efforts, all dispersed in the wind. The results of the matches of round 38 were out one after the other. This would decide the team's final rankings and also the team's first opponents in the playoffs. The live broadcast still hadn't ended. It was waiting for this moment, the moment the final match results came out. Pan Lin and Lee Ibor swiftly organized the materials at hand, giving a simple report on this season's final results. Team Samsara was the regular season champions at 319 points. After them was Tyranny in second with 278 points. They weren't as impressive as last season, and even began the season under doubt from all sides. However, after 38 rounds, they had silently managed to climb over the other teams into second place. Blue Rain was third, just a point away from Tyranny. They had switched places several times with Tyranny, and in the last round had ended things with a 1-point disadvantage. Team Tiny Herb was at 270 points, placed fourth. Fifth was Thunderclap with 254 points, then it was Happy, 301 degrees, and 100 Blossoms, whose places were only confirmed with the last round. Team Wind Howl, unfortunately, falling short by just 1 point. Void was 10th and Misty Rain was 11th. After that, it was Miracle, Royal Style, Parade, Heavenly Swords, Lightly, Conquering Clouds and Radiant. Bright Green and Seaside were the only two teams of the season whose points didn't manage to reach the hundreds, and they were both relegated. It's over. For the teams not in the top 8, Season 10 was done. As for the top 8, they would enter the final war of the season. Considering the matchups the Alliance had always used, everyone could draw the matchup situation of the playoffs from the rankings. The ranked first Samsara will be up against 100 Blossoms in the first match of the playoffs. Pan Lin announced the first set of opponents. The teams have just finished playing a round against one another and now they're going to fight 2 more rounds in the playoffs, or maybe even 3, Leobor pointed out. Then it's Tyranny versus 301 degrees, Blue Rain against Happy, Tiny Herb against Thunderclap, Pan Lin continued. Yup. And then the winner of Samsara and 100 Blossoms will fight whoever wins between Tiny Herb and Thunderclap, while the victor of Tyranny versus 301 degrees will go up against whoever wins between Happy and Blue Rain. Then the winners of these 2 battles will go up against one another in the grand finals. Leobor announced the rest of the matchups for the playoffs. Coach Lee, can you give a prediction of how the playoffs might go? Pan Lin asked. The results are hard to say. In the playoffs, what's gained from the regular season loses its value, especially with the new rules in place. This makes it even harder to predict from the results of the regular season. For example, for Team Tyranny, they were a subject of doubt in the regular season, but now everyone's realized that they were saving up strength for the playoffs. Under these circumstances, it's hard to say how well Tyranny will perform in the playoffs, Leobor replied. Then what about Team Happy? What do you think of them, Advisor Lee? This team managed to enter the playoffs as a new team. This is something that has never happened before. Where do you think they'll be able to get to, Advisor Lee? Pan Lin inquired. Leobor could feel his insides clench. Happy was a team he didn't dare make predictions about. Happy, well, they might count as a new team, but this new bottle holds old wine. Yishio, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, just the 3 of them alone have plenty of playoffs experience, comparable or even more than the other 7 teams. Apart from that, it's all rookies. Such a conflicting team composition has never been seen before. I'm eager to see how they'll perform, as well, Leobor said. Happy's just finished their post-match press conference. The reports asked about the playoffs, and guess how Yishio replied? How? Leobor asked. He said, now that they've gotten here, he won't be thrown off again, Pan Lin said. Let's hope that's true. Leobor laughed. Chapter 1384. Regular Season Awards. The regular season finally came to a close. At the round 38 post-match press conferences, the teams that managed to get into the playoffs were asked questions on how they planned to face the playoffs. Each team's response was rather reserved, at most expressing their determination. No one expanded on it too much. The first round of the playoffs was set to beginning on June 14, the start of the new week. The playoffs would open with Samsara vs 100 Blossoms. After resting for a mere 8 days, the two teams would once again meet on the battlefield. 8 days, no team would really spend these 8 days resting and relaxing. After confirming their opponents for the first round, each team entered a high-tension state of preparations. It wasn't just the teams that grew busier. The alliance, the media, and sponsors were all rushing to make arrangements for this season's climax. The reporters sent out by different media outlets hoped to obtain the situations of each team's preparations. Some teams would use this as a chance to set a smokescreen. The war that was the playoffs had started ever since round 38 ended, from on the stage to outside the stage, from mental fortitude to mechanics and strategies. This war wasn't just won on the battlefield. Happy, because of their unique origins, had plenty of people keeping an eye on them. However, the day after the last round, Happy announced that they were going into isolated training. Even the esports home reporter Chang Xian, who was the closest to them, was sent away politely. They weren't the only ones though. Happy's opponent for the first round, Blue Rain, had also closed itself from the outside world. Their PR gave the media a few courtesy words that were common in the playoffs. The other 6 teams didn't seem to treating this as solemnly as Happy and Blue Rain. Samsara openly expressed their determination and confidence in accomplishing a consecutive 3 championships. Tyranny kept a low profile like they had the entire season, not revealing anything. Tiny Herb's roster had undergone great change since their 2 championships, and Captain Wang Jieshi expressed his hopes for Tiny Herb's future. Thunderclap's captain Xiao Shiqin mentioned the awkward situation of how Thunderclap had never succeeded in advancing to the second round of the playoffs. This time, he expressed his hope that they would break through. "We've gotten here, and we only have one goal, the championship." Xiao Shiqin displayed an ambition that Thunderclap hadn't dared display all season. 301 Degrees had only managed to charge into the playoffs with Bai Shu's arrival in the latter half of the season. They might not have a high point score, but the combative power they had displayed in the latter half of the season was nothing to joke about. Thus, Team 301 Degrees was very confident about the playoffs. "This is a completely new 301 Degrees, was what 301 Degrees expressed in their interview. In 8th, 100 Blossoms, who had narrowly beaten Howl by 1 point, first expressed, self-mockingly, that they really were quite lucky. "The playoffs is a new beginning. We won't waste this rare fortune." When 100 Blossoms talked about luck, it would always make people sigh over it, but now they kept talking about their fortune and good luck. Their attitude was most certainly very enthusiastic. "Let's wish them a good luck in the playoffs." All the reports on the teams were, in the end, about such words. After that, there were analyses and predictions for each team flooding in. Team Samsara was undoubtedly the one people had the highest hopes for. They had managed to leave everyone in the dust in the regular season. Even the 4 Heavenly Kings of Tyranny in Season 9 hadn't given such a dominating performance. All sorts of reports, all sorts of comments, all sorts of debates. The matches hadn't even begun and the normal players were all in a tizzy, all talking about their reasons and opinions. The esports sites had also began all kinds of polls to calculate each support ratio. On June 8, 6 days before the beginning of the playoffs, the Alliance announced the rewards for the regular season. King of Dueling, Hapis Yi Xiao. Arena Star, Samsara's Sun Slong. One Hit One Kill, Samsara's Juzakai. These 3 were calculated purely through statistical data with no subjectivity. The final results weren't anything that could be argued over anyways. There were people who'd pick out needles in a haystack and even complain that Yi Xiao's flawless record was built on a god, of all players, playing in the individual competition. These people who were just looking for trouble had nothing they could actually use against a record like this. The occasional nitpicker would be ganged up on and insulted into submission. After the 3 statistically calculated awards, it was time for the other awards decided by the Alliance. Since different people had different opinions, these awards would elicit an intense debate each year. This year followed that trend, and the argument was the most intense yet because the best rookie went to Tang Roo. The Alliance, in the end, decided to respect the fact that this was a competition of skill. Speaking solely in regards to performance, Tang Roo, a core member of Team Happy, held an impressive record of group arena wins and admirable performance in the team competition. No other rookie in the 10th season had a chance against Tang Roo for this award. The most impactful statement on her report was, "A player that has managed to smash through rookies block 1 with her fierce determination." Unfortunately, Tang Roo's conduct had many people viewing her in a different manner. They were all more willing to point out her flaws and magnify them, using them to make her seem unskilled. Of course, Tang Roo's performance wasn't flawless, and under such nitpicking, people could find flaws everywhere. After these flaws were magnified, Tang Roo was nothing more than a pretty face who couldn't accomplish anything, according to some. Unfortunately for them, Tang Roo's performance clearly rebuked that. Even if they had ignored her strengths, her victories were recorded and noted. Tang Roo had broken through rookies' block without faltering. This was a spectacular achievement for a rookie, yet those nitpickers completely neglected to consider it. In these 10 years since the Alliance had been created, only 2 people had managed to break through rookies' block before without faltering, Wang Jieshi and Sun Srong. Both were top gods now. After that, last season's Tyranny's rookie, Qin Muyan had managed to play a stable hand through his debuting season. However, in Tyranny's team, the 4 gods had drawn a lot of attention and snatched a lot of data. Qin Muyan's statistical data wasn't all that impressive, low profile to the point where people didn't even think any fluctuations in his data were noteworthy. In addition to his rather wallflower-like presence, he escaped most people's attention. This was to the point where, when the Alliance was writing up the report on their choice of best rookie, they only mentioned Wang Jieshi and Sun Srong for players who had broken through rookies' block and completely ignored Qin Muyan. However, this was enough to prove how impressive Tang Roo's performance had been this season. Because of this impressive performance, the Alliance couldn't not give Tang Roo this award for something like conduct. From a competitive perspective, this definitely wouldn't be fair. Best rookie, Happy's Tang Roo. That was the Alliance's final decision, and they weren't surprised by the uproar that it created. However, Tang Roo's powerful performance gave them the confidence that she'd live up to the award she was given. Compared to this best rookie, the other awards had some objections, but it wasn't nearly as intense. Best 6th player went to Blue Rain Song Xiao. Most improved was 100 Blossoms Zhu Yuan. Best partners, in the end, was given to Team Samsara's new striking duo, Ju Zakai and Sun Slong. MVP, Happy's Yi Xiao. With the unspecialized character Lord Grim and his myriad manifestations umbrella, he had managed a spectacular 37 consecutive individual competition wins and led a new team like Happy to the playoffs. Yi Xiao's return to the Alliance had brought yet another never-before-seen record. Samsara's strength, after 2 consecutive championships, was something everyone was used to now. In contrast, the lack of it would be uncharacteristic and disappointing. Naturally, everyone's expectations rose. As for Happy, a new team like them reaching such heights was downright weird. What did one mean by valuable? This was valuable. It was because of his existence that Happy reached such heights. This display of value was the best explanation for the choice of MVP. A 4th time. That was when people realized that Yi Xiao had broken yet another record with this award. 3-time MVP was a record belonging to Yi Xiao. No one would have guessed that after so many years, he would win it again. 4-time MVP, and the Glory Pro League had only had 10 seasons so far. Behind Yi Xiao, it was the Season 8 and Season 9 MVP Ju Zakai. Then, there was Season 7's Wang Jieshi, Season 6's Huang Xiaoqian, Season 5's Zhong Jiala and Season 4's Han Wenqing. These names, at the top of glory, had only gained such an achievement once each. The 4 of them added together was equal to one of Yi Xiao. The true king has returned. This was what many thought, seeing the number of this greatest regular season award that Yi Xiao had won. In the prep time for the playoffs, the regular season achievements had caused a small uproar, but this was something everyone was used to already. The regular season awards were distributed at around this time every year, and every year, there would be objections. However, such an intense argument over a rookie was something completely new. The alliance had been prepared, clearly stating the reasons for Tang Ru's award in an interview, but many still wouldn't accept it and continued to argue over it. However, they couldn't do much except argue, because they couldn't change the alliance's decision. The award winners would all be personally informed by the alliance. Chen Guo was exceptionally excited over Yi Xiu's and Tang Ru's awards, while in the face of the other awards, Chen Guo became an irrational nitpicker. For example, for Best Sixth Player, Chen Guo thought Tang Ru performed well and was often fielded as sixth player, so she was definitely worthy of this award. For example, Most Improved, Chen Guo didn't care that Xiao Yifan only began playing official matches this year, saying that he had shown great improvement since he was in Tiny Herb, so he should get the award. Fang Rui had successfully switched classes, which was an improvement as well, so he should get the award as well. For example, for Best Partners, Chen Guo had only ever and would only ever accept Yi Xiu and Su Muqing as best, no debate. It should all be ours. In the end, Chen Guo was very unsatisfied with the alliance's choices. Chapter 1385. Too close. Happy responded to Chen Guo's complaints with a grin. Naturally, winning these awards were a cause for celebration, but Team Happy didn't have the time for a celebration yet. They still had plenty to do in preparations for the playoffs, especially getting used to their new equipment. 40 pieces of pseudo-silver equipment. In this last week, Happy's R&D worked overtime and managed to finish the last 3 silver equipment right after the end of the 38th round, giving Happy a total of 40 pieces of pseudo-silver equipment. Compared to proper silver equipment, pseudo-silver equipment was disposable, a temporary fix for Happy's lack of proper equipment, but they didn't have any room for improvement. This expenditure pained Chen Guo, but she understood Happy's current situation. Without special methods, it was impossible to improve their hardware so quickly. The other teams had managed to get to where they were through years of cumulative effort. No matter how talented Happy was, they couldn't catch up to the powerhouses in these 1 to 2 years of time. So, right now, Happy could only use these short-term solutions. It was just good that this solution didn't use up too many valuable materials, so it didn't conflict much with Happy's development of proper silver equipment. The only proper piece of level 80 silver equipment was the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. For it to be equipped, the umbrella needed a 5-level reduction to its level requirement. They had finally managed to create this stat and apply it every form of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. As a result, each form's base stats were clearly a cut above level 75 silver equipment, and the bonus stats had gained small improvements as well. At level 50, when the Myriad Manifestations umbrella had been fully developed, it had shield, spear, rifle, taikai, scythe, staff, ninjato, tonfa and stock forms, as well as having the abilities of a mechanic's mechanical box. All the further improvements had maintained these forms. And this time, Guan Rongfei successfully added new forms in the jump from level 70 directly to level 80. Using the Tonfa form as a base, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella could now become Nightwalkers' dual swords. The umbrella ribs that held up the umbrella while open could now be detached and equipped to the wrists to form a fighter's claws. With the umbrella closed, the canopy could open horizontally above the shaft of the umbrella, forming a weird shape like a poleaxe, but this was actually the swordsman's greatsword. In addition to the 9 old forms of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, there were now a total of 12 forms. To use all low-level skills, all they needed was a form for each superclass: mage, swordsman, priest, gunner, fighter, nightwalker. However, more forms meant more variety, and would allow the unspecialized style to become even more unpredictable and complex. Plus, considering how it was possible to set a different skill on each form, 3 more forms meant 3 more non-unspecialized, non-awakening class skills. In the end, of the 12 forms, there were 2 swordsmen, 1 gunner, 2 fighter, 3 priest, 2 mage and 2 nightwalker. It was pretty evenly distributed. Everyone, including Yi Xiu, were doing their best to familiarize themselves with the new equipment in this limited time given. Esports Homes reporter, Chang Xian, called or came to visit the internet cafe every now and then. After all, He was a reporter, and his primary work was to gather intel. Though he knew that no team liked to be bothered at a time like this, Chang Xian still had to try and get something out of them. However, no matter when he came, Chang Xian didn't see anyone except boss Chen Guo. The only person he managed to meet in the team was the boss. This was a clear display of Happy's grassroots status. No team's boss was like a receptionist like Happy's Chen Guo, easier to find than any of the team members even. If it was any other reporter trying to interview a team, then they'd probably die of happiness at such a situation. However, Happy was the exception. Chang Xian snuck into Happy again, only to see Chen Guo looking at him with a smile. He smiled weakly, feeling a little helpless. "Sister Chen." "What? Not happy to see me?" Chen Guo asked. She was only just starting to learn how to interact with the media, but the reporter she had the most exposure to was Chang Xian, also a newbie in his field. He was honest and principled individual, not nearly as sly as veteran reporters. Against him, Chen Guo had no problems. No, of course not," Chang Xian hurriedly replied. He didn't dare offend Chen Guo. Though she was almost like a receptionist in how easy it was to get a hold of her, she was still the boss of a team. "Sister Chen, seeing that I've come over so many times, could you give me some insider info?" Chang Xian was practically begging. There really isn't anything to give. It's just that they don't want to be disturbed, so they went into closed-door training for the championships. Chen Guo said cheerfully. Chang Xian had heard these words many times already, but he couldn't believe them. Although he was new to the industry, these few years had honed his observational skills. In addition, Chen Guo wasn't someone who was adept at hiding her thoughts. Her cheerful manner of addressing Chang Xian clearly told him that she was hiding something from him. "Ari, Sister Chen, can you let me see Brother Yi and the others and ask them about how they feel about the first round?" Chang Xian was close to tears. It might have been plain as day that there were things going on in the team that Chen Guo was hiding, but the problem was that she was hiding them, and hiding them well. Chang Xian didn't have any way of getting her to spill. She was clearly enjoying the feeling of knowing something that he didn't. "They're pretty busy recently, why don't you wait a couple days?" Chen Guo answered, sounding completely serious. "Then, Sister Chen, what do you think of the first round?" Chang Xian could only make do with Chen Guo. Yes, make do. For any other team, getting an interview from the boss was no small feat, but over here with Happy, it was making do, because it was way too easy to get to see Chen Guo. Chang Xian had seen Chen Guo who knows how many times while eating noodles at the food stall on the street corner. They were familiar with each other like kin, and there was no sense of mystery to it at all. Thus, Chang Xian knew that Chen Guo was a rather unorthodox boss, and it sometimes felt like she was just one in name. Happy's biggest decision-maker wasn't her? Of course, on the Alliance's database and Happy's registration forms, as well as the sponsorship forms, Chen Guo was the sole owner of Happy's assets, the biggest boss of Happy. This boss was a bit of a puppet, but she was more than happy to play the part. If Chang Xian had to describe it, then he'd call her a one true fan. Yes, a one true fan asterisk. Compared to that young master Xie Zhongtian from TNT Green, she was way more of a true fan. Xie Zhongtian had far greater control of New Excellent Era than Chen Guo had of Happy, and he acted like a typical team club boss. As a City H reporter, Chang Xian had naturally gone to see the current Excellent Era. Chang Xian really wasn't sure how to deal with a boss like Chen Guo. They were friends and that was great, of course. However, as an interviewee, though she had such a high position, her value was low and just thinking of it was frustrating him. He often saw Happy's boss, but he couldn't get any information about what was happening with Happy. He'd be considered a joke if word got out. The first round? "We'll defeat Blue Rain, of course," Chen Guo said. Chang Xian sobbed inside. There was no substance to that. He had been expecting it though, so he hadn't even bothered to record it. "Do you have any special strategies planned?" Chang Xian asked. "That's a secret, I can't say." Chen Guo smiled. "What secret? You don't even know, do you?" Chang Xian felt the mental tears pour. Will Boss Wei play in the match against Blue Rain? He has history with Blue Rain, after all. Chang Zhan then asked. That'll depend on our strategic needs. We won't arrange anything for the drama, Chen Guo informed him seriously. Damn it, what's with that serious attitude? That guy told you to say that, didn't he? Chang Zhan looked around subconsciously, as if someone in the internet cafe had somehow sent her a telepathic message. Little Chang, sit for a while and make yourself comfortable. I have to go out to get some supplies, Chen Guo then said. Chang Zhan nodded helplessly. See? That was Happy's boss. She never acted like a big shot or anything. Chang Zhan watched as Chen Guo left the internet cafe and then went into a random tobacco shop, coming out with a carton of cigarettes not long later. So she was getting cigarettes for Yi Xiao and Wei Chen. Chang Zhan was familiar enough with Happy to immediately come to the conclusion. Little Chang, sorry to have to ask you to wait a little longer. I have to take this up. Chen Guo returned, waving the cigarettes at him and then going upstairs. They were too familiar. Chang Zhan's mental tears were like a relentless waterfall. They were so familiar with each other that they didn't think of him as an outsider anymore. Originally, this would be a great relationship to have. Getting so friendly with a team would be a great convenience for any team reporter. However, Chang Zhan knew that he was too close with Happy now. They were close to the point where he felt rather ashamed to pry into their preparations, like he was desecrating the shrine of their friendship. He really hadn't been very good at drawing the line between professionalism and friendship. It was a little too late now for him to realize this. After a moment, Chen Guo came back down and began chatting casually with Chang Zhan as she went through the bookkeeping for the internet cafe. Happy's boss believed that all the regular season awards should belong to Happy. This was what Chang Zhan got from their chat. However, was this something he could write into an article? Was it? This was just teasing between friends. Of course it wasn't something he could write. What was he to do? The weekly esports issue was going to be a special on the Glory League playoffs. This issue before the matches began was meant to be about the preparations for each team. How was he going to write up an article on Happy? Nomiami TL note Dewey asterisk, in China, fan culture is diverse, and people have gone as far as to label different fans. For example, I've used one true fan for, literally, true love fan, taking inspiration from OTP 3 one true pair threesome for etc. to mean a fan that feels sincere loyalty and love for their team idol and is willing to follow them and help them, but generally keeps a clear head. You also have rabid or brainless fans, which has come up before in the novel. Chapter 1386. Playoff Special Issue. Chang Zhan was worrying over the fact that he might not be able to complete his assigned task. Professionally speaking, the blame was partly on Happy for not being reliable. Other teams, for example Blue Rain, were also in closed training, and weren't taking interviews, but they had their own public relations team working to provide their reporters with something to report, allowing them to deal with their own work responsibilities. As for Happy? In a single year, they had the core of the team down, but they didn't have a club system that could deal with all their issues like Blue Rain did. Public relations? Happy didn't have anything of the sort. Chen Guo didn't have enough experience, while Yi Xiao put everything he had into overseeing his team members' growth, their strategic arrangements, improvement of their equipment, accumulation of stored materials. However, he didn't care about things like dealing with the media that had no direct influence of their team's strength. The others wouldn't notice this sort of thing either, so Team Happy really had no understanding of this whatsoever. Chang Zhan once again returned empty-handed. Some of Happy's regulars were now looking at him weirdly. He had heard them mumbling once and almost coughed blood. With him running over to Happy so often and constantly hanging around Chen Guo, he no longer seemed so innocent. In the eyes of outsiders, he seemed like a shameless pretty boy who refused to stop clinging to Chen Guo. Chang Zhan felt like crying himself to death. When he went back and checked their esports home reporters group chat, the other team reporters responsible for the playoffs issue had plenty of material to go on, and even the City G reporter responsible for Blue Rain had a draft that Blue Rain had provided. All he had to do was add some of his own opinions and then he'd be good to go for Blue Rain. As for him? This time, he'd better not think of distinguishing himself from everyone else. If he could even get anything in, he'd be content. Chang Xian could feel his anxiety rising. He pulled on his hair. He couldn't sleep. He didn't bother hoping for an article draft like Blue Rain had given because he knew very clearly that Happy didn't have anyone to deal with that sort of thing. He couldn't place his hopes on the players, they didn't have the time. Apart from that? Boss Chen? Chang Xian felt cold sweat on his head just thinking about it. His impression of Chen Guo was the furthest it could be from writing this sort of thing. There was nothing for it. He could only rely on himself. He'll just make it up. He'll show it to them afterwards to make sure it was okay. Helpless, Chang Xian could only write up draft himself. After struggling over it for 2 days, he went back to Happy, with a slight hope that he might be able to meet one of their players, only be crushed when he saw Chen Guo downstairs again. Sister Chen, Chang Xian greeted. Back again. Chen Guo greeted him, but why did that again sound so piercing? Looking around the internet cafe, there were quite a few looks of disdain directed at him that were quickly retracted and fixated to computer screens when they noticed Chang Xian looking over. I drafted this article on Happy for the playoffs issue. Have a look, how is it? Chang Xian weakly handed over his substanceless article draft, which had no sources but himself to take from. Oh? All right. Chen Guo accepted it and looked through it carefully, which made Chang Xian feel marginally better. Little Chang. This article is just full of slogans. There's no substance to it. Chen Guo said. Chang Xian felt the tears start again. Of course there wasn't any substance. You always block me at the internet cafe and never let me interview the players or leak any information to me. Where would I get any substance from? Chang Xian felt chagrined, to the point of speechlessness. Seeing this, Chen Guo wasn't completely clueless as to why. Just now I was just speaking from the point of a reader. It's actually pretty good, go ahead and publish it. Chen Guo said. Sister Chen, can't you give me something to write about? Chang Xian asked. There really isn't much I can give you. We Happy only have so much to our name, you know that. And because of this, we have to fully utilize all the time we're given and improve as much as possible in this week, Chen Guo replied. Stop trying to fool me, Sister Chen, I know you guys have a trick up your sleeves. I can tell, Chang Xian said. Ha ha. Of course we have something, but we can't say anything about it. Otherwise, how are we going to surprise everyone? Chen Guo said. All right. Chang Xian nodded. Chen Guo had personally admitted that they had an ace up the sleeve and that could probably count as something with substance he could write about. As for not knowing the specifics to their ace up the sleeve, that was reasonable. If a team really revealed all the tricks and strategies they were going to use to deal with their opponents, then everyone would probably be suspicious that they were doing it on purpose to fuck with their opponents. Chang Xian was pretty skilled at his job, and upon hearing of this information, the gears were already turning in his head, figuring out how he could use this. Soon enough, the weekly esports special playoffs issue started publishing. The pre-match articles were, naturally, about predictions and hopes for each team in the playoffs. Apart from articles from the assigned reporters of each team, Esports Home had also invited renowned glory analysts to write about their views of the playoffs. For example, famous guest commentator Li Yibor. His special column was of the same style as his commentating this season, careful and cautious, not daring to make predictions. Li Yibor's section was like a replay. He brought up all the most spectacular moments of the regular season. Of course, he had been a commentator for all these matches, and his rehash of the events were lifelike and clear. Then, he went on to explain what strengths and flaws each team had, in his opinions, before bringing his article to a close with best wishes to all the teams. Renowned analyst Cha Xiaoxia had announced that he was a brainless fan of Happy's long ago, and had supported Happy plenty throughout the season. However, Cha Xiaoxia's brainless fan comment was just a simple joke. He merely looked more highly upon Happy and thought them more interesting. He merely spent more effort on uncovering Happy's strengths. His praises for Happy were methodical and logical, unlike those Happy haters with Ruan Cheng at their head. They were really brainless crazies and pretty much beyond saving with their delusional talk. In Cha Xiaoxia's column, he had continued to express his love for Happy, and in his analysis for the 8 playoffs teams, Happy took up 70% while the other 7 teams took up the other 30%. The editorial department had mixed opinions on if they should invite Zhuo Chenrui to write a section or not, because this guy was a real brainless maniac when it came to what he loved and what he hated. It would be natural that anything he wrote would lack objectivity. In the end, the editorial department decided to try and get Zhuo Chenrui to write a piece not about Blue Rain and Tiny Herb. In the end, they were resolutely rejected by Zhuo Chenrui. Others, like Ruan Cheng, only wrote for Esports Times, so even Esports Home wanted them, they wouldn't be able to invite them. They had gotten plenty of long and eloquent pieces. Apart from these renowned analysts, they also had a few by-pro players, some retired, some still going. The players of the 8 playoffs teams naturally didn't have any time for it, but the players of other teams were already on summer break. The media usually invited renowned gods to write for them. This time, they had managed to invite Void's Li Xian, Misty Rain's Chu Yunxiu and Royal Styles Tian Sen. The 3 had more or less recovered from their disappointment of this season, and had their popcorn prepared for the show ahead. They each had different views on how the playoffs would go. Li Xian had his bet set on Samsara. This was the most mainstream opinion, there wasn't much more to it. Chu Yunxiu, on the other hand, was rooting for Happy, and she directly admitted that the main reason was because her good friend was in Happy. Of course, afterwards, she also went and discussed Happy's strengths and flaws from a competitive perspective. As for Tian Sen, he had his eyes set on Tyranny. He thought that, after holding back for a season, they would meet the playoffs with explosive force. Royal Style, once at the top, was heading towards ruin, and Tian Sen deeply felt that forlorn feeling of feeling himself wither away. Tyranny's veterans were, no doubt, currently experiencing this stage of life. Though Tian Sen was in his prime as a pro player, he had the same feeling as he watched them. His hopes in them was more like well wishes. The Esports Weekly issue was comprised of these contents. Afterwards, the reporters they had sent provided more into each of the 8 teams. Apart from Blue Rain and Happy, the other 6 had managed to interview the team players and had plenty of material. Blue Rain's club had provided a draft, and the reporter had, naturally, built off of that. Happy's was a little worse. Chang Xian had more or less written a draft for Happy and then used what little he had gotten from Chen Guo to expand. Yet, in the end, the 6 that had managed to interview the team players all seemed rather plain and boring. The severe atmosphere of the playoffs seemed to have already enveloped them. Though they had personally faced the media, the players of those 6 teams had barely said anything of substance. Blue Rain had provided a draft, so that was even worse. In the end, it was Chang Xian's piece on Happy that was most authentic, stating how boss Chen Guo herself had personally admitted that Happy had an ace up the sleeve for the playoffs. What was this ace up the sleeve? This was what Chang Xian had focused on. Chang Xian's guesses weren't important. After all, anyone could try and guess. Thus, what ace up the sleeve Happy had became the biggest discussion of the issue. Some guessed that it was a new strategy, some guessed that it was a new and never-before-seen team formation, and some guessed that it was secret weapon in the form of equipment. Either way, there was a limited amount that could be talked about and all sorts of guesses were flying around. What do you think? Team Blue Rain, Huang Xiaoqian asked Yu Wenju as he set down his newspaper. They were going to be Happy's opponents soon, so they were naturally rather concerned about this. After he asked, Huang Xiaoqian didn't bother waiting for Yu Wenju to answer, immediately expressing his own opinion, with that guy present, I bet that this is just a smoke screen. Really? I don't think so. Yu Wenju held a newspaper in hand, too. His gaze didn't leave the page as he listened to Huang Xiaoqian talk. They probably have some sort of trick or ace. If they didn't have anything, then this smoke screen would be rather pointless. Happy's members aren't that immature, Yu Wenju continued. Then what is it? Huang Xiaoqian was confused. Don't think. If you think about it, then you'll have fallen for the trap, Yu Wenju set the newspaper down as he spoke. Just pretend you haven't seen it. I'll do my best. Huang Xiaoqian didn't sound very confident. Chapter 1387. Complementary. Nomiami. Nomiami. Was this a smokescreen of Happis or not? The players were curious and the debate raged on. However, apart from Blue Rain, the other teams didn't concern themselves with it. What tricks did Happy have up their sleeve? Either way, Blue Rain was their lab rat. Once they fought with Blue Rain, then everything would be revealed. It wasn't like the other teams were gonna meet Happy first round, so why should they care? All the teams were working hard to prepare to take down their respective opponents. On the dawn of the war, everything was quiet. There was no more news or rumors flying about, just each team silently preparing for that fateful moment. June 14th, the opening match of much-anticipated playoffs began. City K, at 100 Blossoms home stadium, 100 Blossoms captain Yu Feng had arrived, alone and too early. He stood in the middle of the field. Here was exactly here the projections would be, where the characters would tear at one another for victory. Yu Feng looked up, gazing at the high-end projection technology. Here he was, once more. Yu Feng looked around the venue. It had been 2 years since he had came to 100 Blossoms, and this was the second time he had stood on the stage of 100 Blossoms playoffs journey. Last year, their opponent had been Tyranny and he had personally seen the attitude 100 Blossoms fans had towards Zhong Jiala. It looked like hate, but was this hate not born from love? In the end, it was because Zhong Jiala was important to them. Yu Feng hoped to gain such importance, so he always did his best at 100 Blossoms, and he hoped to bring 100 Blossoms something they had never had before. The championship. Yu Feng had won the championships before, and this made him far more fortunate than many of the other players in their circle. However, that championship bore too many marks from other people. He wasn't primary in that championship. Yu Feng hoped to have a championship that, when people thought of it, they would immediately think of his name. That was why he stood here and mercilessly abandoned the team he once loved so deeply, Blue Rain. Because of that, that brainless fan of Blue Rain's, Zhuo Chunrui, had dragged his name through the mud and stomped on it, but Yu Feng merely smiled and dismissed it. In the face of what he pursued, none of this was important. The world was fair. If he wanted to gain something, then he would have to lose something. This was, more or less, the basis of the principle of equivalent exchange. This was what he had done, and wasn't this also what 100 Blossoms ex-captain Zhong Jiala had done? Of course, him and Blue Rain weren't like Zhong Jiala and 100 Blossoms, and this was one of the reasons he had come to 100 Blossoms. Yu Feng had even, embarrassingly enough, had a dream where after he left Blue Rain and joined 100 Blossoms, Blue Rain's fans treated him the same way 100 Blossoms had treated Zhong Jiala. That wasn't any sort of great situation to be in, and Zhong Jiala's pain was plain to see, but Yu Feng envied him. That was exactly what he sought, after all, to be seen as important. He knew that his position in their hearts couldn't compare to Zhong Jiala, and probably even fell short of their previous berserker Sunjaping, but Yu Feng had confidence because he was already completely a part of 100 Blossoms. He believed that his efforts would be seen by 100 Blossoms fans, and now, what he had to do was charge through this first stage. Samsara. The strongest team, in the eyes of countless. In this matchup, the online polls had 81% of people with their bets on Samsara, an overwhelming advantage. But what was funny was that in the regular season when the two teams faced off, 100 Blossoms had won 7-3 once, and then lost 4-6 last time. If you added the scores, 100 Blossoms was in the lead 11-9. From this, it could be seen that sometimes, statistics really meant nothing. Who would think that they were stronger than Samsara just from the advantage from these two matches between them? None, practically none at all. The 19% support that 100 Blossoms had probably wasn't because anyone thought them stronger, but just that they could win. Strong and weak, victory and defeat, there was never any certainty in it. Being stronger would increase your chances, but it was never 100%. And so long as it wasn't 100%, then there would always be a chance for a different ending. Even if it was 1 in a million, it was still a possibility. Right now, it seemed that the general populace believed that 100 Blossoms only had a 19% of victory. Then let this 19% become reality. Yufeng took a deep breath and glanced at the time. It was still early, nowhere near 8:30 p.m. After taking a walk across the competition stage, he decided to leave, but that was when he saw Zhu Yuan. This teammate of his had also come to the stadium and was ascending the stairs to the stage. "You came, too?" Yufeng asked. Though the two were rather far away from each other, there was no one in the stadium, making it completely silent. Yufeng barely had to raise his voice to hear it echo throughout the stadium. "Yeah, I came to get a feel for the atmosphere ahead of time," Zhu Yuan replied. "Get a feel? How?" Yufeng looked behind him. There was not a single person in the stadium. It was dead silent. "I'm going to put my imagination to the test, as exaggerated as possible. That way, when the time comes, I'll just think to myself, so that's it. Then, I won't feel the pressure anymore," Zhu Yuan said. Yufeng laughed. The pressure the team had suddenly piled on top of his teammate had nearly driven his teammate crazy. He was probably thinking of that time as a way to alleviate the match pressure. He looked towards Zhu Yuan, who stood at the edge of the stage staring at the empty spectator seats. Suddenly, Zhu Yuan shut his eyes and opened his arms, focusing on his method of relieving the pressure he felt. Yufeng didn't utter a sound. He simply watched him quietly, not even taking a step. A short while later, he saw Zhu Yuan retract his arms, open his eyes, look at him, and chuckle. "Done. Done. Would you like to try?" Zhu Yuan asked. "Me? Nah. It doesn't suit me. If the crowd isn't as spirited as I imagine, I'd probably be disappointed," Yufeng said. True. You're different than me." Zhu Yuan sighed. Yes, the two were different, not alike in the slightest. The pressure that Zhu Yuan had nearly gone mad from was exactly what Yufeng had always hoped to have. Zhu Yuan feared that pressure, but Yufeng enjoyed it. When Yufeng came to 100 Blossoms, Zhu Yuan didn't hesitate to hand over his responsibilities as the core player and the captain to Yufeng. After the pressure onto him lessened, Zhu Yuan worked hard to learn those responsibilities, to seize the good fortune that had been forced onto him. His efforts gradually paid off, but he didn't regret his decision of giving up his core position. In the end, he couldn't change his personality. The roles with the most pressure, captain and core player, were far more suited for Yufeng, who would certainly do better at them than he could. How fun! Zhu Yuan couldn't help but think to himself sometimes. The two of them were opposites, yet they had ended up becoming teammates and partners. Was it because they were different that it was easy for them to complement each other? In this season's evaluations for best partners, the two had earned high marks. Is it the revival of Blood and Blossoms? Zhu Yuan remembered the target the club had initially given the two of them. Now it looked like they would just have to make do. Blood and Blossoms required a quick connected play style. It wasn't as simple as just having the technical portions down. The personalities of the players mattered too. Unfortunately, Yufeng was no Sun Jiping, and he was no Zhong Jiala. The two were unable to recreate the former Blood and Blossoms. In the end, they created a style that belonged to only them, a different partnership between Berserker and Spitfire. This was the so-called passing of time. The past was the past. Trying to force a recreation would always lack a certain flavor. What people reminisced wasn't really Blood and Blossoms, but rather the feelings they first felt seeing Blood and Blossoms. Those feelings could never be replicated because a first was a first. The next time would never be the first, but the second. Our own style. Zhu Yuan thought to himself. In the beginning, when Zhong Jiala's dazzling blossoms had been left with him, he had been terrified. The team called for him to succeed Zhong Jiala's position, so he studied Zhong Jiala like his life depended on it, to the point that he had almost started copying Zhong Jiala's habits. But what was the result? He wasn't able to do it as well as the real Zhong Jiala. He couldn't bear the pressure. That season, 100 Blossoms had relied on the rising Tang Hao to carry them, while he as the core studied and copied Zhong Jiala, throwing the team out of the season. Afterwards, he knew that he couldn't continue on like this. He needed to find a path that would let him survive. As a result, he was very grateful the moment Yufeng joined the team. Yufeng had taken that burden off his shoulders, letting him find his own path without any pressure. Sure enough, they were a good pair. Zhu Yuan recalled the idea of being complementary that he had just thought of. Then next on the list is winning together. Zhu Yuan was just about to say something when he heard a loud commotion. He and Yufeng turned their heads towards the other side of the stadium, where a group of people were pouring into the stadium. Samsara! It was Team Samsara. Team Samsara's members were all present. As soon as they entered, they saw Yufeng and Zhu Yuan standing on the stage. Their footsteps didn't stop because of this though as they walked onto the stage. Yufeng checked the time and knew that Samsara was here to warm up too. The away team would often come ahead of time to familiarize themselves with the new environment. It was the playoffs right now. Samsara definitely wasn't going to miss even the slightest detail that could give them an advantage. It's 100 Blossoms' two leaders. As everyone knew, Samsara's captain Juzakai rarely took the initiative to greet others. The one to greet Yufeng and Zhu Yuan was Samsara's vice-captain, Jiang Butao. Yup, you guys are here to warm up. Yufeng responded. He wasn't a stranger to Jiang Butao. Their generation of players had an intimacy from growing up as rookies together. Team Samsara had been formed from Season 5, Season 6, and Season 7 players. Many of them were of the same generation as Yufeng. For example, the All-Stars Jiang Butao and Lu Buiyuan had debuted in Season 6 just like him. Yufeng had undoubtedly been the most eye-catching. That season, he had won both the title Best Rookie and the championship title with Team Blue Rain. Yufeng's rookie season had been perfect. The only other one to have garnered such achievements in his first year in the alliance was Team Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie. Even so, it didn't change one point: their group of Season 6 rookies had all played supporting roles in their respective teams. The one to break through that fate was Yufeng. He had joined Blue Rain and came to 100 Blossoms, becoming the first among the Season 6 rookies to assume a core position. Chapter 1388. First match. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. There were 4 players who debuted in Season 6 and went on to becoming All-Stars: Yufeng, Xu Bin, Lu Buiyuan, and Jiang Butao. Apart from Yufeng, the other 3 were not core members of their respective team. If even these All-Stars were like so, then the other rookies of that generation were even less important. The Season 4 rookies were nicknamed the Golden Generation. On the other hand, these Season 6 rookies were nicknamed the Helper Squad because of these coincidental happenings. The name pointed at how the Season 6 rookies all held support roles in their respective teams. The title was just for fun. No one would actually take these words to heart. But still, now that Yufeng had become the core of 100 Blossoms, the name Helper Squad no longer had the same impact as before. The Season 6 players all joked that Yufeng had let them down. They were joking, of course. Even if Yufeng became his team's core player, so what? Jiang Butao and Lu Buiyuan were still members of the Helper Squad, but they stood beside Juzakai, forming the formidable Team Samsara. The Helper Squad had helped win the team 2 championships back-to-back. Yufeng didn't envy them though. Champions? He had already become the champion once. What he wanted was to win the championships not just with the status of a Helper Squad member. That was his personal goal. He didn't care about denying being a part of the Helper Squad. We're not bothering you guys, are we? Jiang Butao continued to chat with him. This social player could make friends with anyone, even when the two parties were irreconcilable adversaries. But for old players, though their attitudes on stage were very professional, none of them ever showed anger to each other off the stage. No problem, you guys go ahead. We'll stop bothering you, Yufeng said. Even though both sides could maintain professional relationships on stage, in this sort of life and death battle, they were unlikely to happily chat around under such a tense atmosphere. "Take care," Jiang Buotao said as he watched Yu Feng and Zhu Yuan leave the stage together. Samsara's other players didn't regard their encounter as anything serious, and everyone quickly started warming up. At 8 p.m., no seats in the stadium were empty. For the playoffs, each match was crucial. Thus, playoff matches were much more watched than regular season matches. The stadium had seats specifically for the away game fans as usual, and Samsara's loyal fans already had their slogan hanging down. The words two-time champions were the most important. After all, three-time champions had yet to happen, and it wouldn't be good to call it too early as their slogan. It could be something that they could yell as a good luck blessing throughout the entire tournament though. The two teams finally entered the stadium. The entrance ceremony wasn't any different than the ones in the regular season. As 100 Blossom's home stadium, the cheers and claps for them were louder. Although Samsara was the defending champions and the current most popular team, it was still their playoff opponent's home stadium. The fate of the noise from Samsara fans could only be obliteration. Any team that made it to the playoffs were inevitably popular teams. The broadcast wasn't going to miss out on any playoffs match. The commentators were once again Pan Lin and Liebor, the signature duo. The broadcast team had originally wanted it to be a tricast like the Happy vs Tiny Herb match. In that match, the program had invited a guest commentator, and since many players wouldn't be participating in the playoffs, the program wanted to invite a well-known player. For this match, the program had thought of a brilliant figure. Sun Zhiping. He was a former 100 Blossoms player, and he would certainly have a lot of things to say as a guest commentator. But when the program sent an invitation to Sun Zhiping, they didn't think he would actually refuse. As soon as they approached him, the door was shut. Their morale had dropped considerably. During that time, they failed to find any other suitable players. In the end, it was still Pan Lin and Liebor duo casting for the first match of playoffs. After introducing the players on both sides, the two looked for things to say as they waited for the match to officially start. These two teams encountered each other in the final round of the regular season. Just another week later and they're back at it again. Pan Lin said. With it being a back-to-back match, these two teams must have a deep understanding of each other by now. In this situation, none of them have any secrets. The winner will be decided by how each team is able to execute their plans and adapt to their opponent's plays. Liebor said. From the regular season records, 100 Blossoms actually has an 11-9 advantage. However, in the online poll before the playoffs, 81% of players thought Samsara would win. Pan Lin said. It looks like Samsara's outstanding performance this season has helped them earn quite a bit of support and confidence from players. Liebor said. I wonder how this match will turn out. Pan Lin wondered expectantly. Hey. You guys aren't going to watch the match? At Team Happy's meeting room, Chen Guo was keeping the TV under her watch. She saw that the match was about to begin, yet no one was coming over. She rushed out of the meeting room baffled and found everyone focusing on their own computers. Of course we will, but not now, Yi Xiu said. Then when? Chen Guo was puzzled. We'll watch the VODs, Yi Xiu said. Chen Guo understood now. Yi Xiu and the others wouldn't be watching to see who would win, or for fun. They would be watching it for the information, so a live broadcast wouldn't be as helpful to them as a VOD. Since no one would be watching, Chen Guo found it boring to watch it alone. Normally, the playoffs was a time when even players who weren't fans of the participating teams would watch excitedly. However, the current Chen Guo was no longer a pure glory fan. She needed to consider Team Happy as her first priority for most things. As a result, after hearing Yi Xiu's explanation, she realized that this match wasn't just a brilliant show, but precious information. Thus, watching the VODs would be better. A bout of shouting could occasionally be heard from the first floor of the internet cafe. Happy Internet Cafe's match broadcasting tradition never went away. The playoff matches would obviously be played. Chen Guo gently closed the door to the practice room, so Yi Xiu and the other could continue practicing in peace. Bang! Just when she closed the door, she heard a loud noise from behind her. She turned around and saw that it was their guild department's Wu Chen. He looked towards the meeting room. From the not yet closed door, he could see the match playing on the projection screen. However, there didn't seem to be anyone there, and Chen Gui had just gently closed the door. "They're not going to watch," Wu Chen said. "They'll be watching the VOD," Chen Gui said. "Oh." The former pro player Wu Chen immediately understood. "Everyone's really working hard." Wu Chen sighed. "Yup." Chen Gui nodded her head. At this moment, another shout came from down below. Chen Gui couldn't help but look towards the meeting room. "Boss, you're not going to watch either?" Wu Chen asked. "I'll be watching." Chen Gui nodded her head. In the end, she was still curious. Samsara, 100 Blossoms, who would win? Who would be Happy's next opponent? If they wanted a better chance to win the championships, then it would be better if Samsara was eliminated early, no? Chen Gui and Wu Chen went into the meeting room together. The players on both sides had entered the stage. The climax before the match had ended, and the floor downstairs had quieted down. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were still chattering non-stop. There clearly wasn't going to be any high points until the match finally started. Thump! Chen Gui heard a noise from behind her. When she looked back, it was Guan Rongfei. He had somehow sneaked in without a sound and found a seat to sit at. "So I'll be watching the match together with these two today?" Chen Gui smiled. It had never happened before. When the match finally began, Chen Gui, Wu Chen, and Guan Rongfei quietly watched the match. Who won? Happy had a good work rest schedule down, and it could not be broken in such a crucial moment like playoffs. When it was around 10 p.m., everyone came out of the practice room and watched the broadcast of the match that had ended not too long ago. They went over and asked about it. Samsara, Chen Gui told them the results. She had hoped 100 Blossoms would make the upset. Because she had wanted it, the match had been more stressful all the way until the end. In their home game, 100 Blossoms had lost the group arena and team competition to Samsara. Points? Yishio asked. 11-7, Chen Gui said. The playoffs tournament format was based on head count. Samsara had won the group arena and team competition, so they won the full 11 points. 100 Blossoms had lasted until the last matchup in the group arena, so they took 4 points. However, they suffered a large defeat in the team competition, only taking down 3 of Samsara's players, ending with 7 points total. Oh, Yishio nodded his head. It seemed to only be a 4-point difference, but from the competitive format, it could be considered a crushing defeat. Lasting until the last matchup of the group arena meant they were equally matched in that area, but losing the team competition with a 3-person deficit was a huge loss. Let's analyze the match tomorrow, Yishio said. 100 Blossoms home stadium. The audience members had left. The post-match press conference had ended too. Only the janitors were left in the stadium. Yufeng once again returned to the stadium onto the stage. We lost? They had tried their hardest, yet they still lost. In the regular season, Samsara had been so fierce and aggressive, but in the playoffs, they became calm and steady to the extent that they couldn't tell that they were an aggressive team at all. After winning 2 championships, this team had been thoroughly refined. In their away game, in such a tense playoffs match, they could still play so calmly. 100 Blossoms had chosen to be aggressive this match, hoping to show off their power in their home game. But facing Samsara's calm display, their aggressiveness was like throwing rocks into the sea, silently stifled by their opponents. Lost. The loss wasn't regretful or resentful, the loss was so proper. It was as if it were inevitable. This sort of feeling terrified Yufeng. Had his fighting spirit been worn away during this match? Had his unconscious already determined that 100 Blossoms could not win against Samsara? Yufeng clenched his fist. I cannot waver. In times like these, I definitely cannot waver. Chapter 1389. each making their own preparations. Nomiami. Nomiami. After the end of the first playoffs match, there was an outpouring of reviews praising Samsara's champion-like performance. As for 100 Blossoms, they hadn't made any major mistakes worthy of criticism, but it was exactly for that reason that Samsara seemed all the greater. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The first match hadn't even been fully digested when the second match of the playoffs had arrived. Team 301 was playing their home game against Team Tyranny. Tyranny had conserved their energy all through the regular season, so how would they explode now in the playoffs? Because so many were curious about this question, this match received extra attention. But Happy needed to pay attention to this match for a bigger reason than mere curiosity. According to the playoffs bracket, if Happy eliminated Blue Rain and advanced to the semifinals, then their opponent would be the victor of 301 vs Tyranny. If everything went smoothly, then Happy would be facing one of these two teams. But on this night, Team Happy hadn't gathered together to watch the match. They weren't watching this match, nor had they watched recordings of the previous playoffs match. The next day was Happy's match, and throughout this entire day Happy's training had been focused on small adjustments and regulation. After dinner, everyone was free to do whatever they wanted. They could each use their own methods to reduce the pressure of this upcoming life-or-death match. In the meeting room, Chengguo once again set up the projection screen to watch the match, and like before, the two who came by were Wu Chen and Guan Rongfei. The players came on stage, the match was about to begin, but Chengguo couldn't focus. What was everyone else doing? Chengguo really wanted to know. After dinner, everyone had split up without talking about what they were all going to do, and although she was curious, she ultimately hadn't bothered them. But to be honest, she still had some small hope that one of the players would stay with her, because she was very nervous too. She wished that she could do something with someone who was going to play the match tomorrow. Has it started? At this moment, she suddenly heard Yishio's voice. Who? Chengguo turned her head to see Yishio walking through the door. You want to watch? She asked, surprised. Yeah, I have nothing to do, so I'll watch, he said, casually finding a seat and sitting down. Chengguo looked at him and realized, that's right. This guy didn't need to do anything to relieve pre-match pressure, right? To him, wasn't this all as natural as eating and sleeping? He would just do it however he was supposed to. It's just about to start, Chengguo said. Yishio might not feel any pressure, but Chengguo was extremely nervous. Still, once Yishio arrived to watch this match with her, she suddenly felt that her heart relaxed quite a bit. These guys actually know how to conserve strength, Yishio mused. I do want to see what kind of match they can play now. Chengguo of course knew to whom Yishio was referring with these guys. The match began. Tyranny's first player, Lin Jingyan, 301 sent up Li Yihui. A face-off between two fighter-class players. The final winner was Li Yihui, with a small advantage. And then Tyranny sent up their second player, the rookie Song Qiying. After defeating Li Yihui, who'd only had a small amount of health remaining, he also defeated 301 second player Jiao Jie. This kid has a bright future, Yishio said, giving his judgment of Song Qiying. Even though he lost the Best Rookie award to Tang Ru, that was largely because he was in a well-established team like Tyranny, and as a rookie he hadn't had as many chances to play in real matches like Tang Ru had. If not for Tyranny's three old generals rotating out this season, Song Qiying might have had even fewer chances on stage. If Song Qiying had had the same chances as Tang Ru, or if he had been used by Tyranny like Lu Hanwen last season, maybe he would have posed a threat to Tang Ru in the contest for Best Rookie. With a personality very similar to that of Zhong Xinjie, even though he was young, he gave people the impression of being extremely reliable. But after defeating Jiao Jie, Song Qiying was very quickly sent off by 301's third player Chen Wenju. Then, Tyranny's Zhong Jiala went in and defeated Chen Wenju. 301's Yang Song came up, but in the end he too died in Zhong Jiala's brilliant 100 Blossoms display. These guys are in pretty good condition today, Yishio said. Chen Wenju had dealt a good amount of health when Zhong Jiala took him down, and then Zhong Jiala had continued on to defeat Yang Song's full health scene killer. It was practically a 1v2. After that, however, 301's group arena anchor Baishu came on stage. By this point, Tyranny still had 3 players left, so their advantage was clear. Zhong Jiala played a very relaxed match, and although he didn't complete a 1v3, he still did his job in whittling down Baishu for the next player. Tyranny's 4th player was their captain Han Wenqing, and in the end Baishu's tide fell to desert dust. They all have a lot of spirit, Yixiao exclaimed, after seeing Tyranny take the lead in the group arena, 5-3. Next was the team competition. Tyranny finally revealed how their rhythm was different from what it had been during the regular season. In the regular season, even towards the end when they stopped rotation and come on stage together like this, the focus had still been on maintaining condition for the playoffs. There had always been worries that such rotations that prevented all 3 from being on stage together would cause their cooperation to become rusty. Reality proved that for these generals, such concerns were unnecessary. For these experienced players, it was like riding a bicycle. Once you learned, then no matter how long you went without riding one, you would be able to pick it up again very quickly. 3 out of the 4 Tyranny old generals appeared in a match during the regular season, but when they started making their adjustments for the playoffs, they swiftly readapted to working together, and didn't need much time to get used to each other again. They continued to repress their excitement and save their strength. They were waiting to unleash it at the playoffs. And now, it was here. They'd restrained themselves for this season. They'd heard all sorts of comments like these guys can't keep up anymore. But at last, Tyranny entered the playoffs, and they didn't need to save their strength any longer. They'd endured this kind of talk, and could now launch their powerful counterattack. Of course, however, they weren't doing this because of the talk. This was the rhythm that Tyranny had prepared for this season, since the very beginning. 6-2. In the end, they won a crushing victory. 301's strategy had only been refined through half a season. Now that it had lost some of its newness, it couldn't stand up to this most experienced team in the alliance. The final score was 11-5, quite a large difference, and this had been 301's home game. 100 Blossoms, 301, they had barely clawed their way into the playoffs, only to lose their home games in the very first round. Some were delighted, some were crying. This was how all competitions were destined to end. It looks like Tyranny will win, said Yixiao. 11-5, this was a large advantage. Not many people would favor 301, who would have to make a comeback on Tyranny's home field. All right, let's head back and rest. Yixiao stood up and announced, as though he were about to go onto a battlefield right now. In his mind, probably, tonight's rest was a very important part of preparing for tomorrow's match. One after another, they exited the meeting room, only to see that there was still a light on in the training room. Yixiao casually pushed the door open, and found that Mo Fan was still inside. What are you doing? Yixiao asked. Video. Now, finally, Mo Fan wouldn't completely ignore people when they spoke to him. When it was a question, he would at least answer it. Oh. Yixiao walked up, followed by Chen Guo. The 2 of them stood behind him and saw. These are all videos of Blue Rain's players. Yixiao realized that Mo Fan was watching the performances of Blue Rain's players in the group arena. Happy of course had all of these match recordings, and they had organized them. Matches that were particularly worthwhile were picked out to serve as final summary data of Blue Rain. Mo Fan was watching all of Blue Rain's 1v1 battles from the regular season. And tomorrow, Mo Fan would be appearing in the group arena. Yixiao didn't have the habit of waiting until right before the match to announce the roster. Typically he'd announce it the day before the match. The roster they were using against Blue Rain had been announced that morning. This round, Mo Fan would be the 2nd player in the group arena. Now, it was already the night before the match and everyone was relaxing and adjusting their condition. Mo Fan, however, was still stubbornly studying the data on the Blue Rain players. Don't stay up too late. Chen Guo, feeling moved, gave him a heartfelt reminder. Mo Fan didn't answer, he just nodded his head and continued watching the video intently. The few of them realized that there was no possibility of chatting with Mo Fan, so they didn't say anything else and merely left. Downstairs, the match had ended, and people should have been dispersing after watching the broadcast in Happy Internet Cafe. But right now, it seemed even more lively than it had been during the match. From the top of the stairs, Yi Xiao and the others looked down and saw that their three players, Qiao Yifan, Luo Ji, and Anwenyi, had been enthusiastically surrounded. "What's going on?" Chen Gui immediately ran downstairs to ask the manager. It turned out that these three youngsters had sneakily joined this crowd of gamers to enjoy the match with everyone else, but when the crowd was dispersing, they were accidentally discovered and recognized. Gamers who came to Happy Internet Cafe, did their attitude toward Team Happy even need to be mentioned? They swiftly surrounded them and sent their well wishes toward these three young players. "Hey hey!" Chen Gui directly rushed for the PA system at the front desk of the cafe and shouted to get everyone's attention. "Let our players rest," she shouted. "Yi Xiao!" In the end, everyone hollered even louder than Chen Gui. Yi Xiao hadn't taken the back door, instead walking down the steps through the internet cafe. Chen Gui's shout had attracted everyone's attention, and instantly everyone discovered this even more exciting presence. "Calm down!" Yi Xiao decisively made his way to the front desk and plucked the microphone from Chen Gui's hand. "Everyone calm down! If you want to cheer us on, everyone is welcome at the Stadium Live tomorrow." Yi Xiao shouted. "Go Happy! Go!" Everyone chanted enthusiastically. They were all fairly in control, actually, because everyone knew that tomorrow was Happy's match, and no one dared harass them too much at this time. If someone was being particularly difficult, then the other gamers wouldn't accept it and would take care of the problem themselves. So, Yi Xiao's simple two shouts were enough to let everyone understand and settle down. The three youngsters extricated themselves, thanked everyone for the support, and left with Yi Xiao. Halfway back to their residence, they saw two familiar silhouettes squatting on the curb. One had cigarette smoke curling all around him, while the other was playing with what looked like a bicycle chain in his hands. The group quietly approached, and heard Wei Chen telling Steamed Bun all about his glory years. "In those days, I was Blue Rain's soul and backbone, a person they could never be without," Wei Chen was saying, his face full of sadness from reflecting on the past. Chapter 1390. Everyone's Preparations. After uttering this pensive sentence, Wei Chen actually didn't say anything else. Everyone thought for a moment, and realized that he had already spoken of the details, and this was just the concluding sentence. They'd been watching the match for over an hour now, and hadn't seen Wei Chen or Steamed Bun during that whole time. Perhaps the two of them had just been sitting here beside the road, with Wei Chen describing the shining days of his youth. Soul, what soul? It was just 2 years. Yi Xiao came up and mercilessly exposed him. Bullshit. Wei Chen spun around, but when he saw it was Yi Xiao, he was actually quite calm. Without me, would there even be a Blue Rain? Wei Chen wasn't exaggerating here. He, like Yi Xiao, entered the Glory Circle when the Professional Glory Alliance still hadn't existed yet. In the beginning, they were all simply ordinary gamers. The only way to make a living through gaming was through some transactions in-game. At the time, Yi Xiao's guild was Excellent Dynasty, but he hadn't been the one to create that guild. The person who'd created the guild at the time probably had no idea that it would lay the foundation for Club Excellent Era to establish a dynasty. At the start, Guild Excellent Dynasty was like any other in-game guild, created by an ordinary player who'd pulled together some in-game friends to make a fun group that would allow them to play together. As they played, some groups became larger and larger, and after the Glory Alliance was first established, a few of these guilds became the in-game foundation for clubs and teams. Excellent Dynasty was like this, Blue Brook Guild was like this too. What was different was that the founder of the guild Excellent Dynasty, Dao Xian, went on to become the boss of the club it formed the basis of. For Blue Rain, there were other investors, but the foundational guild had truly been established by their first captain Wei Chen, when he still played in-game. Without him, there would be no Blue Rain. This statement wasn't an exaggeration. Tomorrow, if you guys can't even beat my juniors, that would be too embarrassing, Wei Chen said, glaring at the happy players. To leave behind his old team and then have to fight them, for most people, this was a rather sad thing. But Wei Chen had taken 8 whole years to complete this process. 8 years. What feelings did he still have toward Blue Rain? Even though most of his talk about his glorious days in Blue Rain was nothing more than shameless boasting, everyone could tell from the old guy's voice how he missed the past. Did he miss his youth? Or did he miss Blue Rain? No one asked further because everyone knew, no matter what attitude Wei Chen had toward the past, he was now a member of Happy, and he stood clearly on Happy's side. Tomorrow, let's play well, Yi Xiu said. Let's go. Together at the side of the road, the youths cheered and hollered. Where's Fang Rui? After everyone calmed down a bit, Yi Xiu casually asked. Haven't seen that guy, Wei Chen said. Everyone had their own ways of preparing for the match, so what was this master of playing dirty doing? Everyone was curious, but no one would bother him simply out of curiosity. Upper Forest Park neighborhood. It was already somewhat late, but there were still a number of people out and about, walking dogs or simply enjoying the night air. Su Muqing and Tang Ru sat together on a stone bench beside the road, tilting their heads to look at the sky. The weather today was really nice. How come there aren't any stars at night? Su Muqing said. The stars are always there, but sadly, there's just too much air pollution. It's not that there aren't any, it's just that we can't see them. Or it might be because the starlight is too faint, and the lights from the cities are hiding their light. Tang Ru said. Yeah, it's really a shame. Su Muqing sighed. By the way, Tang Ru suddenly said, the first time you played in the playoffs, how did you feel? The first time? I was very nervous, very worried. Worried that I couldn't do well enough, worried that I couldn't help him, said Su Muqing. Then what about later? Tang Ru didn't ask who that him was, it was very obvious. Later? It was true, I didn't do well. If I'd done better, then that year Excellent Era probably would have been champions again. Han Wenqing lost to Yi Xiu 3 times in 3 playoffs. But that time he won, because he gained a good helper at his side. And Yi Xiu didn't. Su Muqing's expression became somewhat saddened. Tang Ru suddenly regretted her words. She'd forgotten that Su Muqing had won second place the first time she'd participated in the playoffs. This seemed to be a very good result, so close to the championship, but in reality it was extremely painful. That feeling of missing success by just 1 step, it was enough to make anyone collapse. Regret, self-blame, no result could provoke these feelings as much as a second place, almost success could. I'm sorry, said Tang Ru. Don't worry, it's a long time ago now, said Su Muqing. Was it a long time? Tang Ru couldn't help but wonder. That time, the championship had just barely slipped out of Excellent Era's grasp in the finals, and after that, Excellent Era had never entered the finals again. Wouldn't Su Muqing's sense of guilt only intensify through the years? Had she always felt that she hadn't helped Yi Xiu enough? This time we'll win for sure. Tang Ru said. Aren't you nervous? Su Muqing asked her with a smile. I thought that I wouldn't get nervous, but now I'm realizing that's not the case, Tang Ru said. Nervousness? What was that? Up until now, the things that made most people nervous would only make Tang Ru more excited, more determined. But this time? Excitement, determination, these were all there, but they weren't enough to completely dispel the nervousness. Tang Ru discovered that her heart still held a sense of fear, and she admitted this. Really? Su Muqing continued to smile. Then that might be a good thing. You know, I always thought that you were too lacking in nervousness. Of course, it's not good to be too nervous, but to not feel nervous at all, that doesn't seem very good either. Even Yi Xiu gets nervous. Tang Ru said. Of course he's nervous. In fact, he's been extremely nervous this whole season. If not, then how could he work so hard and put his full effort into everything? Su Muqing said. I sure couldn't tell, Tang Ru murmured. Nervousness can be turned into action. As for you, you should enjoy this rare feeling of nervousness. For you, this isn't an obstacle at all, this is nourishment, said Su Muqing. This is the method of reducing the stress of playoffs? Change your nervousness into medicine and eat it. Tang Ru said. Is this not a good method? Su Muqing said. It looks like that's the only way, Tang Ru said. She essentially understood Su Muqing's meaning. Oh, you two were here this whole time. At that moment, Yi Xiao with the group of old and youth had also returned to the neighborhood. As they walked along the road, they saw the two people sitting on the stone bench. Yup. Su Muqing and Tang Ru stood up, also prepared to return home. Now, almost all of Happy had gathered here. They were just missing Mo Fan, who was still watching videos in the training room, and Fang Rui, who they still hadn't seen around. Where in the world did that Fang Rui run off to? Yi Xiao once again wondered. Him? He went to sleep. Su Muqing said. Who? He came back a bit after 8, and then went to sleep, said Su Muqing. He slept at 8. Everyone exchanged glances. At 8, Yi Xiao, Qiao Yifan, and Wenny, and Luo Ji had been watching tonight's match. Wei Chen and Steamed Bun had been sitting beside the road and exchanging bragging stories. Su Muqing and Tang Ru had been strolling through this neighborhood and chatting. And Fang Rui at that time had apparently already gone to bed. Sleeping at 8, how long is that guy planning to sleep? Wei Chen exclaimed. Is this how he's dealing with the pressure? Everyone wondered. Or maybe he's scared that he'll be too nervous to sleep, so that's why he went to bed so early, to have more time to grow tired, they continued to discuss. However, no one was so curious that they would check on whether Fang Rui was actually sleeping. This was the pattern of this night before the competition, everyone dispersing before coming back together in the end. The next morning, when Yi Xiao awoke and came downstairs, he saw none other than Fang Rui. As expected of someone who'd gone to bed at 8, he was full of energy in the living room as he read the newspaper. 301 lost pretty badly. Seeing Yi Xiao come downstairs, Fang Rui greeted him and then made this comment. In his hands was today's edition of Esports Weekly, which he had already gone out to buy this morning. Now that it was playoff season, the amount of available copies of this newspaper was rather tight, especially since they were near the area of the old Club Excellent era. If you didn't go extremely early, you might not even be able to buy a copy. Yeah, I saw the match, Yi Xiao said. Those old guys from Tyranny are still working hard. Fang Rui said. Well, of course, how could they not, said Yi Xiao. But the report said that they played kind of defensively, Fang Rui said. Their strategy has a few changes. It's no longer the fiercely fighting and charging Tyranny of before, said Yi Xiao. They're going slower. Fang Rui said. Yi Xiao nodded. They might be our next opponents. It'll be a hard fight, Fang Rui said. Two top-level players didn't need to say much. A few simple sentences was enough to understand the situation. Because Tyranny had many old veterans, from an outsider's perspective it would seem that they weren't suited for a fast tempo. Old veterans were more suited for a steady fight to maximize usage of their experience and patience as they dealt with their opponent. But Tyranny had never used such a style before. They had fiercely fought and charged for 10 years. Yet in the playoffs of this season, they slowed their pace as a whole. Tyranny hadn't just been rotating its old veterans to let them preserve their strength. They'd adjusted their strategies from the very foundation, building a new path that suited them better instead of relying on the rhythm they'd always had. Those old guys aren't the only ones becoming more fearsome, said Yi Xiao. Oh. There's also Zhong Xinjie, said Yi Xiao. Him? His style always suited this sort of slow rhythm better. Just looking at play style, he and Tyranny don't fit at all, but because of his personality, he could force himself to adapt to tactics that didn't suit him. But now, Tyranny's style is developing in the direction of his true strength. Chapter 1391. Team Protection. In the end, Happy only had a chance of facing Tyranny if they made it through this round. It was a little too early to worry about them now. More urgently, Happy needed to focus on playing well in their match against Blue Rain. In this week, apart from familiarizing themselves with their new equipment, Happy actively prepared to face off against Blue Rain. They didn't think about anything else, preparing themselves with only Blue Rain in mind. And now, it was time to bring all of this onto the battlefield. During the regular season, Happy had twice met Blue Rain and lost rather miserably, 1-9 and 2-8. This time, what would Happy use to try and defeat Blue Rain? Today's edition of the Esports Weekly analyzed this question. Esports Weekly, which had become daily issue after the start of playoffs, had its content divided into two topics. One part would focus on the match that had just ended the day before, while the other part would analyze the upcoming match that night. The content was detailed and substantial, and the gamers loved it, but these were busy days for the media workers. From online polls, it seemed that Blue Rain was much more favored to win. About 73% of voters supported them, while only 27% were for Happy. But Happy wouldn't shrink back from such numbers. When they faced Excellent Era in the Challenger League, their support rate had been even more pathetic than this, but so what? If votes determined final results, then there wouldn't be any need for the match at all, just give the prize after voting finished. On the day of the match, there wouldn't be any more heavy training, but the players still had to touch the computers a bit. There was no way they'd wait until the match began to start warming up, after all. That afternoon, Happy's players all arrived at Happy's training room, each sitting down in front of a computer and opening Glory. Some played rather seriously, while others were more casual and relaxed. They no longer needed Ishio to teach them. Warming up before a match, this was something they all had to do during the regular season, too. After going through this season, everyone knew what methods they liked to use to warm up, and so they each did their own thing. And as they steadily adjusted their condition, they watched the minutes and seconds tick by. When it was 5 o'clock, Chenghua came over to call everyone to dinner. On match days, they generally ate earlier than usual. Right now, only 3 hours were left before the beginning of the match, and the atmosphere was incredibly heavy. Chenghua only ate a few bites before feeling full, struggling to continue the act. In comparison, the players seemed somewhat more relaxed than her. After they ate, they dispersed to do their own thing, until coming back together at 7 o'clock, when it was time to go to the stadium. Leave Happy Internet Cafe through the back door, cross the road, enter the stadium through the player passageways. Happy had walked this route for an entire season now, but never as seriously as they did now. It was as though every step they took now would affect the final result of this match. The preparation room was already ready, the air conditioning already running to bring it to a comfortable temperature. After everyone entered, they found a seat and sat down, and then they were silent. Too stifling. Chenghua deeply felt the pressure in the air. At a time like this, she should really say something. Chenghua looked at Yishio, looked at Wei Chen. These two seniors among seniors would normally take great care in adjusting the team's attitude and atmosphere, so why weren't they saying anything now? Was it because they were also feeling suppressed by this atmosphere? Should I say something? What do I say? Good luck? Relax? There was no point in repeatedly emphasizing these sort of mottos. She should have prepared some jokes. Maybe those would have some effect right now. Chenghua thought and thought, but she still didn't know what she should say. But at last, Yishio began to speak. Everyone remembers the strategies? Do I need to go over them again? Yishio said. Everyone exchanged glances and silently shook their heads. No one spoke. The key is just spontaneous changes, we have a large advantage there. In terms of typing, I'm sure I can leave Yu Wenju behind in the dust. There were a few dry chuckles. Yu Wenju, as a pro player, has a completely insufficient hand speed, Yishio said. But he was still able to become an all-star level player. Do you know why? Everyone shook their heads. To be honest, they weren't much in the mood for guessing things like this right now. He plays to his strengths and avoids his weaknesses, said Yishio. Silly, right? Yishio laughed. But this is the truth. In this alliance, there is no one better than him at doing this. This is Yu Wenchu's style, and this is the strategic style of Team Blue Rain as a whole. Ever since their soul, the person they could never be without, their previous captain Wei Chen retired, Blue Rain has been on the rise. Fuck off! Wei Chen had to interject. Everyone laughed again, and this time it wasn't as strained as before. Since our opponent this round is Blue Rain, I advise you all to learn from our comrade Yu Wenju. Avoid your weaknesses and use your strengths. Every one of you, fiercely place your strengths onto this battlefield for all to see. If you can do this, then you won't have a single regret left in your heart. Don't worry if it's not enough. Everyone has their lacking areas, and that's why we're a team. Where one person lacks, the other four come to bolster. This is what it is to be a team. Everyone protects their teammates' backs, and so everyone has someone at their back protecting them. So, rest assured, and charge forward boldly. Happy, it's time to go on stage. Just as Yishio finished speaking, a worker knocked at the door of Happy's prep room, calling them on stage. Let's go! Yishio called, and everyone stood up and walked out of the prep room. Across the hallway, Blue Rain's players were also walking out of their room. The two teams each lined up in the passageway, with the two captains standing at the very front. Because the speech that Yishio had just given had begun with Yu Wenju, Happy's members couldn't help but take extra glances at this Blue Rain captain whose hand speed wasn't up to par. Did you guess what ace we have up our sleeve? Yishio, standing at the front of the line, asked Yu Wenju. We did not, Yu Wenju smiled. He hadn't even bothered to try and guess. I don't mind telling you now, said Yishio. I've been waiting for this moment as well, said Yu Wenju. It's equipment, said Yishio. Oh, your myriad manifestations umbrella isn't dragging everyone else down anymore? Yu Wenju said. Lord Grimm's umbrella had been level 70 for the entire season. Right now, never mind the core characters, any character with a silver weapon would definitely have their weapon upgraded first, so essentially all of them were now at level 75. For weapons, 70 was practically an extinct number. Hee, I should say that you guys will be dragging me down, Yishio laughed. Would it kill you to stop bragging? At last, the person standing behind Yu Wenju could restrain himself no longer. Whoa, how many sentences did we say to each other just now? He actually lasted until now without opening his mouth. Must have been very difficult, who? Yishio said to Yu Wenju with extreme surprise. Ha ha, Yu Wenju could only laugh. What else could he say? Later, when you see it, try not to cry with fear, Yishio turned and said to Huang Shaoqian. Try not to cry when you lose, too, Huang Shaoqian retorted. How could I lose? Yishio said loftily. Have some shame. You already lost twice. Huang Shaoqian was referring to the regular season. I didn't lose. At this time, Yishio abandoned the team he was always talking about. If just talking about himself, he indeed hadn't lost. He had 37 consecutive wins. That was luck. Of course, Huang Shaoqian stubbornly had to continue. How about you get lucky for me to see? I only won 37 in a row. I purposefully left one out. The record's just begging to be broken. No matter how stubborn Huang Shaoqian was, he didn't dare take up that challenge. Fortunately, right then, the workers signaled to the two teams to begin entering. Let's go. The away team entered first, but Yu Wenju didn't forget to acknowledge Yishio as he left, before stepping into the stadium proper. For a stadium that wasn't their home stadium, getting polite applause was good enough. Cheers and whatnot, even if their own fans had followed them here, would definitely be suppressed by the home stadium fans. How would the home fans tolerate the visitors going wild on their turf? The stadium lit up with a projection of Swaksar, who did some random movements. The chance to act cool or whatever of course wouldn't be given to the away team characters, it was good enough that they didn't bash them. The live announcer gave some cursory introduction for Yu Wenju, before calling up the next on stage. Huang Shaoqian immediately came up, and his treatment was about the same as what Yu Wenju received. This sort of thing was commonplace, and it happened at everyone's home stadiums. Blue Rain's players had seen the world, so of course this wouldn't bother them. One by one the players came out and up onto the stage. And then when it was time for Happy, the sound was immediately different. The moment that Yishio walked out of the passageway, the shouting and cheering instantly filled the entire stadium. In the projection, Lord Grimm displayed the many changes of the myriad manifestations umbrella, while Yishio waved to the audience members on all sides. Even the amount of time that was given was different from what Blue Rain got. As for the introduction, they only wished they could describe all of his glorious accomplishments in the most extravagant way possible. One by one, Happy's players walked onto the stage, and then they shook hands and parted. 2 people were left, undoubtedly the first players of the group arena, too lazy to leave and then come back. Yishio, it's Yishio. Commentator Pan Lin was already shouting excitedly. Yishio was actually Happy's first player in the group arena. It was already the playoffs, and he still wanted to go on first. Before the match, practically no one had predicted this arrangement. With Yishio's unparalleled 1v1 ability, everyone logically expected that he would be 4th in the lineup. But now, he was the first one. As for Blue Rain, the first one up was the Chi Master Song Xiao. Their Mr. Clutch was thrown into first slot in the group arena. What sort of plans and hopes were behind that choice? After greeting each other, the two headed to their own competitor booths. Happy actually sent Yishio as the first player in the group arena, Pan Lin marveled. This is completely unexpected. Coach Lee, what do you think about this? I would think that this is mostly to boost Happy's morale. Happy has a lot of rookies, after all, and this is their first time in the playoffs. The pressure is definitely high. If Yishio goes first, he can get a win and raise their spirits, as well as lessen the responsibility of those after him. I think that's Happy's plan, Liebor said, doing his best to speculate. Chapter 1392. Level 80. The 2 players entered their booths and their characters loaded in. The match was about to begin. That was when some sort of uproar erupted amongst the in-stadium audience, and then, the live broadcast commentator Pan Lin also suddenly yelled, "No way!" What? Liebor was puzzled. The character loading was always the same, so he didn't pay attention. Pan Lin hesitated. Just now, in the character loading screen, when it reached Lord Grimm, his equipment flashed by and Pan Lin thought that he had seen an 80 in the level section. However, it had just been flash, and he wasn't sure what he had seen exactly. The character loading screen was a fixed shot, there wouldn't be any special shots. Thus, Pan Lin didn't say anything, just hurriedly asking the cameraman to display Lord Grimm's equipment as soon as they entered the match. The uproar that had briefly occurred at Happy's home stadium was also because some people had seen level 80 on Lord Grimm's equipment. Just 1 or 2 people, then it might just be that they misread, but then those people who thought they misread realized that quite a few people were misreading today. The characters loaded in quickly, and before the audience had figured out what was going on, it had finished and the characters spawned on the map, symbolizing the start of the match. The live broadcast immediately displayed Lord Grimm's equipment. Boom! The audience exploded. This time, the entire audience could clearly see it, equipment level 80. And it wasn't just for one piece of equipment either. Weapon, myriad manifestations umbrella. Top, dissonant soul armor. Shoes, Cloudbreaker boots. Belt, chain lightning belt. Cape, civil dawn. Badge, sky splitter. Right ring, hurricane. Of Lord Grimm's equipment, these 7 pieces of silver equipment were level 80. Lord Grimm has level 80 equipment equipped. What's going on? This time, Pan Lin could see it clearly, and didn't have to suspect that he had gotten it wrong, meaning that he was free to yell about it. Liebor was also completely struck dumb. Level 80 equipment? What the hell? There was no need to even mention the audience. The stadium was naturally a cacophony of confusion. Everyone was first shocked into speechlessness, then they exploded into discussion. Even the referee wasn't spared. When he saw the level 80 equipment, his brain practically short-circuited. Then, his first thought after that was to wonder if something had gone wrong with the system. Did they need to pause the match? Then, Blue Rain's players were also stunned upon seeing the level 80 equipment. Level 80 equipment? What's going on? Huang Xiaoqian expressed his bewilderment. Though it wasn't to the point where he would cry from fear, he had to admit that the Yishio had truly managed to shock them this time. Yu Wenju clearly hadn't been expecting that improvements to their equipment would be a level increase to 80. However, after a moment of shock, he began to organize his thoughts. Is it a system error? The other members of Blue Rain all wondered. However, Yu Wenju didn't think so. The equipment and system would all be checked before the match to make sure that the match would go smoothly. It wasn't like there hadn't been small errors with the hardware before, but errors in data hadn't occurred once since the start of the alliance, so why now? The characters are level 75, that's for certain. Yu Wenju took his mind off of those incidents and began to analyze this logically. For level 75 characters to equip level 80 equipment, then there must be at level requirement -5 stat on the equipment. Yu Wenju swiftly thought of this. However, how they created these pieces of level 80 equipment is a complete mystery. Of course, Yu Wenju wouldn't know. If he did, then Blue Rain would have level 80 equipment, too. Happy's R&D is that skilled. Huang Xiaoqian exclaimed in shock. Level 80 equipment was enough to leave all the powerhouses in the dust. Discussion had erupted everywhere. After Yu Wenju, commentators Pan Lin and Li Ibor soon figured out that these pieces of level 80 equipment had a level requirement -5 a stat, making them usable, which was relatively obvious. However, after that, no one could say how Happy managed to create level 80 equipment under a level 75 level limit. So this is the ace that Happy had prepared for the playoffs. Pan Lin exclaimed in the broadcast. Level 80 equipment? How? The match continued. After confirming that nothing had gone wrong with the software or hardware, he didn't have a reason to pause it. Currently, Song Xiao, on the field, had also found out that his opponent had level 80 equipment and was naturally shocked. Afraid yet? Yishio asked. Even so, it doesn't mean that I can back down. Song Xiao replied. As expected of the most renowned clutch player of the alliance, Mr. Clutch. Against Yishio, who had won 37 consecutive individual matches this season, against this shocking reveal of level 80 equipment, Song Xiao expressed his shock, but soon calmed. Afraid? Back down? He was just joking around. In reality, he was treating this like any other match, focused on taking victory. Let's go then. Yishio called out and then the two charged forwards. The group arena map choice naturally couldn't only consider Yishio's needs. A clean, simple map would be great for him and Tang Ru, but for those like Fang Rui who relied on dirty play, then it would be a huge trouble. Thus, the group arena map had to make sure to take care of everyone's needs, so it'd usually contain a variety of terrains. However, it didn't seem like either of the two participants had any intentions to use the terrain. The two were heading directly for the center. Just as they were about to meet, with everyone eagerly anticipating how this level 80 equipment would perform spectacularly, Yishio's Lord Grim suddenly swerved. Yishio, having maintained a straightforward and brute force style for 37 rounds, suddenly decided to switch to being strategic in the first one-on-one match of the playoffs. Yishio has decided against a frontal confrontation, Pan Lin noted. A wise choice, Li Ibor commented. The group arena is different from individual matches. One must defeat their opponent with minimal cost to oneself, so, if possible, it's better to use the environment and play strategically. Brute force styles aren't actually the most suited to group arenas. In individual matches, their victories will be victories no matter if they take down an opponent with great cost or if they manage to take down an opponent without losing a drop of health. However, in the group arena, these two results are completely different. But many teams still have brute force style players in their group arena lineup. It doesn't seem like anyone avoids having them play in the group arena, Pan Lin brought up. Brute force is a style that players use, but it's not set in stone. In the group arena, brute force style players can play a little more wisely. Like Yishio, for the individual competitions, he kept a brute force style, but now with the group arena, he's decided to be a little more flexible, Li Ibor said. But some players seem to stick with using brute force even in the group arena, Pan Lin argued. Yep. After all, everything has its exceptions. Different situations will require different attitudes, Liebor said. The two stopped their conversation there. Currently, Yishio's Lord Grim had swerved left, heading towards Song Xiao's right flank. However, since Yishio only swerved after the two had seen each other, Song Xiao knew exactly where Lord Grim had gone and was already keeping an eye on that side. Yishio didn't act like many dirty play pros did, hiding away and waiting for a chance. From an opening on that side, Lord Grim peeked around the corner and, boom boom boom, 3 anti-tank missiles came blasting over. Song Xiao had his eyes on that side and he saw Lord Grim just as he peeked out. The 3 anti-tank missiles couldn't even count as a sneak attack, yet. Boom! Receding tides actually got hit by one of the missiles. The force of the explosion threw him back a few steps, but receding tide soon stabilized himself. He did it on purpose. Liebor immediately realized. Oh. He's testing Lord Grim's attack power, Liebor explained. Too many pieces of equipment had been changed, causing a huge shift in stats. Though the base for stats could still be seen, they needed experience to get an understanding of Lord Grim's attack power. Song Xiao had a good grasp on the consequences of getting hit by this attack, and at the same time, he was giving the rest of Blue Rain information. In the future, they'll continue to face Yishio's Lord Grim, so they had to hurry and collect data. Lord Grim switched out several pieces of equipment at once, very effective. All the data that the teams collected on him during the regular season is pretty much useless now. Everything will have to start from scratch, Pan Lin mentioned. What's even more troublesome is that the Myriad Manifestations umbrella clearly has different stats depending on the form, Liebor added. Happy really has dropped quite the bomb. Pan Lin said. Right now, we just don't know if only Lord Grim has seen such improvements or if all the characters in Happy have, Liebor continued. We'll know soon enough. Pan Lin seemed rather excited. After Yishio let Lord Grim attack, he hid again. Liebor returned to the match. Song Xiao isn't rushing either. Is he trying to figure out Lord Grim's attack power? Advisor Li, what do you think of this attack? Pan Lin asked. The attack's damage has clearly gone up, Liebor said. This season made him feel more and more that he was falling behind. He was preparing to do some revision and further study. Actually, it was very hard to get much from a single attack. This was something decided by both the attack power of the attacker and the defense of the target. Liebor was like the audience, he didn't know the actual stats of the characters, so it would be impossible to ask him to deduce much from a single strike. Team Blue Rain's members at least knew their teammates' character's defense, and they could derive the attack from the damage taken. As for the other spectators? In their eyes, there would be 100 different damage calculations from Lord Grim fighting 100 different opponents. It would be extremely difficult to figure out Lord Grim's actual attack power. Though Liebor was studying up, he couldn't figure out something so difficult in such a short time unless a team was willing to provide their stats. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. So, he could only say that Lord Grim's damage had increased, which was clearly unnecessary. If his attack power hadn't changed, then what would the point of switching in all that level 80 equipment? Chapter 1393. Counterattack. Nomiami. Neither side has made any moves. Pan Lin shouted. This would usually be boring, but Pan Lin was excited. He was looking forward to what level 80 equipment could do. Liebor found Lord Grim's info and compared the stats before and after. The 4 main stats were clearly displayed, so Liebor hoped to quickly find something he could analyze. Lord Grim is moving deep. Could he be looking for better angle of attack? But the area he's in should be within Song Xiao's line of sight. There doesn't seem to be any location which he can mount a sneak attack from though. Is he going to venture even farther in? Pan Lin continued to comment. Usually, if it wasn't a deciding moment, these remarks would rarely be said. However, right now, it looked as if Pan Lin would even analyze Lord Grim's thumb movements. Just as I thought. Lord Grim is going even deeper. He's planning on making a big turn. Ah, Song Xiao has also moved. Receding Tides is moving forward. Song Xiao truly deserves to be called Mr. Clutch. He has exceptional mental fortitude. It's quite bold of him to push forward. Lord Grimm's already moved away though, so cutting in won't be dangerous. In fact, he might be able to see through Yi Xiu's intentions this way. What? Pan Lin muttered to himself. For a moment, he wasn't able to continue. He had been too ambitious in guessing Yi Xiu's intentions. Yi Xiu didn't move according to his analysis and instead moved in the opposite direction of what he had expected. This surprise caught him at a loss for words. However, with Song Xiao's receding tides moving away, there were now no traces of Lord Grimm. He calculated everything that precisely. Pan Lin was shocked. Although it was just small play, being able to read someone so thoroughly was truly frightening. At this moment, the broadcast cut into a slow-motion replay. Oh, Pan Lin suddenly understood. It wasn't a calculation. There had been an angle from Lord Grimm's previous position where he could see receding tides. As expected of Yi Xiu. Li Yibo returned to the match. He's extremely proficient at this map, a trait very few young players possess. Young players lack an attention to detail towards maps, which is a huge advantage for the home team. Happy's Xiao Yifan is quite good in this area too. Pan Lin mentioned his name. He's got a good mentor beside him. Li Yibo sighed. Pan Lin subconsciously thought of other players on Happy who weren't particularly strong in this area. For example, Steamed Bun and Tang Ru weren't thorough enough in their utilization of the map. Saying all that would tear Li Yibo's praise apart though, so he restrained himself. Song Xiao didn't see Lord Grimm, so instead of having receding tides continue moving straight, he circled around in reverse. Song Xiao's very experienced, Li Yibo said, even though he doesn't see his opponent, from the distance he's traveled, he has a rough idea of Lord Grimm's possible positions. If Lord Grimm wasn't in those areas, he wouldn't have been able to disappear from the map so quickly. Oh, the two sides are, on the bottom right corner of the broadcast, a bird's eye view of the map appeared. The positions of the two characters were represented as dots as they moved. The camera constantly switched back and forth between the two characters, giving a feeling of tension. Closer, closer. The two sides neared each other. At the next intersection, the two would meet. Everyone held their breaths. Suddenly, Lord Grimm jumped. The myriad manifestations umbrellas ninjato stuck into the wall. The wall that originally couldn't be jumped was instantly climbed through the usage of the ninja class's special skill. That's cheating. That was what Pan Lin wanted to shout. The surprises from the unspecialized still gave off a feeling of cheating even after an entire regular season. Everyone's thought process was different from Yi Xiu's. They needed to spend a certain amount of time and effort to understand what an unspecialized could do. As a result, when they saw Yi Xiu's Lord Grimm in a match, they would constantly think, why didn't I think of that? The cameraman was also in a fluster. He wasn't sure which first-person perspective he should look at to best display this suddenness. Should he use Yi Xiu's hunter-like view to show his sharpness? Or should he use Song Xiao's confused prey view to show helplessness? There was no time to think carefully. The camera instinctively shifted to a viewpoint. Song Xiao's perspective. Receding tides was moving. Then, a grenade suddenly appeared from above and dropped in front of him. Too awesome! The cameraman cried out in his heart. Song Xiao's perspective had given this grenade highlight clip. From above to below, the image of the grenade grew larger as receding tides moved. Everything was quiet as the grenade fell. It was as if the scene was static. If only it could be in slow-mo. The cameraman was still obsessed with the shot. Bang! The grenade exploded, and Lord Grimm dropped from the sky. Roll, roll, roll. Song Xiao's receding tides rolled backwards 3 times and then shot a chi bullet. The spectators all felt frightened seeing this sudden ambush. However, Song Xiao himself was as calm as ever. He reacted promptly and appropriately. 3 rolls backwards pull the distance between Receding Tides and Lord Grim, and then a chi bullet at the slightest opening. Beautiful! Pan Ling cried out. Yishio's ambush had been beautiful, but Song Xiao's response was too. This level of play was truly deserving of the playoffs. It was just the first exchange, and Pan Lin felt like it was worthy of the ticket price. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to praise this moment because there was still a battle underway. The chi bullet flew out. Lord Grim didn't dodge it though, and tanked the hit to stay on the offense. Even if it's the group arena, sometimes it's necessary to show a tough display. Li Yibor praised. By tanking the hit, Yishio maintained the initiative. But because of Song Xiao's calm response, the ambush didn't deal too much harm. The battle had suddenly shifted to a direct confrontation. An ambush doesn't seem to be a good choice against a player with strong mental fortitude like Song Xiao, Pan Lin said. Yishio was at least able to gain the initiative through it, Li Yibor said. No one would have any objections to that. In a direction confrontation, Lord Grim would be attacking 70% of the time. But it can't be said that Song Xiao is at a disadvantage, Pan Lin said. Song Xiao was 70% defending, 30% attacking. Yes, he seemed to be a bit on the back foot, but his rhythm was steady. Such a steady defensive counterattack playstyle is Blue Rain style, Li Yibor said. The healer character exemplified the team's style to a certain extent. Of the 8 playoff teams, Samsara, Tyranny, Happy, Thunderclap, and 100 Blossoms all had clerics as their healers, a show of their overall offense-oriented play styles. As for the other 3 teams, Tiny Herb had 2 healers, an exception. Then, there was Blue Rain and 301, who had paladins as healers. And these 2 teams leaned towards defense. Especially Blue Rain. Team Blue Rain was a paragon of a defensive counterattack team. Defend while waiting for mistakes and capitalizing on them. This was their team's play style, which eventually became many of the styles of the players on the team. To be a part of Blue Rain's main roster, not having beautiful defensive play was extremely difficult. As a defense-heavy style, being on the passive side was normal because you were intentionally giving the opponent space. As a result, while it looked like Song Xiao's offense looked rather weak, Pan Lin and Li Yibor didn't think it was mark of him being at a disadvantage. It was just how he played. So they waited. Defensive counterattack. The high point was the counterattack. Opportunities were fleeting. Once grasped, it couldn't be let go. That instant required explosiveness and efficiency. For a defensive counterattack play style, defense needed to be steady and slow, while the counterattack needed to be fast and fierce. Everyone stared at the screen. The happy fans listening to the commentators were held in suspense. Song Xiao wasn't a standout existence during the regular season. His numbers were SOSO, but everyone knew he was formidable during playoffs. He wasn't an easy opponent. As a result, even if Yishio was the king of duels in the regular season, everyone still felt worried. Straight punch, knockback, grenade, shining cut, double stab, ghost slash, floating bullet. Skills after skill was released through Lord Grim's ever-changing myriad manifestations umbrella. His speed was so fast that the viewers couldn't even clearly distinguish what forms his umbrella were in. A skill came out, and then the umbrella transformed into a different form. Without a pause. The myriad manifestations umbrella never stayed in the same form for more than 2 seconds. Bang! A falling flower palm suddenly struck Receding Tides, sending him flying backwards. Ah! Pan Ling cried out in astonishment. The equilibrium had been broken by the palm. Yishio's broken through Song Xiao's defense. Li Yibor shouted. The myriad manifestations umbrella continued transforming non-stop, but this time, the rate of hits landing on Receding Tides had increased. In the end, Song Xiao isn't able to hold on. Let's see if he can turn this around, Pan Lin said. They still had confidence in Song Xiao because no matter what, this player wouldn't panic. He had the mental fortitude necessary to make a comeback. So they waited. Before, it had been a defensive counterattack style. Now, it had turned into a get-beat-up counterattack style. But Lord Grimm's offense continued to pour out relentlessly. As a result, receding tides took even heavier beatings. The expressions of those waiting for a reversal gradually started to turn strange. Is he going to get taken out in one combo? Pan Lin started questioning. Their hopes for Song Xiao seemed to have disappeared. Ambush to start, suppression with attacks, offense breaking defense, one combo kill. Li Yibor summed up the battle with 12 words. The so-called defensive counterattack play style. So we've seen the defense and the get beat up part, where's the counterattack? Is he not able to find an opening to counterattack? Pan Lin was still thinking about it. Chapter 1394. Eyes are blurry. Everyone held hope for Song Xiao because he never panicked, because he always performed spectacularly during critical moments. But this time? Ever since Yi Xiu's Lord Grimm pierced through his defenses, Song Xiao failed to successfully get them back up. If it was said that he had deliberately left openings in his defense looking for a counterattack, then right now he was purely focused on resisting his opponent's attacks. He was playing on the defensive to survive. However, even in this sort of situation, players proficient in defense could still find ways to break through the opponent's offense and seize opportunities to turn the tides. Song Xiao was a calm player and was also exceptional at defense, which was why, unlike other players who were overwhelmed by the unspecialized blitz during the regular season, people felt like he definitely wouldn't lose like them. But from the looks of it, they shouldn't hold any such expectations. Song Xiao was being suppressed just like every other player. Receding Tides was in dire straits. As for Song Xiao's current state of mind, no one knew. He only has 10% health left. Pan Lin hadn't given up. He hoped to see a sudden reversal at the final moment. But then he looked at Lord Grimm's health and despaired. 73%. Lord Grimm still had so much health left. Song Xiao's playoffs opening was starting off unlucky. As soon as he left the door, he met a brick wall. It's not going to just end like this, is it? Some were muttering in their hearts. In particular, the Team Blue Rain fans had confidence in Song Xiao, because Song Xiao never let them down at the crucial moments. But there's a first time for everything. In the end, Song Xiao had his first failed performance when it mattered. Loss. 70%. Lord Grimm's health halted here when Song Xiao's receding tides fell. The stadium applauded to Yi Xiu, of course. Some brave young fellows were even so bold to shout 1v5. Song Xiao walked out from the player booth on stage. The broadcast zoomed in on his face, but there didn't really seem to be any particular expression on it. Song Xiao's performance today is a bit disappointing. Pan Lin sighed. Or perhaps our expectations for him were too high, Li Yibor said. Song Xiao's technical skill isn't considered anything outstanding, but rather it's because of his exceptional mental fortitude that he's able to perform beyond his usual skill level during key moments like the playoffs. On the other hand, other players get nervous and might become too cautious, leading to a decrease in their level of play. One side plays worse, while the other side plays better. As a result, it's not hard to understand why Song Xiao always seems to play spectacularly in the playoffs. Unfortunately, his opponent this time was. Saying Yi Xiu gets nervous in a playoffs match sounds more like a joke, doesn't it? Li Yibor said. Yeah, Pan Lin confirmed. So Yi Xiu dominating him isn't anything unexpected. If Song Xiao's opponent had been a happy rookie, perhaps things may have turned out differently, Li Yibor said. It looks like Blue Rain didn't expect Yi Xiu to appear first even in the playoffs. Their original idea was probably not to have Song Xiao encounter Yi Xiu, Pan Lin analyzed. Yeah, let's see who Blue Rain's second player is. Li Yibor started paying attention to the big screen. The playoffs were set up to always be suspenseful. It wasn't like the regular season's group arena, where the two teams' lineup would be listed all at once before the three players went onto the stage. The playoffs' five-player group arena was done one at a time. Before it was time, no one besides the player's respective team would know who would be up next. Lu Hanwen, Blade Master, Flowing Cloud. Finally, the big screen displayed the name of Team Blue Rain's next player. Li Ibor wanted to say something but then hesitated. Lu Hanwen was still the Alliance's youngest player, but he had already been a part of the main roster for 2 years, entering All-Stars both years. In his first season at just 14 years of age, it was because of his mistake that the team lost. Team Blue Rain's method of training Lu Hanwen was too unrestrained. Nowadays, no team would throw their rookie out onto the battlefield to play around and figure out things for himself. Everyone trained their rookies methodically step by step. Quite a few people expressed their worries for how Team Blue Rain was treating Lu Hanwen. When rookies first entered the Alliance, they needed time to get used to the intensity and pace of the professional circle. Many talented youths were able to immediately adapt and shine as soon as they stepped onto the stage, with all sorts of awards suddenly being thrown at them. But what rookies never knew was that what they were facing wasn't the true professional scene. Because they were a newcomer, neither they nor the pro scene was familiar with them. And once they started shining, the pro scene would notice them, and the other opposing teams would make preparations to target them. It was only at this moment would the rookies truly be facing the pro scene. Teams would use anything at their disposal for the sake of winning. Countless rookies crashed into this iron wall, leaving their heads broken and bloody. And this was the so-called rookies' block. Many of the current gods had hit this wall before. They had broken past it, but numerous talented players disappeared into nothing after hitting this wall. The more massive the blow, the greater the pressure, the more unfavorable it was for the rookies' growth. In many people's eyes, Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen had fallen into such a predicament. And to no one's surprise, once the team started familiarizing themselves with him, his performance dwindled. However, Lu Hanwen never fell into low spirits. He continued to work hard. It was as if he had just entered the Alliance. He continued to preserve that endless reserve of energy. Dwindling performance? A mistake dragging down the rest of the team? Lu Hanwen had experienced and suffered through them all. However, his enthusiasm never wavered. He was true youth filled with boundless spirit. His heart was filled with sunshine without a single bit of haze. Blue Rain had used the method most suitable for him. He didn't need to be protected. He could face setbacks and crash to the ground heavily, but he would always quickly climb back up, stumbling until the day he flew. Coach Lee, what are your thoughts on this matchup? Pan Lin saw that Li Ibor seemed to want to say something and switched the conversation to him. Yishio is experienced. Lu Hanwen is driven. It's going to be an exciting match, Li Ibor smiled. Pan Lin guessed that this wasn't what Li Ibor had originally wanted to say, but it wouldn't be good to press him on air. He could only continue with a brief introduction of Lu Hanwen's situation as he watched the young player get up from his seat and head to the stage. This Lu Hanwen has a big heart, Pan Lin suddenly said when he saw Lu Hanwen cross Song Xiao. Yes, compared to skill, the heart is much more difficult to train. Lu Hanwen is only a young kid. How rare, Li Ibor said. Blue Rain's 2 players are talking with each other. Is Song Xiao passing on the experience he had just gained from this match? Pan Lin guessed. Blue Rain should have that knowledge way beforehand. Li Ibor remarked. After all, Blue Rain and Happy had fought against each other twice in the regular season already. Perhaps a new discovery. As Pan Lin said these words, Song Xiao and Lu Hanwen parted. Lu Hanwen went onto the stage, while Song Xiao returned to his seat. Is he really hard to fight? Huang Xiaoqian asked. My eyes went blurry. Song Xiao got to his seat and shut his eyes. Blurry? That umbrella changes forms again and again and again non-stop. I really can't bear it, Song Xiao said. Everyone in Blue Rain looked at each other. When they prepped for this match against Happy, Yishio and his unspecialized were obviously a huge focus, but they hadn't prepared for something like this. What is this? Blue Rain Spitfire, Zheng Xian, sighed. Spitfires could be considered as the best at interfering with the opponent's line of sight. Others might not be able to reach the apex and emulate Zhong Jiala's 100 Blossoms style, but it had become a commonly utilized Spitfire technique. Yishio's technique was different from theirs though. They simply used visual effects, but Yishio directly made visual attacks. Making someone's eyes go blurry, that was the effective flash bullet. What did you say to Lu Hanwen? You was who asked Song Xiao. I told him to try to cut in from the side or circle to the back. Try not to fight face to face. Doing so is truly too disgusting. Truly. You guys should try when you have the chance, Song Xiao said. Yu Wenju didn't ask any further and watched as Lu Hanwen went into Blue Rain's player booth. Then, the characters loaded in. Flowing Cloud and Lord Grim entered the map. Lu Hanwen obviously wasn't the type to go around in circles. Flowing Cloud went directly towards the center. As for Yishio, he once again took a roundabout path, a different route than last time too. Previously, he had Lord Grim go to the left, this time he changed it to the right. Playing dirty again. Huang Xiaoqian ground his teeth. He was a bit nervous too. He knew of Lu Hanwen's style better than others. Lu Hanwen wasn't good at dealing with dirty play. An ordinary level of dirty wasn't a big deal, but Yishio's dirtiness, on the other hand, was on another level. Lu Hanwen is taking the straight path, while Yishio is taking a roundabout route, Pan Lin explained the opening. Yishio seems to be taking it at a medium pace. It doesn't seem like he plans on rushing for a position, Li Ibor commented on Lord Grim's movement speed. Where is he planning to mount a sneak attack from this time? Pan Lin said. Yishio's strategic movement wasn't completely dirty. He didn't hide, attack, retreat, harass, and annoy his opponents to death. Most of the time, he would launch a sneak attack to gain the initiative and then keep fighting face to face. However, this was the group arena. The less health lost the better. Under these circumstances, it wasn't impossible that he would play completely dirty. The glory textbook. No one believed that there was no style Yishio could not play. Would he play dirty? Everyone stared at Lord Grim's unhurried movement and thought quietly to themselves. Chapter 1395. Ineffective to effective. Lord Grim and Flowing Cloud took their own paths. Neither side was facing each other, but from the omniscient view of the spectators, it could be seen that the two characters were closing in on each other, even if there was stuff between them. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud moved in a straight line and reached the center of the map first. Seeing that his opponent wasn't within sight, he didn't hesitate and continued charging forward. Wow, Lu Hanwen is very decisive. Pan Lin was pleasantly surprised. Oh, this way Yishio won't be able to find a place in the center of the map to mount a sneak attack. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud has already left. Li Ibor said. Is this the advice Song Xiao gave? It's simple, but effective. Pan Lin said. With just these few words, Flowing Cloud had already crossed through the center of the map towards Lord Grim's spawn point. But what's Lu Hanwen going to do next? He's not hoping that he'll find Lord Grim at the spawn point, is he? Pan Lin questioned. Lu Hanwen should have a better understanding of this map from the first fight. I'm guessing his plans are based on this understanding. Or perhaps, someone gave him some pointers, Li Ibor said. Song Xiao? Pan Lin looked at Flowing Cloud's movements. Song Xiao may have played on this map, but his understanding might not be better than the players off-stage, Li Ibor said. Yu Wenju. Pan Lin realized. Why would the off-stage players have an easier time grasping the map? Because they had spectator control, allowing them to get a full view of the map or cut to different perspectives. This control gave them a much more complete picture than what the broadcast could give. Song Xiao had never traversed to Lord Grim's spawn point, however, those off-stage could see the terrain Lord Grim passed through and his spawn point via their spectator view. Team Blue Rain obviously wasn't very familiar with the map chosen by Team Happy, but a tactics expert like Yu Wenju could easily find numerous strategical points from the map in this amount of time. What areas should be avoided, what areas could be utilized, the following Blue Rain players could already start reflecting on how to take advantage of these points. Perhaps Lu Hanwen had been given a suggestion by Yu Wenju. Let's see what he'll do. Pan Lin suddenly became excited. But at this moment, Lord Grim suddenly changed directions. Because he was taking a roundabout route, Lord Grim hadn't reached the center yet. Even so, he suddenly turned left, making his way towards the path to the center. "This is..." Pan Lin yelled. For a moment, he couldn't figure out Lord Grim's goal. Liebor was also thinking about Lord Grim's decision. After a while, it looked like he was planning on charging out from the right flank to meet with Flowing Cloud. "No way! Switch to Yishio's perspective!" Liebor shouted. The camera immediately switched views. The scenery was rapidly changing. Lord Grim was moving very fast, traversing through the map with great familiarity. Not far from his position, Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud was following the main central path towards the south. Slide kick! Lord Grim suddenly did a slide kick, not as an attack but as a way to move at a low height. He slid across the ground through the gaps of several thick tree branches. Jumping over the tree branches or circling around them were possible options, but Yishio choosing to use a skill instead wasn't just to look cool. Lord Grim and Flowing Cloud were very close. Everyone felt like the two would soon be within each other's sights. But after the slide kick, Lord Grim immediately hugged the ground. The camera reacted quickly this time. With a snap, the perspectives of both players were shown simultaneously on the big screen. Lord Grim hugged the ground as he moved, while from Lu Hanwen's perspective, there was no one in sight. "He's hidden himself!" Everyone gasped in surprise. Then, they saw Lord Grim roll, without standing up, to behind a shrub. Nothing abnormal could be seen from Lu Hanwen's perspective, but Yishio's Lord Grim had quietly approached him. There was no time to reflect on this scene though. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud continued to dash forward. From the bush Lord Grim was hiding behind, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Everyone in the stadium could hear it, let alone Yishio. Just as Flowing Cloud passed by the bush, Lord Grim jumped out. Lord Grim hopped over the bush instead of leaping through so that he wouldn't be heard. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella also jumped out, transforming into a spear. Dragon Tooth! A back attack against Flowing Cloud. Whoosh! Tap! Two sounds rang out simultaneously. The sound effect that came with Dragon Tooth could not be eliminated by player control, but when Lord Grim let out the Dragon Tooth, the sound effect coincided with the Flowing Cloud's footstep. Was it a coincidence? Or was it skill? There was no time to analyze it. The two sounds were different, neither was covering up the other. But because of the mix between footstep and skill, Lu Hanwen reacted a beat slow. Pu. This sound was incomparably clear. Flowing Cloud's back had been pierced through by Lord Grim's spear. Dragon Tooth inflicted a stun. A follow-up combo didn't need to be said. After being struck in the back, Flowing Cloud's health rapidly fell. Lord Grim's attack power must have been improved. Liebor didn't make this comment for nothing. Even though he couldn't see the exact numbers, he was confident in what he had said. Pan Lin didn't follow up. Liebor had said these words before. Why would you repeat yourself? His equipment are all level 80. It would be weird if his attack power didn't improve. Can't you say anything meaningful? Lu Hanwen's on the defensive. Pan Lin described the state of the fight. Who would have thought Yishio would do something like that? Could he have seen through Lu Hanwen's intentions? Liebor said. The two sides had started fighting. There was no way to switch perspectives to analyze Yishio's previous string of movements. It's not going to be a one-hit to death, is it? The combo had only just started, and Pan Lin was worried. Although Lu Hanwen had been voted into All-Stars twice, which made it seem like he was better than Song Srao, in terms of emotional control in a match, how could this young player compare to Song Srao, the player nicknamed Mr. Clutch? Even Song Xiao had been crushed in a direct confrontation by Yishio. Now that Lu Hanwen had been attacked from the back, turning the situation around would probably be even more difficult, no? In the blink of an eye, 15% of Flowing Cloud's health had been taken away. A back attack increased the damage by a considerable 20%. Assassins had a class advancement skill, Art of Assassination buff, which buffed that number to 40%. Unfortunately, class advancement and awakening skills could not be attached to a weapon. I hope Lu Hanwen can stay calm and search for opportunities to fight back, Pan Lin continued. Fast! This was the impression Lu Hanwen got from the fight. From the first Dragon Tooth to now, he had lost 15% of his health. The unspecialized didn't have class proficiency or armor proficiency, so their stats couldn't compare to real class. Plus, their skills were low level, so their damage wasn't high. That was the objective opinion towards the unspecialized. But Flowing Cloud had just lost 15% of his health in an instant, low damage. Then use speed to make up for it. Lu Hanwen could tell how closely linked the attacks were. He didn't know how an unspecialized could attack so fast. Did his attacks not have start-up and end animations? Was it his myriad manifestations umbrella was transforming again and again? Lu Hanwen couldn't tell. He was trying his hardest, but Yishio was more experienced. He kept adjusting his position, so Lord Grimm was behind him. It wasn't Vanishing Step, but it was the same reason. But in this case, he didn't need to be troubled over his eyes blurring. This energetic and hopeful youth could still find good points in this situation. Even if these good points had no value, it still made him feel gratified. Now, he needed to find a way to break out of this predicament. Lu Hanwen didn't panic, although he wasn't that calm either. He had courage though, the courage to try. Failure after failure, he would scratch his head and then try again. Bang bang bang. Flowing Cloud was using his sword too, but some of his attacks looked pretty poor from the lens of an expert. It was as if he was panicking without any thought behind his attacks, hoping to luck his way out. This sort of recklessness probably isn't going to work on Yishio, is it? Li Yibor said. You can do it! Many people were cheering for Lu Hanwen, especially Blue Rain's fans. Although it looked like he was just randomly doing things, it wasn't necessarily that there was no thought behind his attacks. Lu Hanwen was at the very least never doing the same thing twice. In other words, what looked brainless wasn't actually brainless. He was testing different methods. He couldn't think of any certain success methods, so he could only gamble on the probable ones. If one didn't work, he would try again. If that didn't work, then a different one. Another failure? Again. Bang 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 bang. The brainless Lu Hanwen continued to struggle, sword-like dancing randomly. Good child. Huang Xiaoqian praised. Yu Wenju chuckled, but didn't say anything. The percepting Blue Rain players could see it. Lu Hanwen's attempts might have carried a lot of energy, but none of them succeeded. However, his constant attempts may have failed again and again, but they were taking a toll on Yishio. And this effect, through Lu Hanwen's brave tries, was slowly accumulating and expanding. Yishio was trying hard to get rid of it, but Huang Xiaoqian and Yu Wenju could see that he wasn't able to completely eliminate it. Having Lord Grimm keep up this insanely fast offense was extremely difficult in itself. It required extraordinary precision. Lu Hanwen's ineffective methods were converging into a whole, transforming into what could be an effective solution. Chapter 1396. There's still a gap. Nomiumi. Nomiumi. Bang! Flowing Cloud silver weapon, the greatsword Flame Shadow, clashed against the myriad manifestations umbrella with a dull sound. Meteor form. The fastest of the powerful level 75 skills was as quick as lightning, even when used by Flowing Cloud, who had a slow attack speed. Still, Lord Grimm managed to parry the attack. Oh, what a shame. If Flowing Cloud were using a tachi or a lightsaber instead of a greatsword, that attack definitely would have hit Li Yibor's side. But to his surprise, after this attack, although Lord Grimm managed to parry it with his umbrella, his body was still pushed backward. The myriad manifestations umbrella was actually jolted to the side. This, Li Yibor was shocked. Even though Meteor Form was a level 75 skill, this skill prioritized speed and involved the blade moving light and fast. In terms of attack priority, it wasn't very strong. Lord Grimm might not have high-level skills, but he should have still been able to parry it. But Lord Grimm's movement right now made it look like he hadn't been able to withstand the impact of this attack at all. Purposefully faking an opening? Just as this thought flashed through Liebor's mind, he saw Flowing Cloud unleash another headwind strike. The sword tip swung in a circle, and Lord Grimm's chest spurted blood. Beautiful! Pan Lin was already shouting. Lu Hanwen finally broke through Yishio's crazy attacks and successfully counterattacked within the span of one move. Sword attacks came out one after another, whistling through the air. Liebor watched a few attacks, and suddenly reached a realization. Even though Flowing Cloud doesn't have a high attack speed, the greatsword gives his skills greater impact. That meteor formed just now. If he'd been using a tachi or a lightsaber, then Lord Grimm might have been able to parry it, but because it's a greatsword, his skill priority wasn't high enough, so it was directly knocked aside, said Liebor. This is a very good opportunity. Hopefully Lu Hanwen can take advantage of it, Pan Lin shouted. In an instant, the attacker and defender had switched roles. But Flowing Cloud's combo had only reached the sixth attack, an upward slash, when Lord Grimm jumped into the air. He took the upward slash and flew even higher, then raised the Myriad Manifestations umbrella over his head. Pa pa pa, the umbrella folded and lengthened, the flaps beginning to hum and spin. Instantly, Lord Grimm was pulled to the side. Rising Dragon Slash. Lu Hanwen hurriedly controlled Flowing Cloud to use an attack that would hit Lord Grimm in the air, but he was too slow. The sword light flashed right by Lord Grimm's body. But Lu Hanwen barely had time to feel regret when the humming noise from Lord Grimm's umbrella suddenly stopped, and Lord Grimm was already extending his right leg. Eagle Stamp. Bam 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 bam. For consecutive kicks mercilessly fell upon Flowing Cloud's body, and the priority of his Rising Dragon Slash had long since expired. He'd originally wanted to use a falling light blade to get away, but he was still too slow, and Lord Grimm stamped down upon him. Sheeing. Lord Grimm pulled out the tachi from his Myriad Manifestations umbrella, falling light blade. Lu Hanwen hadn't been fast enough to use it, but Yishio now very leisurely used it. The tip of the sword pressed against Flowing Cloud's throat, and they continued to fall. The entire audience was stunned. This reaction, this combo. Lu Hanwen had only just broken through and begun a counterattack. The happy fans live at the stadium hadn't even had time to begin worrying about Yishio when this guy recovered the situation. In comparison, Blue Rain's players only made their fans worry more. Bang! Because of the falling light blade, Flowing Cloud was stuck and couldn't escape. Just like that, he was crushed against the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Punisher, Earthquake Sword, Lord Grimm used another flurry of ground attacks against the already fallen Flowing Cloud. Lu Hanwen was once again at the disadvantage. Or, Hanwen didn't grasp it well. Huang Xiaoqian sighed. He was also a Blade Master player, so he had quite a right to speak about the judgments made in that moment. He felt that that opportunity had been created extremely well, and if it had been him, there was no way he would let the opponent get away after only 6 attacks in a combo. His attack was a bit slow, Yu Wenju said. The equipment would have a bit of effect on that, but the greatsword should have been enough to deal with that situation. Hanwen didn't have good control, the timing wasn't accurate enough, said Huang Xiaoqian. Or you could say, Yishio's timing was simply too accurate, said Yu Wenju. Huang Xiaoqian paused and realized, indeed, that was the case. The attack rhythm of the unspecialized Lord Grimm was extremely rapid, and Yishio's controls were still so accurate. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud was a greatsword blade master. It was hard enough for slow to keep up with fast rhythm, and because the opponent was Yishio, the difficulty was only greater. Find another opportunity, kid. Don't give that guy another chance to show off. Huang Xiaoqian said, grinding his teeth. Too bad. Lu Hanwen had only managed 6 attacks before Yishio took back the initiative, so of course he was disappointed. He was positive, he was optimistic, but he wouldn't forget scars instantly. As a pro player, he couldn't afford to forget scars so easily, because every scar was a lesson, something that led to growth. Lu Hanwen's personality didn't help him forget scars, it allowed him to actively face his scars, never fleeing. Maybe I could have done this or that instead, and it would have turned out better. Lu Hanwen, just like this, grew up through these IFS and maybes. From mistakes and failures, he accumulated experience non-stop. But this kind of growth didn't happen overnight. Making a mistake once didn't guarantee that it could immediately be avoided next time. After all, with Lu Hanwen's current skill level, the mistakes he made wouldn't be those particularly obvious kinds of mistakes. Sometimes, it would be a problem of small, inadvertent habits, and it would require a lot of time to pick them out and fix them. Over these 2 years, Lu Hanwen's growth had been clear to see. He had grown so much since he entered the alliance, but the opponent in front of him now. Lu Hanwen sighed deeply. By the time he'd entered the alliance, this god in front of him had already become a legend. He never would have thought that he'd have the chance to meet him in-game. That summer, Lu Hanwen had followed Blue Brook Guild to train in-game, and that summer he had accumulated numerous painful failures. An extremely difficult opponent, possibly even more difficult than senior Xiao Qian. At that time, Lu Hanwen had already felt it, and that had only been in-game, where the two of them hadn't had too many face-to-face exchanges. At first, he'd only heard from Blue River, the guild worker bringing him along, about how this person stirred up storms and reaped the profits. Afterwards, the exchanges in-game had only verified Blue River's words. Lu Hanwen clearly remembered how even he, someone who had clearly come to support Blue Brook Guild and fight Lord Grimm, had ultimately become that guy's helper in the process of stealing the boss. He's too good. Lu Hanwen could only think this. In terms of skill and technique, he could still work hard to improve, but those things like strategic layout and maneuvering. It was like their captain Yu Wenju. Lu Hanwen could view Huang Xiaoqian as the goal he was chasing after, even the target that he wanted to surpass, but Captain Yu Wenju, forget it. How could he ever match that kind of guy? Lu Hanwen never believed that he had that kind of mind. Their in-game struggles allowed Lu Hanwen to learn Yi Xiu's skill in this area, and this alone was already breathtaking. And then Happy entered the alliance, this legendary god returned to the professional stage, and then 37 consecutive individual wins. How could this kind of person be beaten? Whether in terms of strategy or technique, he still just couldn't compare. Compared to Yi Xiu, Lu Hanwen could only draw this sad conclusion. He was brave, he was fearless, but he could recognize skill. Yet even when recognizing this huge gap between himself and Yi Xiu, he could still battle courageously. There's still a gap. Lu Hanwen was very clear on this point. As for whether or not he could close this gap, Lu Hanwen didn't think about it too hard. Victory wasn't simply determined by such a gap. Lu Hanwen, as well as most of those who were raised in Blue Rain, held this belief in his heart: a gap isn't scary. A gap doesn't determine everything. Because they had a captain called Yu Wenju. Because their captain had a weakness that was fatal for most pro players. But Yu Wenju frequently used his situation to tell Blue Rain's team members and Blue Rain's trainees who dreamed of becoming pro players, a gap isn't scary. What's scary is giving up because of a gap. Even someone like me hasn't given up, what reason do you have? Even now, Lu Hanwen still remembered the words that Yu Wenju had once said to the trainees at training camp. Although he was very young, he could understand this relatively straightforward point. And Yu Wenju's experience of walking through Blue Rain's training camp was even more of a real, living motivation for all of them. In the training camp, they wouldn't give up on their dreams; on the battlefield, they wouldn't give up on victory. They saw the gap, but they wouldn't shrink from the gap. Continue on like this. Facing a gap, Lu Hanwen doubled down on his determination. Win or lose, he wouldn't think about the outcome too much. He just knew that he had to put his full effort in to do everything he could. These efforts weren't meaningless, because this was the group arena. This was a team project. Whatever health and mana of Lord Grimm's that he could deplete, the next Blue Rain player would feel the benefits. This would become the basis of their victory. So, fight hard. Lu Hanwen really has a great attitude. Even though Yi Xiu has completely suppressed him, he isn't retreating or getting discouraged at all, lieb or praised. He definitely has a bright future ahead of him, Pan Lin said, moved. Although the two praised him freely, the fact that they were talking about his future made it clear that right now, they didn't think Lu Hanwen would win. 44%. When Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud fell, this was how much health Lord Grim had left. Blue Rain had already sent up 2 players, but they had only knocked away a little more than half of Yishio's health. Happy is already in a 2-point lead, Pan Lin announced. 1v2, and in the playoffs. Yishio really deserves the title of King of Dueling this season. Just this kind of performance should be enough to silence the doubts that he only won so many consecutive victories because he hadn't met strong opponents. Yishio had the ability to achieve victory at lesser cost to himself, but he didn't need to do so in individual battles, said Liebor. But if he wants to 1v3 right now, it looks like it'll be a bit difficult. Lord Grim lost a lot more mana than health, said Pan Lin. There's still 11%, said Liebor, after checking. This time, at least, he shouldn't be carrying mana-boosting equipment, right? Pan Lin still clearly remembered the events of last year's Challenger League. Chapter 1397. The Talkative Rhythm. Getting a useful amount of mana recovery wasn't something that could be accomplished with just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. With the current stats of equipment, as limited by the maximum equipment level, a set of many pieces of equipment was needed. Lord Grim right now had many pieces of level 80 silver equipment, whose stats weren't visible, but for stats like mana or health recovery that had a visible effect over time, it could be directly seen whether or not they were present. On Lord Grim's body now, there didn't seem to be any such equipment. And carrying an extra set of equipment into a match was something that hadn't been done for a long time. A set of equipment increased weight, which became a large burden on this high-level professional stage, especially since this was now the highest-level playoffs competition. But Liebor didn't dare use common principles to draw conclusions. Yishio leading team happy to return to the professional scene, this was already so far out of everyone's expectations. Anything contrary to common expectations was possible. Perhaps the weight added by this set of equipment could be erased somehow by Yishio's unspecialized Lord Grim. Liebor didn't say anything. Everyone was waiting to see. Lu Hanwen came off stage and returned to Blue Rain's player area. In the first battle, Song Xiao had knocked away 30% of Lord Grim's health. In the second battle, based on his unstaged performance, it had seemed that Lu Hanwen was doing better, but in the end he had only taken down 26% of Lord Grim's health, which was a little inferior to Song Xiao's performance. From this it could be seen that the scene unstage and the actual numbers were 2 different things. It had looked like Song Xiao was taking a beating throughout the entire match, and he had ultimately fallen in a one-wave rush. But during this process, he had relied on his tenacious defense to wear away Yishio by a significant amount. On the other hand, Lu Hanwen's aggressiveness was more apparent, and he'd actually found an opportunity to successfully counterattack, but ultimately, he hadn't worn down Yishio as much as Song Xiao had. However, Blue Rain's players didn't fuss over this point. "You played well," said Captain Yu Wenju. Lu Hanwen nodded, taking this simple sentence to heart. He knew that their captain never threw around these polite words just to comfort his teammates. Whether success or failure, victory or defeat, he would always be gentle and sincere. He wouldn't criticize harshly, nor would he protect them excessively. So, even though he hadn't won, his performance was correct, was worthy of recognition. When he thought about this, Lu Hanwen's courage was suddenly refilled, and he almost felt like charging back to play another match against Yishio. Of course this was impossible. All Lu Hanwen could do was turn toward Blue Rain's third player, who was already walking on stage, and holler, "Go Huang Xiao." Huang Xiaoqian heard it, but he didn't turn around. He simply waved his right hand, his index and middle fingers raised in the shape of V for victory. Team Blue Rain is already sending out Huang Xiaoqian as their third player. Pan Lin said. In the 5-player group arena of the playoffs, simply winning the final victory wasn't enough. The key was to win more points by having more players left standing. So up until now, a common strategy was to place the ace player in the 3rd or 4th spot, because if a victory was achieved then, that would guarantee 2 or 3 points. If, on the other hand, the ace player was 5th, then even if they won the final victory, they would only have 1 point. 1 point had much too small of an impact on the team round. The team competition was rarely fought until only one player remained. But the current situation can be seen as fairly unfavorable toward Blue Rain, said Liebor. The fact that he spoke so carefully, even though Happy was so far in the lead after completing a 1v2, only showed how cautious he was now. Yishio's Lord Grim still had 44% health, but only 11% mana remaining. This little mana definitely wasn't enough to kill an opponent like Huang Xiaoqian, so what would Yishio do? Did he bring equipment, or would he use Wish Prayer? But even if he did have Wish Prayer, it would only be at level 1. With Lord Grim's intelligence stat, he would probably only be able to recover around 10%. 21% mana, this still might not be enough to deal with Huang Xiaoqian, would it? Still, Yishio had already knocked down 2 opponents. At this point, everyone was already quite satisfied with his performance. For this round, any amount of Huang Xiaoqian's health that he managed to knock away would be considered a victory. Huang Xiaoqian came on stage and entered the player booth. His character loaded in, and very soon, the third battle of the group arena began. I'm surprised you're up so soon. Fighting me, the pressure's pretty high, huh? The moment the match began, Yishio began to talk in the channel. The audience members watched as Lord Grim lifted his myriad manifestations umbrella, surrounding himself with glowing blue light and chaotically flying chanted runes. Indeed, he was using Wish Prayer. But ultimately, the mana recovering equipment didn't make an appearance. It appeared that in the rhythm of a playoffs match, even Yishio couldn't carry such a burden. I don't have much mana left, it should be easy for you to pick up this wallet. Yishio continued to speak. How come you're not talking? Since I saw it was you, I made extra sure to talk a bit more. What's wrong with you? Did you get muted? Or are you so scared that you're all choked up? Yishio was still talking. But Yishio was already on his third message sent, which everyone found strange. What was going on? Huang Xiaoqian wasn't saying anything, while Yishio was blathering on. Had these two switched bodies or something? Holy F***ck, you're so annoying. Just as everyone was growing confused, Huang Xiaoqian finally exploded. Who wants to talk to you? We're enemies right now, enemies. Understand? You were so arrogant just now, defeating 2 of our people. Right now, are you getting mana recovery equipment or doing some wish prayer or whatever? Whatever dirty tricks you have, bring it. In an instant, Huang Xiaoqian had already sent 3 messages in reply. Indeed, his rhythm here had surpassed Yishio's. Oh, that's more like it. If you don't yell a few sentences, the whole atmosphere feels wrong, said Yishio. Screw your atmosphere. Even if you want to do anything, you don't have much mana left, so stop wasting time and hurry up and come out and die. Be patient. As you wish, I'm recovering mana. Yishio said. As expected, dirty and shameless, said Huang Xiaoqian. Hee, you're just jealous, Yishio replied. The cast time for Wish Prayer was long, as was the skill's duration, so Yishio activated the skill at the very beginning. Huang Xiaoqian had essentially guessed that Yishio would do this, so as soon as the match began, he had Troubling Rain fearlessly charge forward. Even as the 2 people were playing seriously, they were also chatting away in the channel. The audience didn't know what to think. This was the high-stakes playoffs. In the 2 previous battles, who was in the mood for chatting? As expected of the super god Yishio, what a calm attitude for him to be able to chat with Huang Xiaoqian like this. As everyone quietly reflected, those 2 were still going at it. Even though Wish Prayer was slow, it was still faster than Troubling Rain making his way toward Lord Grim. Happy hadn't chosen a small map for this group arena, perhaps for this reason exactly. Finally, Wish Prayer was complete, and Lord Grim recovered 11% mana, putting him at 22%. With this 1/5 mana, Yishio could probably casually wipe out 2 or 3 ordinary players. But against a pro player, then the outcome would depend. Huang Xiaoqian was a strong player, so almost no one had any hopes for Yishio. Happy's supporters just hoped that he could chip away as much of Troubling Rain's health as he could. When Yishio defeated Blue Rain's first player Song Xiao, someone had actually shouted for a 1v5, but right now, there weren't even people yelling for 1v3. A yell for a 1v5 was immediately obvious as a joke, so no one would pay much attention upon hearing it. But to shout for a 1v3 right now? In theory, 22% mana was enough to defeat a character. But the opponent was Huang Xiaoqian. Shouting for a 1v3 now would just seem ignorant. The passionate fans now suddenly became very rational, and they didn't pull out unsuitable cheers. After finishing Wish Prayer, Yishio didn't control Lord Grimm to walk directly forward. Like last round, he took the path to the right. This didn't surprise anyone. When starting a match at a disadvantage, especially when the opponent was such a strong player, it made sense to use more tactical thinking. While Troubling Rain continued to charge, Lord Grimm circled around to the right, and soon began to head directly toward the center road. When the audience saw this, they realized this was an exact repeat of last round. Once again, Yishio wanted to sneak directly behind the opponent and ambush them. As expected. This time, Yishio had accurately calculated Troubling Rain's movement speed. When Lord Grimm circled to the right and then cut back to the center, his rhythm was completely synced with Troubling Rain's footsteps. Of course, it wasn't so coincidental that he used the same bush as last time, but like before, there were plenty of places for Lord Grimm to hide and wait to ambush. Roll, slide kick, again with these low movement skills. Soon, Lord Grimm had made his way right next to the path. However, the audience members could see from the live display screens that Huang Xiaoqian's camera view was currently locked onto the exact spot where Lord Grimm was hidden. The televised broadcast was a bit slower, but soon enough, they also displayed a split screen featuring Huang Xiaoqian's camera view. Yishio's ambush position has been discovered. Pan Lin shouted. Blue Rain has enough understanding of the map now. Plus, Yishio is repeating his strategy of last battle, said Liebor. Will he directly attack? Pan Lin shouted. As soon as he said this, Troubling Rain halted in his steps. Silence. A sudden silence. Earlier, Troubling Rain's footsteps had been pounding on the ground, and Yishio was using that sound to anticipate his movement position. If Lord Grimm poked his head up now, he would certainly be seen by Huang Xiaoqian. But Huang Xiaoqian suddenly had his Troubling Rain to stop. He's found me. Yishio immediately realized. Right now, he could pretty much judge where Troubling Rain's final step had taken him, but it was possible Huang Xiaoqian was already controlling Troubling Rain to small hop, roll, slow walk, or other such silent movements. If he wasn't accurate in his judgment of position, then if he acted now, he would only lose the initiative. This wasn't what Yishio wanted. After Yishio instantly and clearly organized his thoughts, his actions were extremely decisive. Slide kick. Lord Grimm moved low to the ground, and then rolled twice to the right. Yishio was actually controlling Lord Grimm to turn and move away. Chapter 1398. Blue Rain's God. Silence, complete silence. Neither player knew what the other was doing. Even listening carefully, there wasn't a whisper to hint at the other's presence. Only the omniscient audience knew that both of their characters were moving. Lord Grimm rolled twice after a slide kick, swiftly leaving his hiding spot for another. As for Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain? As Yishio expected, he had merely slowed and rolled into a crouch, carefully approaching where Lord Grimm had been hiding before. Without any hesitation, sword light flashed, cutting through Lord Grimm's previous hiding place. Whoosh! Lord Grimm had originally settled next to a meter-high mud wall. Troubling Rain had attacked with a piercing form. This skill had very high priority, and sword light shot into the mud wall, tearing through it like paper and exposing the upper half of the blade on this side. A miss! Huang Xiaoqian made a swift judgment. He immediately had Troubling Rain tug his sword out, but Yishio's Lord Grimm had already flashed out from the other side, sending a laser rifle his way. Lord Grimm couldn't get that far with a slide kick, and it barely took laser rifle a blink to arrive. However, Huang Xiaoqian was facing his way, so he could clearly see Lord Grimm's actions. No matter what, he couldn't leave his sword behind though, so Troubling Rain fell into a crouch. Boom! Half the laser rifle smacked into the wall, taking off a small chunk, and the other half shot directly over the wall, brushing right over Troubling Rain's head. Laser rifle didn't have the same force that piercing form did, and Lord Grimm's laser rifle was only rank 1. Being able to take off a small chunk of the wall was good enough. F-whip! Troubling Rain had already yanked out his silver weapon Ice Rain by now and was hiding behind the wall. Slide kick! On Yishio's side, Lord Grimm saw Troubling Rain crouch after he released the laser rifle, so he resolutely charged out. However, this was when the audience once again saw an important opportunity on the big screen. On the screen showing Huang Xiaoqian's screen, after Ice Rain was pulled out of the wall, his view immediately went towards the small hole that Ice Rain had made. The hole was too small, so it was impossible to see anything clearly, but the moving shadows were clear enough. Apart from Troubling Rain, wasn't the only other thing that can move Yishio's Lord Grimm? Lord Grimm executed another silent slide kick, but this time, Huang Xiaoqian caught the movement through the tiny hole he had made. They were very close. Huang Xiaoqian didn't hesitate. Troubling Rain rolled to a stand at once, rolling right off the meter-tall wall. Ice Rain's deep blue sword light stabbed down towards the bottom of the wall, but on this side of the wall, Lord Grimm, slide kicking over, had raised his Myriad Manifestations umbrella. The tip opened up, revealing the dark gun muzzle. As the deep blue sword light came down, light flashed from the muzzle and a bullet shot out. 2 strikes, a little out of synch. For a moment, it was impossible to figure out whose attack had hit first. Blood splashed from Lord Grimm's shoulder, while a bullet found its home in Troubling Rain's side as he rolled sideways across the wall. Lord Grimm's slide kick had yet to finish, but that was when he suddenly stopped. He was already pressed to the ground, but after that strike, he became even more intimate with the ground. Falling Blossom Form. A level 75 knockdown skill. It was an excellent follow-up from Troubling Rain, but at this time, Troubling Rain had already been thrown into the air. Floating Bullet. A level 1 knock-up skill. One was a Blade Master high-level skill, the other was a Spitfire novice skill. In that moment, the two executed a trade. In terms of damage, Falling Blossom's form was far stronger than Floating Bullet, but the final result was that one character was flat on the ground while the other flew into the air. It seemed like neither could do anything to the other in that moment. However, it only looked like that. Because Lord Grimm wasn't Troubling Rain. He had ranged attacks. Bang! Lord Grimm, still on the ground, fired another shot. From this perspective, the strike from Troubling Rain that pinned Lord Grimm to the ground had given the latter a perfect angle to shoot from. If his slide kick had continued for another step or two, then it probably wouldn't be nearly as comfortable. Another bullet flew. Troubling Rain hadn't been tossed too high by the Floating Bullet. At this distance, for a ranged attack, it was far too close. At such a distance, the travel speed of their skills didn't even matter anymore, even if the skill Lord Grimm was using was the relatively slow stun bullet. Huang Xiaoqian adjusted Troubling Rain's position in the air, but in the end, he still failed to dodge this close-ranged attack. His character froze in mid-air, his adjustments futile. 3 booms of cannon fire from down below, too close to dodge, not to mention that he was stunned right now, and 3 anti-tank missiles erupted against Troubling Rain one after the other. Flames and smoke bloomed in the sky, suspending Troubling Rain in mid-air. By now, Lord Grimm's knockdown debuff had worn off and a chain of bullets erupted from the Myriad Manifestations umbrella's muzzle. Gatling gun! Yishio attempted to continue juggling Troubling Rain in the air, and with Lord Grimm back on his feet, he was free to chain even more attacks after closing in. However, Yishio's opponent was Huang Xiaoqian. His character bore the title of Sword Saint, and his strength was recognized as one of the top in glory. As soon as the stun effect of the stun bullet passed, Troubling Rain moved. Falling Light Blade. Troubling Rain made himself plummet from the sky and Yishio hurriedly adjusted Lord Grimm's angle, bullets chasing after the Blade Master. Unfortunately, as soon as Troubling Rain readjusted his pose, he immediately switched to a different skill. Guard! Plink! 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 Silver weapon Ice Rain swept down horizontally in front of him, guarding against the hail of bullets. Bullets! It needn't be said what precise mechanics this required. However, Yishio wasn't dead. After several bullets were blocked, he once again readjusted Lord Grimm's angle. With a shift in sword light, his attack glanced away from Ice Rain's blade, but Ice Rain was already sweeping out, slicing a circle through the air. Headwind strike! Troubling Rain's body spun like a drill, parallel to the ground, his sword stabbing through the myriad manifestations umbrellas bullet rain, straight into Lord Grimm. Blood splattered, forming a circle in the air. Lord Grimm's Gatling gun stopped. Spectacular! Absolutely spectacular! As expected of Huang Shaoqian. As expected of the Sword Saint. Pan Lin cheered without a care in the world. From a mere wall between the two, to their exchange, in this short period of time, they had unleashed a flurry of changing skills. In the end, Huang Shaoqian's skilled blade work broke through Yishio's close-range bullet rain with a headwind strike. Last round, Lu Hanwen had broken through Yishio's offensive and successfully counterattacked using headwind strike. This time, Huang Shaoqian had managed to overcome his passive stance and take the initiative with a headwind strike as well. Then, Huang Shaoqian displayed his array of blade master skills, more precise and experienced than Lu Hanwen. Troubling Rain, still spinning in the air, didn't even bother landing. His bent legs kicked out, pushing off the mud wall behind him. Meteor form! This was the fastest trick in a blade master's repertoire, and with the boost Troubling Rain gave himself from kicking off the wall, his body seemed to transform into a shooting star. The deep blue sword light flashed at the front, drawing a blue streak that darted forth. Then, in the path that the blue light took, a dark red replaced it, blooming and spreading. It was the blood that this strike had drawn from Lord Grimm. That's damn cool! Pan Lin yelled. The bloody line that the blue light had drawn, the scene of it erupting in the air, it was so cool he was almost crying. Secretly, he promised himself that he would go back and replay this moment in slow motion 100 times after the match. As expected of Huang Shaoqian. Li Yibor could only find this one sentence to express himself and display his shock in that moment. The timing, the use of the environment, the mechanics, all of it, the top of the top. This was Glory's top player. And this match was a battle between two of the very top players of Glory. After Yishio successively took down two of Blue Rain's players, the atmosphere finally peaked again. Though those two matches had Song Xiao's steady defense and Lu Hanwen's never-give-up enthusiasm, Yishio's victory still seemed ever so matter-of-fact. It didn't create the tense atmosphere one expected from a playoffs match at all. Or at least, it seemed that way. Yet now, Yishio versus Huang Shaoqian, Lord Grimm versus Troubling Rain, this fast-paced defense, the beautiful and dazzling action. This was a true battle between gods. However, currently, it was Huang Shaoqian who was performing beautifully, who had the advantage. This match was on happiest grounds, so the atmosphere had its limits. It was Blue Rain's fans on the away team spectator stands that were cheering wildly. Changing Spring, Blue River, Chilling Nightfall, Flying Brushstroke, Bound Boat, etc. etc. These were those responsible for managing Blue Brook Guild. In the last steps of the season, they had come with their team to the battlefield. This was the benefits of the job, but at the same time, they were the ones who were responsible for leading the Blue Rain fans in their cheering. Huang Shao! Blue Rain's fans bellowed under their lead. Changing Spring personally held the flag embroidered with Blue Rain's team logo, waving it swiftly through the air above their heads. Blue River next to him was also very excited. He wasn't very loud, but his class in-game was the Blade Master. This was the class he loved, and Huang Shaoqian was also his favorite player. Right now, Huang Shaoqian's opponent was Yishio, the Lord Grimm that had so much interaction with them in-game, that had tormented them until they coughed blood so many times. Blue Brook Guild's members had been eager to see their team's pro players beat the other up for them. In the regular season, Blue Rain had won twice against Happy, which was great, but unfortunately, Yishio hadn't lost a single round against them in the individual competition. Then, in the playoffs, he destroyed 2 of their players upon coming up. Changing Spring, Blue River, and Co. had sat depressed in the stands. Could it be that not even their pro players could do anything about this guy? But now, their core, their god Huang Xiaoqian was on the field. Although Blue Rain was 2 players down and Yishio had wiped out 2 people in succession and was at a health disadvantage from the beginning of the 3rd round, Huang Xiaoqian's spectacular performance had them vibrating with excitement and pride. See that? That's Blue Rain's god. That's our god. Blue River thought proudly. Chapter 1399. This feeling. It had already been a year and a half since the new level 75 skills had been implemented. They were no longer in the experimental stage of last season. By now, the pro players had already completely mastered these skills. The full level 75 Blade Master skills, Falling Blossom Form, Meteor Form, Piercing Form and Curving Wind Form had already become core skills in their offensives, influencing the entire system of their class playstyles. The level 75 mass update had given Happy many opportunities. For example, all those materials won in the battle for level 75 wild bosses, using orange equipment from the new update to close the gap in equipment quality between them, an excellent era. However, for Yishio as an individual, the level 75 mass update was a disadvantage. Yishio was known as the Glory textbook, a master of all the classes. His experience was incomparably comprehensive. However, the update naturally would influence Glory's metagame. In a time like this, if one wanted to continue being a master of all, then they would need to carry out far more and far deeper research on the new material than others. Yishio had never gone out of his way to achieve this. His title was from the accumulation of his experience and skill throughout all these years, naturally allowing him to achieve this title. This had to do with a lot of factors, including how he was a part of the very first batch of Glory players, how he was always at the head of the development of techniques and styles in Glory, and how Glory had stopped at level 70 for so long. The level 75 update unbalanced this situation. Although with Yishio's experience and knowledge he could easily come up with all sorts of ideas upon seeing the new level 75 skills, he hadn't looked into it like pro players would with their preferred class. So, when this mass update occurred, a textbook like Yishio would need some time to patch for the update. That unmatchable master of all would naturally crack a little during these patches. However, this actually existed for all pro players. In building and refining their new combat system, each person would be met with all sorts of accidents and mistakes on the field. This was because each person had to update their own Glory schema, and this progress might not always be the same for each person, especially since players prioritized their own classes. As for the other classes, they merely had to observe the results of the research of others. In the earliest times, all the experts would gather to discuss all manner of things, and they would manage to bring a scientific air to the game. Since Yishio had many creative and foundational ideas and achievements in all the classes, his textbook title was set from then on. However, as the Glory Pro scene developed into the competitive scene it was now, there was less and less of a chance for these top players of Glory to sit down and simply chat about the update. In these times, most people would prefer that what they managed to find out would never be known by any other, forever stay a secret weapon for the field. Everything had become information that, if used well, could be the code needed to claim victory. This competition had Glory's technique development growing ever the fiercer and more varied. In the past, all the experts would come together to discuss, select, experiment, and come up with rather unified answers. However, everyone walked their own path now, and tested each other's hypotheses in real battle. In the end, the techniques that resulted from this varied. As Blade Masters, Huang Xiaoqian's use of the level 75 skills would be different from Tiny Herb's Liu Xiaobie, or Samsara's Du Ming, or 301 Degrees of Jiao Jie. Everyone had their own ideas and techniques. A standardized path slowly ceased to exist. Under these circumstances, it was naturally far harder to be a master of all classes. Though Yishio may not have aimed to and pursued such an advantage, under these circumstances, being a master of all classes didn't yield as much benefit as it could have. Especially with the level 75 skills morphing the entire system of skills. Now, what he was facing was a class that had experienced a relatively large shift in the paradigm due to a Howl for level 75 sword forms being added. In addition, his opponent was the one with the title of Sword Saint. Even though Yishio wouldn't neglect to keep an eye on Huang Shaoqian, wouldn't be completely clueless as to how he used the 4 sword forms, but in the end, knowing was different from experiencing it firsthand. What do you think? This feeling's not bad, huh? After Meteor form brought troubling rain past Lord Grim, drawing forth a stream of blood, he immediately turned. Huang Shaoqian even took the time to type out a sentence as he did this, and then, Immortal guides the way. If this stab attack with a powerful blowback effect was used in a combo of attacks and blew its target too far, then it would naturally cause the combo to break. However, at this time, Troubling Rain had already used Meteor form to switch positions with Lord Grim. This attack blew Lord Grim back, but soon enough, Lord Grim slammed into the meter-tall mud wall. Instead of being sent out too far, the powerful blowback effect slammed Lord Grim into the wall, dealing another round of damage as well as a stun. Troubling Rain's offensive continued. However, the audience was still pondering over what Huang Shaoqian had meant by what he typed just now. This feeling? What feeling? Pan Lin wondered aloud. Liebor wasn't sure either. Shockingly enough, something Huang Shaoqian had typed had managed to elicit everyone's deep contemplation. What a rare sight! Usually, everyone would be doing their utmost to try and ignore everything that they typed into the chat. However, in this match, against a strong opponent like Yishio, Huang Shaoqian didn't have much energy to spare on flooding the chat. Under such a circumstance, everyone believed that Huang Shaoqian would only spare energy on typing something truly meaningful, and not waste it on bullshit like usual. What feeling? The feeling of being suppressed? Huang Shaoqian was probably mocking Yishio, taking revenge for the 2 that were wiped out by Yishio, right? That was what most people thought. The only ones who could truly understand the essence of the trash talk that was compressed into this one sentence was Blue Rain and Happy's players. He's probably talking about the slight slip in rhythm due to an unfamiliarity with a new system, right? Blue Rain's Yu Wenju and Happy's Fang Rui practically gave the explanation for Huang Shaoqian's this feeling simultaneously. It's definitely payback. Fang Rui continued with certainty because everyone got bullied pretty badly by Yishio's unspecialized. That's right. In regards to having trouble adapting, how could the changes brought on by the level 75 skills compare to Yishio bringing back a completely discarded ancient play style? To everyone, that was truly a completely unfamiliar system. No experience, no ideas, no one had Yishio's comprehensive knowledge either. For the unspecialized Lord Grim, from the original discovery, to officially engaging in the pro scene, it had been 2 years if you're rounded up. However, this unfamiliarity had yet to disappear. No matter who was met with the unspecialized Lord Grim, they were overwhelmed. 37 consecutive victories in the individual competitions, then wiping out 2 people at the very beginning of the playoffs. This intimidating record of Yishio's had at least some ties with the advantages that his unspecialized class brought him. But now, Huang Shaoqian was using this unfamiliarity against Yishio, so his triumphant jeer was understandable. Troubling Rain had Lord Grim completely pinned on that meter-tall wall. What Yishio had originally used to conceal himself was now exactly what was cutting off his escape. Sword light splattered blood onto the wall again and again, slowly dyeing it crimson. Yishio's defeat of his 2 previous opponents meant that he had already beautifully accomplished his mission in this group arena. Even if he was killed by Huang Shaoqian here, it wouldn't matter. But they weren't satisfied with just that. None of Happy's members were satisfied. Maybe they were too greedy, but just seeing Yishio on the field, they felt that he wouldn't be defeated without doing something shocking. Losing was normal, but being completely suppressed like Song Slao, like Lu Hanwen. Even if the opponent was Huang Shaoqian. It was completely incomprehensible to Happy's members. Impossible. Happy's players thought. This feeling in their hearts was far more intense than even the most loyal fans of Happy. The support of the fans was sometimes completely irrational, blinded by emotions. But they weren't like that. Happy's members were clear-headed, and yet this sharp feeling came from their utmost confidence in Yishio. How could that guy, who started from nothing, who took an internet cafe team through the vicious competition of the Challengers League into the cruelest stage of glory, the playoffs, be suppressed like this? This was unacceptable. Stop pretending. Hurry up and use your ace. Fang Rui suddenly cupped his hands around his mouth and roared at the stage. Yishio couldn't hear his voice. The two characters fighting in the projection wouldn't be able to react at all. Instead, it was Blue Rain's members on the other bench that heard him. Ace? What ace? They wondered aloud, nervously watching the match. What ace does he have? Chen Gui also asked nervously. How the hell would I know? Either way, he definitely has one. Fang Rui replied. Definitely. Su Muqing determinedly expressed her support. Then hurry up. Wei Chen slapped his leg. He's going to use it soon, right? Tang Ru said. What will it be? The others all wondered in eager anticipation. Though they had no idea what it was, they were certain it existed. Happy's members seemed almost like a bunch of cult members, all blindly believing. Die! On the field, Huang Xiaoqian once again sent a message. By now, Lord Grimm only had 7% of his health left, and this message was almost like a death sentence. Whoosh! But then, the myriad manifestations umbrella suddenly opened. The sword light that Troubling Rain had gathered, preparing to unleash the last strike to Formless Phantom Blade, hit the surface of the umbrella. Not good. Huang Xiaoqian felt his heart leap. If it was just holding up a shield trying to endure the hit, he wouldn't be so nervous, but the myriad manifestations umbrella was so damn massive when opened. Lord Grimm was hidden behind it, and Yishio was definitely trying to play some sort of trick. Not saying the right thing at the right time is your greatest flaw. Yishio's message popped up on the screen. Did he leave an opening by typing that one word? Huang Xiaoqian subconsciously wondered. If Yishio had the time to chat with him, then the other had probably already prepared his trick. Experience, awareness, everything sparked and burned. Huang Xiaoqian resolutely cancelled Formless Phantom Blade. Sword's Divine Judgment. The Blade Master Awakening skill, activate. Chapter 1400. A Bite Back. Nomiami. Nomiami. Sword's Divine Judgment, the Blade Master Awakening skill. The user's attack speed and attack power would increase sharply, and at the moment of execution, sword chi would fly out in a fairly large 360-degree circle. Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain suddenly used this skill as a defensive option rather than an offensive option. The sword chi swept up the surrounding earth, an attack as defense, and without any blind spots either. When Yishio had Lord Grimm hid behind his myriad manifestations umbrella, Huang Xiaoqian had guessed that there was an 80% chance that Lord Grimm would try to close the distance with a movement skill. But whether it was a frontal charge or a shadow clone technique to flicker behind him, his sword's divine judgment covered all possible options. The instant he used this skill, Huang Xiaoqian fixed his gaze onto Lord Grimm. He wanted to see what sort of tricks Yishio had planned on using. The sword chi circled around Troubling Rain as he turned slightly to the right. Huang Xiaoqian thought it was more likely that Yishio would have Lord Grimm use a shadow clone technique or a teleport to attack him directly from behind. This was a technique Yishio frequently used. In critical moments, players would always subconsciously seek comfort and choose the option they were most familiar with. But no. The spectators could see better than Huang Xiaoqian. Lord Grimm, who was hiding behind his myriad manifestations umbrella, didn't see the seals required for a shadow clone technique nor the flow of mana for a teleport. Lord Grimm simply kept the umbrella in its shield form to protect against incoming strikes and then stepped to the right diagonally. It was a very simple movement, one even a normal player or even someone didn't know how to play Glory could do. However, it caught Huang Xiaoqian off guard. His Troubling Rain turned right. Lord Grimm stepped to the right. Both sides moved to the right from their perspective, and as a result, they happened to move in opposite directions. In that instant, Lord Grimm suddenly disappeared from Huang Xiaoqian's view through just this simple step to the right. Any player could get their character to take a step to the right, but they definitely wouldn't be able to make the prediction and calculations required to achieve such a precise outcome. The distance, the position, the angle, the timing, the speed, etc. If any one part was slightly off, the vanishing effect would not happen. It looked to be a simple step, but the skill required to pull it off was the accumulation of 10 years of effort. Huang Xiaoqian instantly recognized that the situation wasn't good. Troubling Rain immediately snapped back to where Lord Grim had still been in his sights, but now, Lord Grim was directly in front of him. Even though Troubling Rain had swung his sword as he turned around, Lord Grim's attack came faster. After all, his movement skills were attack skills to begin with. The blood that filled the air was in part due to his own fault. Fuck! Huang Xiaoqian was extremely annoyed. Despite his skill, he couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong. Was using Sword's divine judgment a mistake? Or was it because I was too confident Yi Xiu would move behind me? These all seemed to be reasons, but also weren't. And this sort of feeling was common when playing against Yi Xiu. You had no idea where he saw through you. It was truly the most disgusting feeling possible. Could you at least let me know where I made a mistake? Even Huang Xiaoqian felt helpless and discouraged at this feeling. It was terrible for one's morale and fighting spirit. Don't be too arrogant. Huang Xiaoqian typed in chat. Rather than trash-talking his opponent, it was more of a reminder to himself. Many people knew that Huang Xiaoqian's famed trash talk was often a way for him to focus. Huang Xiaoqian had absolute confidence in winning. He had originally been crushing Yi Xiu in every area, yet Yi Xiu had been able to find an opening, a layered strike to both his technique and his mind. So at this moment, Huang Xiaoqian needed to remind himself not to become lax. He needed to continue to focus and maintain his calm. It was just a tiny bite back. All I need to do is keep steady. Huang Xiaoqian's message made him appear flustered and exasperated, but in reality, he was reminding himself to not be like that. He handled the situation very maturely and calmly. He successfully suppressed his urges, and this was the willpower of a true assassin, of Glory's #1 opportunist. Even Yi Xiu wanted to praise him. At this moment, calmly resetting the fight was far more reliable than urgently trying to take back the upper hand. The opportunity Yi Xiu had obtained after machine-like calculations had been calmly dissolved by Huang Xiaoqian. I thought I'd be able to take away at least a quarter of your health. Forget it, it's my loss. Yi Xiu sighed in the chat. What do you mean it's my loss? It was going to be your loss anyways. Huang Xiaoqian grinded his teeth. He didn't seem calm, but at this moment, his silver weapon Ice Rain pierced through Lord Grim's heart, striking the fatal blow. 16%. That was the amount of damage Yi Xiu had been able to deal against Troubling Rain through his counterattack. It was already quite an impressive number. The spectators felt a bit disappointed at Huang Xiaoqian. Quite a few people felt like Huang Xiaoqian's performance was rather poor. If he had been a bit tougher and directly traded, he definitely wouldn't have lost that much health. But the true experts knew better. No one could have handled it better than Huang Xiaoqian did. Yi Xiu's final words weren't meaningless trash talk. If Huang Xiaoqian had been a fierce and relentless warrior that traded, perhaps the amount of damage he would have taken would have been above Yi Xiu's expected number. The opponent was Yi Xiu. Those who thought Huang Xiaoqian could have done better were all blabbering armchair experts. As Yi Xiu came down from the stage, the stadium was filled with applause. His Lord Grim had started off with 44% health, and in the end, he was only able to trade it for 20% of his opponent's health. It looked like a loss, but glory was never about pure numbers. Yi Xiu hadn't disappointed anyone. He had been suppressed to the point of suffocation, yet he had still been able to beautifully bare his fangs and fiercely bite his opponent back. If it had been anyone else facing Huang Xiaoqian's dominating play, they would have most likely given up. What's more, Yi Xiu had already taken down 2 of the opposing side's players. Huang Xiaoqian had been his third opponent. Applause. His performance was absolutely deserving of such fervent applause. That was what every happy fan thought. As they clapped, they were afraid that they weren't loud enough and continued to clap louder. As Yishio walked back to his seat, the applause crescendoed, becoming louder and more resonant. Good work! All of Happy's players stood up and welcomed Yishio. The rest is up to you guys, Yishio said. No pressure. Fang Rui grinned. Happy's second player appeared on the big screen. Mo Fan, Deception. No pressure, right? Little Mo. Fang Rui hollered. Mo Fan had already left. He didn't even look back. It's the playoffs, and he's still gotta act like that. Fang Rui mumbled. Chen Guo wasn't feeling as playful as Fang Rui. Mo Fan. He was the first of Happy's rookies to stand on the playoff stage. How will he perform? Will he be nervous? Will he make mistakes? His first opponent is Huang Xiaoqian. Such a large step won't be too challenging, right? Chen Guo stared at Mo Fan's back. Because Mo Fan practically never talked, she had no idea what he was thinking. She could only worry more. Happy's second player is Mo Fan, Pan Lin introduced. He's a very patient but also very explosive player. Patience came from Mo Fan's incomparable patience in seeking opportunities. Explosiveness came from the mere 3 ways he knew how to attack. Speaking of which, Mo Fan and Huang Xiaoqian are similar players. Li Yibo said. I guess so. Pan Lin said, there's a clear difference between them though. Yes. Both are adept at seeking opportunities. But in comparison, Mo Fan is better at waiting while Huang Xiaoqian is more proactive, Li Yibo said. Of course, if the team competition came and all he did was wait, how could he do well? Pan Lin said. In the end, they come from different places. The habits that Mo Fan acquired aren't easily eliminated, Li Yibo said. Mo Fan's background was no secret. Anyone who played fairly often in the heavenly domain knew of the infamous scrap picker, Deception. Then let's see how this match will turn out. Pan Lin said, showing his interest in the match. The new match began. Troubling Rain had 80% of his health. With Huang Xiaoqian's identity as a god against a rookie, this 20% disadvantage was nothing. The vast majority of people favored Huang Xiaoqian to win this match. But Mo Fan couldn't be underestimated. After all, he had the glory of defeating a god like Sun Srong. No one could ignore the possibility of an upset. A scrap picker from the game. And now he was standing on the playoff stage. Many spectators had complicated feelings. No one had any good feelings towards scrap pickers. However, it had been a while since they had seen someone walk out from the game and make it to the biggest stage in the pro scene. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun and all the other rookies had obviously started off in the game, but none of them had the fame that Deception had when he joined the pro scene. Once a player's fame reached a certain level, the club guilds would immediately notice and recruit them. These players would most likely step onto the professional stage before being able to achieve much of a reputation in the game. But Mo Fan was different. He had ignored countless offers and accumulated enormous fame before being pulled into the pro scene by Yishio. A legendary scrap picker wasn't a good reputation though. If not for this point, Mo Fan would have perhaps been an incomparably popular player, because he was someone who had truly been born from them. He would have been a symbol of the grassroots community.